ox. Only by solving the issue with this blocking ox would they be qualified to participate in further activities. After chatting with him for a while and emphasizing that these secrets should never be revealed to others, he let them leave contentedly. As for the remaining part of the crowd, Kelvin didn't receive them at all. It wasn't because their gifts were too meager, but because he disliked people who stepped with their right foot first when walking. Kelvin still cared about Nanjing and occasionally wandered through different parts of the city. Whenever he saw someone in need, he extended his warm hand to offer assistance. It wasn't for the fame, but because he couldn't bear to see the world's hardships. His third eye, or Ming Palace, indeed felt more courteous as purple particles increased once more. With the increased number of purple particles, Kelvin figured that absorbing the essences of a few grandmasters using the taichujuya should not invite heavenly retribution. Thus, while lying on Zyra's lap eating dates, he absorbed the essence of the Taishang era. Therefore, while feeding him dates and processing official documents, Zyra witnessed a shocking scene. Her beloved, every bite of the date enhanced his strength fractionally. Wasn't it said that ancient Qi practitioners found it extremely challenging to improve even slightly? Since learning that those poems were written by Kelvin, Isaac hardly appeared before him. However, seeing Kelvin receiving thick gifts again and again, he reappeared in front of Kelvin and said, "Those gifts you receive will burn your hands." Kelvin was startled, looking at Isaac. "What? You want to help me keep them?" Damn. Previously, he thought these people knew propriety, but now he realized none of them understood human relations. They clearly knew he lived with Isaac, yet only sent one gift. It wasn't because he looked handsome, spoke well, and was mild-mannered that they treated Isaac differently. Seeing him accept so many gifts while he got nothing, what a huge psychological gap. Look, he's so upset that he's staring at me now. Next time anyone sends gifts, ask for two. I'm not being greedy but teaching them propriety and social graces. Isaac truly didn't understand this Bruno. What was going on inside? Seemed to have reached a consensus. If you know your place, it's fine. Otherwise, they'll make you know your place. United as they are, your current strength cannot resist. Not even Amato in Nanjing has the power to resist. Why don't you talk sense? Kelvin complained to Isaac. Didn't you see how close I am to them? We're good companions moving forward together. Why create hostility? Living harmoniously with others was his motto. Why did Isaac think he was unfriendly? Isaac shot Kelvin a look. Their patience is limited, lasting at most a month. Within a month, no matter what reason you give, they'll force you to open the sacred temple. Kelvin rolled his eyes. Are you underestimating me, Mr. Een? I, Lawrence, won't listen to them. Just because they say a month, it'll be a month? When to open the sacred temple depends on me. Nanjing isn't ready to pressure me. Isaac sneered. Young and inexperienced? People who've reached a consensus don't tolerate resistance. Feeling it necessary to remind Kelvin, Isaac asked, then what excuse will you use to persuade them? Do I, Lawrence, need an excuse to act? Do you think I'll pamper them? I do whatever I want. I'll go to open the sacred temple in 3 days. Wuzhou, don't act rashly. You don't understand their fear. Wait, what did you say? You're opening the sacred temple in 3 days? Realizing this, Isaac stared wide-eyed at Kelvin. He was actually going to open the sacred temple without delay? Was he crazy? Is this kid serious? Hashtag chapter 130. Never tell a lie. Isaac stared intently at Kelvin, but saw only composure on his face. Seated opposite him, Kelvin would occasionally lift his teacup to take a sip, even spitting out a tea leaf that had slipped through. This nonchalant demeanor confirmed for Isaac that Kelvin was not joking. He truly intended to open the holy temple in 3 days. Isaac couldn't understand this. Logically, Kelvin should delay opening the holy temple as long as possible, thereby maximizing his influence. As long as he held the key to the temple, he remained indispensable. But once the temple opened, his importance would diminish significantly, and some might even turn against him. He had expected Kelvin to cite the unrest in Jinling as a reason to prolong the delay as much as possible. Yet, he had decided to open it in just 3 days, much faster than anyone had anticipated. Isaac was left speechless. Mr. Een, you really should drink green tea. This tea of yours isn't up to par, Kelvin remarked, still preferring the taste of green tea. After a few sips of Isaac's tea, he found it unappealing and put down the cup. This is the finest xuanhuan. Isaac responded, clearly displeased. It was an exceptional and extremely rare tea, of which he only had a couple of ounces. He usually wouldn't dare to drink it himself, except on special occasions. This time, out of respect for Kelvin's literary talent, he reluctantly brought it out. No wonder. The Zhongyan tea is full of fame and fortune, while green tea is fresh and elegant. You should consider changing your taste, Mr. Een. Wait a moment. I'll ask Eileen to find 2 boxes of green tea for my gifts and send them to you. Note, the term Zhongyan cha, zhuangyuan tea, is a literal translation and might not be commonly understood in English. It would be better to either provide an explanation or use a more familiar term if possible. Here, I kept it as zhuangyuan tea, but added context to make it clearer. Oh? Isaac was baffled. Why did this Bruno hold green tea in such high regard? Isaac took another sip. The flavor was indeed rich and full-bodied. Wait a moment. The real purpose of their conversation wasn't about tea. It was about opening the holy temple. Opening the holy temple will have far-reaching consequences. Are you certain you've thought this through? Isaac warned. Of course. I've always strived to be kind and cooperative. Seeing everyone eager to open the holy temple, I'm naturally willing to help. In 3 days, Jinling's peace and tranquility should meet the standards required for its opening. So, I'll gladly do it first. Kelvin's words earned him a sidelong glance from Isaac. Do you think I still see you as I did before? Do you think I can be deceived so easily by your pretense of virtue? You might not understand Jinling, so let me explain. Long ago, Jinling was the capital of the Great Xia Empire. 1,000 years ago, when the Holy Clan was destroyed, the empire moved its capital, dealing Jinling a severe blow. Matters worsened when people discovered it was cursed. Many factions were located en masse. But Jinling remained significant, being where the Holy Clan once sought to create a sacred land. Though they left, they still supported certain forces. For instance, the 4 major sects were all sponsored from outside. Besides the Roland Wangfu, Sakura College, Lantern Hanging Zone, and a few others, most other factions have ties to external supporters. To improve the translation for fluency and accuracy, apart from Roland Wangfu, Sakura College, Lantern Hanging Sect, and a few others, most other factions have connections with external backers. For consistency, Roland Wangfu and Lantern Hanging Sect should be translated as Roland Wangfu, can be Roland Wangfu if it's a proper name, but better to clarify it as Roland Wangfu on first mention. For Lantern Shengua Zone, it should consistently be Lantern Hanging Sect. So, the best version would be, apart from Roland Wangfu, Sakura College, Lantern Hanging Sect, and a few others, most other factions have connections with external backers. At this point, Isaac paused, then continued, the 3 most illustrious forces in Jinling are now in decline, especially your Suspended Lantern Sect, once the premier sect in Jinling, now? This edit ensures that the term, Suspended Lantern Sect, is consistent and accurately conveys the meaning of Shendengzhong from the original text. It also reads more naturally in English. It's about to rise again. Kelvin interjected. Hearing this, Isaac sighed. Young man, confidence is commendable, but let me make clear what you're facing. Every force in Jinling, including those who support them, has their eyes on the Holy Temple. Once you open it, you'll lose control. Worse, because you know too much, many will seek to eliminate you. So, are you still planning to open the temple in 3 days? Kelvin felt the genuine concern in Isaac's words and tried to reassure him. No one understands the Holy Temple better than I do. Isaac looked at Kelvin, his tone solemn. Do you truly understand the Holy Temple? Does it genuinely require Jinling's peace to open? Speak truthfully to me. Ah, scholars differ. Compare Patrick to Isaac. He still prefers Patrick. Since Mr. Ian has been so candid with me, I shall not withhold anything. You may think I have ulterior motives, but often it's a matter of necessity. My nature has always been sincere. From the beginning, I've never lied or deceived anyone. I do know part of the Holy Temple, and its opening does require peace in Jinling. Isaac's gaze locked onto Kelvin, who met it without flinching. Finally, Isaac nodded. Seeing this, Kelvin thought how not disingenuous he was. He simply wanted Jinling's hard-won stability to endure. To ensure absolute safety, he had to maintain this stance no matter what. Especially with Isaac's backing, it added more credibility. Then, find a suitable opportunity and reason. Link Jinling's stability to the Holy Temple, ensuring a better life for its people. While Kelvin wasn't a saint, he disliked seeing suffering around him. Who wouldn't want laughter and joy instead, improving their mood? Since you've made your decision, I won't argue further. Isaac looked deeply at Kelvin. Just remember, the Holy Temple belongs to all. Consider carefully and act prudently, for one misstep could lead to ruin. Thank you, Mr. Ian, Kelvin replied. Could you please announce for me that I will open the Holy Temple in 3 days? Agreed. Isaac accepted without scholar in imperial exams. So, top scholar T conveys the prestigious nature of the tea more clearly. Here's the revised segment with this adjustment. Mr. Ian, tea should be green tea. This one just doesn't cut it. Kelvin was accustomed to the taste of green tea. After drinking a few sips of Isaac's tea, he ultimately couldn't appreciate it and put down the teacup. This is the best top scholar tea. Isaac responded somewhat 不满地回应柳晨，这是天下一绝的茶，他也就1、2两，平时他都舍不得喝，也就是敬重柳晨的诗词，这次才肉疼地拿出来了。No wonder, top scholars are full of fame and fortune, while green tea is fresh and unworldly. Mr. Ian, you might want to change your taste. Wait, I'll have Eileen look through my gifts and pick out 2 boxes of green tea to send you. Oh? Isaac found this baffling. This kid seemed overly enamored with green tea. Isaac took another sip, but the rich flavor was still there. No, he wasn't here to discuss which tea was better, but to talk about opening the sacred temple. Opening the sacred temple has significant implications. Are you sure you've thought this through? Isaac reminded him. Please let me know if you need further adjustments, or if this meets your requirements. Shinding Sect, Hanging Lamp Sect? For consistency and clarity in English, it's better to include a descriptive translation within parentheses for the first mention. Without further context implying a need for translation, I'll stick with the transliteration, Davis. Here is a refined approach. And he wanted to see what connection King Liang had with the sacred temple. Why could King Liang open the sacred temple? Did he have ties to the sacred clan? Or was he a member of the sacred clan? Was that why he could only live in the ghost town after their annihilation? This makes the text flow more naturally while keeping the integrity of the original meaning. For consistency and accuracy, using Davis instead of King Liang would be more appropriate unless King is part of his formal title within the story's context. Therefore, here is the final adjusted segment. And he also wanted to see what connection Davis had with the sacred temple. Why could Davis open the sacred temple? Did he have ties to the sacred clan? Or was he a member of the sacred clan? Was that why he could only live in the ghost town after their annihilation? Chapter 130, Never Lies. Isaac stared intently at Kelvin, yet saw him sitting calmly opposite, occasionally lifting his teacup to sip, and spitting out a tea leaf with a click of his tongue. This nonchalant demeanor convinced Isaac that Kelvin was not joking and had indeed decided to open the Holy Temple in 3 days. Isaac didn't quite understand. Logically speaking, Kelvin should delay opening the Holy Temple as long as possible for maximum personal gain. Holding control over the temple would guarantee his irreplaceability. But once the Holy Temple opened, his influence would decrease significantly. Some might even take action against him. Initially, he thought Kelvin would cite Jinling's unrest as an excuse to indefinitely postpone opening the temple. However, he unexpectedly decided to open it in 3 days, a much faster timeline than anyone anticipated. At this moment, Isaac had no words. Mr. Ian, you should drink green tea, Kelvin commented after tasting Isaac's tea a few times, but ultimately couldn't appreciate it, putting the cup down. This is the finest xiuxian tea. Isaac retorted irritably. It was one of the world's rarities, of which he only had a couple of ounces and normally wouldn't dare consume. But out of respect for Kelvin's poetry, he had brought it out reluctantly this time. No wonder. The scholar embodies fame and glory while green tea exudes freshness and elegance. Mr. Ian, you should change your taste. Wait, I'll ask Eileen to pick 2 boxes of green tea from my collection and send them to you. Oh? Isaac felt bewildered. This kid seemed overly enamored with green tea. Isaac sipped again. The flavor was still rich and mellow. No. He realized they weren't discussing tea but rather the opening of the Holy Temple. The opening of the Holy Temple will have significant impacts. Are you sure you've thought this through? Isaac warned. Of course. I'm peace-loving and never go against the flow. Since everyone wants the temple to open, I'm happy to help. In 3 days, Jinling's tranquility should meet the standards for opening the Holy Temple, so naturally, I'll be the first to do so. Kelvin's words prompted Isaac to glance sideways at him. Do you think I still view you as I did before? As a man of honor, trying to trick me with these words? You may not know Jinling, let me explain. Jinling was once the capital of the Great Xia dynasty. However, 1,000 years ago, following the destruction of the sacred clan and the capital's relocation, Jinling suffered a great blow. Later, people discovered Jinling was under a curse, leading to the mass exodus of many forces. Yet, Jinling being Jinling, it was where the sacred clan aimed to create a sanctuary. Despite their departure, they still supported some local factions, like the 4 great sects, which were aided from outside. Besides the Roland Kingdom, Ilua Academy, and the Xinding Sect, all other major forces in Jinling are influenced by external backing. Pausing here, Isaac continued, the 3 most glorious powers in Jinling's history are now all downtrodden. Especially your Xinding Sect, once the premier sect of Jinling. Now we aim to regain our greatness. Kelvin responded. Hearing this, later, he could find a suitable opportunity and reason to link Jinling's stability with the Holy Temple, thus improving life for Jinling's residents. Though Kelvin wasn't overly compassionate, he disliked seeing widespread suffering around him. Who wouldn't want laughter and joy nearby, making life more pleasant? Since you've made up your mind, old man, I won't say more, Isaac said deeply, but remember, the Holy Temple belongs to all. Think carefully about every move. One mistake can lead to an abyss. Thank you for your guidance, Mr. Ian, Kelvin replied. Please inform everyone that in 3 days, I will open the Holy Temple. All right, Isaac agreed without further persuasion. Looking at Kelvin, he felt a bit sorry. Talented as he was, his heart lacked righteousness. But then again, how could he cultivate righteousness with such impure intentions? Leaving Isaac's place, Kelvin knew this decision would stir significant turmoil. Yet, he didn't want to wait. Firstly, he was genuinely curious about the Holy Temple. Of course, that wasn't the main reason. Mainly, Paloma kept urging him. Paloma showed no fear, but Davis behind her couldn't be underestimated. Davis had already moved. He had to respond. Failing to react might lead to unforeseen complications. Currently, he had some control over the situation. More twists would force him into another complex scenario. A big hassle. Therefore, Kelvin decided not to wait any longer. And he wanted to see what connection Davis had with the Holy Temple. Why could he open the temple? Was he related to the Sacred Clan? Or, was he part of the Sacred Clan, living hidden in Ghost Town after their annihilation? Most importantly, he discovered his frail health stemmed from Ghost Town, a serious issue. He wanted answers from Davis. Yet he didn't want to return to Ghost Town, so he planned to engage in a distance battle to extract those answers. Note: translating names into Pinyin, preserving the Chinese character's pronunciation for English readers. Hashtag chapter 131. Opening the Sacred Temple. Kelvin planned to open the Sacred Temple in 3 days. When Isaac announced this, everyone was stunned. They had prepared themselves for a battle of wits with Kelvin, expecting it would take at least a month before he agreed to open the Sacred Temple. No one anticipated that Kelvin would move so swiftly. His speed caught them completely off guard, leaving them unprepared. Some people asked to confirm whether this was true. In response, Kelvin said, "When all of you visited me, I could sense your eagerness to open the Sacred Temple. I've also accepted your gifts, so it's only right that I fulfill your expectations. Since Jinling is stable and conditions are in front of me," Kelvin said to Paloma. Humph. Paloma snorted coldly. "You're about to open the Sacred Temple. Why shouldn't I appear before you? Besides, I'm here to convey the Master's intentions to the Ox." Most importantly, she wanted to see inside the Sacred Temple. After all, it was the Sacred Temple. Who wouldn't want to enter and observe it? In all the years she had followed the Master, she hadn't been qualified to enter the Sacred Temple. Yet, now Kelvin was opening it, and once it was open, she would finally have the chance to enter. That Ox couldn't stop her. At this thought, Paloma felt a surge of excitement. What lies within the Sacred Temple? How eagerly awaited. Seeing Paloma's beautiful face break into a smile on her own, Kelvin wondered if she had gone mad. Why was she laughing alone? Kelvin didn't care much about what Paloma was thinking and quickly acted, touching her with his finger. A flame erupted from Paloma's body, and Kelvin deftly pulled it away. Instantly, Paloma's form became much more ethereal. "You're siphoning me again." Paloma glared angrily at Kelvin, grinding her teeth. Kelvin replied, "Siphoning you is nothing. I can still hit you hard. Tell me, if I strike you with a palm, sending you out of this world, will you be unable to appear for these 3 days?" Paloma stared furiously. "So remember, don't rush into things. See, you need to be present to relay the message to the Ox, right? Just thinking about it excites me. It's the Sacred Temple, the ancestral land of the revered Holy Clan. Finally, we'll get to see what's inside. Do you think, what exactly is inside?" The Holy Clan back then was shrouded in mystery. There must be countless secrets hidden within. Countless hearts raced. Even Amato, whose lineage had guarded the sacred temple for centuries, couldn't help but clench his fists tightly, overwhelmed by emotions. He also wanted to know what lay inside the sacred temple. Hoyt stood solemnly. The sacred temple was also his dream. What wonders await inside? Rumors say the sacred temple is a separate realm, containing a celestial river, stunning and capable of enlightenment. They all waited, anticipating Kelvin's arrival. When Kelvin appeared at the sacred temple, everyone stood up, focusing their gazes on him. Some even hastily stepped back to give Kelvin ample space. At this moment, Kelvin truly resembled the king of Jinling. He walked leisurely to the vortex gate and turned to shout, "Aline, Alita, Clinton, Patrick, come to my side." These words made everyone look at the four people. It made sense that Aline and Alita were chosen. They were members of Shinding's sect and Kelvin's allies. But why were Patrick and Clinton chosen? Barnabas smiled smugly, wondering how these people who begrudgingly gave gifts could gain an advantage. Valerie frowned slightly in the crowd. Last time, Patrick hid in Isaac's courtyard after being saved by Kelvin. Now, unexpectedly, Kelvin had brought him along, causing more trouble. Everyone had their own thoughts, but Kelvin paid them no mind. Instead, he focused on the vortex gate, unsure and eager to know what lay beyond it. Kelvin glanced around. Paloma, sent away, wouldn't return for another 2 or 3 days at most. So, he needed to deal with the ox within these few days. That ox must be incredibly powerful. Recalling Paloma's furious outburst before she was sent away, Kelvin realized she didn't believe he could handle the ox, especially after his telepathic duel with Davis. Well, let's see. Chapter 132, A Picturesque Paradise. Outside the Holy Temple, Kelvin walked up to the vortex gate of the Holy Temple, his gaze sweeping over everyone present. He saw that the righteous and demonic factions were standing on opposite sides, a rare moment when they coexisted without fighting. His eyes met with Gabrielle's, and Kelvin nodded subtly, signaling that he remembered their agreement. After the Holy Temple opened, he would find an excuse to be captured by her and guide her through. After acknowledging Bowen and others with a gesture, Kelvin finally turned his solemn gaze towards the vortex gate. This was an octagonal spinning array, not difficult to solve in theory. By channeling Yang Fire into the 8 positions of Qian, Zhan, Li, and Jin, the issue could be resolved. However, because it continuously spun, the timing had to be precise, and all channels had to be fed simultaneously. Kelvin knew this not because of his knowledge of formations, but due to his expertise in lamplighting. An excellent lamplighter could instantly recognize the lack of Yang Fire in this yin-yang balance, and naturally provide the necessary adjustment. Kelvin took a deep breath, gathering the Yang Fire within him. Body flames can transform into sun, moon, and stars. They reach heaven and earth, shocking even deities. Instantly, flames erupted from Kelvin's shoulders and head. 3 fiery pillars burned brightly, manifesting into existence. Everyone could clearly see these 3 flames, like bonfires in winter. They held their breath, both in awe and envy. Then, Kelvin formed a seal with his hands, and suddenly, a brush appeared. The brush began drawing symbols in the sky, each infused with the essence of Yang Fire. These symbols gradually condensed into 4 beams. "Ha!" Kelvin shouted, and the brush exploded, merging into the 4 symbols. Blazing fire surged forth and directly plunged into the vortex gate. Instantly, the vortex gate seemed ignited, halting its frenzied rotation. Flames then expanded and burned through the gate as if burning a hole through paper. This hole was now a door. "Go inside." Kelvin looked at the door appearing before him, grabbed Eve with one hand and Aline with the other. Both women felt warmth in their hands as they were pulled through the door. Patrick and Clinton stared intensely at the entrance, realizing Kelvin had already rushed inside. Reacting quickly, they yelled, "Brother Phelan, wait for us." They sprinted forward, closely following behind. Seeing this, others' expressions changed. Whoever entered first might gain an advantage, and no one wanted to miss such an opportunity. Thus, both the righteous and demonic factions moved, rushing towards the door. "Get out of my way. Let me go in first. What makes you think you're important? You dare come before me. Whoever blocks my path dies." Disputes broke out again, with everyone wishing they had 10 legs, eager to be the first to enter. Any who dared block them faced violent reactions. However, this chaos did not affect people like Hoyt. After Patrick and Clinton entered, the Grandmasters swiftly followed. Passing through the gateway, they all held their breath, anticipating what lay ahead. Stepping through felt like traveling through a spatio-temporal tunnel, and when they landed, they saw Kelvin ahead of them. Before they could take in their surroundings, they felt the fresh air, the gentle breeze carrying hints of floral and woody fragrance. The atmosphere was thick with spiritual energy, instantly calming any urgency or agitation. What dense spiritual energy? Hoyt couldn't help but exclaim. He felt his limbs yearning to open fully. This place had spiritual energy 10 times more concentrated than in Jinling. Staying here long-term would make attaining the Kaleister realm much easier. No wonder during the time of the Holy Clan, anyone who served them, regardless of how obscure, became a Grandmaster. Moving past the spiritual energy, they surveyed the surroundings. Before them lay a vision of idyllic beauty. In the center was a lake, as clear and still as a mirror, its green waters reflecting the blue sky like a pearl set in the land. To the west of the lake stood a peach orchard. Despite Jinling being in late autumn, the peach blossoms were in full bloom, covering 10 miles in pink petals dancing gently in the wind, creating a mesmerizing sight. Next to the peach orchard was an orchard with a variety of fruits, grapevines, orange trees, jujube trees, and more, a vibrant palette of colors. To the east of the lake was a countryside scene, dotted with small houses made of red tiles and blue bricks. "Everyone. The Holy Clan's residence is just there. Who wishes to explore?" Kelvin asked, turning to the many martial artists. No one responded. Kelvin pointed at the ox again. "Afraid of the ox? Then let's deal with it. Who wants to test its strength to help us handle it better?" Again, silence. Would the Holy Clan's ox be easy to defeat? Ideally, someone else should distract it while they seize the houses. Seeing this, Kelvin sighed. This isn't truly the Holy Temple yet. It's just a space created by the Holy Clan. Are we willing to stop here? Still no response. Kelvin sighed again. I know your thoughts. You want me to lead, right? Fine. Someone has to do it. Since you won't, I'll go. As he spoke, his aura surged, raging outward, covering his body as he prepared to charge towards the ox. Aline urgently called out, don't be rash. Kelvin smiled at her. I have no choice. Everyone is watching me. If I don't go, they'll force me. Seeing this, Aline glanced at the martial artists. Indeed, none contradicted him. Biting her lip, Aline said, I'll go with you? Before Kelvin could respond, a 9th-rank grandmaster from the 3 major sects interrupted, Alanis Yoon and Miss Adrian, please stay here. Furious, Aline glared at them. It was a hostage situation meant to pressure Kelvin. The lamplighter who knew the Holy Temple secrets couldn't be allowed to claim all the rewards. Kelvin understood that entering the Holy Temple meant losing. It had always been straightforward and just in the Lantern Shenga sect. Note, Shenga means hanging or suspension, but it seems there might be a character missing or a mistake. It should likely be Lantern Shenga sect, which doesn't make sense. A more plausible correction would be Lantern Shenga Zone to Lantern Shenga sect, or Lantern Shenfu sect if Shenfu is the intended word. However, without context on sect names, I'll leave it as Lantern Hanging Sect, which still is an ideal, improved version. They had thoroughly investigated Kelvin, so they knew he had always been straightforward and just in the Lantern Shenga sect. For better fluency and correctness, if Shenga is a typo or mistranslation of a sect name, it should be corrected to a proper name. Assuming Shenga is mistakenly used instead of a specific sect name, a more accurate translation would be, they had thoroughly investigated Kelvin, so they knew he had always been straightforward and just in the Lantern sect. Or, if Shenga is indeed part of the sect name in the original text, and it has a specific meaning or stylized name in English, it should be kept as is or adapted appropriately. Since the original Chinese text uses Shendengzhong, the correct translation should be, they had thoroughly investigated Kelvin, so they knew he had always been straightforward and just in the Lantern Shenga sect. To maintain accuracy and fluency. They had thoroughly investigated Kelvin, so they knew he had always been straightforward and just in the Lantern Suspended sect. Or simply, they had thoroughly investigated Kelvin, so they knew he had always been straightforward and just in the Lantern sect. Especially later on, for the sake of Jinling's people, he even revealed his ability to open the Holy Temple. When everyone thought he might stall, he acted swiftly and decisively, opening it as soon as the conditions were met. Now, forced to test the Black Ox, he did not resort to tricks but diligently fulfilled his duty. All this confirmed his sterling character. Regardless of their differing stances, everyone admired such a person deep down. Seeing him charge alone towards the Yellow Ox, some felt a twinge of shame. Aline watched as the young boy charged towards the Black Ox. She bit her lip and said coldly to the crowd, is it not shameful that all of Jinling is bullying a mere teenager? Aline's reprimand made some hang their heads in shame, while others cared only about what they could gain from the Holy Temple. Stefani murmured, I really don't understand what you're thinking. My brother knows the Holy Temple best. If he dies because of this, what if entering the real Holy Temple requires his lamplighting technique? What will you do then? Her words struck fear into the hearts of many. Yes, this place might just be a space created by the Holy Clan. Can it be considered a true Holy Temple? If the real Holy Temple requires the lamplighting technique to enter, what will you do then? Stefani turned to Aline and said, Palace Master Yun, my brother admires you so much. He always praises you in front of me, yet now you let him face danger alone. He has misjudged you. As she spoke, her eyes reflected disappointment. A glance flicked towards Hoyt. Caught off guard by Stefani's remarks, Aline forgot she was being held hostage by everyone. Her eyes reddened, and she disregarded everyone else, charging directly after Kelvin. How could Hoyt let his granddaughter rush into danger? He interjected, stay here. I will go with him to see how deep the Yellow Ox runs. With that, he used his Taoist arts, creating wind underfoot, and chased after Kelvin. Seeing Hoyt rush out, the 3 major sect leaders' faces changed. As the first strongest person in Jinling, if Hoyt took the lead, the outcome might not be favorable. Moreover, if Kelvin falls into his hands, what will happen? Considering this, the 3 major sect leaders shouted, Aline is right. The Holy Temple belongs to Jinling. How can one person shoulder all the responsibility? We should face this together. That Yellow Ox might be strong, but we are in Jinling, cursed Jinling. If we all attack together, it won't stand a chance. Indeed, there's no need for Kelvin to take all the risks alone. Gentlemen, follow me to slay the ox. The 3 major sect leaders led the charge, followed closely by their own strong subordinates. Others, seeing this, did not want to miss out and joined the fray. Charge! Countless mighty warriors surged forward, an overwhelming force. Kelvin was at the forefront when he suddenly sensed the terrifying momentum from behind. He froze momentarily, looked back, and his expression changed. Damn, why did these people come charging over? They've caught up to me, how can I keep playing along? No way, I need to speed up. Thinking this, Kelvin clenched his teeth and used the shadow step technique, unleashing a storm of spiritual energy, pushing his speed to its peak. He was so fast that faint afterimages appeared around him. Kelvin is truly a heroic youth. He shows no fear, leading the charge. Bold. If it were me, I'd hide behind others. Who would dare to charge ahead like him? Everyone praised him, admiring Kelvin even more. Thus, many warriors exerted all their efforts, rushing madly forward like rampant steeds. Hundreds of warriors, each exuding imposing auras, were filled with lethal intent. The once peaceful paradise transformed into a battlefield of death. Kelvin led the charge like a fearless king. Behind him, countless warriors followed, kicking up dust and slashing through trees and grass. Unstoppable, they aimed to slay the Yellow Ox. This collective unity moved Kelvin deeply. Seeing the Yellow Ox close at hand, Kelvin's aura swelled again. Increasing his speed, he leaped into the air, spiritual energy surging as he pounced on the ox. Brother ox, run quickly. They want to kill you. Kelvin channeled his voice using spiritual energy, transmitting it directly to the ox. Brother ox, hurry, don't just stand there. You must escape. They want to kill you. Brother ox, I'm forced to be the first to attack you, but I can't fool them for long. Escape quickly. As Kelvin spoke, his body soared through the air. His sword flashed sharply, lunging directly at the ox. The ox didn't move, but Kelvin noticed a burst of spiritual energy from himself subtly deflecting the sword, causing it to graze past the ox's left side, missing its target. Brother ox, I'll pretend to be severely injured by you. You take this opportunity to escape. Before the ox could react, a roar echoed. This time, not a transmitted voice but a thunderous shout. Watch my Dao skill. Kelvin leaped into the air again, charging towards the ox. An immense surge of spiritual energy exploded out, displaying the fury of a master. Carrying this force, Kelvin launched a ferocious attack on the ox. In the next instant, everyone saw Kelvin flying backward, spitting blood, landing at the feet of the ox. Witnessing this, all present were shocked. Such a fearsome ox, a master dispatched with such ease. They looked at Kelvin under the ox's feet, fearing he might be crushed. The Grand Masters instantly increased their speed, dashing toward the ox, unleashing their most powerful killing moves. No one held back. Kelvin, lying beneath the ox, anxiously shouted, Brother ox, did you hear me? Why are you still standing there? Run quickly. They want to kill you. The ox glanced down at the human, shaking its head. It was utterly confused. It had been peacefully grazing, enjoying its meal. Suddenly, countless people charged at it with murderous intent, which it ignored. They were mere ants, so it waited for them to come. One breath from it could knock them all down. Thus, looking at the first ant to attack, it was ready to impale it with its horns. But before it could, it heard the human shouting for it to run. Was this helping it? The ox scrutinized the human further. It sensed its master's aura on him? Impossible. Could it be the master's aura? Brother ox, run quickly. I'll hold them back for a moment. Seeing the three grandmasters and Hoyt closing in, Kelvin struggled. They were being pummeled, intense pain shooting through their heads. But the pain wasn't what worried them most. It was the smell of this black mist. How foul. Each one screamed in agony. It smelled worse than a 100-year-old pile of fermented excrement multiplied 10,000 times. So foul that none of them could resist fainting dead away. Even those as strong as Hoyt and the three Kaleisters felt a devastating impact. The stench made them feel on the verge of death, unable to withstand it and losing consciousness. Hundreds of practitioners lay scattered on the ground after being hit by this gust, sprawled everywhere. In just a few breaths, regardless of their strength, everyone was lying flat on the ground. The ox didn't seem to care and lowered its head to nibble on some more grass. Kelvin stared at this yellow ox, stunned. This was not just strong but incredibly overwhelming. F***ck. Was it really necessary for Davis to send out such a powerful ox against him? If this ox had attacked him, he wouldn't have even had the chance to resist. He'd have been flattened immediately. Brother ox, you're actually this strong? I worried for nothing. Kelvin wore an awkwardly self-satisfied smile, trying to ease the situation. The ox glanced up at Kelvin, then went back to grazing. Seeing this, Kelvin muttered internally, still such a stubborn ox. He stood up, pretending to be heavily. Only old oxen had suffered here for countless years. It thought it would be trapped here forever, never imagining the door could open. Old oxen might have a chance to leave this place. Thinking about all these lonely days, it couldn't help shedding tears. You said Master asked you to see me, but you're unwilling. What does that mean? The ox asked, slightly irritated. You could have come earlier and given me hope sooner. Kelvin sighed. Senior Davis asked me to see you, telling you to take me to a mysterious place. Brother ox, do you know which place it is? The ox glanced at Kelvin, thinking it was a foolish question. What mysterious place was there in Jinling besides the Holy Temple? And wasn't Master leaving it here precisely to guard the Holy Temple? If Master sent you to find me, where else could it be except the Holy Temple? The ox sized up Kelvin, wondering why Master held him in such high regard. Did he really choose this person to enter the Holy Temple? Seeing the ox looking haughtily aloof and silent, Kelvin sighed. Although Senior Davis didn't say explicitly, anyone can guess that he wants me to go to the Holy Temple. Haha, I'd rather die than go there. The ox looked at Kelvin, astonished. It's the Holy Temple. You dare refuse to go in? Why? The ox couldn't help asking. In those days, everyone wanted to enter the Holy Temple. Are you turning down such an opportunity? Kelvin sighed. I know entering it might offer great fortune, but, Brother Ox, involve Brother Ox. I thought with so many people against us, you'd be in danger if they got their hands on you. So I yelled for you to run, but I didn't expect you to be so powerful. Kelvin looked at the ox admiringly. Hashtag chapter 135, the Nanjing Curse. The yellow ox proudly raised his head. Of course I'm strong. I was once a king among the demon clan. Who knows how many demons and monsters I've kicked to death in the past. Even, my lord received a kick from me back then. He sighed. Unfortunately, that one kick caused trouble. He explained that kicking him required compensation for medical expenses. Initially, I refused, but he overpowered me with moral righteousness, pinning me down and demanding payment. Thus, I had no choice but to carry him to repay the debt. No wonder Paloma said that if I didn't behave, she would have people beat me into serious injury and send me directly to the destination. I didn't take it seriously at first, but now I realize she must have been talking about you, Brother Ox. It seems Ferguson Davis intended for you to beat some sense into me, Kelvin said with a bitter smile. The old ox muttered under his breath, but even his muttering sounded like a hum. Always using moral righteousness to bully the honest. Kelvin glanced sideways at the ox. You believe me already? I haven't even finished explaining yet. Now I feel you're not really going to listen to her and beat me into submission, are you? Don't worry. Considering you're a man of principles, I won't beat you, the ox responded, but thought inwardly, With your puny strength, beating you would be unnecessary. Just a puff of air from old ox would make you compliant. Kelvin breathed a sigh of relief, grateful. Thank you, brother ox. Paloma should appear within a day or two. Seeing Kelvin's relieved expression, the ox felt smug. Ah, old ox is indeed a smart ox. My lord often scolds me as stupid, but he doesn't understand my excellence. Just a bit of verbal trickery, and I've stabilized his emotions. By the way, brother ox, what happened to those people earlier? Kelvin naturally sensed they were merely unconscious and not in danger. However, he was still concerned about Eve and Aline, fearing if his perception was wrong, he might need to coax the ox into saving them. The ox glanced at Kelvin. After inhaling my poisonous mist, they should be unconscious for 2 or 3 days. What? Are you planning to take advantage of this opportunity to eliminate them? Brother ox, you jest? Kelvin chuckled awkwardly. Although they coerced me, I can't bring myself to kill so many people. I asked because some of them are my friends, also coerced. Saying that, Kelvin quickly went to move Eve, Aline, Patrick, and Clinton closer to himself. Looking at the unconscious crowd, he thought, sooner or later they will wake up. If they see me with the yellow ox, my fabricated image would crumble. Therefore, Kelvin suggested to the ox, brother ox, these people forced me to kill you, but I secretly informed you. If they find out, they won't let me, or my loved ones, off easily. Could you help hide us? The ox glanced at Kelvin. He naturally didn't want Kelvin to leave, especially since he was waiting for Paloma to bring the emblem. He pondered, this space is vast like a small world. Scattering them far apart should suffice for 2 or 3 days without seeing us. Thinking thus, the ox snorted again, releasing a stream of spiritual energy, forming a tornado that carried the unconscious cultivators far away. Seeing everyone vanish, Kelvin breathed a sigh of relief. His image was saved. However, the ox suddenly looked alarmed at himself. Dark strands clung to his body, exuding an eerie power that left even the ox terrified. Being the formidable entity he was, he tried to expel the dark strands. But like bone-eroding poison, they burrowed into his body. The ox urgently sealed his own system, isolating his internal spiritual energy from the black strands, while countless runes gushed out like a sea. Kelvin watched in awe as the ox grew immensely, towering like a mountain, its limbs thick as pillars, each step shaking the ground. Heavenly Dharma manifestation, Kelvin whispered, recalling a mystical technique. Now, the ox stood tall, its massive form teeming with countless runes swirling and crushing the black strands. The radiant runes shone brightly, emitting profound power. This scene was heart-stirring, making Kelvin realize just how terrifying this ox truly was, more fearsome than he had imagined, akin to a primordial divine ox from ancient times. In front of this beast, Kelvin felt insignificant, less than an ant. Under the onslaught of the runes, the dark strands retreated, eventually entering the ox's hooves. Once the black strands entered its hooves, the ox's heavenly Dharma manifestation disappeared, returning to its original form. However, Kelvin noticed a large abscess on the ox's left hoof, oozing pus. Heavenly withering 5 declines? The ox observed the pus-filled abscess, frowning slightly. That shouldn't happen at his current stage. A curse! The ox recalled the inexplicable and bizarre black strands that attacked even him. If he hadn't reacted swiftly, they might have invaded his spirit sea. A truly terrifying prospect. Even so, his body showed signs similar to heavenly withering 5 declines, developing an abscess just like a common ox. Hearing curse, Kelvin's heart skipped a beat. Back then, even as a demon king, he would have admitted defeat. This woman turned out to be a 9th transformation divine body. Moreover, she pursued the path of chi refinement with such a body. This was a misstep. She would never condense Tao and tint this way, spending her entire life in vain. If the shock from this woman was due to her physique, the other stunningly beautiful woman filled him with dread. Just now, what did he see? A wedding gown? KC in the purple coffin? The yellow ox blinked hard several times, but the wedding gown he had just seen completely vanished. Huh? Was it an illusion? He looked again. Indeed, no wedding gown. But that one glance earlier clearly showed her lying there in a wedding gown, just like the woman in the purple coffin. Was it an illusion caused by the curse just now? The yellow ox tried to make sense of what he saw. The sight of the woman in the wedding gown, lying as if in the purple coffin, left him deeply unsettled. Was it truly a trick of the eye caused by the curse's influence? The more he thought about it, the more perplexed and uneasy he became. Hashtag chapter 136, pressing hard. The yellow ox led the 5 of them back to a cowshed in this paradise-like hideaway. Along the way, he asked Kelvin which hut he preferred, but Kelvin naturally had no specific requests. It was then that he learned all these huts had been turned into cowsheds. According to the yellow ox, since the huts were mostly empty, he just alternated between them. Kelvin remained silent, pondering how the cultivators from Jinling, who revered the huts as sacred dwellings and sought opportunities within them, would feel knowing they were now nothing more than cowsheds. Regardless, Kelvin was swept into one of the huts by the yellow ox, and upon seeing the weeds covering the floor, he fell silent again. Never mind. For the sake of the sacred temple, I'll endure it. The yellow ox didn't notice Kelvin's disdain, his gaze occasionally drifting towards Eve. He even used Dao observation to scrutinize her, but found she was just an ordinary woman. Could it truly be a curse? He glanced down at the pus-filled sores on his hooves, still oozing. The curse possessed abilities similar to the 5 declines of celestial beings, uncovering what he feared most. After all, she was certainly his nightmare. So, earlier, due to the influence of the 5 declines, fear overcame him, making him see this woman as her. At his level, hallucinations without cause were unlikely. He examined her again thoroughly and found nothing unusual. It must have been caused by the fear induced by the 5 declines. Indeed, how could this young girl be related to her? She was confined in a purple coffin. If it were her, the entire world would be shaken. Would she have let herself be knocked out here? What a terrifying curse this is. What changes have occurred in Jinling? Why did such a curse exist in the former sanctuary? The yellow ox questioned Kelvin, but Kelvin had no clue. However, Kelvin used this topic to lament that even the Holy Clan couldn't protect Jinling. He emphatically stated he would never go to the sacred temple, while flattering the yellow ox and trying to become friends. He also recounted his miseries to gain sympathy. The yellow ox, with a haughty tilt of his head, observed the pleading boy. This kid is too young. Do you know what kind of ox I am? Your flattery is too shallow, lacking any finesse. Any experienced person can see through your intentions. And my heart is as hard as a rock. How can your pitiful stories move me? Sighing, he thought Kelvin was a simple and honest child, completely unworldly. But indeed, if he understood human nature better, he wouldn't trust him so easily. The yellow ox only promised not to listen to Paloma, yet Kelvin rejoiced, thinking he gained his sympathy and treated him even more diligently. Paloma, who is she to be listened to? He listens only to Davis. Their master once loved teaching people. The old ox had learned well from him, and was now teaching this lad about the dangers of the world. Master would surely praise him for growing fast. The yellow ox felt quite pleased with himself. Kelvin searched around this space, especially the small huts. But all he found were cow sheets. There was nothing else. This disappointed him greatly. Apart from after his inspection. To confirm his findings, he checked again. Finally, his conclusion was, well, yes, indeed, very soft. Turning to the yellow ox, Kelvin asked, are there any drawbacks to the 9-revolution divine body? How can the bottleneck be resolved? You can't solve it. The yellow ox cast a glance at Kelvin, chewing his grass indifferently. After examining her body, not helping her resolve the issue seemed highly immoral. Brother Ox, please tell me, Kelvin urged. If I can't help her now, what if I have the ability in the future? The yellow ox looked at Kelvin and said, I have the ability to solve it. Kelvin struggled to maintain a smile. Damn, it's only because he can't fight this stubborn ox. The yellow ox glanced at the festering sores on his hooves and said, wait, I need to think about how to solve it. Recently, he had been contemplating the curse and the divine body, fearing its return. Most importantly, everything depended on meeting Paloma first. Once confirmed Kelvin spoke the truth, then they'd be considered allies. Otherwise, why should he help? Paloma arrived quickly, appearing before the yellow ox the next day. Seeing him, she was elated and presented a talisman before him. It shimmered with golden light, depicting an ox with the character, order, imprinted on its forehead. Recalling being sent away by Kelvin, Paloma gnashed her teeth in anger. Senior crew, I'm Paloma. Our master instructed me to ask you to do something. Here is the token proving it. Seeing the token, the yellow ox felt Paloma, snatched the talisman, and slapped her across the chest, sending her away once more. It's about time to confirm what he said. Tanya shouldn't be allowed to stay any longer. If she stays, she might say too much and expose everything. Chapter 137. Entering the Sacred Temple. Tanya was once again expelled from the mortal realm, gnashing her teeth in hatred. This bastard truly showed no mercy towards her. But it didn't matter. This time, she would definitely return. When that happened, he wouldn't be able to act so arrogantly. She would slowly deal with him as she wished. Now, she understood his plan. He entered first to deceive the crew into trusting him, then attempted to seize her talisman to control the crew for safety. However, their lord had long seen through him and knew he wasn't a good person. Knowing I couldn't handle you, how could they not have thought of this? So, the talisman is intangible and bound to me. It cannot be taken away. So, his clever scheme is useless. Even if the crew is deceived temporarily, once he sees the talisman, he will certainly change his attitude. Even if he doesn't change his attitude, it's fine. You beat me out of the mortal realm this time, but I will still appear. At that time, I can directly command the crew using the talisman. This time, there's no escape for you. Can you possibly contend with the Lord? Tanya dissipated, and the talisman held by Kelvin gradually crumbled into specks of starlight. Seeing this, though Kelvin felt regretful, he wasn't overly concerned. He had merely snatched the talisman on reflex when he saw that it seemed valuable. Now that he and Davis had both made their moves, all that remained was up to the crew. Sigh. I hope brother crew won't be too loyal. Really, don't be an ox who defies its master. He sincerely hoped that the crew would be absolutely loyal to Davis. He really wanted to enter the sacred temple. Sigh. You always force me, completely disregarding my wishes. Kelvin muttered as he looked in the direction Tanya disappeared. The crew sighed in relief, seeing the talisman dissipate in Kelvin's hand. Otherwise, it would have been awkward if this guy used the talisman to prevent him from sending Kelvin to the sacred temple. Fortunately, the talisman dissipated. Lord, maybe it's for your own good, the crew said softly to Kelvin. Kelvin suddenly turned, looking at the crew in disbelief. Brother Ox, what are you saying? You promised me. The crew nodded. Yes, I did promise not to beat you, but I never said I wouldn't send you to the sacred temple. Kelvin stared at the crew with disbelief and despair. The crew looked at him with a face full of joy and excitement. Is this the pleasure of intellectual dominance? No wonder our Lord Temple, the ruler and talisman belong to these two. But who is the recipient of the pure blood? Using pure blood to assist a 9th transformation divine body, isn't that a bit excessive? A 9th transformation body isn't much worse than pure blood. Is it necessary to further enhance it with pure blood? The crew mumbled, thinking about the Lord's generosity. It didn't seem strange. Well, since he chose them, let it be wasted if it must. I'll finish the task and gain my freedom sooner. Thinking this, the crew blew, and from its forehead emerged a talisman inscribed with a ruler and lightning, landing on Patrick and Clinton. Their bodies gradually became ethereal, disappearing before the crew. Finally, Aline appeared before the crew. No talisman appeared on its forehead this time, but instead, a drop of golden blood appeared on its horn. This drop of golden blood radiated only golden light without any detectable energy, but its appearance made the crew's eyes glow fiercely. It almost wanted to swallow it directly. This was a supreme treasure, something every martial artist aspired to. Years ago, Davis implanted this drop of pure blood in its horn. Though it Chapter 138, Davis's mental breakdown. Inside the blood cocoon, the pure blood revived Aline, who had been knocked unconscious by the Black Bull's dark aura. Greeting her sight was a vivid crimson scene. Confused about her whereabouts, she soon realized that something was amiss with her condition. As a chi cultivator, she felt an extraordinary surge of blood energy within her. Although not clearly perceptible, it gave her an illusion that with one hand she could lift a cauldron and her blood energy wouldn't be weaker than that of a martial arts master. Illusion? This feeling left a puzzled expression on Aline's radiant face. Immersing her consciousness into her body, she discovered a drop of golden blood residing in her blood sea. When did my blood sea open? And what is this? Aline wondered, baffled. Only martial artists could open their blood sea. As an ancient path chi cultivator, she had opened chi seas and spirit seas. Her consciousness touched the golden blood, which instantly emitted rolling waves of blood energy, continuously seeping into her limbs and bones, bringing back the sensation of immense power. What was more unbelievable was, as the blood energy permeated her body seemed to respond with the emergence of runes. These runes were profound and mysterious, appearing like spring bamboo shoots, endlessly sprouting and then spinning irregularly with it entered. She believed it could only be him. Similarly, Patrick and Clinton also had similar thoughts. Patrick stared straight-eyed at the ruler before him. As a scholar, how could he not know what this was? A righteous ruler. Years ago, a genius from the Holy Clan originally possessed formidable chi cultivation skills but found it boring and chose to nullify his Dao achievements. His life's Dao strength was condensed into a ruler. At first, it wasn't called the righteous ruler. After discarding his Dao, this Holy Clan genius tried various hobbies and careers and finally said, all professions are lowly except scholarship. Thus, he became a scholar, stating, reading enlightens the will, oneself, and the Dao. The world didn't pay much attention until they saw him manifest laws with his words. Scholars sought his teachings, and he shared his knowledge generously. Thus, scholars, once mocked by cultivators, now had their own unique path distinct from others. People revered the special power derived from reading as righteous chi. The ruler transformed into a measuring rod that countless scholars experienced. Now, it was right before him. Patrick trembled, involuntarily using his own righteous chi to connect with the ruler. Compared to the righteous ruler, his righteous chi was like a drop in the ocean. Yet, this tiny amount triggered the righteous ruler. It turned into light, merging directly into Patrick's forehead. Instantly, Patrick felt his righteous chi expand to a terrifying level. Even a master would see their Dao achievements and spiritual energy dissipate at his command. Sensing the righteous ruler in his forehead, immense joy caused Patrick to collapse. The righteous ruler was his. What a heavenly fortune. In the past, he would have dared not dream of it. For scholars, could there be a greater opportunity than this? Patrick was teary-eyed. Is this the opportunity Brother Phelan wants to give me? Initially, he wasn't very interested in coming to the Holy Temple. A scholar entangled in the disputes of the Holy Temple could easily be killed. Moreover, he had once faced persecution from a master. But, Brother Phelan insisted he come. At that time, he only complied due to brotherhood, unwillingly and begrudgingly. Only now did he realize what Brother Phelan truly offered him. Sobbing quietly, Clinton was similarly shocked at what he saw. A purple rune hovered before him. As a spellcaster, he naturally knew what this rune was. He had read about it in ancient texts. How the Holy Clan spent countless years exploring the heavens above, capturing celestial lightning to create a rune. Many of the Holy Clan's top warriors suffered because of this project. This rune, known as the Celestial Thunder Rune, granted control over all lightning. And this rune was actually here, in the Holy Temple. The rune glowed purple, seemingly harmless. But he knew how terrifying it was. Bam! A faint sound. The rune floated to Clinton, merging into his forehead. Clinton felt his body go numb, as if myriad currents were coursing through it, uncomfortable yet recognizing the significance. The Celestial Thunder Rune has merged with me. Without sensing, Clinton knew his realm had terrifyingly advanced. Brother Phelan. Clinton clenched his fists, wanting to rush to Kelvin immediately. What was brotherhood? This was brotherhood. Such a supreme treasure, given without hesitation. Clinton didn't think otherwise. When Kelvin asked him to follow, he mentioned knowing the Holy Temple well and promised them opportunities. But he never dreamed the opportunity would be this. At this moment, Kelvin was unaware that everyone except Eve had been clearly arranged by the Yellow Bull. He was at the center of the Holy Temple, inside a shrine. Walking in, the shrine appeared ordinary, similar to ancient shrines he had seen on Earth. There were incense burners and memorial tablets, around 100, as Kelvin roughly counted. These are the tablets of Holy Clan members? Kelvin glanced at the incense burner and picked up 3 sticks, igniting them with Dao techniques and lighting them. Respecting the Holy Clan, he bowed 3 times, inserting the incense into the burner. Instantly after placing the incense, Ghost Town, Davis, who had been lounging under a tree, suddenly stood up, disbelief on his face. Likewise, the butcher in West Market, the bookseller in East Courtyard, the beautiful innkeeper in West Alley, and the destitute painter in South Lane. Many looked up at the sky in shock, as if 3 wisps of fragrance were floating towards them. Chapter 139, Coercing Davis. Davis stared at the 3 wafting wisps of incense that faintly appeared in the air. He was utterly stupefied. How did the sacred temple open? What was Crew doing? Who allowed it to open the temple without his command? Ephraim? Davis quickly realized that Crew would never act rashly on this matter. This situation must be related to Ephraim since he had just sent Tanya to find Crew. Davis formed a hand seal and used a secret technique to summon Tanya. Responding to Davis's call, Tanya soon appeared before him. Looking at the seductive and gorgeous woman, Davis urgently asked, "Did you see Crew? What happened?" Tanya looked puzzled at Davis. What was wrong with Lord? Why wasn't he as calm as usual? I saw him, and I presented the talisman, requesting senior crew to bring him here, Tanya said proudly. Despite the difficulties, her mission was ultimately accomplished. Boom. After confirming Tanya's words, Davis felt a thunderclap in his mind. If Tanya used the talisman to meet crew, then the 3 wafts of incense could not be mistaken. It was indeed the opening of the sacred temple. There was an agreement long ago that only the presence of the talisman could prove his orders. No one else was allowed to enter the temple otherwise. But he merely instructed crew to beat up Ephraim and let Tanya bring him back. How did this go wrong? He arranged for crew precisely to ensure everything went smoothly. Even if Ephraim were cunning, crew could annihilate him instantly. Before absolute power, how useful is deceit? But could even this go wrong? Unable to resist, Davis asked Tanya for details. After hearing everything, Davis fell silent. He no longer had any doubts. It was definitely that rascal Ephraim who entered the sacred temple. Damn. He underestimated the cunning and shamelessness of that boy. Could he really turn the tables against absolute power? Davis felt utterly betrayed. Inside, he was about to break down. The sacred temple wasn't a place for anyone to enter casually. Damn it. He was in deep trouble now. Lord, what's going on? Is there a problem? Tanya looked at Davis in confusion. He was always omnipotent in her eyes. Why did he look so distraught? Davis glanced at Tanya, particularly noticing her ample chest, which he often thought lacked intelligence. He couldn't help but recall Ephraim's comments. Women with big chests and no brains are the most popular. Let her follow me. At first, Davis hadn't taken it seriously. Now he realized that Ephraim had harbored ulterior motives all along. Seeing Tanya still bewildered, Davis sighed and quietly said, "Did you tell crew where to send him?" Didn't mention. So, what if Ephraim claimed the destination was the sacred temple? Tanya froze, staring disbelievingly at Davis. After a moment, she clung to a slim hope. Senior crew wouldn't be so easily deceived, right? It's the sacred temple after all. How could it be so careless? You showed the talisman to verify Ephraim, Davis said calmly. Do you think that Ox is very smart? Seeing the token, no wonder Ephraim is already in the sacred temple. Damn, why do I have such idiots around me? Davis felt mentally exhausted and wanted to flee. Damn it. With the sacred temple opened, he was in serious trouble. Just thinking about it made him feel like exploding. Sure enough, voices echoed in his ears. Davis, give us an explanation immediately. He could hear suppressed anger and dissatisfaction in the steam. The painter pulled out a brush, everyone watching Davis with unfriendly gazes. Watching this scene, Davis wished he could boil crew alive. He could only grit his teeth and say, the one who entered the sacred temple might be Ephraim. But, I assure you, it was not my order. It's all because the cunning Ephraim deceived crew. The crowd ignored his explanations, their gazes becoming more hostile. Who allowed you to choose Ephraim? It was agreed long ago that selecting the sacred temple guardian requires collective discussion. You didn't even inform us and chose him directly. What do you plan to do? Yes, we've chosen several successors for the town, all still under observation. Ephraim has been in town for such a short time, shorter than anyone else. Why choose him? Old Actong, you've gone too far. The sacred temple isn't your personal shrine, yet you decide alone. Do you respect us at all? Old Actong, you've disappointed me. Everyone condemned Davis fiercely, leaving him awkward and humiliated under the tree. He wished he could drag Ephraim out and kill him. Damn it. When has he ever suffered such humiliation? Davis knew the sacred temple matter was crucial and deeply cared about by everyone. Suddenly realizing that years of preparation had collapsed, they naturally weren't calm. In fact, Davis felt incredibly aggrieved as well. He didn't want Ephraim to enter either. Whoever entered the sacred temple had not been refined Davis they knew. Where did he learn such unscrupulous behavior? Their rage simmered down, leaving an uneasy silence. Seeing that the crowd finally stopped berating him, Davis breathed a sigh of relief. He never thought he would resort to Kelvin's tactics one day, but surprisingly, they worked pretty well. The incident at the sacred temple was unexpected. It was all because Kelvin tricked his way in, Davis explained. Upon hearing the details, the crowd fell silent in disbelief. Everyone naturally knew Kelvin. Smart, diligent, charming, often praising others, and quite likable in the town. But a good kid like him actually did something so despicable? In the town, I often wanted to punish him, but every time he hit at your place, you protected him. Now you see how cunning he truly is. Davis scoffed. No one replied. Yes, they could tell Kelvin was somewhat cunning, but he was just a young boy. How much mischief could he really cause? They themselves used to be crafty as kids too. It was all harmless. Every time you wanted to discipline him over petty matters, who wouldn't feel sorry for him? Protecting him was only natural. They never imagined such a polite teenager could be so cunning. The butcher put away his cleaver. He had been the one most protective of Kelvin and asked grimly, since he has entered the temple hall, how should we handle this? We can't appear in the sacred temple, so what can we do? We can only leave it to fate, the artist complained bitterly. Silence fell again. Indeed, what could they do knowing this? They were powerless. The bookseller sighed at that moment. We've chosen many geniuses to come to this town, hoping to select someone for the sacred temple, yet we never reached an agreement. Never thought he'd beat us to it. Kelvin, among these people, he's probably the worst one. The last person who came to town was Bowden, a top genius whose talent far surpasses his. Hearing this, everyone felt even more frustrated, their faces turning grim once more. Seeing this, Davis softly said, there is one thing about him that's different from others, and that might make him the person we're looking for. This single sentence plunged everyone back into silence. Monique asked, is it certain yet? Just similar, but not confirmed. Old Actong, can you determine if it's him? Davis responded, given my current state, I can't be 100% sure, but I'm 60 to 70% certain. Do you know why I say he's cunning? Because whenever I seek answers, that boy can avoid them. Davis was inexperienced in this field, and this special environment easily led to false conclusions, especially with the boy's unusual circumstances, making confirmation even more challenging. He continued, everyone who comes to the town is a genius. But why haven't we agreed? Perhaps subconsciously, we all believe that outsiders shouldn't enter the temple hall. They exchanged glances, reluctant to admit it, but having to acknowledge that they might indeed harbor this subconscious bias. So, could Kelvin be the one they were looking for? Even if he is, what does his talent mean? And, the boy boldly chose the Tai Chu Ju cultivation method. His ignorance and recklessness led him to a dead end. At this point, everyone admired Kelvin's audacity and foolishness. When Kelvin first came to the town, they let him choose suitable cultivation methods. Instead of choosing what suited him, he asked everyone which method was the best, coolest, and most extraordinary in the town. Naturally, the Tai Chu Ju topped the list, so they told him honestly. Then, he eagerly picked the Tai Chu Ju before they could even react. Normally, they would provide extensive preparation before letting newcomers choose cultivation methods to ensure the most suitable one. Only the most suitable choice would be the most powerful. Afterward, everyone pitted him. He remarked, if I'm going to cultivate, of course I'd choose the best one. What's wrong with that? Everyone was speechless. How do you explain things to an ignorant brat? Didn't this boy realize why no one else chose the Tai Chu Ju? Cultivation path fraught with heavenly retribution. How high could one reach? Chapter 141. All Good Sisters. Kelvin naturally didn't know that entering the holy temple would cause the entire town to blame Davis. Of course, if he had known it would turn out this way, he would be even happier right now. At this moment, after offering incense, his gaze fell on a sword beside the incense burner. The sword was less than 4 feet long, pitch black all over as if made of black iron. It wasn't sharpened and didn't have an appealing exterior. However, the appearance of such a sword in the holy temple, especially in front of numerous spirit tablets, made it extremely captivating. If it weren't special, it wouldn't be placed on the altar of the holy temple. Therefore, Kelvin reached out to pick it up, curious about its uniqueness. The moment his hand touched the sword, it felt like the surrounding space exploded. Then he found himself transported into a world of swords. He had no idea where he was. Everywhere he looked, broken swords were densely scattered by the tens of thousands, too numerous to count. As Kelvin arrived, these lifeless swords seemed to come alive, trembling wildly. In an instant, sword chi filled the space, with countless broken swords rising from the ground. Brilliant sword lights turned the world into one of swords, with myriad kinds of swords galloping across the sky. Only where Kelvin stood remained eerily calm. He watched the swirling sword chi around him, his expression changing. Each strand of sword chi was enough to easily tear him apart, displaying unparalleled sharpness. This is a world within the sword. Kelvin dared not move, fearing that any movement would cause the sword chi and sword intent to strip him alive, turning him into human sashimi. However, he didn't realize that since he entered the holy temple, certain events weren't under his control. One of the broken swords trembled to its limit, and the sword intent lingering on it completely unleashed itself, forming a rainbow-like light that shot straight at Kelvin. Kelvin was startled, wanting to retreat, but at such speed, how could he? The sword intent instantly pierced into his body. To his surprise, it didn't harm him but instead went straight into his chi-si. Sensing the fierce sword intent residing in his chi-si, Kelvin was momentarily stunned, then understood. The fortune of the holy temple? Touching this sword allows me to inherit its sword intent. But with myriad sword intents here, how many can I inherit? While pondering this, another wave of sword chi surged towards him, the sword intent diving directly into his chi-si and settling there. This was just the beginning. The next second, streams of sword intent, like flowing light, continuously merged into Kelvin's chi-si. There were those that were fiercely sharp, others with hidden strength, some burning hot, others ice cold, and ones that were straightforward or deviously cunning. Myriad sword intents, each with unique attributes, flooded into Kelvin's chi-si. Kelvin's body became like a tomb of swords, countless sword intents burying themselves into him. His mortal flesh transformed as if he himself were a sword containing myriad sword intents. Ghost Town. Davis and others looked up at 3 incense sticks which had been sliced as if by a sword, cutting off a layer. That kid has entered the sword graveyard. The sword graveyard belonged to the sword pavilion. The sword pavilion was the holy land for all swordsmen. Even the progenitors of the holy clan once studied swordsmanship under the sword pavilion. Yet, despite its power, the sword pavilion ultimately met its downfall. The sword on the altar was the torch of the sword pavilion, and thus, also of the holy clan. During the battle that led to the fall of the sword pavilion, thousands of swordsmen participated, shocking the heavens. That battle was filled with boundless sword intent, leading to the demise of countless sword pavilion disciples. This spark of life came from that final battle, during which every swordsman left behind their own strand of sword intent, converging into the sword of the sword pavilion. Simultaneously, the progenitor of the holy clan left his sword intent within it, and used supreme secret techniques to create a world within the sword for the purpose of inheritance. Possessing this sword meant inheriting all sword intents of the world. With such sword intent support, all swordsmanship skills were within reach. This was one of the legacies left by the holy clan. In the world's martial arts, swordsmanship was always among the best. For instance, the sword pavilion's sword control technique was unmatched. However, gaining this inheritance wasn't easy. The owners of these sword intents came from different backgrounds, practiced different cultivation methods, and had varied mindsets, leading to different expressions of swordsmanship and distinct sword intents. Their sword intents ranged from righteous to evil, wealthy to poor, cold to hot, and Ian to Philip. Only a heart full of love and tolerance could allow these varied sword intents to coexist. This was one of the ideals of the holy clan's progenitor. Only those who love all can truly love the world. Yet everyone has preferences. Some favor wealth and righteousness while rejecting meanness, deviousness, and poverty. Thus, the various sword intents in the body naturally resisted each other based on one's mindset. Any resistance would hurt both the person and the sword intent, making it impossible for them to coexist in the Qi Si. We cannot achieve that kind of mindset, let alone that kid with so many ulterior motives. Initially enraged, the group now seemed more relaxed. Entering the holy temple didn't guarantee acquiring the sword. Hence it wasn't entirely unacceptable. However, immediately after the butcher spoke, everyone glared at him. He was always a jinx. The 3 incense sticks began drifting again, signifying that the sword had stopped emitting sword Qi. Why did the sword stop emitting sword Qi? Because all the sword intents had entered his Qi Si. He's a man of great love? The butcher stared wide-eyed. Though this kid spoke nicely, he clearly favored wealth and richness, choosing only the best. Even when eating meat here, he insisted on lean cuts, refusing any fatty part. Unaware of Davis's slander, Kelvin allowed the sword intents to flood his body, a smile spreading across his face. Regarding cultivation, he had always done things haphazardly. Without the ingrained belief that the most suitable method is the best, he aimed for the strongest, the best, and the most. Now that sword Qi had entered his body, this was perfect. Why choose? Regardless of what type of sword intent, he wanted it all. As for the sinister sword intents, they might feel uncomfortable in the Qi Si, sometimes causing a chill. But so what? Sword intents were like beautiful women. If he could love seemingly virtuous but duplicitous types, why not those with a darker nature? Look at Eve. She turned out great. Note, liucha is a Chinese term often used to describe someone, usually a woman, who pretends to be innocent and virtuous but is actually calculating and deceitful. In the context of the original text, I translated it as seemingly virtuous but duplicitous types to better convey its meaning in English. What about the chill? After conquering an aloof ice queen, they become passionately warm. Once tamed, they were all good sisters. Hashtag chapter 142, successfully obtaining the sword. That kid, perhaps, he truly has a benevolent heart. Davis remarked slowly as he watched Arthur accept the endless sword intent without resistance. Huh. The crowd looked at Davis with confusion. Davis recounted what Tanya had told him. They learned that Arthur had used the pretext of securing peace for Jinling to open the holy temple and become the uncrowned king of Jinling. Everyone was speechless, fully aware of how cunning this Bruno was. Cunning or not, doesn't he still have Jinling's people in mind? This is his way of protecting them, even if it's not entirely above board, the Tisha murmured. The group fell silent. They didn't know what to say. Such tactics were beyond what any of them would have thought up. Arthur's disposition, which previously many would have disliked due to its lack of gentlemanly qualities, now made sense after all they'd been traversing and stirring up chaos within his sea of Qi, almost threatening to explode within it. When sword intent enters the body, it will confront Arthur's Tao intent head-on, displaying an all-or-nothing attitude. Countless sword intents are incredibly fearsome. Can Arthur still uphold his own beliefs? If he abandons his Tao intent to gain the sword intent, it means he dares not adhere to his own faith, causing his condensed Tao intent to naturally dissipate, and the sword won't acknowledge him. But if he chooses to resist with all his might, the sword intent will erode Arthur's Tao intent until only a single thread remains. To counter, Arthur must harness his essence, Qi, and spirit to integrate with his Tao intent, unleashing maximum power. If the Tao intent is completely eroded, it signifies the destruction of the Qi aspect of his essence, representing death. In this situation, only those fearless of death can persevere. The artist explained the next steps the sword would take. Regardless of his choice, if he feared death, he wouldn't pass. Arthur now faced this very situation. Myriad sword intents surged into his sea of Qi, raging wildly within, specifically targeting his Tao intent, like 2 tigers on the same mountain. Seeing this, Arthur chose to tactically withdraw, letting the storm pass. To him, each sword intent seemed like a beautiful woman. If you want to win someone's heart, don't you first have to tolerate her temper? As for anything that irritates you, deal with it after sleeping together. Sometimes during sleep too. Give her a good scolding to reflect. So, when the sword ending is lost. But Arthur, unfamiliar with such conventions, dared to act without pressure, remaining exceptionally calm. Indeed, he possessed the composure to remain unperturbed even if Mount Tai collapsed before him. This was the temperament most admired by the ancestor who left this sword behind. Therefore, the sword intent in Arthur's sea of Qi calmed down. As it quieted, each strand began to merge. Finally, within Arthur's sea of Qi, a small sword pill emerged. This sword pill rested quietly at the center of his sea of Qi, emitting a peaceful sword intent that nurtured Arthur's sea of Qi. Under this nurturing, his sea of Qi began to expand anew. However, Arthur didn't pay much attention to this. His mind now fully immersed within the sword pill, he felt the vast expanse of sword intent contained within. Such a burst of sword intent was unimaginably terrifying. Is this the Holy Temple's destiny? Although Arthur wasn't yet fully aware of what this sword pill represented, the boundless sword intent within it alone signified a supreme opportunity. Yeah, thinking of Tanya. Yeah, crew works too. Ask this sword pill, what is it for? Sensing the sword intent had settled within him, Arthur scanned his surroundings again. All he saw were broken swords, but these now appeared lifeless, as if their essence had been completely drained. One by one, these swords crumbled into dust under Arthur's gaze, vanishing completely. As the swords disappeared, so did this space, beginning to collapse. Arthur reappeared before the altar in the Holy Temple. His hand still retained the pose from moments ago, touching the hilt of the sword. Arthur reached out, grasped the sword, and it fit into his hands effortlessly, merging with him as if weightless. In his sea of Qi, the sword pill vibrated as the sword trembled, merging into his sea of Qi and integrating with the sword pill. About time, that kid should have failed. The Ned, watching the 3 incense sticks, said aloud. Just then, Davis and the others stared wide-eyed as the 3 incense sticks vanished. Ned, shut up! The attractive madam glared at the Ned angrily. He was the one cursed, right? Otherwise, why would he speak so ominously? Davis and the others now wore grim expressions. They had hoped there was still a chance to rectify their mistake. But that kid actually obtained the sword. Was he fearless of death? Chapter 143, All or Nothing. The surroundings fell into a deathly silence. For a moment, no one knew what to say. They had initially clung to the hope that Kelvin would not obtain the sword, breathing a sigh of relief for it. But which he now possesses, and it can't be altered. Everyone nodded in agreement. The sword intent fusing with him, how could it be changed? Even if they had the power to forcibly strip it, the sword might not recognize them. And without recognition, it meant the powerful inheritance would be lost. Who would accept such loss? Moreover, they were trapped here, lacking the ability to strip it away. What a pity that such powerful inheritance ends up in his hands. Ah, if only he didn't cultivate the Taichu decisive. Perhaps, through this inheritance, he could become a supreme powerhouse in the world. Forget about it, don't dwell on this. Another problem is, this sword isn't just an inheritance, it symbolizes the holy race's authority, its political legacy centered around him. Yes, my yellow ox, my azure phoenix, the butcher's nine-headed lion, the painter's unicorn black smoky beast. Years ago, we banished them, providing a backup plan for each. Initially, it was planned for our chosen one to obtain this sword and control them via the sword. Now, the controlling and commanding seals remain within the sword. Also, those hidden bases and sleeper agents scattered everywhere, they all recognize the sword as master. How should we handle these issues? We can't let Kelvin gain control, can we? Upon hearing this, Davis also felt the headache. Despite the holy race's destruction, its political legacy remained formidable. Uniting these forces would shake the world thrice. Yet, lacking the means and strength, how could they possess such power? This was the holy race's last political legacy, which must not be lost and cannot be used unless absolutely necessary. Even when the holy race perished, they didn't employ it. Now, how could they casually hand it over to anyone? With the sword in his hands, there's little we can do. We can only keep it hidden from him. Without knowing, Kelvin won't misuse the authority. What else can we do? Only this way, someone grumbled. I will inform Tanya to notify the yellow ox, letting it help confuse Kelvin while keeping an eye on him. Any slight changes, she'll inform us, so we can respond accordingly. This remark made the proprietress chuckle sarcastically. Your stupid ox? Don't let it get sold again. Davis looked awkward, staring at her. Or shall I send your azure phoenix to him? But given that Bruno's cunning, he'd suspect immediately. The beautiful woman remarked, you mentioned his cunning. With that sword, he'll eventually encounter our hidden bases. After too many encounters, he'll realize something is amiss. How long can we hide it? For as long as possible. If we can't hide it, then we proceed to Plan B. Plan B? Everyone asked. Davis replied, we can't afford to make mistakes. Kelvin disrupted our plans entirely. Thus, we need to restrict him. How? The sword represents authority, but not exclusively. Davis looked at everyone. With everyone's effort, we can replicate talismans, turning these into symbols of authority. Everyone paused, looking at Davis. What are you planning? These past years, the town has nurtured several people. We've always been indecisive about choosing someone for the holy temple. This time, Kelvin beat us to it. I'm thinking, sometimes hesitation isn't necessary. Why not give the authority to them all, allowing them to grow? From them, choose the one with the strongest means and abilities. Let him obtain everything. You want to foster competition? The beautiful woman frowned. She disliked this method. Fostering competition means self-destruction. I don't want them to destroy each other. It's just a way to offset the negative effects of Kelvin's sword. But the sword is unique. Even if we create authority, it pales before the sword. If their methods and abilities are inferior, the sword's high authority means nothing. Everything relies on strength to win hearts. Hearing Davis's words, everyone fell silent. His idea was radical. In the past, to protect the successor brought into the town, they required them to be low profile. Following Davis's thoughts, it was about sending them into the world to compete, to fight, to prove themselves. Even unleashing the holy race's political legacy to aid them in their worldly struggles. Of course, though he forbade direct conflict among disciples, covert disputes were inevitable. Otherwise, they'd be eliminated. Do you understand the consequences? Someone asked after a long silence. Davis sighed. We can't always shelter them. We can't keep hoping and expecting without action. But throwing them completely into the world, applying such strong medicine, can they really bear it? Then, watch Kelvin become the spokesperson of the holy race. If he truly has the capability, I wouldn't argue. But he's not even an immortal yet, cultivating Taichu decisive. Left unchecked, he'll die eventually. Can you watch him die? Everyone was silent. Although they didn't want Kelvin to get the sword, they disliked seeing him dead even more, especially if he held that identity. Having them emerge together can share some danger and pressure from Kelvin. That sword also carries the karmic debt of the holy race. Even if he integrates all forces under authority, can he bear the karma? Everyone exchanged glances, still wary of Davis's radical proposal. This move was undoubtedly all or nothing. Chapter 144, Sword Riding Technique. This matter still requires careful consideration. That's right. The Holy Clan left behind these political legacies. We cannot squander them casually. The world is too dangerous. If we let them come into the world, they might not be able to handle it. After all, they were raised in the town. Old Actong, don't be too hasty. Think about it again. In the end, everyone persuaded Davis, as this was a significant matter. They wanted to protect their last possessions. Seeing that no one agreed, Old Actong grew somewhat impatient. You just don't know how cunning that boy is. Your hesitation might give him an opportunity. By the time you realize it, he might already be commanding everything with that sword. Then, you won't be able to divide his power. At that point, all hopes will depend on him. What will you do then? We can only wait for death. Old Actong felt very helpless. Often, it's like this. When decisive action isn't taken, confusion ensues. What business fears most is red tape. It consumes time and opportunities. However, this wasn't something he could decide alone. To distribute that boy's power, they would need to act simultaneously to create a power like that sword. Kelvin didn't know the commotion in the town caused by him. Of course, even if he did, he wouldn't care. He didn't want to go back to the town anyway. At this moment, he was captivated by the sword rack. Earlier, he had been focused on the sword and hadn't noticed a book under the rack. Kelvin lifted the sword rack and pulled out the book. The cover of the book wasn't paper or leather but something else, soft and thin to the touch, with 3 words written in flowing calligraphy. Sword riding technique. Kelvin's heart quivered. Though he had only recently entered the cultivation path, he knew what the sword riding technique was. Dao techniques have different levels: heaven, earth, mystic, and yellow. However, the sword riding technique doesn't fall under Dao techniques. It belongs to the category of divine powers. Dao techniques are on the skill level, while divine powers are on the Dao level. All divine powers are derived from some great Dao and contain special wonders. For example, turning stones into gold, making a drop of water into a lake, or walking through walls invisibly. Of course, this doesn't mean Dao techniques are inferior to divine powers. Dao techniques specialize in particular skills. Most Dao techniques focus on offense. In terms of offensive power, some divine powers may not even match a yellow rank combat technique. Even offensive divine powers don't necessarily surpass heaven rank Dao techniques. But the strength of divine powers lies in being derived from Dao, so acquiring them means stepping into Dao. Even if one lacks strength, they can display various wonders. Unlike Dao techniques, which require sufficient strength to be used. For instance, a third-rank warrior once inherited the turn stone to gold divine power by chance. This transformed his impoverished family into a wealthy dynasty. Similarly, with Kelvin's current strength, using the sword-riding technique against enemies wouldn't be much different from using flying sword techniques. However, the biggest difference between sword-riding technique and flying sword technique is that Kelvin can stand on the sword and ride it when using sword-riding technique. One must understand. Even Kaleisters can't fly in the air. If Kelvin could master the sword-riding technique, he could use the divine power to ride the sword. It is said that only sword immortals possess this ability. Using divine power, he could transcend many realms and enjoy privileges reserved for sword immortals. That's the beauty of divine powers. Kelvin never expected such unexpected joy after obtaining the sword. He didn't know that the Holy Temple had its reasons for leaving the sword-riding technique. The Sword Pavilion has countless sword manuals, but didn't want Kelvin, who had absorbed countless sword intents, to follow their old paths. Seeing too many advanced manuals early on could crush his confidence and lead him astray. Therefore, they didn't leave any sword manual for Kelvin. They hoped he, who had mastered myriad sword intents, wouldn't be influenced by their manuals and could seek his own path, creating his unique sword technique. This was not difficult for the heir of all sword intents in the Sword Pavilion. But the sword riding. Apart from the memorial tablets, there was nothing else in the hall. Noticing the incense, he found it had gone out some time ago. He took 3 more sticks and lit them. Scanning the tablets, he saw no names of people from the town. Are they alive? Or perhaps they weren't members of the Holy Clan. Or maybe there wasn't time to establish tablets. Kelvin wondered, suspecting from Davis's talisman that he and others might be descendants of the Holy Clan. If not, why would he go to such lengths to deceive the ox? Later, when the ox brought them here, he became even more certain. But seeing no tablets for anyone from the town, he doubted. Even if they all died, wouldn't the last one ensure memorials for the others? Are they alive? Or just related to the Holy Clan without being members? Kelvin pondered, circling the hall twice. Finding nothing, he left. The hall was at the center of the Holy Temple. Considering where to go next, he heard sounds from the right. Kelvin was puzzled. Did the ox bring others here too? Damn. The Holy Temple was obtained through my intellect. It's mine alone. Could someone else take away the treasures? Thinking this, Kelvin hurried right. Along the way, he sensed resistance at each door, but each time, the sword in his divine sea vibrated, allowing him to pass easily. Is this sword the key to moving through the Holy Temple? Translation completed with adherence to the provided guidelines. Hashtag chapter 145. Meeting 2 people. Kelvin walked outwards, encountering no obstacles at all. He crossed the courtyard of the Holy Temple and continued walking until he reached a house at the outermost boundary of the temple. Following the sound, Kelvin entered and saw Clinton excitedly casting spells, the sound being caused by his spellcasting. Boom! Clinton's finger tapped as he drew symbols in midair, and a bolt of lightning appeared out of nowhere, striking the ground with a thunderous roar. Seeing this scene, Kelvin was momentarily stunned, finding it hard to believe. Ordinary sorcerers couldn't possibly draw runes in the air. Their talismans had to be inscribed on physical objects. For example, the talismans Kelvin had obtained from Barnabas were inscribed this way. Even a powerful 7th rank sorcerer found it challenging to draw runes in midair. Only those who reached 8th rank could barely manage it. However, none could do it as skillfully and effortlessly as Clinton. Clinton drew runes in midair effortlessly, completing them in one fluid motion. Most importantly, he could cast lightning spells in midair. Lightning spells were considered one of the hardest types among sorcerer talismans. The yellow ox had brought him here, suggesting he had received a significant opportunity within the Holy Temple. But he didn't know what kind of opportunity it was. Clinton was immersed in the pleasure of 9 Heavens Thunder Edict, constantly experimenting. With this ability, he wasn't just drawing runes in midair. He could create talismans with a single thought. However, his realm was too low, and creating runes with a single thought was extremely taxing on his soul. After a brief trial, he nearly fainted from exhaustion. Creating runes with a single thought was something even 9th rank sorcerers couldn't achieve. Although his soul could only manage it once, it symbolized a level of power that surpassed 9th rank Kaleisters. Ha ha ha, who would have thought Clinton would reach such heights? Once his sorcerer rank improved, who in Jinling could match him? How does it feel? Are you satisfied with the gift I sent for you, brother you? Kelvin walked into the room, looking at Clinton with a smile. Clinton only noticed Kelvin at this moment. Hearing Kelvin's words, he revealed a look of confirmation, proud of his wisdom. Apart from Kelvin, who understood the holy temple so well, who else could provide such an opportunity? And apart from Kelvin, who had such integrity, who else would willingly give away such a rare chance? Brother Phelan. Clinton hurried over to Kelvin, hugging him tightly, overwhelmed with gratitude and excitement. I, Clinton, swear that from now on, you are my life and death brother. Held tightly by Clinton, Kelvin really wanted to kick him away. You don't even have 2 ounces of meat on your chest. You can't make me feel suffocated. What right do you have to hug me? Disgusting. Suppressing the urge to kick him, Kelvin pushed him away subtly, asking in surprise, what do you mean by that, brother you? Didn't we already consider ourselves life and death brothers before today? Clinton paused, then slapped himself hard. Haha, indeed, he wasn't as sincere as Brother Phelan. Brother Phelan was truly pure-hearted. When he said they were brothers, there was no reservation. Unlike Clinton, only after receiving such a transcendent opportunity did he fully embrace Kelvin as a brother. It's my fault. This is the holy temple of the Holy Clan, and I swear that if I ever betray our brotherhood, may I meet a terrible end. It's not necessary. It's not necessary. Kelvin tried to dissuade Clinton. You've said it's the holy temple of the Holy Clan. Making such a vow might have unforeseen consequences. Kelvin didn't want to inadvertently hurt Clinton, knowing how kind-hearted he was. I felt this opportunity suited you best, so I sent you here. How do you find it? Let's see if it meets my expectations, Kelvin thought. Since the Yellow Ox was tricked into believing these opportunities belonged to him, sending Clinton here must have been the best choice. However, Kelvin also wanted to know exactly what Clinton had gained. Clinton didn't think much and replied, with this 9 heavens thunder edict, I can control all the lightning in the world. Moreover, this edict strengthens my divine sea and hones my soul, allowing my cultivation to advance rapidly. Even practicing other spells will become much easier. Hearing this, Kelvin's eyes widened. The 9 heavens thunder edict, which allowed control over all lightning, was the ultimate treasure any sorcerer dreamed of. Is this the grandeur of the Holy Clan? Damn, even though I got countless sword intents, I still envy this. How can I deal with this feeling of jealousy? Kelvin took several deep breaths, trying to suppress his greed, and calmly said, as a sorcerer, I spent a long time considering what the Holy Temple offered would suit you best. It seems my choice was right. Brother Phelan. Tears welled up in Clinton's eyes as a grown man. Kelvin patted Clinton on the shoulder and said, between brothers, there's no need for such formalities. However, keep this treasure hidden. You understand the risks of exposing precious items. Rest assured, Brother Phelan. I understand. Even my father wouldn't know. Kelvin nodded and continued chatting with Clinton. Learning that he could create runes with a single thought, Kelvin asked him to demonstrate. Seeing Clinton summon lightning with a single thought, almost hitting him, Kelvin realized how dangerous this ability was. Such power made him want to bash the Yellow Ox. Unfortunately, it was already someone else's, and his envy couldn't change that. After seeing Clinton exhausted from the demonstration and sitting down to meditate, Kelvin left the room, planning to clear his mind. Just as he stepped out, he saw another figure emerge from a different room. It was Patrick. Patrick, upon seeing Kelvin, rushed over with tears in his eyes, emotionally calling out, Brother Phelan. Kelvin shivered. Patrick's delicate appearance and tone made him seem overly feminine. Thank you, Brother Phelan, for giving me such a treasure. Kelvin trembled inwardly. Yellow Ox, what did you send to someone else this time? Ha ha, as brothers, there's no need for such formalities. I thought this thing would suit you. So, how does it feel? Patrick replied, as a scholar with righteous energy, the righteousness ruler perfectly suits me. There's no discomfort. Kelvin was numb now. Indeed, the Holy Clan lived up to its reputation. The righteousness ruler, the greatest treasure for scholars. They actually placed it in the Holy Temple and let a Yellow Ox distribute it. Is this what it feels like to be rich and powerful? Damn, maybe they think my sword is nothing too. Does this Holy Temple have many more treasures like these? During natural flow and grammatical accuracy, it adheres to the provided guidelines, preserving the structure and context of the story. Chapter 146, Special Place. Kelvin searched a few rooms in the courtyard but found nothing he needed, leaving him somewhat disappointed. Besides myself, Clinton is a sorcerer who obtained the 9 heavens thunder decree, while Patrick is a scholar who got the great righteousness ruler. Martial cultivation is also the most common practice system, so logically, there should be some martial treasure left behind too. Kelvin muttered to himself, thinking that there were no martial artists among their group. If there really was a martial treasure, wouldn't he have a chance of getting it? Having a martial treasure might solve his physical weakness. The world is so beautiful. It would be a waste of a man's passion if he couldn't strive night and day due to frail health. But finding nothing, Kelvin had to give up. Both Clinton and Patrick naturally met within the same courtyard. Regarding these two rivals, Kelvin told Clinton, Patrick's master Isaac protected me. I'm a grateful person. When he entrusted me with taking care of Patrick, I couldn't refuse. Clinton understood that someone as righteous as Kelvin wouldn't refuse someone who showed him kindness. As for Patrick, Kelvin said this to him, Clinton is frivolous, and his father tearfully asked me to help reform him. I think having fewer scoundrels in Jinling is good for its people. I'll do my best to make him a decent person. Patrick looked at Kelvin with renewed admiration. This was indeed a gentleman, his brother Phelan. Kelvin easily deceived both of them. Others say the Holy Clan created small worlds for their use. This must be one, Patrick said to Kelvin, adding, but it feels very sinister. Kelvin and Clinton agreed. Despite the sunlight, it felt chillingly white. Suddenly, Clinton pointed out, look, it's Amato. They saw Amato leading a group into a canyon between two peaks. Let's go. Kelvin led the others to catch up. Is it you? Amato was equally surprised. After the ox's attack, everyone had passed out. Just waking up, he found himself under a tree, presumably blown there by the ox. Ignoring this, he quickly sought his men, planning to act before the terrifying beast returned. His clan had a close relationship with the Holy Clan, enabling access to these small worlds. Despite the earlier place not being the true Holy Temple, it was part of the outer perimeter, and Holy Clan worlds were interconnected. Thus, he used his clan's methods to enter here. Unexpectedly, Kelvin and the others followed. Considering Kelvin's role as the lamplighter, knowing much about the Holy Temple, it wasn't strange. Your Highness, where are we? Kelvin asked after greeting Amato. If you can enter here, you should know where we are. Amato asked curiously, you don't know? Then how did you get in? I'm the lamplighter, Kelvin responded vaguely. Amato gave him a peculiar look, wondering how Kelvin dared enter without knowing where it was. He decided to inform them tightly, creating a protective golden barrier around everyone. However, this glow did not dispel the tornado. When the golden light came into contact with the whirlwind, it emitted a strange hissing sound, as if being devoured, continuously weakening. The golden barrier shook uncontrollably. This caused great fear among the martial artists, who redoubled their efforts to energize the mace. Amato gripped the mace tightly, while infusing spiritual energy, his gaze fell on Kelvin and his companions. He felt a pang of regret and sighed deeply. But after only a few breaths, his eyes widened in shock. The three stood there without any trouble. Despite several moments passing, they remained calm, though their hair was slightly disheveled from the wind. How can this be? Amato found it unbelievable. Even a grandmaster would turn into a mummy in this wind. While Amato was momentarily distracted, he let down his guard on the mace. A gap in the golden light appeared, allowing the wind to penetrate. Standing right at this gap was an adept. The wind blew onto this adept. No! The adept screamed in terror, turning into a dried-up corpse instantly. His life force completely vanished in that instant. This was a horrifying sight. Just one gust of wind turned a fourth-level adept into a withered, ghastly corpse. Amato immediately reacted, spinning the mace once more to unleash dazzling golden light, driving the wind away with full strength. However, his gaze often fell on Kelvin and his group, admiring how easily they had resisted this evil wind. In fact, Kelvin felt this wind was quite peculiar. The moment it hit him, he felt chills running down his spine, an eerie sensation sweeping over his entire body, chilling him to the bone. It felt like something terrifying was watching him, but this feeling only lasted a split second. Instantly, the sword pill in his chi trembled, and all the eeriness vanished. The wind felt like ordinary wind, causing no significant discomfort. Patrick and Clinton experienced the same. They felt the strangeness but were shielded by the resignation of their righteous ruler and 9 Heavens Thunder Scroll, which dispersed everything. The tornado didn't last long and soon dissipated. With the tornado gone, Amato retracted his weapon, looking at the dry corpse before turning to the three. How did you resist the demons and evil spirits? Amato approached them quickly, sizing them up. What do we do? We just stood here, and the wind passed. Kelvin wouldn't admit it was because of the sword. He gave a straightforward answer without making up an excuse. Amato frowned, glancing at Kelvin, realizing he couldn't get much from this slippery character. Yet Jinling never had such occurrences due to this reason. Amato added, the absorbed Insha evil energy isn't destroyed but sent to this small world. Jinling's location isn't ideal. For instance, the Holy Temple is situated atop a sinister Insha mouth. These words changed Patrick and Clinton's expressions. With Jinling's accumulated Insha evil energy, countless demons and evil spirits could have been born. No wonder it felt like demons and evil spirits were close by. It was true. Back when the Holy Clan was around, they dealt with demons and evil spirits easily, even clearing the Insha energy from this space casually. But the Holy Clan disappeared 1,000 years ago. This small world has accumulated Insha energy for over a millennium. Who knows how many demons and evil spirits exist here? The wind earlier was strange and arose spontaneously. In this world, anything strange is likely caused by demons and evil spirits. Hearing Amato's explanation, Kelvin pondered. Why are you telling me this? Amato looked at Kelvin and said, you should understand how I got here. It's rumored that the Amato lineage is very close to the Holy Clan. You have the means to enter this place. Presumably, there's something of great significance or fortune related to your lineage in this small world, and you've come to retrieve it. Smart. Amato didn't hide his intentions, continuing, I believe you guessed that out around her waist accentuated her slender figure, complementing the elegance of her long legs beneath the skirt. She exuded an allure that seemed almost graspable. Empress Valerie's gaze swept over Kelvin and Patrick before settling on Amato. She spoke, I just explored that area and found a cave. There's a wave of heat emanating from it. If I'm not mistaken, it might be the Zhu fruit. Millennium Zhu fruit? Amato's eyes lit up with excitement. Valerie was no ordinary woman. If not for her, the young elites in the capital wouldn't have competed for her affection, causing chaos until the emperor made her his concubine to end the drama. If she said it was Zhu fruit, it likely was. Moreover, in a place wherein energy gathers to its extreme, the emergence of Zhu fruit would be natural. The Holy Temple hasn't opened in 1,000 years, so this Zhu fruit could very well be a millennium Zhu fruit. This precious medicinal herb contained the essence of heaven and earth, greatly benefiting cultivators. Most importantly, it could be used to create transcendental beings. Forget Jinling, even in the capital, people would fight to the death for such a treasure. Please lead the way, sister-in-law, Amato said to Valerie. With the millennium Zhu fruit appearing, the item he sought might also be in that direction. Sure. Valerie nodded and took the lead. Amato then turned to Kelvin. The millennium Zhu fruit is rare. Would you like to come along with us? Kelvin looked at Amato, then glanced at Valerie and said, I have no interest in the millennium Zhu fruit. Amato felt regret, but did not insist on forcing Kelvin. Without him, he still had confidence in achieving his goal. If he could obtain the millennium Zhu fruit, it would boost his chances even more. Fine, since you're unwilling, let's part ways here. Acton Jai might misunderstand. I'm simply not interested in the millennium Zhu fruit. However, assisting you is my duty, which I naturally won't refuse. Kelvin replied to Amato. Going for the Millennium Zhu fruit would be greed, devoid of any human touch. But helping you out of duty, you owe me a favor. Amato looked at Kelvin without saying anything and stepped forward to follow Valerie. Kelvin, Patrick, and Clinton followed behind. Valerie led the group to the foot of a mountain peak, where they found a cave amidst peculiar rocks. This is the place. We ventured inside and found a strong heat wave. Concerned about potential evil spirits, we didn't go further, Valerie explained to Amato. Amato understood her meaning. She hoped he would take the lead since the Roland Wangfu had defenses against evil spirits. Note: for better readability in English, it should be since instead of as to clarify the reason, and Roland Wangfu can remain as if it's a proper noun, or can be translated to Roland Wangfu. Roland Wangfu can be translated as Roland Wangfu's palace or similar depending on context. To further refine and ensure natural flow. Amato understood her intention. She hoped he would take the lead, as the Roland Wangfu was equipped with defenses against evil spirits. Or, if Roland Wangfu is better left untranslated. Amato understood her intention. She hoped he would take the lead, as the Roland Wangfu had defenses against evil spirits. Everyone, follow me. Amato held the devil-subduing mallet and jumped into the cave first. Valerie and the others quickly followed, jumping in one by one. Kelvin, Patrick, and Clinton brought up the rear. He told them, stay close to me, within 3 meters. Okay. They nodded and jumped in with Kelvin. Upon entering the cave, darkness enveloped them. Those who entered first had already taken out flints and lit torches. Only then did they see the surroundings. Stalactites and stalagmites hung overhead in varying heights, shimmering under the torchlight with iridescent hues. Nearby, a small stream trickled steadily. Despite being in a cave, they indeed felt warmth accompanied by a special fruity aroma. Kelvin guessed this was the scent of the Zhu fruit Valerie mentioned. Following the stream deeper into the cave, it grew darker, with the torchlight barely illuminating 2 or 3 inches into it, emitting golden light that enveloped everyone, offering protection. Feeling protected by the golden light, everyone breathed a sigh of relief. They knew the power of Amato's mystical weapon, confident that evil spirits couldn't penetrate the light. Just as they relaxed, another scream rang out. A practitioner near Amato's left side collapsed, now a mummy. Hiss! Many stared in horror, looking between the mummy and Amato's devil-subduing mallet. Could even Amato's mystical weapon not withstand the evil spirit? Amato looked at the mummy beside him, disbelief evident on his face. He suddenly stepped back several paces, scanning everyone present. The defense of the devil-subduing mallet hadn't been breached, so the evil spirit couldn't have entered. That left only one possibility: it was among them. Then, who was the evil spirit? Seeing Amato's reaction, other practitioners distanced themselves from each other. Sister-in-law, did you notice anything unusual when you first entered the cave? Amato asked Valerie, directing the light from the mallet onto her. Nothing unusual at first, Valerie replied with lingering fear. Amato nodded, sweeping the light over everyone, but found no abnormal reactions. This puzzled him. Everyone had been tested by the devil-subduing mallet. Could it be he was overreacting? Another scream came from the edge, where a practitioner became a mummy. Everyone felt a cold wind brush their scalps, causing goosebumps. Holding their torches tightly, they saw their shadows flickering in the dim light, like ghostly apparitions. Among them, there was a ghost. Who is it? Chapter 149. The Demon Empress. One ear-piercing scream after another resounded as more people turned into mummies within this pitch-black cave. Each person felt an indescribable horror in the darkness that seemed to swallow everything. That fiendish entity watched everyone silently, unexpectedly draining life and turning people into dry corpses, causing chills down their spines. Bowen, holding a demon-subduing truncheon, had beads of sweat forming on his palms. He tried hard to identify who the demon was, but could not detect it no matter how he scrutinized. Since entering the cave, over a dozen lives had already been lost. Only half of them remained. All remaining people, gather around me, Bowen said aloud. Only 10 odd people were left, so gathering them together would make it easier to spot the demon. Everyone moved towards Bowen and formed a circle. Though the cave's darkness engulfed the torchlight, the small circle illuminated each face clearly. Bowen scanned each person's face carefully, yet still saw nothing unusual. Watch each other closely. If anyone notices anything strange, report it immediately, Bowen shouted to the group. A hidden demon among them was like a time bomb. My lord, let's retreat and plan our next move, a practitioner suggested, voice trembling. Fine, we will. Bowen prepared to retreat to reconsider their strategy. A demon wasn't scary, but a traitorous demon was. One misstep, and even he, wielding a mystical artifact, might be endangered. Before Bowen finished speaking, Kelvin suddenly lunged toward Valerie. Lunging forward, Kelvin tackled her to the ground, pinning her down firmly with his legs clamping and hands pressing down. The sudden act stunned everyone, and Bowen grew furious. Kelvin, what are you doing? The pose resembled Kelvin forcing himself on Valerie. Had Kelvin gone mad? This was his royal sister-in-law, the Emperor's woman. How dared he do such a thing? This was courting death. Was she possessed by the demon? After regaining his composure, Bowen rationalized that Kelvin wouldn't behave so recklessly unless she was possessed. Amato, kill this rogue now. Valerie screamed at Bowen, struggling furiously. Seeing this, Kelvin tightened his grip further, simultaneously pinning her down and grabbing her throat with one hand while pressing her chest with the other. Kelvin, how dare you? Bowen was outraged and about to strike. At this moment, Kelvin's mouth was full of 3 realms fire, and he mumbled, My lord, she's possessed by the demon. Bowen, originally poised to strike with the truncheon, paused. Valerie gasped, You brat, dare to take advantage of me. Valerie's flushed cheeks added to her beauty, making her anger even more enchanting. Her angry cry made everyone look at Kelvin dubiously. They didn't believe Kelvin would dare to disrespect the Emperor's woman. But being possessed and influenced to act thusly was plausible. Witnessing Valerie's well-defined figure pinned down by Kelvin, especially focusing on Kelvin's left hand, made their hearts race with excitement. I, Kelvin, am not a lecherous man. How dare the demon disgrace me? Kelvin scolded, tightening his hold. The struggle caused discomfort, but he held firm, suppressing the demon. Bowen's face twitched. This was the Empress consort. Even if possessed, treating her this way wasn't appropriate. Most importantly, who was truly possessed was unclear. As Bowen, he had to consider Valerie's status. Thus, he must do something. So, he demanded, Kelvin, release your royal sister-in-law. If I release her, the demon will escape immediately. Do you want to see more of us die, my lord? Kelvin insisted. How dare you slander? Valerie retorted, blushing with fury. Seeing imperial fury, Amato wielded the demon subduing mace, emitting a brilliant light as it surged towards Valerie, enveloping her entire body. But Valerie remained unaffected. What can your demon-subduing instrument do to me? Valerie mocked Amato. Amato's face turned grim. This evil spirit was hidden within Valerie, and the instrument's power couldn't penetrate through her, indeed unable to subdue it. Evil creature, don't be so smug. You will surely die today. Kelvin sneered, ready to spew his three realms fire. The evil spirit replied with disdain, true fire can indeed burn me, but I'm hiding inside her. To burn me, you must deal with her first. I heard she is an imperial consort. Do you have the guts to eliminate her? The evil spirit was thoroughly pleased, completely disregarding Kelvin and the others. Patrick, use your righteous energy. Kelvin wouldn't let the evil spirit off easily, shouting to Patrick. Patrick nodded and bellowed once more. The scholar's righteous energy surged toward Valerie. Ah! The evil spirit screamed as thick black smoke began to emanate from Valerie's body. Watching this scene, Kelvin chuckled coldly and shouted, Brother you! Use the lightning talisman on her. Clinton nodded, stepping forward, ready to unleash lightning directly onto Valerie. However, considering her identity, he hesitated. Lightning that shocks but doesn't kill, Kelvin reminded Clinton. Lightning was also a means to restrain evil spirits. Clinton understood and flicked his finger in the air, creating a lightning talisman that emitted tiny sparks of electricity, landing on Valerie's body. The talisman burned away, and the lightning coursed through her. Valerie screamed again, black smoke rising from her body. Brother you, well done. Seeing Kelvin praise Clinton, Patrick glanced at him and shouted again. A true gentleman stands upright. Righteous energy struck Valerie once more, causing her to scream incessantly. Clinton pushed himself harder, thinking how Patrick was showing off his abilities in front of him. Who did he think he was? Could he really compare to Clinton now? Clinton's talisman also landed on Valerie's body, lightning sweeping over her and producing streams of black smoke. They competed like this, continuously using their skills. At this moment, Amato and the others were staring wide-eyed, because Patrick's righteous energy far exceeded what it had been before. Such energy could possibly make even a master take a step back, dissipating most of their spiritual energy with a single shout. How could Patrick possess such terrifying righteous energy? And so were unaware of their feelings, all intently watching Valerie. Under the dual effects of righteous energy and lightning, shouldn't the evil spirit be gone by now? After all, these two methods of subduing evil were well known. Too bad. If it were another evil spirit, perhaps it couldn't withstand this. But I'm different. I am rootless and formless, residing within her. She is my form and root. You can injure me, but you cannot remove me. Valerie's voice spoke again. Seeing her struggle, Kelvin's expression darkened. This evil spirit actually had such attributes, complicating matters. Amato's face turned pale. This evil spirit was the hardest to deal with among the formless ones. Being rooted within Valerie meant that unless Valerie herself was removed, there was no way to get rid of it. Let me go. Let us live in peace. The evil spirit negotiated with Kelvin. Kelvin glanced at her, saying nothing. Seeing this, the evil spirit looked at Amato. If you remove me, can you bear the responsibility? Amato's expression wavered. Seeing this, the evil spirit giggled. You have no choice. I give you time to consider. However, I'm curious, how did you know I was hiding within her? With that, the evil spirit gazed at Kelvin through Valerie's beautiful eyes, as if throwing glances. Kelvin glanced at her. Not mentioning it was because Patrick showed no reaction in front of Valerie. Valerie thought Patrick had a destiny bond. I'm a torchbearer. Everyone's eyes lit up, intently staring at Kelvin. Did Kelvin have a solution? Hashtag chapter 151. The bright lamp bursting purge. Before Valerie could react, Amato exclaimed joyfully, You have a way to solve this? The lamplighter naturally has the means to dispel evil, Kelvin replied to Amato. Amato was well aware that lamplighters possessed methods to exorcise demons, but this demon was different from others. It was intangible and formless, making it particularly tenacious. This kind of demon might not be powerful, but because it had taken root in the human body's 5 organs and 6 viscera, it was extremely difficult to expel. Otherwise, why couldn't the righteous energy and lightning just now directly eliminate this demon? The fire Kelvin was holding in his mouth could also dispel evil. Otherwise, this demon wouldn't have been suppressed by that mere flame, preventing it from fleeing. But, when compared to righteous energy and lightning, no method can compare. Even these two cannot completely eradicate it. What use does your lamplighter's fire have? Kelvin didn't know what Amato was thinking but turned to Valerie. I'll give you a choice. Leave on your own, or I'll make you leave. You can't scare me. Kelvin said to Amato. Amato didn't know what Kelvin intended to do, and couldn't help but ask, What do you plan to do? I will use the lamplighting technique to infuse Grandmaster Vital Essence into her body. Along with her vital essence flow, it will travel throughout her body, and she won't be able to resist. Amato understood the first part. The lamplighting technique was extraordinary, and it indeed could infuse essences into others' bodies. It could even infuse lifespan into another's body, which is why the lamplighting technique could extend one's life. But infusing Grandmaster Vital Essence, where would Kelvin, a cultivator, get Grandmaster Vital Essence? Your Highness, we can't wait any longer. This intangible demon grows stronger and harder to remove the longer it roots itself, Kelvin explained to Amato. Have everyone retreat. Amato looked deeply at Kelvin before ultimately deciding to trust him. He ordered everyone to retreat, including himself. Kelvin understood the meaning behind having everyone retreat. To infuse vital essence into Valerie, physical contact was inevitable. She was an imperial concubine, after all, and no one should witness this. Forget everything you saw just now, Amato commanded as everyone retreated. These were his trusted subordinates, so he wasn't worried they'd gossip. However, when he said this, his gaze lingered on Patrick and Clinton. These two, alas, a misplaced stick can disrupt one's concentration. It was all because Valerie was too beautiful. With the acupoint in the center flanked by perfect white porcelain, it was hard to resist being distracted. Almost mistook the acupoint for beauty. Thankfully, he didn't falter. But when the bright lamp burst, seeing the porcelain vibrate made his heart flutter, missing the next step. Kelvin composed himself, bringing his gaze back to the center of her chest. He repeated the bright lamp bursting purge. After 2 burns, the originally pale skin turned red and swollen. In the instant the acupoint opened again, Kelvin activated the Tai Chu decree. The Grandmaster Vital Essence he had separated from Patrick during their rescue mission now flowed through his hand, transformed into a blood-colored lamp by the lamplighting technique, infusing into the acupoint. Ah! Valerie screamed, black smoke emanating from her body. Kelvin did not stop. His fingers tapped once more. The bright lamp bursting purge, pressing the flame against her acupoints, continuously burned and opened them. Yutong Zifu, Huagai. One by one, acupoints received the infused vital essence, flowing with her own vital essence throughout her body. This was Grandmaster Vital Essence, equivalent to pure young fire to Valerie's body. This demon had dared to lie to him, saying it had no form or substance when it was clearly pale and smooth. Naturally, Kelvin wouldn't let this slide, pumping more master-level blood chi into her, making Valerie tremble even more. Feeling the determination in Kelvin's heart, she continued pleading in vain before desperately shouting, I have value. I can trade for my life. These words caused Kelvin's hand to pause slightly. That slight hesitation made his hand deviate from its intended path, which infuriated him since the demon's actions had caused water to stain his hand. The movements became faster as he resumed the bright lamp technique, channeling more blood chi. The demon, seeing this, shouted, I can offer an immortal lord's divine power. Please show mercy. This single word, immortal lord, spoke volumes about its terrifying nature. Realizing Kelvin had paused, the demon knew it had intrigued him. It quickly added, I know where the remains of an immortal lord are hidden. I can lead you there and obtain their divine power. This power was feared even by the Holy Clan back then. If not for some of them dying due to this power, they might not have acted against it. Kelvin sidestepped the topic, asking the demon instead, do you know where the Zhu fruit is? I do. I will guide you there immediately. The demon rejoiced, struggling to get up to guide Kelvin. But Kelvin still held it down firmly. The crack disappeared, forming a prison trapping it inside. At the same time, Kelvin swallowed the fireball whole. He wasn't afraid of any accidents. The Tai Chu mantra could dissolve anything, including demons. Moreover, as a lamplighter and with his sword pill, he was protected from any potential corruption by the demon. With the demon gone, Valerie regained control of her body. Her face turned ashen. Who was she? To be overtaken by a demon, her body completely possessed. It was a disgrace. Had she been a regular person, the demon could have destroyed her soul and taken over her completely. Such an outcome would have been laughable. A high-ranking concubine turning into a demon, leaving both the royal family and the Actong clan in shame. Your Majesty, are you awake? Kelvin's voice interrupted her thoughts. Valerie looked at Kelvin. Despite being possessed, she retained her consciousness and knew what had happened. She understood she owed her recovery to this Bruno. But soon her face turned red with embarrassment, her beauty vivid and blushing. She felt exposed. Her clothes had been mostly torn away by Kelvin. Please forgive me, Your Majesty. To expel the demon, I had no other choice but to use these methods, Kelvin explained. His eyes clear and honest, looking directly into hers. Valerie hesitated for a moment, biting her lip before saying, get up. Just as Kelvin moved, she felt another wave of pain. Your Majesty, demons are cunning. Although it has left your body, we can't be entirely sure. We must finish the task. Sweep through your body with Master Blood Chi, and you should also investigate yourself, Kelvin advised. Valerie initially wanted to decline, given her special ability to examine herself. But thinking of the demon's formless and intangible nature, and her previous misjudgment, she didn't dare risk it. What if the demon had left remnants behind, potentially causing another catastrophe? All right. Valerie agreed, adding, you can get up and continue the bright lamp technique. All right. Kelvin reacted, quickly standing up. Valerie felt another surge of discomfort, her ears burning with humiliation. Your Majesty, I apologize. I'm just a Bruno, Kelvin said awkwardly. Valerie felt utterly mortified. Did he have to say that? Everyone could pretend it didn't happen, but bringing it up only made things more uncomfortable. However, seeing Kelvin's sincere and innocent look, she didn't say anything, merely closing her eyes to examine herself. Kelvin stayed silent, forcefully pulling her clothing aside as the bright lamp technique surged forward. Valerie raised an eyebrow, trying to remain calm as she felt a hand press on her soft flesh. Her skin turned pink in that moment. Kelvin worked swiftly, infusing her with blood chi several times until he confirmed there were no abnormalities. Without stopping, Kelvin quickly moved a few steps back and bowed. Your Majesty, everything seems fine now. Valerie retrieved a set of clothes, glancing at Kelvin who promptly turned away. Soon, she rustled as she put on new clothes. Hashtag chapter 153, The Legacy of Freddie Wu. Valerie changed her clothes, taking several deep breaths to calm herself. The flush on her face finally faded. After composing herself, she approached Kelvin and spoke softly. Thank you for your help this time. Kelvin waved his hands repeatedly. I just hope the Empress does not hold my abrupt actions against me. Valerie's face reddened again. This boy really knew how to bring up the most uncomfortable topics. This matter today should be kept between us. I will inform Amato, Valerie said. Kelvin replied. I will keep it a secret. As he spoke, Kelvin's gaze briefly swept over her chest. Such a look naturally caught Valerie's attention. Recalling the intimate moments earlier, she couldn't help but shiver inwardly. That area had been violated several times by him, but ultimately, it was for her own rescue. She knew that Cherry Blossom College intimidated her greatly. Avoiding him was best. She hadn't forgotten her purpose. She came to Jinling specifically to sever the astrological ties. Such a fitting opportunity meant she had to persist no matter the cost. Besides, this space left by the Holy Clan was rare, and she didn't want to miss out on it. Valerie took out a pill and swallowed it. Afterward, she felt her energy recover somewhat. I'm fine, don't worry about me, she told Amato. Amato glanced at Valerie, then nodded silently at Kelvin. Kelvin spat out the fireball containing the demon. Where is Zhuguo? Lead the way. Yes, yes. Lord, go left. The voice of the demon within the fireball echoed respectfully. Everyone witnessing this scene regarded Kelvin with newfound respect. To subdue such an invisible demon truly befit the lamp-lighting expert. His skills were indeed extraordinary. Guided by the demon, Kelvin and company continued deeper. As they advanced, more cave branches appeared, but with the demon leading, they followed one path without difficulty. Brother Yin, brother Yu, let's travel together, Kelvin thought. If there was one demon, others might also be present. Patrick's vast virtue ruler and Clinton's 9 Heaven's Thunder Command were both powerful tools against demons. Together, they would have a fighting chance even against a formidable demon. Amato wielded the demon subduing staff, emitting golden light to protect everyone, fearing another demonic attack. Thus, they relied on the staff to ward off evil spirits. Her Majesty, come with me. I have a protective talisman for you. You give me the talisman, and I'll follow them. Valerie declined Amato's offer and walked over to Kelvin's group. I'll stay with them. With Patrick nearby, she needed to be near him too. Although previously invaded by a demon, she now had precautions. With her skills, she was confident she could prevent any recurrence. Plus, she had the protection from Amato's talisman, adding extra security. Amato couldn't force Valerie to comply, so he allowed her to join Kelvin's group. But her unusual behavior puzzled him. Did Kelvin's earlier disrespectful act actually evoke feelings in her? Or did she believe staying with them was safer? Valerie hadn't mentioned discovering the Tide Destiny individual, so she hadn't considered these three as potential matches. Empress, although the demon is restrained, it may not be trustworthy. It could deceive us. Staying with His Highness might be safer. Kelvin guessed her intentions and tried to subtly warn her, concerned for Patrick's safety. Before Valerie could respond, the demon inside the fireball trembled. Because Kelvin was right, the demon was planning to harm Kelvin and regain its freedom. Now exposed, it realized its original plan was flawed. If this boy saw through its plans, he must have prepared accordingly. Ordinary tricks wouldn't work. I need to gain his trust temporarily, or won't be able to deceive him. Yes, I'll help him find Zhuguo to show sincerity first. The demon promptly guided them accurately, knowing the Zhuguo scent pervaded the cave system but remained hidden within the Aldo's secret realm, difficult for anyone else to find. Valerie edged closer to Kelvin and whispered, You saved me. I trust you more, and being near you makes me feel secure. Bah. Kelvin gave a sympathetic glance to Patrick. She was using seductive words just to get closer to him. It showed how intent she was on killing him. But Patrick heard her words and felt his scalp tingle. This. She's the Empress, the Emperor's wife. Does she have romantic feelings for me? How outrageous. Clinton was filled with admiration. Awesome. My brother Phelan is always a legend. Even the Emperor's woman is conquered in one stroke. Incredible. Kelvin looked at Valerie's radiant face under the torchlight and stayed silent. Knowing her intent, he vowed not to let her harm Patrick. Empress, when did you realize I liked Freddy Wooey Gustav? Kelvin asked, testing her. Valerie looked at him perplexedly. What was he talking about? And what was Freddy Wooey around them? Revealing Valerie's face looking pale and weak. This actually made Amato feel a bit relieved. How does my sister-in-law feel? The demonic entity inside her has injured her essence, but it's not fatal. She can hold on. Valerie's physical condition was poor. Being invaded by the demon was like enduring a severe blow, and the blood she infused by Kelvin, while gentle due to the lamp lighting technique, was still a burden on her body, causing further damage and making her even weaker. Shall I send someone to escort my sister-in-law back to rest? Amato suggested. No need. Valerie refused Amato's suggestion, glancing involuntarily at Patrick. The martial artist she had sent to kill Patrick had failed, so this was the perfect place to deal with him and sever their fate connection. Although she wasn't in the best shape, resolving the issue here was far more convenient than in Jinling, where various accidents could be staged without arousing suspicion from Isaac of the Yingluo Academy. Isaac was too formidable. Avoiding him would be best. She hadn't forgotten her purpose. She came to Jinling to resolve the fate connection. This opportunity was too good to pass up, and even if her body could barely endure it, she would persist. Moreover, this spatial world left by the holy race was not something everyone could enter, and she didn't want to miss it. Valerie took out a pill and swallowed it. Afterward, her breathing improved slightly, and she told Amato, I'm fine. There's no need to worry about me. Amato glanced at Valerie, but ultimately said nothing, nodding instead and looking at Kelvin. Kelvin released the fireball containing the demon. Where is Zhuguo? Lead the way. Yes. Follow this path to the left. The voice of the demon within the fireball obediently responded. Seeing this, the group regarded Kelvin with added reverence. Capturing an incorporeal demon indeed showcased the exceptional skills of a lamplighter. With the demon guiding them, Kelvin and his group continued deeper into the cave. As they advanced, the cave began to branch out into different paths. However, with the demon guiding, they followed one of the forks. Brother Yin, brother Yu, join our group. Kelvin thought that if one demon existed, others likely did as well. Patrick's vast measure ruler and Clinton's 9 Heaven Thunder command were both treasures effective against demons. Together, they could stand a chance against powerful demons. Amato held the demon subduing mace, which emitted golden light to protect everyone. Concerned about potential demonic attacks, he continuously used the mace to ward off evil forces. My sister-in-law, come this way. I have a protective talisman to offer you. I'll take the talisman, but I'll follow them. Valerie refused Amato's arrangement and walked to Kelvin's side, saying, I'll go with them. With Patrick there, she naturally wanted to be there as well. Though previously invaded by the demon, she now had precautions. Confident in her abilities, she believed she could prevent any further intrusions. Plus, the talisman from Amato provided additional security. Amato couldn't force Valerie, so he let her follow Kelvin's group. However, her unusual behavior puzzled him. Could Kelvin's earlier indiscretion have led to feelings? Or did she think it was safer to stay with the group? Valerie hadn't mentioned discovering the person tied to her fate, so she hadn't considered that this trio included her destined match. Her Majesty, though I've contained the demon, it might not behave. It's cunning and may deceive us. Following the prince might be safer. Kelvin suspected Valerie's intentions and gently advised her, concerned for Patrick's safety. Before Valerie could respond, the demon in the fireball trembled. Kelvin was right. It had been plotting to harm him and regain freedom. Now exposed, its original plan seemed unfeasible. This kid saw through its plans. Surely, he must have prepared countermeasures. Typical methods wouldn't work. No, I need to gain his trust temporarily to lure him into a trap. Helping him find Zhu Guo would show my sincerity. The demon quickly devised a plan. Zhu Guo's aura permeated the cave, but it was hidden deep within the secret realm of a true sage. A regular person would search endlessly and still not find it. The demon diligently guided them. Valerie moved closer to Kelvin and whispered, You saved me. I trust you more. Staying close to you gives me peace of mind. Spit. Kelvin gave Patrick a sympathetic glance. She's using flirtatious words to get closer to me, showing how determined she is to eliminate him. But hearing these words, Patrick felt a chill. She's an imperial consort, the emperor's woman. Did she develop feelings for me? How outrageous. Clinton, however, was thrilled. Awesome. My brother Phelan is a legend. Conquering the emperor's woman in no time. Impressive. Envious. Kelvin looked at Valerie's radiant face illuminated by the torchlight and said nothing more. Knowing your true intentions, you won't have a chance to harm Patrick. Her Majesty, when did you know I liked the legacy of Freddy Wu? Kelvin asked. Valerie looked at Kelvin, bewildered. What was he talking about? It didn't make sense. What was the legacy of Freddy Wu? The names used in the translation, like Kelvin, Valerie, Patrick, etc., are consistent with pinyin transliteration for Chinese characters. Chapter 154, The Giant Python. The demon led the way, and they did not take any detours. However, this place was indeed where the sacred clan gathered in Sha. As they delved deeper into the cave, they occasionally encountered animal bones. These bones, eroded by In Sha, had turned into malevolent entities. Smelling the presence of living beings, these entities pounced, seeking to devour human blood and qi. Yet, these skeletons were merely acting on instinct, and their lethality wasn't strong. Quickly dispatched by the group of cultivators, they soon crumbled into piles of bones. As they neared the destination pointed out by the demon, Kelvin and his party walking on the ground felt skeletal hands emerging from the dirt, grabbing at their feet, startling everyone. Patrick's legs were seized, and as the skeletal fingers were about to pierce into his flesh, he shouted, Evil spirits, begone. With a roar, the skeleton smoked and the malevolent entities created by In Sha vanished instantly. The several skeletal hands that grabbed them now lay still as bone. This scene caused Valerie's pupils to narrow. How formidable is this righteousness aura? It could disperse even a master's entire spiritual energy. Indeed, anyone destined to be entangled with her wouldn't be simple. It seemed it was because of his exceptional qualities that she couldn't help but feel drawn to him, leading to emotional ties. Therefore, before her heart changed, martial artists, and scholars alike. Most importantly, Zhu fruits are naturally grown treasures imbued with Tao essence, essential for transforming into celestial beings, a prerequisite for achieving celestial status after becoming a grandmaster. Due to lack of celestial inducers, it was difficult for Jinling to produce celestial beings beyond being under a curse. Now, facing dozens of Zhu fruits, everyone estimated nearly 100. To acquire even one would be a tremendous fortune, either for personal use or selling to grandmasters. Kelvin also gazed intensely at the Zhu fruits. With their aid, he was confident he could break through to the 8th rank rapidly, even possibly to the 9th rank. As for the function of the celestial inducer, he hadn't considered it yet. Such a In Sha-infused place producing Philip-natured Zhu fruits. Nature is truly wondrous. Amato sighed, though tempted to pluck them himself. He understood the perilousness of obtaining heavenly treasures here. Kelvin suddenly remarked, nourished by stone milk. Confused, the others followed his gaze and saw numerous stalactites dripping stone milk onto the Zhu fruit tree roots. These stone droplets also lit up people's eyes. This too was a treasure worth collecting for its value. Indeed, every step here offers opportunity, someone marveled, turning their gazes towards Amato awaiting orders. Amato glanced at Kelvin. Kelvin asked the demon, isn't it have become demonic? If so, subduing it would be extremely challenging. Seeing people eyeing its Zhu fruits, the python attacked, aiming to swallow everyone. Everyone scattered, taking defensive measures. Kelvin carried Patrick away swiftly. The python's jaws smashed where they stood earlier, creating a large crater. Ironically, this made everyone cheer. This python isn't truly demonic. Demons possess demon techniques. Since it only uses brute force, dealing with it would be easier. Understanding, the crowd concluded the python must have grown under the influence of xiuxian and xiu fruits without gaining demonic powers due to being in sacred clan territory. However, witnessing its enormous size charging again, everyone's faces paled once more. Even if not demonic, this python was terrifying. Hashtag chapter 155, plucking the xiu fruit. The giant python attacked the group as if a small mountain had crashed down on them. The people quickly leaped aside to avoid it while simultaneously unleashing various Dao spells, transforming into beams of light that shot towards the python. With its thick hide and bulky body, several martial artists' spells left only faint marks on the python without causing significant damage. Wicked beast, cease your brutality. The power of the attack was restricted. Zap zap. The python emitted a series of sounds as it attacked the crowd again. Though it lacked demonic abilities, its mountainous body continuously thrashed and bit, sending boulders flying. Under such a massive creature, everyone dodged incessantly. Patrick had been flung far away by Kelvin. The other cultivators also avoided direct confrontation, using spells to evade its attacks. The group was effectively kept outside by the python. Staring at the 1,000-year-old xiu fruit tree, everyone felt a twinge of frustration. Amato shouted, "Everyone, use your full strength against it. Though strong, it lacks demonic abilities, so we can wear it down." The cultivators, upon hearing Amato's words, secretly grimaced. Without demonic powers, the python relied solely on its enormous size. They wouldn't have lasted long without their Dao spells. But since Amato commanded, they had no choice but to comply. They formed an array around the python, launching continuous spell attacks that fell like fireworks. At this moment, Amato wielded the demon-slaying mace, enveloped in golden light that acted like restraints, slowing the python further. The mace had a restraining effect on malevolent energy, and the python seemed repeatedly lashed by golden whips, howling in agony. Seeing this, the cultivators unleashed more spells. Kelvin glanced at Amato's demon-slaying mace. It was indeed an excellent tool. He then darted forward. Seeing this, everyone's faces lit up. Kelvin was powerful and a lamplighter, making him a formidable ally. However, instead of attacking the python, Kelvin aimed straight for the xiu fruit tree. "Your Highness, keep it busy," Kelvin called out before dashing toward the tree. This move stunned everyone. It felt like he wanted them to hold off the python while he plucked the xiu fruits. Could he be serious? Kelvin used his spell to levitate himself with the wind and swept his hand, capturing 2 xiu fruits. They were scorching to the touch. Ha-arg. Seeing the xiu fruits being taken, the python flew into a rage. These fruits were its intended meal once they matured and fell to the ground, decaying into delicious fodder filled with terrifying malevolent energy. The python lashed out with its tail at Amato and the others, who paled, unable to face such a powerful blow and had to dodge. Abandoning the fight, the python lunged at Kelvin with its gaping maw. Many watched with derision, believing Kelvin's cleverness had backfired. How would he handle the python alone now? Grabbing the xiu fruits without neutralizing the threat was a recipe for disaster. Brother Phelan, Patrick and Clinton's faces changed. They wanted to help, but the python's gaping maw was already about to bite Kelvin. But Kelvin moved incredibly fast. Lighters truly harnessed the essence of heaven and earth. Amato couldn't help but marvel. To unleash the power of talismans so casually made Kelvin almost a spellcaster. Enraged, the python focused entirely on Kelvin, its enormous tail sweeping toward him. Seeing this, Amato said, "Attack it." Using Kelvin to draw its attention, "I'll go for the xiu fruits." Everyone was speechless. Kelvin had indeed received immediate karma. Chapter 156, Falling into the Water. The giant python was terrifying, relentlessly attacking those trying to pick the xiu fruits. Kelvin used the ghostly shadow movement technique to swiftly evade its attacks. Even so, it was a perilous situation. Fortunately, the python was wary of damaging the xiu tree, so it hesitated with each potentially devastating strike from its tail, allowing Kelvin to narrowly gather over 50 xiu fruits without much harm. Of course, he had used more than 20 thunder talismans in the process, all of which ended up in the python's mouth. This clearly showed how formidable the python was. Each talisman was equivalent to a master strike, yet it only suffered wounds and continued its violent rampage unabated. Meanwhile, Amato also kept launching attacks using his demon-subduing pestle. In Jinling, Amato had always seemed unremarkable, nothing but his title causing any concern. However, at this moment, Kelvin witnessed the true strength of Amato. Holding the demon-subduing pestle, he actually managed to withstand a head-on confrontation with the python. Amato moved swiftly, rapidly plucking xiu fruits. As more xiu fruits were picked, the python grew increasingly enraged, disregarding the safety of the xiu tree. It swung its tail wildly, aiming to crush everyone. In its fury, many cultivators aiding Amato were struck by the python's tail, spitting blood as they were hurled away. Seeing the python's gaping maw rushing toward him, even tossing talismans failed to deter it. Kelvin changed color, moving frantically with the ghostly shadow technique to escape. Though the python's massive jaws could not catch Kelvin, its tail lashed out, shattering one of the tree's huge branches. While evading, Kelvin unleashed a surge of spiritual energy. Threefold flame. A fireball exploded on the python's tail, creating a small bloody hole. Yet, the tail did not slow down and swept toward him again. Kelvin quickly retreated, while forming 3 layers of spiritual protection around himself. Bang! The tail lashed out, shattering his spiritual defense. Kelvin forcefully unleashed another spell, and tried to push back with his arm. The tail struck his hand, and despite his protective layer of spiritual energy, he felt an intense shock that made his internal organs feel like they were about to burst. CHH. Clearly unwilling to let Kelvin go, the python lunged again with its ferocious jaws. "Brother Python, don't just focus on me. There's another person picking your xiu fruits. Why don't you go after him?" Kelvin shouted at the python. Amato, who was picking Zhu fruits, nearly lost control of his spirit energy at these words. This guy really abandons his friends to save himself. Just as Amato calmed down, he heard Kelvin shout again, "Your Highness, can you be a decent person? These are Brother Python's Zhu fruits. You should have enough already. Don't be so greedy." Turning to the Python, Kelvin added, "Brother Python, I'm on your side. I'm genuinely thinking about you. Why do you keep chasing me?" Kelvin, full of grievances, pushed his ghostly shadow technique to its limit, sprinting away. "Brother Python, that person is too greedy, and if you don't stop him, there won't be any Zhu fruits left. If I were you, I couldn't tolerate that." Kelvin called out while shouting, "I promise I won't pick your Zhu fruits anymore. Please don't chase me." The pursuing Python, seemingly influenced by Kelvin's words, indeed gave up on him and turned to attack Amato, who was still picking fruits. Seeing this, Kelvin rejoiced, rapidly moving away from the Zhu tree. "Brother Python, I keep my word and won't pick anymore. Go after the greedy one." Amato, watching the Python charge at him, was infuriated. "Damn brat, you picked over 50 already, and I haven't even gotten 20, and you dare call me greedy? How can this Python be so dumb? Didn't it know how to count?" But no matter how much he fumed, the Python focused solely on him, fiercely attacking and putting him in grave danger. Kelvin, realizing the Python was no longer concerned about the Zhu tree, was filled with trepidation. He had been relying on the tree for cover multiple times. If he went back now, he might not survive. "Let's go," Kelvin shouted, pulling Patrick along. Clinton followed, pasting talismans on his feet before dashing away. "Actonjai, I leave the Zhu fruits to you. Remember this kindness?" Kelvin shouted at Amato before racing away. Amato avoided the Python's massive jaws, hearing Kelvin's words which infuriated him further. He wanted to curse but couldn't afford to lose focus. The Python was attacking him with deadly intent. "Sir, go deeper to the left," a demon advised, and at the same time, Valerie caught up. She didn't compete for the Zhu fruits, calmly observing from the side all along. The 1,000-year-old Zhu fruit was rare but not impossible to find outside Jinling. Both the Actong family and the Imperial Court noticed Valerie flailing and splashing wildly, clearly drowning because she couldn't swim. Seeing someone, Kelvin stopped swimming to shore and swam toward her. Upon seeing Kelvin, Valerie clung to his neck like a lifeline, wrapping her legs around him like a sloth. Her actions pulled both of them deeper into the pond. Damn it. That's why drowning victims are difficult to save and can often take their rescuers with them, just like Valerie. Hashtag chapter 157. The true immortals remains. Valerie clung to Kelvin like a pendant, her fingers digging into him as icy water poured into her mouth, choking her and causing her mind to go blank. She clung even tighter to Kelvin. If this weren't a submerged mountain, the weight on his chest would have crushed him by now. However, her frantic behavior made it difficult for Kelvin to exert any force, causing both of them to sink further. Kelvin, helpless, held his breath, one hand gripping Valerie's waist tightly while the other propelled them toward the shore. Kelvin calmed his mind and channeled his spiritual energy. However, the freezing water hindered its flow. It was no wonder that just a moment ago, a surge had dispersed his spiritual energy, finally breaking the surface. Valerie still clung desperately to him. Seeing her struggling, Kelvin tightened his grip, especially around her hips. Kelvin reminded her. Only then did Valerie fully regain her senses after nearly drowning. Looking into Kelvin's eyes and following his gaze downward, she saw herself pressing against him, revealing her skin's pink hue. She blushed furiously, quickly getting off him and hiding behind a large rock by the pond to change into fresh clothes. Clinton watched this scene and couldn't help but suggest, "Brother Phelan, the Imperial concubine has caught a chill. You should go warm her up. I'll keep watch for you." He winked slyly at Kelvin. Kelvin immediately understood what he meant. No wonder Clinton was full of good intentions. If only every doctor could be allowed to treat the Imperial concubine's cold. Still, Valerie must possess a storage device, quite an envy-inducing item. Storage devices, involving spatial laws, were priceless. Achoo. Patrick got out of the water, sneezing continuously. The water was extremely cold, and having fallen in twice, his scholar's weak constitution couldn't withstand it. Valerie, who was also sneezing nonstop, hadn't fared much better despite being a cultivator. Having been injured earlier and then nearly drowned, she now suffered from wind cold. Clinton took out several talismans, throwing them to the ground where they instantly ignited into flames. Chuckling, he said, "Warm yourself by the fire, Your Majesty. If that doesn't work, Brother Phelan can help warm you up." Typical of Clinton. Even an Imperial concubine couldn't shake his lecherous thoughts. Hearing this, Patrick eagerly shouted, "Brother Phelan, warm me up too." Kelvin remained silent but responded to Clinton, "Brother Yu, I'm glad you've put aside your prejudice and are warming Brother Yen. That makes me very happy." Then, Kelvin began to observe their surroundings. Although dark, the stone walls glowed faintly, providing just enough light. This was an underground cave with a pond in the center, surrounded by peculiar rocks, some towering over 30 meters high. "Where are we?" Kelvin asked the demon, summoning a ball of fire. The demon hurriedly replied, "This is the cave residence of the true immortal from years ago, which later became his burial place." "Where are the true immortal's remains?" Kelvin asked. "The master can follow me. I will lead you to the true immortal's remains," the demon said. Kelvin looked at the demon without saying much, simply nodding. "Lead the way." The demon respectfully answered, "Please follow closely, master. This place is vast, and without a guide, it's impossible to find the true immortal's burial site, hidden among these peculiar rocks." All of them felt a mix of anticipation. Could this truly be the burial place of the true immortal? True immortal indeed. His remains possessed immense value. But Valerie cautioned, "The demon is deceitful. Think carefully before proceeding." The demon protested, "Master, I only wish to live. Under your seal, similar to true fire, any treachery on my part would mean certain death. If master is worried, we don't have to go. I only ask for mercy." Kelvin responded. So what if he has plans? This is Holy Clan territory, and I believe they have measures in place. In my home, even the latrine wouldn't harbor such a monstrous insect. This statement made Valerie pause, realizing it was logical that the Holy Clan wouldn't allow such powerful demons. Thus, Valerie felt somewhat relieved. Let's go and see, Valerie decided, casting a glance at Patrick. If only Patrick feared water as she did. She wondered how to deal with him. Compared to the opportunities at the Holy Temple, she yearned more to sever her fate's entanglements. Thinking of this, Valerie couldn't help feeling restless. Following the demon through various twisted paths, they eventually arrived at a collapsed rock formation, entering through a narrow opening. There, they saw the remains. Even after countless years, the skeleton radiated with brilliant light, appearing almost like white jade. It was truly the remains of the true immortal. Everyone was stunned speechless. Once here, you will all die, the demon sneered. Kelvin glanced at it, then laughed. You managed to escape using some tricks. Indeed, that surprised me. But that's all. If you could fully harness the power of the Aldo's remains, you wouldn't be wasting words with me. You're right, the demon sneered. This is, after all, the Holy Clan's territory, and the Aldo's remains have been treated to prevent them from turning into demons. Over countless years, even being close to it, I can only harness a small part of its power. However, killing you isn't reliant on a single corpse. As it spoke, a rustling sound began around them. Kelvin, you're too arrogant. Do you think controlling me guarantees your safety? This place is where the Holy Clan gathers in forces, easily nurturing evil creatures. The rustling sounds grew louder as it spoke. They soon noticed countless evil entities appearing from all directions. Mice, birds, wolves, leopards, tigers, each surrounded by black mist, radiating ominous energy. For 1,000 years, despite no human presence, other living beings existed here. Their spirits, nurtured by an energy, transformed into various evil entities. These creatures appeared from all sides, growing in numbers, dark mists swirling as they pounced hungrily at the group. Suddenly, the area resembled hell, the air filled with energy, the temperature dropping sharply. Be careful. As these evil entities charged towards them, actively dispersed the creatures. Valerie glanced at Patrick, his protective stance reminding her why they were entangled by fate. Had she not been cautious, she might have fallen for him amidst this peril. Madam, be careful. Lost in thought, Valerie almost got attacked. Patrick yelled, dispersing the creature and urging her to stay close. Get lost. Valerie's face turned icy, angrily pushing Patrick away. Confused, Patrick wondered what he had done wrong. Evil entities kept surging forward as the group fought back relentlessly, but the waves of attacks drained everyone rapidly. Patrick especially looked exhausted, barely managing to keep up with the support of righteous ruler. Seeing this, the demon laughed cruelly. Struggling won't help. Even heaven humans would die under such assault, let alone you. Patrick and Clinton's faces turned pale, blocked and strained. They knew exhaustion loomed, rendering their treasures useless and leading to a grisly end. All this time, I've waited to see if you had more tricks up your sleeve. Now it seems you rely on overwhelming us with sheer numbers, Kelvin sighed. I guess I overestimated the danger. The demon chuckled mockingly. Facing certain death, you dare to boast? There's no escape for you. Kelvin smiled. You don't know this is an Insha gathering place, which is why I came here without precautions. And you don't realize that this situation is miraculous. Have you ever seen a lamplight without a wick? Malevolent spirits are different from regular things. Grass and trees can be used as wicks, but malevolent spirits cannot. So what if they are tainted with spirit oil? Naive fellow, the demon jeered. How could you understand the uniqueness of malevolent spirits? Ha, you're dreaming if you think this will work against us. You're asking for death. He drove countless malevolent spirits towards everyone, determined to take down these few people. Who told you that a lamp cannot be lit without a wick? As Kelvin spoke, 3 flames erupted from his shoulder, which he drew into his mouth, instantly forming 3 pure fires. Although not the true 3 pure fires, after becoming a Kalister, Kelvin's flame could Menchang be considered real fire. Edit. Although not the true 3 pure fires, after becoming a Kalister, Kelvin's flame could now barely be considered real fire. Explanation. The word Menchang, barely / with difficulty, is better placed with could to fluidly convey that his flame can now just about be considered real fire after his advancement, maintaining the original meaning while ensuring it reads naturally in English. He spat out the flame, which exploded into countless sparks, much like rain. These sparks naturally couldn't harm the malevolent spirits, but they fell precisely onto the spirit oil, igniting it. The burning spirit oil released the 3 pure fires. Ordinary malevolent spirits could not withstand the true fire. The burning malevolent spirits made sizzling sounds, disappearing into ashes within moments. This scene stunned called Heaven's Prohibition practitioners, and the technique was also known as the Heaven's Prohibition technique. Of course, this title was limited to those who received the true teachings of the Sacred Clan. Many practiced the lamplighting technique after the Sacred Clan enlightened the world, but most did not grasp its essence. This led to the distinction between the lamplighting technique and the Heaven's Prohibition technique. While lamplighters had remarkable skills, they were vastly different from Heaven's Prohibition practitioners. A Heaven's Prohibition practitioner is definitely a lamplighter, but not all lamplighters are Heaven's Prohibition practitioners. In fact, among thousands of lamplighters, it was rare to find one Heaven's Prohibition practitioner. Yet, the Bruno before him turned out to be one. Kelvin didn't know what the demon meant by Heaven's Prohibition. To him, it was just a common technique. In the ghost town, where malevolent spirits constantly roamed, let alone Davis, even the butcher would fling a bag of pig fat, followed by spitting fire, instantly turning the sky into a sea of flames, burning all the malevolent spirits to ashes. Kelvin hadn't learned the essence of their techniques, but had picked up quite a bit through observation. Compared to the ghost town, there were so few malevolent spirits here. It was peanuts. Even without mastering the essence, solving them was easy. Quantity doesn't matter, quality does. Kelvin stared at the demonic entity attached to the corpse and said, "It seems your schemes don't work." Valerie's beautiful eyes sparkled, intensely focusing on Kelvin. She didn't understand the term, heaven's prohibition, from the demon's mouth, but it sounded terrifying. Kelvin's display of the lamplighting technique was absolutely astonishing. Recruiting him into their Actong family would be a huge gain. Seeing the demon not reply, Kelvin continued, "Can I find and destroy you, even though you're formless and shapeless?" Finally unable to contain himself, the demon replied, "I'll keep my promise. Can you spare me?" Kelvin didn't answer directly but asked, "What is your relationship with Aldo? What are you plotting?" His question made Clinton and Patrick look at the Aldo's remains with increased caution. "I have no." The demon's words were cut off as Kelvin produced another oil pouch. "Guess if this bag can solve you?" The demon trembled. If others said this, he would ignore it. It wasn't strong in combat, but was incredibly hard to destroy due to its peculiarities. However, facing a Heaven's Prohibition practitioner, how special was it? Formless and shapeless malevolent entities are the hardest to create. Besides, landing on the Aldo's remains changes you. These malevolent spirits are entirely... Chapter 160. I won the bet. Ezra couldn't move. Everyone watched as a translucent figure emerged from the corpse of the Aldo and slowly approached Ezra. An ethereal soul? Valerie's expression changed drastically. She looked at it in disbelief. "You didn't die completely?" The translucent soul cast a mocking glance at Valerie. "You trusted the Holy Clan too much. Did you think that once the Holy Clan intervenes, nothing could go wrong?" Valerie and the others were numb with shock. They had indeed thought so. If the Holy Clan got involved, who could possibly escape? Even a Aldo would leave not even a wisp of a soul behind. But now, after one Holy Clan member killed Aldo, the latter somehow survived. Had the Holy Clan become so weak? Seeing everyone's reaction, pride spread across the soul's face. The Holy Clan wasn't weak. If it were another Aldo, they would have died completely without any hope of leaving even a wisp of their soul behind. How could anyone escape the piercing eyes of the Holy Clan? In fact, this remaining soul fragment was due to a secret technique that allowed him to disperse a single thread of his soul within the corpse. Yes, not a wisp but a thread. A negligible thread. And even this thread had to be shattered into tiny pieces within the corpse, merging with divine essence, barely escaping the eyes of the Holy Clan members. Such a soul fragment couldn't even be considered a fragment, since it would naturally dissipate within 1 or 2 months without interference. However, the Holy Clan had turned this world into a place to absorb negative energies. With the nourishment of these energies and 1,000 years of growth, it barely managed to condense into a wisp of soul and regain a semblance of life. Now, he was about to possess someone else's body and live another lifetime. "Boy, you're truly lucky. You get the chance to serve as my new vessel," the soul said arrogantly. Ezra stood frozen, watching the approaching soul. After a moment, he asked, "Are you going to possess me?" "You guessed right. Although possession has many drawbacks, being alive is better. Plus, possessing you might grant me access to the Heavenly Prohibition technique, which could solve those drawbacks," the soul replied. "Since you know I have the Heavenly Prohibition technique, aren't you afraid of it?" Ezra asked. "Boy, stop struggling in vain. What does it matter if you have the Heavenly Prohibition technique? You're not even in exalted heaven. How effective can it be? Your strength is too low, so low that even as just a wisp of soul, I can easily crush you." The soul then surged into Ezra's body, heading straight for his sea of consciousness, intent on destroying his spirit and taking over his physical form. Pity the fiend was too cunning. Cunning enough that when it told me about the Aldo's power, I suspected it might be a lingering soul of a Aldo. After all, a fiend raised in confinement shouldn't be this cunning, Ezra said calmly. "What do you mean?" The soul was already in Ezra's sea of consciousness, puzzled by his words. "Knowing this, you still dared to come in here? Because I wanted to bet. I bet that you were a lingering soul, and that you lured me here to take over my body." Ezra smiled. The Aldo's soul felt an ominous premonition but couldn't understand what means a mere cultivator, not even an exalted heaven, could have against the Aldo's lingering soul. Soon, he understood. Suddenly, endless sword intentions burst forth from the previously calm sea of consciousness, overwhelming the entire space with sharp and fierce sword energy. These sword intentions formed a terrifying prison of swords. Even as Aldo in his previous life, facing such a prison of swords would fill him with dread. Forget being just a wisp of soul. Could his complete soul have escaped such a trap? At that moment, he saw a sword suspended above his head. Others might not recognize it, but could he? Holy Clan's sacred sword? He screamed in terror, eyes wide open. What did the sacred sword represent? It represented the authority of the Holy Clan's leader and, by extension, the entire Holy Clan. This boy actually controlled the Holy Clan. A boy who wasn't even an exalted heaven controlled the Holy Clan. What kind of joke was this? His body began trembling uncontrollably. Who had he offended? Who? He thought, this boy was just a lucky recipient of the Heavenly Prohibition Technique's inheritance, but he turned out to be the controller of the Holy Clan. He wished he could explode on the spot, die right there. "I fear no possession more than anything else," Ezra said, sensing the trapped soul in the prison of swords. "Now, I'll give you a choice. How do you want to die?" "I regret it." The Aldo's soul cried out in despair, lamenting the effort he had spent to deceive the Holy Clan's power and endure 1,000 years, only to end up like this. I was too greedy. I shouldn't have coveted the Heavenly Prohibition Technique. There were 2 other men here. I should have possessed them. Upon hearing this, Ezra fell silent for a moment. "You really are unlucky. Even if given another chance, you'd still fail." Among the 3, one had the sacred sword, another had the 9 heavens lightning decree, and the last one had the grand justice ruler, all resistant to possession. Your only target left would be women. But should he tell him this harsh truth? Wouldn't it be cruel and heartless? Very unkind, perhaps better not to say it. So, Ezra mentally communicated with him. "That scholar has the grand justice ruler, and that Taoist has the 9 heavens lightning decree. Of the Aldo said, I have a supernatural power, a kind that even intimidates the sacred clan. So, you want to trade this power for your life? Kelvin asked. He shook his head and replied, although I wish to trade my power for life, would you agree? Kelvin thought to himself, of course not. My plan is to deceive you into revealing the power and then deal with you afterwards. Who would dare easily let go of a remnant soul of Aldo? That's like letting a tiger return to the mountain. My character is clear. If you give me the power, I'll surely let you go, Kelvin said righteously. In business, fairness and integrity are paramount. The Aldo's remnant soul scoffed. Do you think I'm one of those rookies who just entered the world? Do you really think I'd believe such nonsense from you? Kelvin sighed. I offer my heart to the moon, yet it shines over the gutter. If you don't trust me, why even bring it up? The other party said, this power is my proudest achievement. I don't want it to be lost. Moreover, passing on this power will consume my last thread of residual soul. It doesn't matter whether you let me go or not at this point. These words made Kelvin momentarily dumbfounded. What do you mean? You want to impart the power to me for free? Life like me could create something like this. They didn't understand that this method was created through countless struggles. When I was 6, I crawled out from a pile of corpses in a mass grave after everyone in my village died from a plague, but I survived. As he spoke, his residual soul began emitting strands of runes composed of soul force. These runes shone oddly, emanating a profound energy that exuded the aura of great principles. If not for the endless sword intent creating a prison, Kelvin might not have been able to withstand such profound energy. But within this prison, Kelvin sat calmly, his mind immersing deeply into the runes. They became as clear as enlightenment in his divine sea, absorbing and understanding each symbol completely. The Aldo's residual soul continued. At 6, I walked out of the mass grave, weakened by disease, starving. I found dog food outside a house and started eating. It angered the dog, which pounced at me. To survive, I fought for my life with the dog. We both bit each other. My body was covered in blood, but I made the dog yelp and flee. Thus, I monopolized the dog food. With each word, the soul force generated runes, merging with the earlier ones. The scene of fighting the dog came alive as if unfolding before them. By fighting for dog food, I survived and eventually gained enough strength to beg in the city. However, I offended Aryanli beggars who wanted to cripple me to use me as a begging tool. I fought back, biting one of their throats, covering my face in blood. Shocked, they let me escape. But they sought revenge for their comrade. Being only a child, I had no chance against them. So, I fought again, targeting them one by one. Covered in injuries, I finally killed them all. Through numerous struggles, I secured my place in the city. The runes shimmered brighter, and a strange aura spread out, reflecting his mindset and emotions of the past. One time, while begging, I accidentally touched a noble's clothes, infuriating him. His servants were ordered to beat me to death. Desperate not to die, I did not dodge their sticks. Knowing they outnumbered me, dodging was useless. Instead, I clung to the stick, breaking my ribs. Unexpectedly, I pulled him off balance and stabbed him with a knife. Another fight, another victory. Killing him, I fled through familiar alleyways. But this further enraged the noble. The entire city hunted me down. Fighting to live was too difficult. Even being a rat wasn't easy. Hateful, I risked my life, impersonated a servant to poison the noble. Unprepared, he fell for it. When I tried to decapitate him, I realized how terrifying cultivators are. Even poisoned, he had some strength left. Struggling, I broke many bones before finally stabbing his heart. Both near death, I was captured by the servants. He recounted slowly, each sentence revealing his desperate will to live, disregarding his own life to take others. Chapter 162, just for the thrill. I thought I was going to die, but unexpectedly, one of my servants, driven by greed, sold me to a practitioner of the demon path. This person raised me alongside venomous insects and 100 others like cultivating a poisonous insect, pushing us to fight for survival. Thus, I battled against the venomous insects and fought with other humans. The remnant soul of the Aldo slowly narrated his story, constructing runes using his soul power. These runes exuded Tao rhythms, continuously overlapping and forming as if they were assembling into his life story. Kelvin was immersed in it, experiencing scenes unfolding before him through the aura of the Tao rhythms and his words. He spoke of battling the practitioners of the demon path, fighting those who sought cultivation techniques, and striving for opportunities. When I crawled out from the mass grave, what did I have? Nothing at all. Achieved it, I used it to fight and kill another Aldo. Later, I managed to kill several more. My lifespan isn't much left now. Otherwise, I could have taken down a few holy clan members too. As he said this, there was boundless confidence in his voice. This was pride in his own divine power. Kelvin did not respond immediately. The divine power fully evolved, yet being merely a remnant soul, its creation pushed his existence to the brink of annihilation. Boy, have you learned it? This is my greatest achievement in this world. I don't want it to be lost. If possible, find someone to carry on this legacy in the future, the desperate fight Aldo requested. Kelvin sensed the divine power flowing, and the desperate fight Aldo commented. With your current skill, you can trade about 5 years of your lifespan for 1 year of someone else's. Kelvin replied, I've disappointed you, senior. The desperate fight Aldo shook his head, saying, even if I passed it down completely within your sea of gods, you don't have the same mindset I did. Reaching a one-to-one exchange would be hard. But since you've just started, there's room for growth. While 1-for-1 is difficult, 2-for-1 is still achievable. Senior, rest assured, before I die, I will definitely pass on this divine power. Kelvin promised the desperate fight Aldo. Why wait until death? Such a practical kid. This boy might indeed cause his divine power to be lost. What was the point then? Driven by desperation, the desperate fight Aldo pleaded. This is my last wish. For the sake of passing on my divine power to you, please ensure it continues. Saying this, the desperate fight Aldo exerted his final bit of soul power, bowing deeply. He wanted to say more but was utterly exhausted. Passing on the divine power caused his complete annihilation. The sword prison was now empty. Aldo, having struggled throughout his life, finally faded away into nothingness. Kelvin sighed and transformed into the numerous sword intentions of the sword prison. Then, these intentions began moving. However, instead of returning to the sword pellet, they rapidly swirled within the sword prison. The sword prison began swirling violently. After just 2 rounds of the whirlwind, Kelvin detected the cries of pain resonating within his sea of gods. A remnant soul appeared in the sword prison. It was the desperate fight Aldo's soul. Appearing again, he looked at Kelvin with horror and frustration. How did you know I wasn't completely annihilated? The desperate fight Aldo was devastated. By teaching the divine power and recounting his tragic path, any normal person would be affected and feel sympathy towards him, giving him a chance to escape. Struggling Aldo had attempted to stall for time using promises of benefits, but hadn't expected the boy to be so cautious and not give him a chance. As endless sword intents sliced through him, his remaining soul fragments kept getting cut apart. The Aldo was unwilling to give up. Yet what could he do against these endless sword intents? He could only use the secret art that had once deceived Saint race experts, anchoring a sliver of divine soul onto a chilling sword intent. This time he did not leave an invisible trace like back then. Back then, it was a Saint race expert. Now it was merely a 7th rank cultivator. The left behind divine soul could be stronger. But even so, the retained thread of divine soul was like a flickering flame, needing to find a suitable opportunity to escape or else face complete annihilation. However, he felt confident it wouldn't be discovered, still having the chance to preserve a spark, possibly allowing him another 100 years before attempting rebirth. At this moment though, struggling Aldo noticed a cultivation technique flowing within the sword hell. All the fragmented souls, under this technique's effect, were directly refined and absorbed. Primal origin art. Kelvin also didn't expect any remnants would cling to his sword intent under such conditions. Indeed, Aldo's means never ceased. Yet his luck was truly bad. The primal origin art could refine everything. 9th rank was just a matter of time given primal origin art, especially with sufficient resources. What genuinely caught his attention was the unprecedented quality of his divine soul force. Where before it was like muddy water, now it was clear, pure stream water, flawless and untainted. The quality of his soul force had been elevated immensely. Truly worthy of being a Aldo. Kelvin sighed. Such an existence was overwhelmingly powerful. Even just a thread, after refinement, brought about unimaginable qualitative improvements. Due to his short cultivation history, he didn't know the specific benefits of this enhanced quality. Well, might as well ask Janine sometime. She knows a lot about divine soul matters. Soon, Kelvin discovered a thread of black material residing between his eyebrows. Before, there were plenty of purple elements. I thought they were enough to support primal origin art for quite some time. But I didn't expect refining this single thread to deplete all. Fortunately, he spent much divine soul force passing on his divine abilities. Otherwise, I might directly absorb via sword intents, leading to my heavenly retribution. Valerie, Patricio, Myra, and others saw divine forces bind Kelvin while the Aldo's residual soul rushed towards him. They panicked, powerless to act. Soon, they noticed something odd. Kelvin stood calmly, expression serene, showing no signs of possession. Instead, shortly afterward, strange Tao rhythms emanated from him. Viewing from afar invoked emotions, making one feel life was limited, like facing an unavoidable destiny. Valerie later noticed Kelvin's divine soul force ripple out, which was of astonishingly high quality. Even at the heaven realm stage, divine souls shouldn't reach such quality. As everyone felt anxious for Kelvin, he expelled a breath, looking composed and stable. "You're fine?" Valerie exclaimed, amazed. That was Aldo's residual soul, capable of killing heaven realms too. Yet Kelvin was unharmed? Indeed, this kid has a big secret beyond imagination. Patricio and Clinton sighed with relief, realizing their worries were silly. Right. With Brother Phelan's assistance, they obtained opportunities like the Just Measure Ruler. Opportunities like these naturally protected against possession. Brother Phelan, familiar with the sacred temple, surely had his own opportunities, unnecessary worries indeed. He initially intended to possess me, but I persuaded him, causing remorse and guilt, eventually prompting his suicide in my divine sea. Kelvin explained. Valerie frowned, thinking he should at least give a plausible reason to hide secrets. Kelvin looked at the Aldo's corpse. Approaching, he found it lacked divine nature. The final divine forces were used by the residual soul to confine him. Now, it was mere bones. What a pity. Dark entity hadn't recovered much. The one who could act was him. Though large, Kelvin exerted considerable effort, pushing the boulder aside using his master-level strength. Underneath appeared a dark, hollow entrance. Indeed, a different world. Hashtag chapter 164. Don't come down. Finally here. Amato gritted his teeth in frustration. Kelvin was nothing but a good-for-nothing, having picked the Zhu fruit and run away, which made the giant python target him alone. It took all his effort to escape from the snake's clutches. Out of an entire tree of Zhu fruits, he managed to pick only about 20, far fewer than Kelvin did. Yet he had suffered much more and had been injured by the python several times. Fortunately for him, this giant python relied solely on brute force. Otherwise, he might have really failed there. However, one silver lining was that being pursued by the python led him to the actual destination he was looking for. The Holy Clan, residing in Jinling where the Yin energy was strong, needed to handle the malevolent energy. The Holy Clan dealt with it using the 3 talents array. What they currently sensed as ominous energy was just a trace of what leaked out. The true malevolent energy was concentrated within the 3 talents array. The Roland Wangfu had always maintained close ties with the Holy Clan. Back when the Holy Clan dealt with the Yin energy, the Roland Wangfu also ill. The Yin pill nurtured by 1,000 years of Yin energy and purified by the 3 talents array. It was indeed an unparalleled treasure. As for what the last core nurtured, it was not recorded in the ancient texts. According to ancient family records, when the Holy Clan was in a life and death situation and sealed everything at the Holy Temple, his ancestor asked to enter the 3 talents array to sacrifice himself, dedicating his soul to nourish it with Yin energy and secret techniques. This method could create evil spirits. Although evil spirits were malicious, under the Holy Clan and Ancestor Amato's secret methods, these spirits became different. Leveraging Ancestor Amato's bloodline, they could control these evil spirits as puppets, commanding them at will. Acknowledging the contributions of the Roland Wangfu, the Holy Clan ultimately agreed to Ancestor Amato's request. This left Amato with a hidden ace, providing the Roland lineage a chance to rise again. For clarity and fluency, it would read better as, in recognition of the Roland family's contributions, the Holy Clan eventually agreed to Ancestor Amato's request, leaving Amato with a hidden trump card, a chance for the Roland lineage to rise again. This time, Amato came here to take away his ancestor's evil spirit. An evil spirit nurtured by 1,000-year-old Yin energy. It excited him just thinking about it. How powerful would his ancestor's evil spirit be? Perhaps the Roland line could regain its glory once more. Amato instructed his subordinates to move the huge stone and slowly descended. In his heart, he couldn't help but think about the other 2 cores of the 3 talents array. One place harbored his ancestor's evil spirit, another contained a supreme Yin pill, cultivated with 1,000-year-old Yin energy and purified by the array. It was an unparalleled treasure. As for the last place, ancient texts left no record. Meanwhile, unbeknownst to Amato, Kelvin came down here. He saw a river. No, a stream, only a couple of meters wide. The water here was even colder than before. Just standing by the bank, a chilling cold seeped into Kelvin, making him shiver involuntarily. Valerie stood next to Kelvin. Feeling the icy chill, she shivered uncontrollably and forced out her spiritual energy to shield herself. Despite the extreme cold, both their attention was drawn to something else. There was a bridge, not made of solid material, but formed by condensed energy. Beneath the bridge lay a patch of murky water. Murky water wasn't strange, but this river's water was crystal clear, revealing pebbles. Valerie carefully filled her jade bottle with the murky water. When the last drop was collected, she capped the bottle and suddenly screamed. Something had pricked her. Looking closer, they saw a transparent flower floating in the water. After pricking her, it turned a stunning, deep red as if tainted by blood. Passion flower. Valerie's face changed dramatically, filled with regret. Of course, with yellow spring water present, passion flowers could likely coexist. Why had she forgotten this detail and been so careless? Yellow spring water was highly toxic, the most turbid liquid in existence, capable of dissolving greed, hatred, and delusion. Upon contact, one's mind could suffer, turning them into a dazed fool. However, love was hardest to dissolve. Hence, undissolved passion formed into passion flowers, equally toxic as yellow spring water. Being pricked by the passion flower meant burning desire without relief. Valerie felt her consciousness blurring, becoming increasingly bewitched. She wanted to cry for help but only heard Patrick ask, "Brother Phelan, are you okay? Do you need me to come down and help?" Struggling to remain lucid, Valerie tried hard to stay awake. Yet, consumed by raging desire, she was enveloped by sensual sounds and illusory peach blossoms, her head falling towards the river. Seeing the red passion flower in the water, Kelvin's expression turned odd. This flower was familiar. It was used in the ghost town's brothel for entertainment. While Kelvin might not be interested in many things, he was intrigued by such matters. Seeing Valerie pricked, he was unsure what to say or do. Should he save her? Seeing Valerie about to fall into the river, Kelvin acted quickly. He shouted up, "Brother Yin, it's too cold down here. Your bodies won't handle it. Don't come down." Chapter 165. The Passion Flower Poison. Valerie was caught by Kelvin, but he felt her body temperature rising rapidly. Her soft and delicate body burned in his arms. Her face flushed red like peach blossoms. She was losing consciousness, whimpering uncontrollably and writhing. Her breath exhaled a sweet aroma. Her small mouth as pink as a cherry, opening and closing, exuding an alluring air. This appearance of hers was clearly due to the passion flower's poison. Her body temperature kept increasing. Anyone who touched her could feel the intense heat radiating from her. Kelvin knew the effects of the passion flower's poison all too well. If it wasn't resolved, she would be burnt to death. In the ghost town's brothels, they dared only light up the passion flowers and take a puff. Even that made one insatiable with desire. No one dared to directly handle the passion flower. This showed how terrifying the poison was. And now, Valerie had been directly pierced by the passion flower. If this poison remained unresolved, she would surely die. Furthermore, being pierced by the passion flower was different from just inhaling its essence. The barber had once said that the passion flower was actually a remnant of the path of love. Anyone harmed by it was bound to suffer a calamity. Back then, Kelvin thought the barber spoke like a kindred spirit. Wasn't it true? To resolve the poison after being pierced, didn't that mean one had to endure a calamity? But now, Kelvin felt his destiny palace vibrating wildly along with Valerie's burning. He paused momentarily. Is this our destined bond? A calamity? Not the piercing itself, but a destiny's tribulation. A love tribulation? Kelvin gazed thoughtfully at Valerie's face, flushed like a peach blossom, contemplating their bond. Compared to Valerie, who wanted nothing more than to kill her destined person, Kelvin sought to understand fate through this opportunity. The concept of fate was elusive yet genuinely existed. Kelvin practiced the Tai Chu decree and often faced heavenly retribution, which was also an expression of fate. Davis once said that understanding the path of fate was the most mysterious and intricate thing. Gaining any insight would be invaluable wealth. Though he never specified what kind of wealth it was, Davis's tone suggested it was certainly worth expecting. Moreover, the flaw of heavenly reprimand associated with the Tai Chu satisfy, he could still make others feel comfortable. The poisonous heat was indeed scorching. His kindness truly shone through as he endured the searing heat to help her. Kelvin's beautiful hands were wrinkled from the ordeal. Unexpectedly, when he ventured deeper, he encountered a thin barrier, surprising him greatly. He wondered if she was unable to respond. Kelvin didn't destroy her barrier, but it challenged his technique further. Shallow touches required immense skill from him. Thankfully, he succeeded in the end. Looking at Valerie's face, flushed like a drunk, Kelvin felt tempted to act against his principles. However, sensing her body temperature finally starting to drop, he knew the passion flower's poison was almost neutralized. Acting against his principles at this point would be inappropriate. Seeing her somewhat disheveled, Kelvin adjusted her clothes. He was a gentleman, knowing not to violate propriety. Brother Phelan, how are you both? Patrick called down again, worried as he saw no signs from Kelvin and Valerie. Kelvin was still feeling the vibrations in his destiny palace. After Valerie's passion flower poison was neutralized, those vibrations subsided significantly. Kelvin wished to deeply contemplate these changes, but Patrick's interruption forced him to give up. Brother Yin, please come down. Patrick and Clinton descended quickly. Seeing Patrick, Kelvin glanced at the blood-red passion flowers. Credit to you. When Valerie wakes up and sees you beside her, she'll thank you for helping her detoxify. Sigh, this will deepen your bond further. You don't need to thank me so much. Helping others brings joy. Valerie should wake up in a while, and this is the perfect time to fetch that passion flower. Such a valuable item shouldn't go to waste. Not getting pricked means it's not lethal but a celestial elixir instead. Patrick watched as Kelvin and Clinton approached the icy river, smiling to himself. Brother Phelan really favors me, assigning me the easier task while Clinton endures the cold. Being closer to the river would surely be uncomfortable for you, especially since his constitution wasn't much better than his own. Chapter 166. Worth it. The love flower. This is a valuable thing. I should take it back and try it with Zyra. But I wonder if this blood-sucking love flower will work. Is the effect of smoking it the same as inhaling its essence? I miss Paloma so much. She knew everything about the ghost town. Sigh, Paloma really took it to heart. I accidentally hit her too hard while joking around, sending her away from the human world. Why is she so upset that she won't show up? This is a place filled with energy. It could be beneficial for her. Still, Kelvin was kind-hearted. Even though Paloma had done what she did, he still thought about her. While thinking about these things, Kelvin carefully dug in. Finally stirred awake. Her head was still muddled when she opened her eyes and saw a handsome face smiling at her. Empress, you're awake? Valerie froze, then suddenly remembered everything. Love flower. I've been poisoned by the love flower. An incurable poison. Her expression changed drastically. Wasn't her innocence compromised? If so, then, Valerie couldn't bear to imagine the consequences. If the Emperor learned of this, she would surely die, even endangering her family. As an imperial concubine for so long, she remained unblemished. Did the Emperor lack lust? No, it was because her value hadn't reached its peak. But if someone else took what the Emperor waited for, then an Emperor's wrath could lead to millions of casualties. But quickly, Valerie noticed that despite feeling worn, her body seemed untouched. What happened? What did you do to me? Valerie's gaze was icy as she stared at Patrick. How ironic. She came here to resolve her love entanglement, but ended up being pierced by the love flower, plunging her into it. Is fate truly unbreakable? Patrick was also bewildered. He had followed Kelvin's instructions to care for her meticulously, and even without gratitude, how dare she look at him with murderous intent? As a scholar, Patrick also had pride. He retorted coldly, is this how you treat your benefactor, Empress? Valerie trembled. Benefactor? She gritted her teeth audibly, coldly asking, what did you do? Patrick was furious. Were you implying that I did something? Even if Phelan didn't remind me, I wouldn't do anything dishonorable to you. As a scholar, I adhere strictly to the path of righteousness. I do what is right and refrain from doing what is wrong. To treat a benefactor like this is truly disheartening. Doing what is right and refraining from the wrong. She finally understood. Her face flushed red. So this was why she felt so worn down. Valerie's complexion fluctuated between green and white. For a man to resist temptation and save her life, indeed, this was admirable. But, the more she thought about it, the more she wanted to kill him. Could it be that she admired his integrity and thus fell into this entanglement? The love flower was the catalyst. I must kill him. I must end this. I refuse to believe fate can't be changed. Valerie couldn't wait any longer. She needed the most brutal way to resolve her predicament. She abruptly flipped up, her spiritual energy surging into her palms as she struck at Patrick. Patrick had already sensed her ill intent and was on guard. Though he wanted to escape as a mere scholar, his movements were sluggish. The strike landed, leaving him severely wounded. In a frantic voice, he shouted, a gentleman does not stand in danger. His righteous aura surged towards Valerie, dispelling the terrifying spiritual energy in her palm, reducing the attack to mere physical force. Despite this, Patrick stumbled backward. Valerie's initial strike failed. Despite her injuries, she unleashed even more terrifying spiritual energy, attacking Patrick again. Her strength was formidable, and Patrick wasn't a grand scholar, unable to counteract all her power with his righteous aura. Seeing Valerie attack once more, Patrick's face turned pale. He had cared for Valerie diligently, using his coat as a pillow for her. Yet now she tried to kill him. Had she been possessed? Brother Phelan, save me! Patrick screamed, stumbling towards Kelvin. Simultaneously, his righteous aura dispersed her spiritual energy. Today you must die. Valerie cared little for appearances now. She believed prolonging this would deepen her ties, making it harder to eliminate him. Killing him now, even if it offended Prince Ian, was necessary. Her palm shot out, its power slightly weakened by the righteous aura but still formidable. Just as it was about to strike Patrick's chest, a burst of spiritual energy blocked Valerie. Her palm collided with a cold hand. Valerie staggered back several steps, seeing Kelvin standing protectively before Patrick, who had fallen behind him. Seeing Kelvin, she coldly demanded, "Move aside. I must make this lifetime worth it." Chapter 167. Leaving the cave. Valerie stood in front of Kelvin, showing no intention of backing down. Clinton also stood behind Kelvin, clearly siding with him. She could only repeat her offer. "Kelvin, if you let me kill him, I can fulfill any condition you ask. Spirit stones, treasures, secret techniques, or power. Her Majesty, if threats don't work, will temptation succeed?" Kelvin said, "It seems you have no understanding of my character at all. You'd be better off seducing me than bribing me. At least that would feel real." Seeing Kelvin's refusal, Valerie's face turned ashen. She had no ill feelings towards Kelvin, even feeling some gratitude. But obstructing her from resolving her emotional tribulation made him an enemy. Valerie barked, "Kelvin, this is your final chance to reconsider. If you stop me today, you and I will be mortal enemies. Can you bear the consequences of my vengeance?" The revenge of a royal concubine was indeed terrifying. Yet, Kelvin did not waver. Looking straight at Valerie, he said, "Her Majesty need not say more. If you wish to kill him, you'll have to go through me first." Fine. Valerie fumed, her face alternately flushed and pale. After suffering multiple setbacks, her remaining strength was limited. Moreover, Kelvin was a grandmaster, supported by a sorcerer and a scholar. Killing Patrick took advantage of her directly. Clinton snorted beside them. After Brother Phelan saved her, she wanted to follow him, clearly having feelings for him. Now, because of you, they're enemies. TSK, missing out on tasting a royal concubine. You're truly unforgivable. Patrick was speechless, looking at Clinton in disbelief. What was going on in his mind? How could he speak such treasonous words? Even if Valerie had feelings for Brother Phelan, her position meant it could never go beyond mere affection. I, Brother Phelan, am upright and noble. Even if she threw herself at me, I would remain steadfast and unyielding, not touching her. Patrick angrily scolded Clinton. "Aren't you inviting trouble for Brother Phelan?" Clinton, angered by Patrick's outburst, replied furiously, "Patrick, remember, I helped you just now. If it weren't for me, you'd be dead. You aren't thankful enough? Damn it, if not for Brother Phelan, I'd help the concubine finish you off." "Do I need your help?" Patrick sneered. "Good. Once we return to Jinling, I'll discuss with Valerie how to deal with you," Clinton said, then turned to Kelvin. "Brother Phelan, I'll find out the concubine's feelings towards you. I think she has passage." Kelvin knew Valerie had used great effort to move it. Crawling out, they retraced their steps. Exiting the cave, despite the outside still being cold, it felt almost sunny compared to the oppressive environment inside. Relieved, Patrick asked, "Where do we go now?" Kelvin surveyed the area and spotted footprints leading in one direction. "Follow me." These prints were likely left by Amato and others. Following them should lead back to the initial space. As for other matters, he planned to ask the crew upon entering that space. Who knew the sacred temple better than the crew? With that thought, Kelvin quickened his pace. The trio traveled rapidly, eventually catching up with Valerie. Valerie, noticing them, sped up again, trying to lose them. But Kelvin saw this as a boon, closely following. Finding directions without tracks was painstaking. Now that someone was leading the way, it was incredibly convenient. "Her Majesty, please wait for us." Kelvin called out warmly, as if the previous tension had never existed. Chapter 168. So what if I don't recognize the times? Valerie ultimately ignored Kelvin. Watching Valerie's retreating figure, Kelvin sighed deeply. Valerie is really petty. I called out to you so enthusiastically, and you're still hung up on that minor disagreement just now? You're not acting like yourself, with your broad heart. Why can't you just let it go? You soaked my hands all wrinkly, and did I ever complain? People need to learn to let Patrick and Clinton sense their ill intentions. The oppressive atmosphere made them change color. "Kelvin, aren't you going to give us an explanation?" The speaker was a grandmaster from one of the three major sects of Jinling, Xiuxian Sect. His words left everyone glaring at Kelvin with dark faces. When they entered, they were immediately knocked unconscious by the yellow ox. That could be forgiven, but when they woke up and explored the space, they found it was nothing more than a dense spiritual energy-filled pastoral space. Besides the plants, birds, and beasts, they saw nothing else. How was it different from a village in the countryside? Most importantly, Kelvin and the others were gone. What did this mean? It meant Kelvin had deceived them, secretly fetching the opportunity from the Holy Temple himself. Thinking of how they tolerated Kelvin's actions for the sake of the Holy Temple and even gave him substantial gifts, only to end up with nothing, they couldn't accept it. No matter what Kelvin had obtained by acting alone, he must spit it out. Explanation? What explanation? Kelvin looked at the surrounding cultivators, puzzled. "Oh, are you talking about the information I gave you? Is there any problem with it? Did you not enter a special space directly into the Holy Temple and encounter the yellow ox blocking our way?" "Yes, I also said there might be opportunities in this space, but 1,000 years have passed, and with the yellow ox here, changes were expected. As for the path to the Holy Temple, guarded by the ox, if you can kill it, naturally you can proceed. I bared my heart to you from the start, telling you everything. Now that you haven't gained anything, you blame me. How laughable." Everyone's expressions faltered. The information Kelvin provided did have discrepancies, but the main points weren't wrong. Holding him accountable wasn't entirely fair. "But we just want to know what you gained during your disappearance." Everyone's eyes were burning, focusing solely on the treasures from the Holy Temple, which they couldn't allow Kelvin to monopolize. "What does that have to do with you?" "What I got relies on my own abilities," Kelvin replied calmly. "Kelvin, I advise you to be reasonable. Tell us everything and spill all the secrets of the Holy Temple." Cole from the New Path Marquis Mansion glared at Kelvin menacingly. He had been enduring Kelvin for a long time. The Gu family and Taiyuan sect, along with the Marquis Mansion, were the core of the new path lineage. With the Gu family and Taiyuan sect destroyed, Kelvin became the uncrowned king of Jinling. During those days, he shuddered, fearing that Kelvin would hold a grudge against the Marquis mansion. Finally, with the opening of the Holy Temple, Kelvin's title as uncrowned king would be stripped, giving him some relief. More importantly, once the title was lost, Kelvin would face retaliation. This current situation clearly indicated as much. Kelvin laughed at them. You really have no shame. You treated me politely before, but started pushing me to fee. You truly respect me. Kelvin swept his gaze over everyone. The Grandmaster from Zhenyan's sect spoke again. Kelvin, recognizing the times makes a hero. Hand over the items and explain everything, and you may live. He genuinely wanted to persuade Kelvin. Against such a coalition, even a 9th rank Kleister would die. Who could oppose an entire city? Only surrender. Don't blame them for being harsh. The allure of the Holy Temple was too great. Kelvin smiled at him. Even if I don't recognize the times, what can you do? As he finished speaking, Kelvin's spiritual energy rippled around him. Standing alone against the entire city's cultivators, his expression remained indifferent. This translation maintains the original tone and structure while ensuring readability and fluency in English. Chapter 169, Flying Sword Technique. I do not recognize the times. What can you do? The voice rang out among the crowd. Staring at the proud youth before them, everyone was taken aback. They had anticipated many possible attitudes from Kelvin, but hadn't expected such direct confrontation. He stood facing both the righteous and demonic factions of Jinling, representing all the city's power. Here stood no less than 20 masters of these sects, along with other formidable warriors. From where did Kelvin get the courage to say such things? Cole from the Viscount of New Roads Mansion felt overjoyed internally. If this kid is so reckless, then it's time to take advantage and finish him off. Therefore, he stepped forward and shouted, "Those who make their own bed cannot live in it. Your ignorance will send you to your death." As he spoke, a surge of spirit energy swelled within him. A pressuring intent billowed around, forming a small whirlpool beside him. When he took a step forward, the ground shook slightly. Rank 8. Everyone was alarmed, not expecting that Cole, previously a rank 7 master, had advanced to rank 8. He walked towards Kelvin. With every step his aura grew stronger. The intense killing intent could barely be concealed. Wave after wave of spirit energy surged out. The overwhelming presence left everyone astounded. Patrick and Clinton both felt an impending sense of dread, as if a mountain was pressing down on them. But looking at Kelvin, they saw him standing there unperturbed, saying only, "Take one more step, and you die." Cole naturally didn't take Kelvin's words seriously. Being still far from Kelvin, he continued advancing and took another step forward. But just as he stepped forward, a streak of silver light shot out. It moved so swiftly that most people couldn't react in time. Relaxed a bit upon realizing Kelvin's method. Although cautious, they weren't as frightened anymore. The success of the flying sword technique lay in its element of surprise. "Kelvin, one word can't justify taking a life. You've gone too far," a master scolded. "They were just clamoring to kill me. Why didn't you say it was excessive then?" Kelvin sneered. "If he tried to kill you, we would have intervened to save you. We said as long as you listen to us, we won't harm you." "That sounds good, but do you think I believe you?" Kelvin smiled sardonically. "Kelvin, you're so obstinate. We can only deal with Cole's death now," a master yelled angrily. "There's no need for such grand righteousness. Everyone knows what you intend. As for me, I'll never agree to your demands. In the end, a showdown is inevitable. So, let's see if you can capture me." Kelvin's words enraged those present. Arrogant. Insolent. Looking for death. He challenged everyone present. Even a 9th rank warrior would face a tragic end against the might of the United Forces. Who did Kelvin think he was? Several demon cult experts led the charge toward Kelvin. They didn't plan to collaborate with the righteous sects, but aimed to subdue Kelvin first. Whoever captured him would gain the opportunities from the Holy Temple. Similarly thinking, some righteous factions joined in moments later. Both groups attacked. This brat's challenge demanded immediate action. They'd deal with distribution later. Over 20 masters here represented most of Jinling. Kelvin knew this was trouble, but he also knew that if he didn't suppress them now, there'd be no peace for him in the future. Thus, he needed to teach them a lesson. Even 9th rank great masters would meet their doom against such combined forces. "Kelvin, where does your confidence come from? Show us your means and prove your audacity." One master stared intently at Kelvin. Kelvin met his gaze. "I won't disappoint you. You want to see? Then let's start." All eyes were fixed on Kelvin, waiting for his move. They wanted to see what he had up his sleeve. Chapter 170. Unethical in Martial Arts. Kelvin wielded his sword, its light once again streaking through the air to directly strike at a Kleister's head. Each Kleister was on guard against Kelvin. As the sword light flickered, the Kleister had already cast a spell, enveloping himself with spiritual energy like a shield around vital points. Sensing the lethal force of the sword, various spells were cast in rapid succession. Although the sword managed to carve a bloody line across his neck, it was repelled outward, struggling to advance further. The Kleister touched the bloodstain on his neck, his face somewhat pale. Thankfully, he knew Kelvin possessed the skill of flying swordsmanship and was fully prepared. Otherwise, his head would have been severed. But by thwarting Kelvin's flying swordsmanship, a hint of smugness appeared on his face. "Your flying sword technique made a true miracle." A Kleister had actually cultivated such a feat. This was unbelievable. How foolish they had been to mistake it for mere flying swordsmanship. Indeed, how could ordinary flying swordsmanship be so potent, capable of decapitating an 8th rank Kleister? No wonder Kelvin was so arrogant, fearless in their presence. With the power of sword riding technique, who would he fear in Jinling? If he couldn't defeat them, he could simply ride away on his sword. No one could stop him. Even though they were Kleisters and could momentarily float using spells that only allowed brief flight at limited heights. Kelvin, riding his sword, soared into the clouds. How could they compare? Only immortals could fly freely through the air. Despite their status as Kaleisters, they were still mere mortals. Facing Kelvin standing high above them, they felt utterly powerless. Even if there were more than double their number, it wouldn't matter. He had actually mastered a divine power. This should not be something a mere Kaleister could achieve. It must have been a blessing bestowed by the Holy Clan. Thinking of this, their eyes grew even redder. However, looking at the Bruno stepping on the sword, they felt intense frustration. Then their gaze shifted to Patrick and Clinton. Their eyes gleamed. Could they use them as hostages to force Kelvin down? Patrick and Clinton rejoiced upon seeing Kelvin riding the sword from a position of absolute dominance. The Kaleister who aimed to capture Patrick and Clinton was finally knocked to the ground by successive strikes of lightning. Blood gushed from his mouth as he lay limp and blackened on the ground. After felling him, Kelvin, standing atop his sword and holding more talismans, looked down at the Kaleisters below and said, "Who among you doesn't fear death? Try grabbing them too, and see if I can zap you dead with lightning." Everyone fell silent again. Damn it, how are we supposed to deal with this? What nonsense. Standing above the clouds, armed with lightning talismans, he was invincible. They couldn't reach him, but he could strike anyone down accurately. This was unbeatable. Annoying. You damn brat, you're bullying us, legitimate Kaleisters. A 7th-rank Kaleister like him refused to integrate with them. Who among them had divine powers, or could unleash talismans so effortlessly? Everyone gnashed their teeth in anger. Yet ancient cultivators were indeed like this. Their chi and spirit seas connected, allowing them to harness the power of talismans. Who else wants to challenge me? Kelvin's gaze swept over everyone, including the 8th-rank Kaleisters, who now avoided eye contact. Who would dare step forward? Anyone who did would be electrocuted to death. Seeing everyone's attitude, Kelvin told Patrick and Clinton, "Let's go." They nodded. Clinton took a few steps before turning back towards the seriously injured Kaleister. He brandished a dagger and plunged it viciously into the man's chest, twisting it to shatter the heart. Blood splattered everywhere. Clinton's face twisted with ruthlessness. Daring to mess with me? Fine. Wait until I get back to Jinling. If I don't burn your Du family to the ground, I'll change my name. Watching the man die, Clinton withdrew the dagger and casually tossed it aside before walking away as if nothing had happened. Seeing Clinton's rebellious nature, everyone remembered his reputation as Jinling's top rogue. They also recalled the monstrous Yu family. The Du family members couldn't hide their fear. Besides being a rogue, Clinton was also a lunatic who might really carry out his threats. Simultaneously, they thought of Patrick, the top student of Cherry Blossom Academy, who was equally dangerous. Gaining nothing while offending these three was a heavy loss indeed. Watching the trio leave, everyone felt humiliated. Damn, this was embarrassing. So many Kaleisters disgraced by a single youth. The Kaleister from True Flame Sect looked up at Kelvin, suddenly rushing towards Patrick and Clinton. Seeing this, Kelvin thought someone was brave enough to risk death and prepared to throw a talisman. But he heard the other shout, "Master Phelan, there are too many despicable ones targeting. Walk without fear. Whoever dares to block your way is against me." With True Flame Sect as an example, many people quickly abandoned their dignity and pledged allegiance, hoping to erase the recent grievances through this act. Patrick and Clinton watched the indignant crowd in astonishment. Patrick, indeed, there are more shameless and lowly people in this world. Despicable. Clinton, fine, you reacted fast and pleased me. Uncle here won't fuss over it. Kelvin looked at the commotion caused by these people. After a brief moment of surprise, he realized their intentions. Adapting to circumstances makes a wise man. It's a very smart move. Thus, Kelvin threw down the talisman in his hand, sending a bolt of lightning that abruptly halted everyone's approach toward Patrick and Clinton. Stay away from them. Don't think I can't see your intentions. You want to get close to them to take them hostage. Kelvin's rebuke made those who were trying to pledge loyalty look at each other in bewilderment. Are you thinking too much? We deliberately stayed far from them to avoid causing misunderstandings. We genuinely want to mend relations. Kelvin, we may not be able to handle you, but you're getting too arrogant. The wise thing would be to put this matter behind us. After all, can you afford to offend an entire city? Scram. Who dares to get close? He had driven Tanya out of the human realm. She shouldn't appear so soon. That gave him a chance to continue deceiving the ox. After guarding the holy temple for so long, who knows what treasures the ox might have? Perfect for tricking some out. Of course, he couldn't involve Patrick and Clinton in this. So, after letting them practice in a suitable location, Kelvin went straight to the ox's shed. But before seeing the ox, he encountered Tanya. Tanya's peach blossom eyes stared mournfully at Kelvin, her breathtaking beauty filled with resentment. Kelvin's heart skipped a beat. He had slapped Tanya away. Logically, she shouldn't have returned so quickly. Apparently, Davis helped her. Does that mean everything he did is known to Davis? Kelvin turned to flee. Crew was terrifying. He couldn't fight back. If the ox targeted him, he'd end up bound in Ghost Town. Master, you've deceived me so badly. Tanya lamented softly. Tanya, it's said that a man's words can deceive even ghosts. Blame your own misjudgment. Kelvin prepared to slap her plump chest again. There was no choice. Tanya could pinpoint his location. Without removing her, Crew could easily find him. Crew Senior won't harm you, Tanya said. Kelvin's hand paused on her chest. He laughed lightly, sweeping over it gently. There's dust on you. Let me help you remove it. She wasn't human, so why worry about earthly troubles? Yet, feeling Kelvin's hands, thinking of this, Kelvin looked at Tanya. Tanya, where did Senior Crew go to seclude himself? Sigh, though we've met only once, I feel as if we've been friends for years. Not seeing him for some time has left me ill with longing. Chapter 172, I have experience. Since learning he had been deceived, Crew wished he could stomp Chuck to death. But then upon hearing that Chuck had obtained the sword, his heart trembled. It signified that Chuck had become one of his masters. Especially when Paloma brought him Davis's words, instructing him to follow and monitor Chuck, he felt a bit desperate. Wasn't this sending himself over for enslavement? However, Davis's request couldn't be refused. so he dragged it out. Besides, monitoring in Jinling held no significant meaning. It could wait until he left Jinling. So, he hid. Even Paloma didn't know where he was hiding. Chuck naturally asked nothing from Paloma, but seeing Crew endure this much made Chuck more certain that there was something wrong with this sword. Considering only the spirit tablets and this sword were kept in the sacred temple hall, it likely held significant meaning. With that thought, Chuck probed Paloma, saying, "Paloma, I entered the sacred temple this time. Do you know what I obtained?" Paloma shook her head vigorously. Chuck took out the sword and looked at her with a gentle smile. "Look, I got this sword in the sacred temple. Do you know what it signifies?" Paloma still shook her head vigorously. Her heart trembled. "Masters, you are in deep trouble. You said not telling him could prolong it. Yet, just after he got the sword, he already has inklings. Forget long term. Even 3 to 5 months is difficult." "Aha, you don't know? Let me tell you. This sword has special significance for the Holy Clan." Chuck fabricated, observing Paloma closely. Sure enough, Paloma stiffened. Chuck confirmed that his fabrication was spot on. "Do you want to know what special significance?" Chuck smiled again at Paloma. "What significance?" Paloma forced herself to stay calm. "It represents the Holy Clan's significance. And, forget it, I won't tell you the rest." Chuck said. Paloma was already despairing for her master. How long has he had the sword? He already figured out almost everything. Could it be because Crew dared not see him? If Crew knew Master deduced this all because of him, would he consider eating roasted beef? Sigh. Looks like Master isn't as powerful. In the future, I need to get closer to Chuck. After all, Master can't leave Ghost Town and can't help me with some things. Like last time with Valerie, Chuck might help me investigate how she obtained the heavenly secret techniques, which is very important to her. Thinking about it, Paloma's beautiful eyes turned moist, gazing tenderly. "Sir, if I have news of Senior Crew, I will tell you." Paloma's attitude made Chuck squint his eyes. Is Paloma preparing to betray Davis and Crew? Not finding Crew in the cowsheet, he saw Eve instead. Wearing white, Eve's legs were slender and graceful, her waist delicate, her face exquisite beyond comparison. One couldn't deny Eve's unparalleled beauty. "Brother, I was so worried about you. Are you okay?" Tears shimmered in Eve's eyes as she gazed intently at Chuck. "I'm fine. Are you okay, sister?" Chuck replied, genuinely concerned. "I am not fine. I am not at all fine." Eve inwardly screamed. After waking up, she didn't see the terrifying Crew but Aline instead. Though unaware of what Aline obtained, she became a K-Leister, crossing an insurmountable step. Moreover, directly into the 8th rank. Most importantly, she saw Aline lifting a boulder with one hand using raw physical strength, not chi. This meant Aline had mastered both cultivation and body refinement. Though Eve didn't know how Aline got this opportunity, she guessed it must relate to Chuck. She really wanted to cry. He gave such a world-defining opportunity to Aline. Was it because he liked her? "I am your sister too. Really, I feel like crying." Despite her emotions, her demeanor remained soft and considerate, not lashing out at Chuck. "I'm fine. I've been waiting here to ensure brother wouldn't worry about finding me," Eve gently said. Touched, Chuck responded, "I know my sister cares for me." Eve felt helpless, thinking, "What can I do? My meager strength can't achieve much running around aimlessly. Back then, asking to stay by your side was precisely so you could take me along. But, sisters can never match lovers. Most infuriatingly, Aline isn't even your lover yet. Brother, what did you give Palace Master Yun to make her reach the 8th rank and have comparable vitality to a K-Leister? Brother should also nourish your own body and think of yourself. Don't selflessly serve others." Eve gazed at Chuck. Chuck's heart skipped a beat, thinking, Aline got something valuable too? And broke through her restraints. What did Crew give her? Deceiving Crew once benefited so many people. Damn, what responsibility does Crew have guarding the sacred temple? Suddenly missing Crew, wanting to chat with him. However, experienced Chuck naturally understood Eve's deeper intentions. So Chuck sighed. "Sigh, I wish to nourish my body. But only Aline's special constitution can use that item. So, thinking won't help." Hearing this, Eve was less suspicious but much relieved. At this moment, Chuck produced a xiu fruit. "This is a 1,000-year-old xiu fruit. I only got 2. 1 apples were the same." In his past life, buying a house for a woman was the easiest way to win her heart. In this world, strength was equivalent to property. Even a proud woman like Aline couldn't resist the overwhelming power of an imposing mansion. At that time, you mentioned your unique constitution. I thought of many solutions, eventually remembering something within the sacred temple that could solve your problem. Now it seems there's no issue. Kelvin, Aline called out with emotion but couldn't find the right words. Kelvin continued, "Right? While you were unconscious, I examined your body and discovered that your constitution is the 9 Revolution Saint body." Hearing Kelvin had examined her body, Aline's face flushed red. She quickly changed the subject, asking, "What is the 9 Revolution Saint body?" Kelvin wondered how he didn't know either, as Adnan had told him. Adnan, however, avoided him, making it impossible to ask for more details. "I've only seen a brief record in an ancient text. I'm not entirely clear on the specifics. Once we return to the Hanging Lantern Sect, I'll look into it more thoroughly," Kelvin replied, thinking Adnan couldn't hide from him forever. "Okay." Aline responded unusually meekly. "Master, let's return to the Hanging Lantern Sect." Previously, various forces had barred him from returning because they believed the Hanging Lantern Sect wouldn't be able to protect him. Now that he had unlocked the sacred temple, everyone's focus shifted there. Additionally, with sword control technique, he didn't need to care much about their attitudes anymore. He also needed a place to meditate and refine the xiu fruit to boost his strength. If he reached the 9th rank K-Leister level, he would have the confidence to resolve the chaos caused by the sacred temple. At 7th rank, with the sword control technique, he could manage, but it wasn't smooth sailing. Taking advantage of these people not fully uniting yet, it was the perfect time for him to reach K-Leister. Okay. Aline suddenly felt a bit down. She had hoped Kelvin would express his affection again, but he merely informed her of their return to the Hanging Lantern Sect. Watching the Bruno walk ahead, Aline felt a flood of tenderness. Despite his weak condition, he still gave her the pure blood treasure. This clearly showed how much he cared for her. Trying again to seek out Adnan, Kelvin wanted to see him and express his gratitude and thoughts. But Adnan, the heartless ox, refused to appear despite Kelvin's efforts. Thus, Kelvin took Patricio, Myra, and the two women away from this pastoral space. He and the two women returned to the Hanging Lantern Sect, while Patricio and Myra went back home. They all received great opportunities and needed time to consolidate their gains. Kelvin was cautious on his return to the Hanging Lantern Sect, keeping his sword close. Being only at 7th rank, he feared an ambush. However, the journey was smooth, and he encountered no troublemakers. He couldn't help but think about the 9th rank masters from the 3 major sects and Gabrielle, whom he hadn't seen. Knowing Bowen could enter the Insha space, he assumed these people had methods to explore other places. The 3 major sects in Jinling were ancient, and Gabrielle herself remained a mystery. Until now, Kelvin hadn't seen her true appearance. When these people returned, the various factions, with a central figure, would likely unite against him again. No worries. By then, I should have become a 9th rank K-Leister. Thinking about this, upon returning to the Hanging Lantern Sect, he saw large banners outside the gate proclaiming, with Chief Kelvin at the core, build a millennium-lasting Hanging Lantern Sect. Firmly support Chief Kelvin. Chief Kelvin's wise leadership will lead the Hanging Lantern Sect to new glory. Kelvin looked at these banners and asked Aline, when did I become chief? Aline didn't know how to respond. After learning Kelvin became chief, the Aryans held a meeting, which unanimously decided on Kelvin's position except for Aline, who suggested waiting for Kelvin's return. This made her temporarily the target of everyone Lucian Saint Body was. In the stone room, Kelvin laid out all the jus fruits in a row. Over 50 jus fruits. If someone else saw this, they would go mad. Each fruit contained a massive amount of essence, immensely beneficial for cultivation. With moderate talent, one could hope to become a master with just one. Such things were rare. Though Kelvin, an outsider, understood their value, he underestimated their preciousness. He intended to use these jus fruits to propel himself to 9th rank. Without much preparation, he picked up a jus fruit and put it in his mouth, chewing a few times. The taste was quite good. Chapter 174. Straight into 9th rank. The Zhugua and the 1000-year Zhugua are different. The essence within a 1000-year Zhugua has accumulated to its peak, allowing it to serve as an ascension aid for transcendentals. As the Zhugua traveled down his esophagus, Kelvin felt a slightly warm energy seep into him from his mouth to his throat. This sensation was akin to drinking hot rice wine on an extremely cold winter day. The essence of the Zhugua autonomously permeated every part of his body, nurturing each cell. It was as if Kelvin were a dried plant suddenly and vigorously absorbing water. Every cell in his body was being nourished. Even without practicing any cultivation techniques, he felt his spiritual energy enhancing. However, Kelvin did not pay much attention to the enhancement of his spiritual energy because other improvements mattered more to him. For instance, under the nurturing of the Zhugua's essence, his mental strength became sharper and clearer, his soul purified and more pure. Consequently, his soul power improved, naturally strengthening the Daoic intentions that complemented it. Additionally, his physical body became stronger, and his vital energy grew more potent due to the nurturing essence. Cultivators and sorcerers had always been weak physically, making it a significant issue to enhance their corporeal strength. Yet, thanks to the essence of the Zhugua, this was improving at a visible rate. Kelvin could hardly hold back his tears. This was what he needed most. Training as a martial artist took too much time and effort with limited results. With just one Zhugua, he felt more progress than a year's worth of intense physical training. The Zhugua's essence made Kelvin feel like he was soaking in a hot spring, thoroughly comfortable and immersed in a comprehensive improvement of his essence, energy, and spirit. But at this moment, he shivered suddenly. There were shivers of delight and shivers that caused teeth to chatter. Right now, Kelvin's teeth and body were shaking. While the Zhugua nurtured his body and boosted his vital energy, a wave of cold air surged from deep within him. This cold air was eerie and very uncomfortable. Ghost Town. Feeling this aura, Kelvin clenched his teeth and spoke out. When he and Zyra trained their leg strength, he felt somewhat weak. He realized then that the Ghost Town's aura was affecting him, causing a yin deficiency. Now, stimulated by the Zhugua, this problem fully revealed itself. He was tainted by the Ghost Town's aura. Even the warmth from the 1000-year Zhugua was completely useless against this aura, making Kelvin's scalp tingle. How could he dispel this aura? Was he doomed to be a man with yin deficiency forever? Thinking of Davis who often tricked him into going to Ghost Town, Kelvin gnashed his teeth in hatred. Just for this reason alone, he couldn't go there. Now, he was already experiencing yin deficiency. If he stayed there any longer, he might end up in an even worse state. Feeling this bone-chilling cold, Kelvin wondered how he could solve this issue. Sighing, he suddenly missed Paloma. Yes, he should find some time to talk to her heart-to-heart. She must have missed someone to chat with too. The effect of the 1000-year Zhugua was extraordinary, enhancing one's essence, energy, and spirit automatically without needing cultivation techniques. After practicing such techniques, these essences could convert into energies to significantly elevate one's realm. Kelvin did not use techniques to absorb and refine this essence to enhance his realm, but let it nurture his entire rank 0.01, 8th rank 0.08, 8th rank 0.21. Of course, he continued eating Zhugua after Zhugua. The Zhugua, which served as an ascension aid, could comprehensively enhance one's essence, energy, and spirit, while the unique essence of the vermilion bird contained special attributes. This made it truly precious. Hence, Stefani believed she could quickly become a K-Leister with just one Zhugua. But now, it was used merely as an energy fruit. Such waste would make anyone see red. The Zhugua was truly remarkable. Running the primal origin decree, Refining it went smoothly, surpassing even what cultivators could offer. It's worth noting that the essence of cultivators was already refined. To match this with the Zhuge proved its value as a heavenly treasure. 8th rank 0.48. 8th rank 0.55. Using them as energy fruits meant disregarding everything else. One after another, without stopping, Kelvin kept refining and absorbing the Zhuge's essence, preparing to advance to K-Leister status. 9th rank K-Leisters were rare even in Jinling. Reaching this realm meant standing at the top in Jinling. The primal origin decree flowed smoother and smoother, with streams of Zhuge essence constantly merging into Kelvin's sea of qi, making the spiritual energy denser. 8th rank 0.63. 8th rank 0.72. From barely entering 8th rank, Kelvin swiftly advanced to high-level 8th rank. He continued eating the Zhuge as if they were fruits, filled with concentrated energy. Tasting pretty good too. 8th rank 0.78. 8th rank 0.86. 8th rank 0.98. 8th rank 0.99. Boom. His sea of qi shook violently, feeling a bottleneck breaking open. 9th rank. After wastefully eating 21 Zhuge, he finally advanced straight to 9th rank. Had he not been in such a hurry, perhaps 10 Zhuge would have sufficed to reach 9th rank. But pushing himself so intensely cost him over 20 Zhuge. Chapter 175. A Voice. 9th rank. Compared to before, there was a monumental improvement in Dao intent, spirit soul, and essence energy. If he were to use sword mastery now, even a 7th rank K-Leister would find it hard to fully defend against him despite being on guard. At this level, he was truly considered one of the major players in Jinling, rarely encountering an opponent. After reaching 9th rank, Kelvin originally wanted to seize the opportunity to advance to the peak of 9th rank. Since Zhu fruits were delicious, eating them while cultivating would be a pleasant experience. However, Kelvin ultimately abandoned this idea. It wasn't because he suddenly became thrifty, but because using Tai Chu decision to refine Zhu fruits caused black factors to accumulate between his eyebrows. The amount of black factors coiling around his brow region was considerable. If he continued, he feared another bout of bad luck or heavenly retribution would befall him. However, Kelvin also noticed that although refining the essence of Zhu fruits with Tai Chu decision produced many black factors, it was still far less than when absorbing the essence of cultivators. Had he reached 9th rank by absorbing the essence of cultivators all at once, he would absolutely be facing heavenly retribution now. It seems that while the Tai Chu decision produces black factors when refining the essence of all things, different essences produce different amounts. Absorbing the essence of cultivators is the most efficient method and can be done in one go, but it generates the most black factors and makes one most vulnerable to heavenly retribution. Second is Zhu fruits. They're also very smooth to absorb, but the number of black factors isn't as high. Then there's spirit stones. They're slightly harder to refine, but produce the least black factors. Is it that smoother refinement produces more black factors, or is it because of the difference in life? Spirit stones are lifeless, so they produce the least. Kelvin pondered over these questions, thinking he needed to experiment with more substances. He sat in meditation, stabilizing his realm, while taking out from his robes the purple jade that had fallen from the coffin of the woman in bridal attire and even more support. Ferguson brother Kelvin hadn't distanced himself from them due to his rapid increase in strength. Even as a K-Leister, he remained approachable and considerate, always thinking about their needs. Most importantly, upon returning to Lantern Hanging Sect, he didn't rush to meet the Aryans and enforcers, but instead cared about the disciples first. His original intentions remained. Indeed, choosing Ferguson brother Kelvin as the sect leader was the right choice. Strongly support Ferguson brother Kelvin. Jim accompanied Kelvin throughout the visit. After Kelvin saw the disciples, but showed no intention of meeting the Aryans, Jim couldn't help but remind him, Brother Phalon, shouldn't you meet the Aryans? Although Lantern Hanging Sect had already recognized Kelvin as a K-Leister, formal procedures still needed to be followed, including a meeting proposed by the Aryans. I'm tired. Kelvin replied to Jim and then instructed him, there are several jars of wine in the left corner of the yard. Deliver a jar to each Aryan. With that, Kelvin entered his room. Jim scratched his head, unable to fathom Kelvin's intentions. He could chat for hours with a regular disciple, but wouldn't spare any time for the Aryans. Did brother Kelvin dislike the Aryans? Yet if he disliked them, why send them wine? Confused but obliged, Jim delivered the wine. Upon delivering the wine to several Aryans, Jim was ready to leave. But just halfway through, he heard a loud bang and saw a pavilion collapse directly. It was the pavilion where the Yusef had been drinking just moments ago. Ha ha ha. Just as Jim worried if the Yusef was harmed, he heard laughter. Then he felt a vast surge of essence energy burst from the Yusef's body, accompanied by a powerful Dao intent. K-Leister. Jim's eyes widened in disbelief as he looked at the Yusef. The Yusef, who had failed to reach K-Leister for years, had now achieved it. Suddenly worried, Jim's expression changed. With the Yusef becoming a K-Leister, could brother Kelvin still suppress him? Not good. Trouble was brewing in Lantern Hanging Sect again. As Jim prepared to run back and alert Kelvin, the Yusef landed beside him, demanding, take me to Kelvin. Jim inwardly groaned. Sure enough, the Yusef intended to stir up trouble. Leading the Yusef to Kelvin's residence, Jim noticed Ferguson's 2, 3, and 4 also arriving. Most importantly, he sensed the same formidable presence from them. All have become K-Leisters? Jim's eyes nearly bulged out of his head. When did they all become K-Leisters? Hiding until now, was it aimed at brother Kelvin? Glancing at the 4 Aryans, Jim bolted straight for Kelvin's residence. No matter what, he had to warn Kelvin and prepare him. Breathlessly arriving, Jim opened his mouth to shout, but saw Kelvin already standing in the courtyard. Phalon, Phalon, brother, the Aryans, they've... Before Jim could finish, he saw the Aryans enter the courtyard and swallowed his words. Kelvin looked at the 4 Aryans and smiled, asking, do the Aryans prefer a democratic consensus, or a single voice leading Lantern Hanging Sect? As he spoke, Kelvin's demeanor appeared amiable, but Jim could sense the undercurrent of power. The 4 Aryans' hearts raced in shock as they stared at Kelvin in disbelief. For at that moment, they felt an intangible Tao intent pressing down on them. Even as Kaleisters, they felt the pressure of a mountain on their backs, cold sweat trickling down their spines. Chapter 176, Alleviate Poverty. Ninth rank. This overwhelming Tao intent was something only a Kaleister could produce. They were taken aback, their hearts swirling with waves of shock. It had only been a short while since Kelvin reached 7th rank, and now he had directly advanced to 9th rank. There was a huge difference between a master and a Kaleister. While there were still quite a few masters in Jinling, Kaleisters could be counted on one hand. Damn it. They had originally thought that after they became masters, they would at least have some say in front of Kelvin. They planned to discuss terms and try to obtain the power they deserved as Aryans, without being worse off than before. But looking into Kelvin's half-smiling eyes, their hearts instantly turned cold. Callan reacted the quickest. Of course, Xiandeng Sect should only have one voice. It must have only one voice for cohesion. Jalen and Igor also quickly responded, nodding in agreement. What's this nonsense about democratic discussion? Such things only divide our thoughts. With a leader guiding us, why do we need so much deliberation? Marcus chimed in, yes. One voice keeps everything orderly. Managing a sect should follow a unified direction. This is enough. The three Aryans firmly took a stance. Damn, not taking a stance wasn't an option. Otherwise, what if they had to watch wild dances again? They should have thought of it earlier. If not for the confidence to overpower them, how could Jim have sent over such divine wine without reason? It really was divine wine. A few sips giving them a comprehensive boost. Stuck at peak 6th rank for many years with ample accumulation, they just couldn't find the right opportunity to break through. With the divine wine's efficacy, their vitality and spirit were purified, breaking through their bottleneck straight into the realm of masters. You guys are so outdated. Still insisting on autocracy. You should listen more to everyone's ideas. Pooling wisdom can make up for deficiencies. You need to have a democratic mindset. A paternalistic attitude will eventually cause resentment and harm the unity of Xiandeng Sect. Kelvin lectured the Aryans. The Aryans fell silent. After occupying these Aryan positions for so long, how could they not understand Kelvin's implications? Kelvin spoke nicely, but if they truly believed it, they might as well go perform wild dances. Yes, talk about democracy. You start by saying that democratic discussion is the only correct path. Anything else is unfeasible. When pooling ideas, we inevitably conclude that you're far-sighted and correct. We will remember the Patriarch's teachings deeply, the Aryans respectfully replied. Jim didn't detect the Tao intent pressing down on the Aryans, so he watched in astonishment. He had expected the Aryans to cause trouble after reaching master rank, but they now seemed even more humble. What was going on? Was it because of the wine Kelvin sent? Yes, it must be because of that. After drinking it, the Aryans all achieved the master rank. So, they were grateful to Brother Kelvin, leading to this humility. However, the Aryans didn't seem like the type who repaid kindness, so perhaps it was Kelvin's integrity and charisma that changed them. Your Excellency, Xiandeng Sect should inform Jinling of having a new Dane. How about holding the inauguration ceremony tomorrow? Marcus suggested. Kelvin sighed. You know I have no interest in the position of Dane. Sigh, you're always pushing me. Yes, but Xiandeng Sect can't function without you overseeing things. For the sake of Xiandeng Sect, please take up this responsibility. This matter we'll discuss later. However, compared to the position of Dane, there's something else that concerns me. The Aryans exchanged glances, thinking, what issue could be troubling the Patriarch? We're willing to help alleviate any worries. Kelvin said, a few days ago, I walked around Jinling and found many people still living in extreme poverty, barely clothed or fed. Jinling is where I was born and raised. I feel deep affection for this land. Seeing my fellow citizens suffering like this, I reflect on how insufficient we, as righteous ones, have been. The Aryans stared blankly at Kelvin. This sentimentality? Your emotions are rich, but not to this extent. The world is like this. You don't need to shoulder all these responsibilities. Are you crazy? Regardless of their reactions, Kelvin continued, so, rather than taking over as Dane, this is more important to address first. That is alleviating poverty. Fergusons, I ask you to mobilize and join me in bringing warmth to our fellow countrymen. The Aryans were completely stunned. Brother, you're serious? We're esteemed cultivators, and you're talking about helping common poor folks. Must be a joke, right? Any issues? Kelvin looked at the Aryans. Asked by Kelvin, the Aryans shivered involuntarily and quickly replied, no issues. The Dane's benevolence inspires us to follow. Good. It's settled then. Starting tomorrow, Xiandeng Sect begins its poverty alleviation efforts. Kelvin glanced at them, thinking about sending xuanhuan to elevate them to master rank, all to ensure compliance. If they weren't obedient, he'd break their legs and let them dance. He didn't want to use purple jade, so he aimed for mana instead. And the effect of mana was better than purple jade. Doing good undoubtedly earns public recognition and increases mana. Helping others brings joy. Gifting roses leaves fragrance, and mana, of course. This definitely needs to be done. Of course, before this, he needed to take Alita to the treasure vault. There was so much gold inside, left unused. It should be circulated to fulfill its value. Moving the gold has to be done by Alita. She could act delicate and weak, but shouldn't be genuinely frail. Being too fragile is risky, like when dealing with confrontations from spouses. She should be able to run fast enough. This was for her own good, helping her build up her body. He truly was a great brother. Incidentally, he'd let Alita wish for sword cultivation manuals or secrets in the treasure vault. With myriad sword intents, he still needed proper sword techniques. Freddy family. At this moment, Lord Freddy, the head of the Freddy family and a marquis, had a grim face. His 8th rank successor, Cole, had been killed. Now, among the new 3 families, only his remained. New grievances and old grudges fueled his desire to tear Kelvin apart. A 7th rank, even if he knows sword control technique. So what? Does he think he's unbeatable in Jinling? Take my name card, visit the Grandmasters, tell them our Freddy family will unite to kill him. Those willing to help us will receive rewards. Lord Freddy gritted his teeth, unable to give Kelvin any more chances to grow. Killing him at 7th rank was possible, but letting him reach K-Lister would be a true problem. Hashtag chapter 177. Never seen such a desire for death. Kelvin returned to the suspended lamp sect, and many people were aware of it. They all waited for his next move, but they never could have imagined what he would do. Upon returning to the suspended lamp sect, Kelvin neither took up the position of sect master nor planned to revive the sect. Instead, he led the entire suspended lamp sect in poverty alleviation efforts. All the forces monitoring Kelvin were dumbfounded. Was Kelvin's head burned out? This was just throwing money away. It did nothing beneficial for the suspended lamp sect at all. Instead of focusing on strengthening the sect with meaningful actions, why waste time helping commoners? Even if this was just for fame, these commoners could not bring him any reputation. After all, the power of speech was in the hands of the elite cultivators. But no matter how much various major forces misunderstood, Kelvin's poverty alleviation work was progressing in full swing. He personally got involved in many aspects of the effort. The various factions scorned and belittled these seemingly futile efforts, finding them laughable and foolish. However, regardless of what the major forces thought, the commoners were profoundly grateful. What Kelvin provided might not be much, but to those suffering from hunger and cold, it was indeed life-saving provisions. Thinking back to when the righteous and demonic factions were in conflict, it was Kelvin who stood up to protect them, bringing tears to their eyes. There was finally a higher authority who treated them like human beings. Wah! With this food, we can finally get through this winter. My family can survive. The Lau Gustav family of 5 caught wind cold and had no money for treatment. We thought they would end up being discarded in mass graves like the others before them. But they're really lucky. Sect Master Phelan personally drove away the cold and left them with food and medicine. They can now survive. Old Phelan's family was constantly bullied by thugs. His young son was captured to do hard labor until he was almost dead. This time, those ruffians were directly taken care of by the suspended lamp sect. He is a living bodhisattva. After the Holy Clan, there are still bodhisattvas in this world. I heard that the Aryans of the suspended lamp sect asked him to take over as sect master, but he refused and immediately brought supplies to us lowly commoners instead. Other authorities keep their eyes on the sky, but only sect master Phelan lowers his head to see this world and sees us in the dust. He is such a good person. It would be great if the suspended lamp sect becomes the strongest force in Jinling. It's a pity we can't help at all. We can only pray for heaven to bless him long life. Countless civilians prayed for Kelvin, with some even setting up longevity altars. Repeatedly lowering his gaze to the common people, Kelvin finally moved these previously indifferent commoners. Watching the people bowing down for him, Kelvin sighed. Although he sought mind power, seeing the miserable state of these commoners tugged at his heartstrings. The world was always unequal, and what he could do was limited. He could only offer minimal assistance amidst the inequality. With the help of mind power, the black factors around his brow cleared away, replaced by wisps of purple factors. Feeling refreshed and enlightened, Kelvin further encouraged the suspended lamp sect to intensify its poverty alleviation efforts. To repay those who bestowed him with mind power, he hoped these commoners could truly live better lives. Meanwhile, he arranged for Jim to establish an organization within the suspended lamp sect dedicated to poverty alleviation. He wanted to make this a routine effort. Though he knew it wouldn't help everyone, every bit counted. Another new day came, and the purple factors coiling around Kelvin's brow became increasingly concentrated, more than ever before. With these purple factors embedded in his body, everything felt fresh and clear, putting him in an excellent state. To reciprocate for the mind power, he repaired the xiuxian pavilion, which the Holy Clan once used as a charity hall for sheltering the Aryanli, orphans, and the destitute. The gold moved out by Eve from the treasury could fund its operation. Of course, giving fish wasn't as good as teaching how to fish. Whether mining or cultivating spiritual herbs, the suspended lamp sect needed manpower, and Kelvin prioritized the poor. For instance, when repairing the xiuxian pavilion, Kelvin recruited these poor individuals. Kelvin's poverty alleviation efforts were progressing smoothly. Desmond and the Freddy family had been coordinating with various parties and finally gathered 10 masters outside the xiuxian pavilion, surrounding Kelvin. Among the 10 masters, 3 were from the Freddy family, 3 from the Demon Path, and 4 from other prestigious clans. To eliminate Kelvin, the Freddy family collaborated with the Demon Path. Of course, apart from the 3 Freddy members, the other 7 remained hidden, covered head to toe. Kelvin, busy arranging affairs, suddenly found himself trapped in the center. He stared at Desmond with a slight daze. Is this about avenging your son? Desmond glared at Kelvin and said, old and new grudges. Today, I will erase the suspended lamp sect. Kelvin laughed. Over 20 masters couldn't do anything to me before. What makes you think you can succeed? Desmond sneered and produced a treasure artifact, covered in intricate patterns and runes, adorned with numerous spirit stones, looking mysterious. He infused it with his chi and threw it into the air. Instantly, a wave of spirit energy burst forth, enveloping the area and forming a 10-meter-wide cage. Since we're dealing with you, we have thorough preparations. It's true that we couldn't stop you when you flew in the air, but confining you in a limited space nullifies your advantages. Without your aerial advantage, 10 masters against a 7th rank master, you will surely die. Kelvin sighed. You've certainly prepared well. Desmond mocked. It's your fault for being too arrogant. If you hid in the suspended lamp sect, nobody could touch you. But you came out to do ridiculous poverty alleviation, self-inflicted destruction. Many civilians witnessed this scene and heard Desmond's words. Their eyes instantly reddened, realizing he was risking danger to help them. As they clenched their fists, prepare and do some good deeds instead of always thinking about killing. Doing good brings blessings. Do good deeds, my ass. The Hugo cursed outright, glaring at Kelvin mockingly. You've helped so many commoners. See what kind of blessings you received today? As he spoke, the Hugo moved towards Kelvin first. The other masters surrounding Kelvin also approached him. Simultaneously, the spiritual energy within them surged wildly outwards like a mountain flood breaking loose, forming powerful offensives that pressed down on Kelvin directly. You've made your choice clear, but it's your own fault if you end up perishing. With these words, Kelvin took a step forward. A sword appeared in his hand, and in the next moment, it was cast away, transforming into a streak of sword light hurtling directly toward the Hugo. The Hugo knew Kelvin could control a flying sword, so he had been cautious. Seeing the streak of sword light coming at him, he did not feel fear. Confident as an 8th rank practitioner, he believed he could stop this sword. If he blocked it, the other masters would rush forward, and he would surely be doomed. Send you to death. The Hugo roared in anger, his spiritual energy surging even more fiercely, forming a cone-shaped vortex facing Kelvin's sword. But as soon as his spiritual energy touched Kelvin's sword, his expression changed drastically. The sword he thought he could block soared skyward, tearing through his raging spiritual energy. The blade's glow was unstoppable, piercing through his cone of spiritual energy and reaching him in the blink of an eye. Aren't you only 7th rank? The Hugo cried in horror, his eyes wide open, staring at Kelvin. The sharpness carried by that sword was far beyond what a 7th rank practitioner could unleash. How was this possible? It had only been days, and those days were spent helping commoners. You realized too late. The Hugo heard Kelvin's voice, then felt a cold sensation on his neck. He reached out to touch it, feeling warm blood gushing out. No matter how hard he tried to stem the flow, it wouldn't stop. He could only feel his head getting heavier, his consciousness fading. Just before closing his eyes, he saw Kelvin walking towards him, feeling Kelvin's hand touching his shoulder and head. Then he felt a finger lightly push him, and he fell with a crash, losing all awareness. Another strike. An 8th rank practitioner fell. The only difference was that his head remained attached. Of course, this was because Kelvin stripped his essence. Otherwise, his head would have flown off too. The sudden death of the Hugo left the other masters who were attacking Kelvin wide-eyed. They had prepared for a group attack on Kelvin, but now they hesitated, their eyes filled only with shock and disbelief. At this moment, Kelvin no longer hid his realm. Holding the holy sword, terrifying spiritual energy spread out from him, and his profound Taoist intention faced everyone. 9th rank, Kalister. Not only did the 7th rank practitioners present cry out in surprise, but Jim and others also stood straight, staring intensely at Kelvin, rubbing their eyes to confirm this was true. Senior brother Phelan, 9th rank, one of the strongest in Jinling. After a moment of daze, the disciples of Xinding's sect erupted into loud cheers. With another 9th rank Kalister emerging from Xinding's sect, didn't it mean that the sect would once again flourish, returning to the ranks of the 4 major sects? Escape. How could they resist a 9th rank practitioner who could wield a flying sword? An 8th rank practitioner could be killed with one strike. How long could they withstand Kelvin together? They lost all fighting spirit, terrified and wanting to flee. But the precious weapon of the Hugo had locked the surroundings, making it impossible to break free in the short term, trapping them inside. The Freddy family betrayed me. Several masters screamed repeatedly and raged. What was supposed to be a foolproof plan had become a death warrant. At this moment, Kelvin showed a cold expression, his sword shooting out again, its sharp light piercing straight toward 2 masters of the Freddy family. These 2 knocked Kelvin's sword. This surprised Kelvin, but he wasn't concerned. The Triuan flame was unleashed, bursting forth explosively from his 9th rank realm like a bomb, carrying a terrifying fiery force. The master closest to Kelvin was blasted away, spitting blood, engulfed in flames, suffering heavy damage. At the same time, the deflected sharp sword turned around, instantly creating a hole in his heart, felling him unwillingly. Another master dealt with. The remaining 6 were utterly disheartened. One of them, unable to endure, knelt down beside Kelvin pleadingly. I want to do good deeds, please give me a chance to be a better person. Seeing this, the other 5 also reacted. We were deceived by the Freddy family, please give us a chance, we will definitely seek blessings through good deeds. Please give us a chance, I just want to be a good person from now on. I'll take care of the poor district in North City personally. I am. All of them begged, kneeling and asking Kelvin for a chance. One of the masters even wanted to remove his hood to reveal his identity. However, when he shouted, I am, Kelvin's sharp blade pierced his forehead. Many in Jinling had designs on him, and Kelvin didn't want to uncover the forces behind these people. This time, he only wanted to intimidate the major powers in Jinling, avoiding further disturbances. Jinling needed peace, and Xinding's sect needed peace. Doing good come from significant forces. Uncovering their true identities would leave him facing formidable forces behind them. Were these actions initiated by the Kalisters themselves, or instigated by the powers behind them? Could he believe it if he said they acted individually? If they were instigated, could the Lantern Sect exterminate them all at once? Even if it could, the Lantern Sect would suffer tremendous losses. Moreover, whether during prosperity or decline, the common folk always suffered. The oppression of major forces ultimately bore the most heavily on ordinary people. Therefore, Kelvin burned them without further investigation. Besides, some matters didn't need to be uncovered. A Kalister is someone of repute. When one disappears mysteriously, one can guess the general situation. Kelvin had the Lantern Sect closely monitor any potential malefactors, making it easier to defeat them one by one rather than tackling them all at once. Solving this problem did not weigh heavily on Kelvin's mind. But in Jinling, it caused waves. How many days had passed? Kelvin had already become a 9th rank Kalister? Furthermore, he was not an ordinary 9th rank Kalister. He not only mastered sword mastery but was also an ancient road Kalister and a lamplighter. All these identities combined made him far more threatening than others. Kelvin's reputation quickly swept through Jinling, quelling many people's intentions. Previously, many held the same thought as the Freddy family. If they could neutralize the power of his sword mastery, then Kelvin could be taken down. But the death of 10 Kalisters told the whole of Jinling that Kelvin was no longer someone they could provoke. Kelvin became a true giant in Jinling, a force hard to match. People felt fortunate if they weren't on his mind. How could they dare think about provoking him? Of course, the Lantern Sect temporarily dominated. Facing any force, Lantern Sect disciples now held their heads high. This new spirit even led many disciples to break through bottlenecks, significantly enhancing the overall strength of the Lantern Sect. Kelvin's prestige within the Lantern Sect reached unparalleled heights. Kelvin discovered that the purple factors swirling around his brow increased substantially. Clearly, the collective thoughts of Lantern Sect disciples contributed quite a bit to the increase in purple factors. Meanwhile, Kelvin found that for the same number of Lantern Sect disciples contributing mental power, the quantity and quality of purple factors were higher compared to ordinary civilians. Was it because they practiced, thus improving the quality and quantity? The entire Lantern Sect repeatedly requested Kelvin to hold a ceremony for assuming the position of Era, but Kelvin refused each time. He had no interest in the ceremony. He effectively controlled the Lantern Sect already. Why should he care about a title? However, Kelvin's unready nature towards power and position made the disciples of the Lantern Sect admire him even more. Brother, here's the sword manual you wanted. The treasure vault isn't always compliant with wishes. I wished for sword secrets multiple times, and only got this one manual. Kelvin visited the treasure vault again, where Eve handed him a sword manual. Her white forehead glistened with sweat, and she wore close-fitting clothes for easy movement while transporting gold, accentuating her well-defined figure, emanating a pure yet sultry charm. Kelvin took the sword manual and gave it a glance. It was an upper-class mystic rank sword technique, Overlord sword technique. This method simulated martial artists' vital energy using spiritual energy, allowing combat at close quarters. The Overlord sword technique was exceedingly dominant, containing powerful destructive and suppressive forces, capable of easily cutting through tough defenses. Being a mystic rank skill naturally meant it wasn't inferior. Even K-listers found it very challenging to master. Especially for an upper-class mystic rank, the requirement for intent was extremely high. Although K-listers were powerful, they were still mortal, making it difficult to achieve such lofty effective in the treasure vault. Besides, carrying gold was tiring. He didn't want to do it. Fergus and xiuxian didn't allow anyone else to enter the vault besides Eve, so she had to handle this task. It was also for her own good, providing her with exercise. Looking at Eve's fingers, as delicate as green onion stems, such beautiful hands deserve to carry bricks. With everything arranged for others, Kelvin became idle. He planned to refine the essences of 10 K-listers, aiming for the peak of 9th rank without fear of heavenly punishment. Reaching this level would make him truly fearless in Jinling, standing at the pinnacle. However, Fergus and xiuxian's arrival disrupted his plans. His first words were a grave look. You've reached 9th rank K-lister? Kelvin didn't understand Fergus and xiuxian's attitude, thinking reaching 9th rank was good news. Why does he look unhappy? Is there a problem with being a 9th rank K-lister? Kelvin asked curiously. Since Jinling was cursed, among all generations of 9th rank K-listers in the Lantern Sect, Hoyt is the only one still alive. xiuxian revealed shocking news. Kelvin lost focus for a moment before asking, why? Chapter 180. The advantage lies with me. New Path doesn't allow the resurgent Lantern Sect to rise again, nor does it permit ancient path experts to walk out of Jinling. Baron gave Kelvin an answer. The Tai Sect, the Gu family, couldn't help but think of Crew. Even in the sacred clan's pastoral space, because it unleashed transcendental power, it became a target of the curse. He had never fully understood the curse or studied it, but after witnessing its effects, he specifically investigated it. But there are certain people who, through secret techniques or exceptional talent, can advance further beyond the peak of 9th rank. Though they don't become Andersons, they are like them and can somewhat avoid the curse, Baron explained. Kelvin looked stunned at Baron. You mean, the people behind the new path are these beings between the human and heavenly realms? Baron sighed. If not, why would the resurgent Lantern Sect be so downtrodden? Whenever the sect produces a 9th rank K-lister, they are hunted down. Now that you've achieved 9th rank, you will surely become their next target. Kelvin asked, how big is the difference between these beings and 9th rank strength? Baron answered, it's a world apart. Consider the 9th ranks of past resurgent Lantern Sect leaders. Only Hoyt escaped unscathed, which should illustrate the difference. If the gap is so vast, why could Hoyt be an exception? Baron said, Hoyt was very low-key back then. Knowing someone hunted 9th ranks from the resurgent Lantern Sect, he rarely left the sect after becoming a 9th rank. Even when he had to leave, he did so cautiously. As a result, he stayed safe at 9th rank for a long time. However, Hoyt was also proud and didn't want to hide forever. So, he trained relentlessly, and after reaching the peak of 9th rank, he sought out and fought those hunting him. Unsurprisingly, although Hoyt lost that battle, he managed to preserve his life and escape back to the resurgent Lantern Sect. Kelvin thought deeply. So, at the peak of 9th rank, Hoyt was qualified to challenge them? Baron, seeing Kelvin's expression, quickly added, Hoyt is unique. Not only was he exceptionally talented and benefited from special opportunities, but he was also a lamplighter. Baron paused midway. In discussing this, Kelvin wasn't much less impressive than Hoyt. He had to change his tone. Though Hoyt escaped, he suffered greatly in that battle. He spent months recovering. That fight changed him. Afterward, he led dozens of masters from the resurgent Lantern Sect away from Jinling. Eventually, he returned to Jinling alone, filled with melancholy. Baron's words slightly reassured Kelvin. If Hoyt could challenge them at peak 9th rank, so could he. They weren't invincible. What he feared most was if they could crush him in one move. In that case, he'd have to hide permanently. Since he could fight, there was no need to fear. And he had the skill of Yin Actong's time check. If things got desperate, he could fight to the death. However, the risk was that their lifespan might be too long, leading to his own demise. At your 7th rank, they won't care. Although these people can bypass the curse, they must pay a price. But now that you're 9th rank, they will definitely target you. I came to warn you specifically about this. Stay in the resurgent Lantern Sect and try not to go out. I understand, Kelvin replied to Fergus and Baron. Naturally, he wouldn't obediently stay in the sect. He planned to break through to peak 9th rank tonight, and then assess their strength. Baron added, if you must go out, have Aline invite Hoyt along. This way, nothing will happen. Seeing Kelvin still puzzled, Baron continued, few people in Jinling know this. After returning, Hoyt once killed one of these beings. That's why the 3 major sects dare not provoke him and acknowledge him as the top expert in Jinling. Also, due to killing that being, ancient path survivors can remain hidden in his courtyard. Otherwise, you think those 3 families could really be destroyed? Of course, every time Hoyt acted, he paid a price. Therefore, he dared not meddle in many affairs. If he died from the curse, those people would truly lose protection. Kelvin finally understood. No wonder Hoyt often sat idly by while Garth struggled to survive. It wasn't that he was cold-hearted. He simply couldn't intervene. However, Hoyt had some stories. He went out once and returned in melancholy, not a Anderson but with the strength to kill quasi-Andersons. Are there many quasi-Andersons protecting the new path? Kelvin asked. Hoyt told me a few years ago that there are 5 traces of quasi-Andersons in Jinling. 2 were sent from outside to support the new path and suppress the ancient path, Ferguson Baron said. Kelvin was surprised. He thought only the new path had such beings, but it turned out Jinling hid 5 powerful figures. 2 of the 5 belong to the new path. Who are the other 3? Amato counts as one, and Hoyt counts as another. The last one, we don't know who it is. Kelvin was surprised that Amato was also a quasi-Anderson. But who was the last one? From the demon sect? If so, perhaps they could unite to deal with the 2 new path quasi-Andersons. After all, he was part of the demon sect. Suddenly, Kelvin felt less afraid. Hoyt could be persuaded to stand with him, and there were means to persuade Amato too, including possibly the one from the demon sect. 3 out of 5 would be on his side. The advantage lies with him. Thinking this, Kelvin relaxed. Ferguson, this is a minor issue. Don't worry so much. Eat well, sleep well. We'll handle the nuisances. Baron looked at the nonchalant Kelvin. Did this kid understand what he meant? Those beings were comparable to Andersons. If he wasn't careful, he'd be dead. Chapter 181. Go and see. Stefani was still working hard as a porter. Aline was in close seclusion cultivation to stabilize her realm. Jim was striving for the poverty alleviation cause. Ferguson Baron fell into deep confusion. Kelvin had become so powerful that even pseudo-heavenlies were beneath his regard. What was to be done? Kelvin once again refused the inauguration ceremony proposed by several Aryans. He also refined the essence of the 10 masters he had killed. The essence of primal beginning produced quite a bit of black. Relieved, everyone reciprocated with mutual goodwill, resulting in a pleasant and lively drinking session. Until Aline's arrival. These people tactfully left, leaving time for the 2 to be alone. After all, who in the Shinding sect didn't know that the sect master harbored a crush on Aline? Aline stood tall and slender, with long legs and a curvaceous waist leading to her hips, a figure that could only be described as extremely alluring. Paired with busts about to burst out of her clothes, she exuded extreme voluptuosity. So hurried was she, Kelvin couldn't stop her in time. After finishing, Aline licked her lips and muttered, it's a bit sweet. Stings the mouth a little. Not very tasty either. Kelvin was just about to respond when he saw Aline's face. Nobly avoiding situations like this, he feared losing this noble trait. Placing Aline on the bed, Kelvin drank several glasses of wine to calm down. On Earth, though his lifestyle was indulgent, he maintained a bottom line and never forced anyone. After all, that led to jail. In this world, despite no fear of going to jail, Kelvin didn't wish to do such things. Especially not to Aline, who was one of their own. Kelvin missed Syra. But, thinking of Ferguson Baron's words, Kelvin didn't want to go out and get ambushed. Unafraid didn't mean he wanted trouble. Though Kelvin planned to wait and think carefully before venturing out, it didn't mean others could wait. As Kelvin praised his noble qualities, a disciple rushed in with news. Jim and other Shinding sect disciples were attacked by the Freddy family. They were all injured. The Aryanli and children of Xiuxian Hall were taken as hostages by the Freddy family. Kelvin slightly frowned and asked, wasn't the Freddy family handled by the Aryans? Can't they resolve this? Without any masters, the Freddy family should have been no match for the Aryans. I don't know what happened. A few strong members of the Freddy family escaped. Then they struck at Xiuxian Hall. Hearing this, Kelvin confirmed someone must be backing them. Thus he asked, are they Freddy family members? Do they specifically want me to negotiate with them? The disciple hesitated, then nodded. How did Sect Master know? After some thought, Kelvin said, muttering, sudden riches disrupt mental equilibrium. Youthful arrogance indeed. Kelvin did not actually go to test whether pseudo-celestials were easy prey. His longing for Hoyt, Owen, and Gabrielle left him no heart for such matters. Sigh, he wondered what they were up to, as they hadn't returned to Jinling yet. With nothing else to do, apart from cultivation, Kelvin occasionally drank with disciples of the lantern-hanging sect. After all, he needed to maintain his image of being approachable. This time, Kelvin laughed and chatted over drinks with 2 true disciples. To unite the entire lantern-hanging sect, these individuals who initially had complex relationships with him needed to be appeased, demonstrating his magnanimity and showing he wouldn't hold grudges, nor would he hold grudges against the various halls. Putting their minds at ease, everyone naturally reciprocated, and the drinking session proceeded merrily. Until Aline arrived. These people tactfully left, giving the 2 some private time. After all, everyone in the lantern-hanging sect knew the sect master had a crush on Aline. Aline was very tall, standing with long straight legs, a slim waist, and hips that connected seamlessly in an extremely curvaceous figure, especially her full bust straining against her clothes, making her figure exceptionally explosive. Her luscious red lips, and finished the cup like it was water. She drank so quickly that Kelvin didn't have time to warn her. After finishing, Aline licked her lips and muttered, it's a bit sweet, slightly spicy, not particularly tasty. As Kelvin prepared to respond, he saw Aline's face flush instantly, Her eyes closed, and she fell towards the ground. Kelvin hurriedly caught her to prevent her from hitting the ground. Staring at the intoxicated and unconscious Aline, Kelvin was taken aback. Damn, the legendary, 1 cup down. She looks so fiery and sexy, but can't handle a single glass of alcohol. Aline lay in Kelvin's arms, frowning slightly, making a slight noise, seemingly uncomfortable. She shifted positions, finding a comfortable spot to nestle in Kelvin's embrace. Finding a suitable position, her frown vanished, and she curled up quietly, like a gentle cat. Her flushed, tender face pressed against Kelvin's chest, making her appear even more docile. A charming and sultry older sister turning into this form created a stark contrast that made Kelvin lose himself. Just then, Kelvin felt the cat, snuggling closer, hugging his waist with both hands. Soft warmth enveloped him, and Kelvin felt himself about to cross a significant boundary. Aline was treating him like a bed, constantly seeking comfortable spots in his arms, rubbing back and forth. Her clothes got somewhat messy, allowing Kelvin to glimpse half of her ample bosom. The sheer size made him want to touch. Feeling his restraint weakening, Kelvin picked up Aline. He wasn't xiuxian or a saint. Continuing this way would turn him into a demon. His noble character of years without taking advantage of situations was about to be lost. Placing Aline on the bed, Kelvin drank several glasses of wine to calm his urges. On Earth, although his lifestyle was indulgent, he maintained a line, never forcing anyone. After all, doing so could land him in jail. In this world, though there wasn't jail, Kelvin didn't want to do such things, especially not to someone on his side. Kelvin missed Syra. But, remembering Baron's words, Kelvin didn't want to walk out and be ambushed. While unafraid, he didn't want to invite trouble. However, while Kelvin planned to wait longer before going out, it didn't mean others would wait. While praising his own noble qualities, a disciple rushed in with news. Jim and other lantern-hanging Sect disciples were attacked by the Freddy family and are all injured. The Xuanhuan and children from the Xiuxian hall were also captured by the Freddy family as hostages. Kelvin frowned, asking, wasn't the Freddy family dealt with by the Aryans? Can't this be resolved? Without masters, the Freddy family should be no match for the Aryans. I don't know how it happened, but some strong members of the Freddy family escaped. Then they attacked the Xiuxian hall. Hearing this, Kelvin concluded that someone must have backed them, asking, are they waiting for me to negotiate? The disciple was stunned, nodding. How did the Sect master know? Thinking for a moment, Kelvin decided, let's go to the Xiuxian hall. Retain the tone and style while ensuring the translation reads naturally in English. Chapter 182, Pseudo-Celestial Being. After making a brief arrangement, Kelvin slowly made his way to Xiuxian Pavilion. He also didn't forget to send a disciple to convey a message to the Freddy family. Be patient, I'm already on my way. Wait for me. The disciple went off with no choice, while Kelvin leisurely walked towards Xiuxian hall. Occasionally, he would stop by street vendors selling snacks, taste some, and give them some comments. It was in this manner that Kelvin finally arrived at Xiuxian hall. Inside Xiuxian hall, Jim and 7 or 8 other Xinding Sect disciples were controlled, their noses bruised and faces swollen. Around 20 to 30 civilians were also tied up together. The Freddy family had sent about 8 people. Among them, the 2 leaders were 6th rank cultivators, while the others were 4th and 5th rank cultivators. It was no wonder Jim and the others had been easily subdued. I've arrived. Can you release them now? Kelvin said to the group from the Freddy family. Kelvin, you killed several grandmasters of our clan. This enmity is irreconcilable. If you want to save them, take your own life before us, and we will let these people go. A few experts from the Freddy family shouted. Bullshit. After uttering those words, Kelvin didn't even glance at them. Instead, he shouted into the air, Sir, you just want to kill me, right? Since I'm here, there's no need to hide anymore. Kelvin's words left the disciple who followed him dumbfounded. Who was the Sect master talking to? But right at that moment, on a rooftop, a figure appeared out of thin air and walked directly in front of Kelvin. This scene made all the cultivators widen their eyes. Even a Kalister of the 9th rank wouldn't be able to walk through the air like this. Was this person capable of such extraordinary abilities, or had he already transcended the ordinary? Kelvin had anticipated this, so he wasn't surprised. He sized up the newcomer. The man looked old, almost as if he didn't have much time left. This thought brought a bit of comfort to Kelvin. However, to ensure safety, Kelvin politely asked, How old are you, sir? How long do you have left? Clifton, the visitor, had imagined various reactions from Kelvin, but hadn't expected him to ask about his age and lifespan. Seeing Clifton not answering, Kelvin pressed on. Don't just stand there dumbfounded. Your skin looks more wrinkled than tree bark. You can't live many years, right? Clifton's face turned ashen. Was this kid cursing him? He angrily replied, This old man can still live for another. Chi surged as well. He cast the same Dao technique, creating an identical beast that charged forward. Clifton sneered upon seeing this. Did this kid understand the gap between them? Even using the same technique, he would be crushed. Roar. The two spirits collided. Instead of being utterly dominated, Clifton's spirit's claws tore apart Kelvin's, but Kelvin's spirit remained intact, though it lost its power and couldn't cause further damage. Clifton raised an eyebrow, shocked. He actually blocked it. This kid's spirit chi is extraordinarily thick. No wonder he climbed to the 9th rank so quickly. Yet, the more talented you are, the sooner you must die. Boy, taste the power of a celestial being. Clifton's figure moved swiftly, like wind, charging straight at Kelvin. Spirit chi surged through his body into a jade rui staff in his hand, sending out terrifying energy blasts. Everyone was awestruck by his momentum, but even more stunned by his words. What did he say? He claimed to be a celestial being. How could that be possible? How could there be a celestial being in Jinling? If he truly was a celestial being, how could Kelvin possibly withstand him? This was not even a fair fight. How could mortals defy heaven? Everyone's hearts sank. Just a pseudo-celestial being, nothing special. Kelvin sneered, employing the movement technique he obtained from the purple coffin. Like a phantom, he dodged through Clifton's attacks. Pseudo-celestial being? So what? Not much different from a real celestial being. Clifton was astonished by Kelvin's agility, genuinely unpredictable. For a moment, he couldn't hit him. He suddenly increased his speed, launching continuous Dao techniques. Spirit chi from the Jade Rui transformed into punches carrying terrifying energy, rapidly delivering dozens of strikes. Kelvin was very fast but couldn't dodge everything. Undeterred, he used his spirit chi to drive Dao techniques, transforming it into palm prints to block the incoming spirit chi blasts. Boom, boom. Under such force, the ground kept cracking. The ordinary people's faces turned pale with terror. Even the cultivators were filled with dread. Such power was unimaginably immense. Despite blocking the attacks, Kelvin was forced to retreat step by step. The impact of spirit chi made his body uncomfortable. He couldn't deny the gap between them. Clifton had initially believed his continuous techniques would easily defeat Kelvin. After all, they were not on the same level. The gap between mortal and celestial was insurmountable. But now, not only had the other party blocked him, but occasionally he could unleash Dao techniques against him. Clifton stopped Kelvin's spirit attack, looking increasingly ashen as he stared at Kelvin in shock. You, 9th rank peak. After so many exchanges, Clifton naturally understood Kelvin's realm. Unbelievable. Hadn't he reached 9th rank in less than 3 days? Already at the peak? Jim and the other Xinding Sect disciples were wide-eyed. All they could think was, Brother Phelan, amazing. Hashtag chapter 183. A dead end? So what if you're at the peak of the 9th rank? You're still just a mere mortal. Clifton's killing intent grew even stronger, and the Taoist aura around him surged out in torrents, forming a hurricane with the surrounding spiritual energy. You couldn't handle Hoyt back then. What makes you think you can handle me? Kelvin asked Clifton with a smile. These words changed Clifton's expression. It was a point of humiliation for them. Not everyone is Hoyt, Clifton said, unable to hold back any longer. His Jade Ruyi erupted with a brilliant light, infinitely terrifying. Note, the term Ruyi seems to be a specific artifact or tool in the context, often translated as Ruyi, a ceremonial scepter. I will translate it as Ruyi, for consistency and cultural accuracy. Edited translation. Not everyone is Hoyt, Clifton said, unable to hold back any longer. His Jade Ruyi erupted with brilliant light, infinitely terrifying. He didn't want to continue this deadlock with Kelvin any longer and directly unleashed his Dao skill. This was an immortal-grade Dao skill, the Dragon Tiger Fist Seal. Driven by spiritual energy, it could form the shapes of dragons and tigers, with each seal being ferocious enough to challenge even blood chi warriors in close combat. An old man like me uses an immortal-grade Dao skill to kill you. How will you resist? As Clifton spoke, the Jade Ruyi swung left to create a dragon-shaped fist seal and right to create a tiger-shaped one. Both erupted simultaneously, dancing together in intertwined fury. Note, Ruyi is a specific artifact and may have significance, so it's generally better to keep it untranslated, or provide an explanation if necessary. For better fluency and clarity, here is the revised version. As Clifton spoke, the Jade Ruyi swung to the left, forming a dragon-shaped fist seal, and to the right, forming a tiger-shaped one. Both seals erupted simultaneously, intertwining and exploding in a furious dance. His expression was cold and grim. He knew the terror of this skill. No matter who faced it, they would be obliterated. I have a technique named Overlord. Kelvin remained calm. The holy sword appeared in his hand, and with a thought. Even Hoyt wasn't as powerful back then. Although Hoyt escaped with his life, he was thoroughly suppressed throughout the fight. No wonder Kelvin dared to come to Xingshantang despite knowing it was a trap. Thinking about the other technique Kelvin possessed, which involved spitting fire comparable to true flames, Clifton's face turned increasingly grim. Capturing him would indeed be difficult. However, the stronger Kelvin became, the more certain death awaited him. There could be no more cases like Hoyt. Clifton exhaled a breath of turbid air, looking at Kelvin and said, Old man here is quite curious. How old are you? How did you cultivate your Dao skill to such a level? Kelvin replied, In the world of geniuses, you'll never understand it. Clifton said coldly, Old man here thinks, this is due to the Sage Temple's grace? Kelvin angrily shouted, Nonsense. Do you know how hard I've worked to cultivate this sword technique? Diligence is crucial in cultivation. Your words insult the results of diligent study and practice. Although reading through a manual once allowed him to master the Overlord sword technique, how could he admit to effortless success? He had to insist it came from his own efforts. Otherwise, successful figures in previous lives wouldn't have claimed ordinary backgrounds. It was about setting a correct value system for society. He truly believed he was great. Clifton didn't believe Kelvin's nonsense, snickering. Apart from killing you today, I also want to know what you received in the Sage Temple. Do you have this much strength to deserve such a great secret? Clifton asked. The arrogance of youth isn't good. Many geniuses of Jinling have died at my hands. You won't be an exception. Ah, I thought you only killed the lantern-hanging Sect's geniuses. Tell me, who else have you killed? Kelvin said in surprise. Clifton looked at Kelvin with disdain, knowing Kelvin was trying to stir up animosity. But he didn't care. With his strength, he was a god in Jinling. What did it matter if they knew? Jinling was a land forsaken by the gods. People should realize their fate here. Geniuses weren't supposed to live long. Seeing the other man's silence, Kelvin sighed. Initially, I thought it was just a personal feud with the lantern-hanging sect. Now I see you've harmed all of Jinling. Personal grievances can be endured, but public enmity must be eradicated. Hearing Kelvin's words, Clifton laughed. You do have some skill, but trying to kill me seems ridiculous. Think more about how you will survive. At this point, Clifton shouted towards a direction. Since one of us can't take him down alone, let's attack together. Everyone froze, watching another Aryan emerge slowly from the rooftop opposite side, stepping through the air as if strolling leisurely. Another false celestial human. Jim and others paled, gasping in shock. Watching the Aryan approach calmly, everyone's hearts sank. Dealing with one false celestial human already took immense effort. Another one? How could Kelvin possibly win? Feeling the group's despair, Clifton smiled. Hoyt's lesson is clear, and you possess the flying sword technique. For absolute certainty, we will attack together to ensure your complete annihilation. Kelvin, if you're smart, surrender now. Considering your value, I might make your imprisonment comfortable. Looking at the two false celestial humans locking onto him, Kelvin sighed. Didn't expect this. Kelvin felt betrayed. Messages from Isaac's courtyard mentioned occasional surveillance beyond the 9th rank, leading Kelvin to assume it was the protector of the new path, a false celestial human. Unexpected consequences mean death, Clifton said sarcastically. Kelvin shook his head. Not really. Just feel like I missed a lot of happiness. Due to the constant surveillance at Isaac's courtyard, Kelvin had always feared the false celestial human, restraining himself from finding Zyra to try the joy of love. If those surveilling weren't them, he should have gone to Zyra sooner. Clifton frowned, not understanding Kelvin's words. Don't pretend to be so boy, don't you think too highly of me? I can't defeat them, but by revealing myself, I might expose me to danger. How did you know it was me? From a street corner, an Aryan walked out, also stepping through the air. The sight made the disciples of the Lantern Sect gape in astonishment. Ferguson Xavion. They found it hard to believe. Although Ferguson Xavion held the position in the Ferguson Council, he never participated in Lantern Sect affairs, making his presence rather low-key. They only knew he was a reclusive peak 6th rank Aryan. But now, their mouths felt dry as they realized he was actually a quasi-Anderson. The onlookers from other forces, secretly observing this scene, swallowed hard, feeling chills down their spines. Damn, they had always thought nothing of the Lantern Sect and even bullied its disciples before. It's lucky they weren't killed then. Kelvin wasn't surprised at all when Ferguson Xavion emerged. Isaac mentioned that someone was spying on his courtyard, and Kelvin initially assumed it was the New Roads Quasi-Anderson. So when he came to xiuxian Pavilion, he asked the disciples to check if anyone else was still in Isaac's courtyard. This was why Kelvin took his time walking slowly to the pavilion. He was waiting for their report. The response was that Isaac still sensed someone watching him. This puzzled Kelvin. Since this person wanted him to go to xiuxian Pavilion, why were they still lurking around Isaac's courtyard? Suddenly, Valerie came to mind. Despite showing strength at the K-Leister level, her body exhibited strange phenomena as the Empress consort. Her strong desire to kill Patrick could very well mean that the heavenly perception Isaac felt might be hers. With this consideration, Kelvin hesitated. One Quasi-Anderson he could handle, but two were beyond his capabilities. Kelvin considered calling Isaac to bolster their position. His great scholar's righteous chi could dispel even a Anderson's aura with a single shout. However, if Isaac appeared, they would undoubtedly employ other methods to compel him and prevent her from staying. Considering these factors, Kelvin thought about seeking help from the Quasi-Anderson of the demonic path. Together, they could save Jim and others without fear. But then, thinking about the Quasi-Anderson of the demonic path, Kelvin had a sudden realization. It was odd how no one stopped him or tried to persuade him not to leave the Lantern Sect for xiuxian Pavilion. A trap? This led Kelvin to realize his mistake. He'd always believed the 5th Quasi-Anderson belonged to the demonic path, which was wishful thinking on his part. Ferguson Xavion himself was peculiar. No one knew how long he'd lived, not even Alanexi and Eve. They only knew he served as an Aryan when Hoyt was the sect leader. Moreover, after Kelvin became a peak K-Leister, everyone in the Lantern Sect obeyed him, except the Aryans who with external threats present, he couldn't harm Kelvin, so his anger was vented on Clifton. I will kill one of you today. Clifton looked at Xavion, his expression complex. Long ago, I sensed a deeply hidden Quasi-Anderson in Nanjing. To think it was you. No wonder the Lantern Sect has managed to cling to survival despite our efforts. Every time it faced destruction, some mysterious good fortune kept aiding it. Now I understand. It was all because of your help. There was no choice, Xavion sighed. I hid my true identity out of fear of being attacked by the three of you. Even now, I didn't want to expose myself. Unfortunately, this brat revealed me. Otherwise, I could have rescued him covertly, just like I did with Hoyt back then. Operating in secrecy made actions easier. Clifton remarked, the Lantern Sect, descended from the Saint clan's disciple, truly stands apart. New Path sent numerous waves of Quasi-Andersons to suppress the Lantern Sect, yet it remained dominant. Finally, New Path resorted to great expense and effort, cultivating many Quasi-Andersons specifically to counter the Lantern Sect, eventually subduing it. Yet even so, the Lantern Sect survived. And now Kelvin had emerged, signaling a potential resurgence. The Saint clan, truly a terrifying race that inspires despair. Even a sect founded by a single disciple proved incredibly resilient. Xavion looked at Clifton. Nanjing has suffered enough. Why do you give it no chance? Clifton replied, can anyone dare look down upon the sanctity once protected by the Saint clan? Moreover, Nanjing has always produced remarkable talents, and there's fear it might spawn more monstrous individuals loyal to the Saint clan. Especially you, Lantern Sect. You must die. Continuing, Clifton glanced at Kelvin. He, especially must die, Xavion countered. But now you're not in an advantageous position. As he spoke, his aura erupted, nearly matching Clifton's. Clifton's expression darkened as he instructed his companion. Hold him off, I'll kill Kelvin. The more determined Kelvin became to die. Now, he wouldn't hold back. Unleashing his greatest combat power, regardless of the immense cost, was necessary. If not now, he might lose the opportunity forever. Hoyt and the others were not present. Had they been here, the disadvantage would have shifted towards them. Chapter 184, Heavenly Ebon of Tranquility. Seeing that the other party still hadn't appeared, Kelvin called out again. Stop hiding and come out to fight them already. At this moment, a voice sighed in response. Young maiden, whose displayed strength was merely K-Leister level. But as an empress, her body held peculiarities. Her intense hatred towards Patrick could mean Isaac sensed a Quasi-Anderson presence from her. This realization made Kelvin hesitant. He wasn't afraid of one Quasi-Anderson, but two were too much for him. Kelvin considered bringing Isaac for support. A single shout from his vast righteous energy could disperse even Anderson's spirit aura. But if Isaac appeared, they would use other methods to pressure him, definitely not letting Isaac stay. Thinking of this, Kelvin wondered if he could leverage the Quasi-Anderson from the evil path. Together, they wouldn't fear the other side and could rescue Jim and others. However, thinking about the Quasi-Anderson from the evil path, Kelvin had a sudden insight into a detail. He left Xinning Sect for Xingshan Pavilion without Senior Ferguson Xavion stopping or even trying to stop him. This was strange. Kelvin realized he'd been mistaken, assuming the fifth Quasi-Anderson was from the evil path, but that was wishful thinking. Instead, Senior Ferguson Xavion was very mysterious. No one knew how long he had lived, not even Alanexi and Alataluo. They only knew he had been in Arion during Hoyt's reign as Sect leader. Moreover, after Kelvin became a 9th-rank Kaleister, everyone in Xinning Sect followed his orders, except the Arions who always consulted Senior Ferguson Xavion. Combined with Xavion's indifferent attitude, Kelvin concluded Senior Ferguson Xavion must be the hidden Quasi-Anderson. Following this logic, many things started to make sense. Initially planning to retreat and think strategically before rescuing Jim, Kelvin continued toward Xingshan Pavilion without hesitation. Seeing Kelvin not answering, Xavion asked again, "How did you know the fifth Quasi-Anderson is me?" Kelvin replied, "One morning when you were washing your pants, you muttered, 'I, a noble Anderson, have fallen to having wet dreams.' I just happened to hear it." Xavion looked puzzled, asking, "Did I really say that?" Kelvin, stunned, said, "So, you do often have such dreams?" Enraged, Xavion blushed and shouted, "Brat, I'll kill you." Seeing Xavion about to attack, Kelvin quickly yelled, "Ferguson, we have enemies. Kill them first." Xavion's face turned livid but didn't strike, instead glancing at the smiling disciples. He felt life was hopeless. His lifelong reputation was ruined. Within 3 days, everyone in Xinning Sect would know his scandalous secret. Glaring at Kelvin, Xavion muttered, "What a brat." With the enemy nearby, he couldn't act, directing his anger at Clifton instead. "Today, I'll kill one of you." Clifton stared at Xavion, his expression complex. "I've long sensed a deeply hidden Quasi-Anderson in Nanjing. Didn't expect it to be you. No wonder, despite our suppression, Xinning Sect persists. Every time they face destruction, they manage to survive miraculously. Now I know, it's because of you behind the scenes. Unavoidable. With 3 Quasi-Andersons against me, I needed to stay hidden to protect them. Even now, I don't want to reveal myself. It's a pity this brat exposed me. Otherwise, I could have rescued him discreetly like saving Hoyt." Xavion sighed. Working in secrecy made it easier to assist. Clifton looked at Xavion and said, "Xinning Sect truly carries the legacy of the Holy Race. Indeed unique." The new sect sent multiple waves of Quasi-Andersons to suppress Xinning Sect. Initially, Xinning Sect held the upper hand. Finally, the new sect devised elaborate plans, paying huge costs to cultivate numerous Quasi-Andersons specifically to counter Xinning Sect. Yet, Xinning Sect clung to survival. Now with Kelvin's rise, they seemed poised for revival. The Holy Race, truly terrifying and despair-inducing. Even a disciple's legacy proved so formidable. Xavion gazed at Clifton. "Nanjing is already so devastated. Why leave no chance for survival?" Clifton responded, "Who dares underestimate the land protected by the Holy Race? Moreover, Nanjing has always produced remarkable talents. Everyone fears another monster rising with allegiance to the Holy Race. Especially you, Xinning Sect, you must perish." Clifton then looked at Kelvin. "Him especially." Xavion replied, "But now you no longer have the upper hand." As he spoke, his aura erupted, matching Clifton's. Clifton's expression darkened, turning to his companion. "You hold him back. I'll kill Kelvin?" The more so, the more Kelvin had to die. Ignoring everything now, Clifton intended to unleash his full combat strength, despite the significant cost. If not now, there might be no more chances. Hoyt and the others weren't here yet. If he failed, the tide would turn against them. Note: adjustments made to preserve cultural context and ensure fluency. ##### Chapter 185. Calculation. Clifton's murderous intent was chilling. He had previously harbored illusions, wanting to kill Kelvin with the least possible cost. However, Baron's appearance made him completely abandon that thought. To kill Kelvin would require a price. His lifespan was already short, and now cursed. He likely wouldn't live long after this battle. But even if he didn't have much time left, he couldn't give Kelvin any more time to grow. In just this short while, Kelvin could already fight on par with a quasi-immortal. Given more time, who knew if he really might break his limits and achieve what no mortal has ever achieved, defying the heavens. With these thoughts, Clifton's aura wildly surged, drawing in the world's essence as he unleashed the Dragon Tiger Fist Seal. At this moment, the Dragon Tiger Seal reached its zenith. Its power was like a torrential flood or an erupting volcano. He himself appeared ferociously violent, dancing with dragon and tiger motifs, dazzlingly radiant. Of course, Kelvin also noticed that Clifton's skin had turned even more sallow, resembling old bark with a deathly pallor. Seeing this scene, Baron's expression changed. He shouted to Kelvin. He's not afraid of suffering from the curse, and is unleashing his ultimate strength. At this point, he's almost comparable to a true immortal. Don't confront him head-on, run. As Baron spoke, he moved swiftly, trying to reach Kelvin to buy him some time. But another quasi-immortal stepped forward, blocking Baron. Your opponent is me. Blocked. Baron's face turned livid. He was confident in defeating this opponent, but as a quasi-immortal, they could delay him for some time. Enough for Clifton to finish off Kelvin. Baron was anxious but powerless. The other person showcased terrifying essence energy, casting spells continuously, preventing him from aiding Kelvin. Naturally, Clifton wouldn't give Kelvin a chance to escape. Thus, he burst forth with immense, blazing Dao techniques. The supreme grade Dao technique combined with his current power scraped clean all the essence energy within this area. Everyone saw the dragon tiger fist seal hurtling straight towards Kelvin. This punch was so heavy it tore through space, causing rumbling sounds. Kelvin was locked down by Clifton's attack, with no place to hide. But Kelvin showed no fear. Instead, he took a step forward, facing the punch head-on. This move caused Baron's expression to change, thinking that the boy had gone mad. Just as Baron was about to scold Kelvin exclaimed, "I have a method that can incinerate heaven and earth." As he spoke, 3 flames emerged from his body, roaring fiercely before merging together and disappearing around his shoulders and head. In the next instant, everyone saw Kelvin open his mouth. Just as the overwhelming dragon tiger fist seal was about to strike him, a blazing white flame spewed out of his mouth. Clifton knew that Kelvin possessed a powerful fire-based secret art, but he believed that even if strong, it couldn't compare to his supreme-grade Dao technique used at full power. However, upon seeing Kelvin's display, he realized how terrifying this method truly was. The flame burned through the void, igniting everything in front of it, including the essence energy. Facing this flame was like water encountering burning oil. It couldn't extinguish the fire. Instead, it intensified it. True fire. Clifton's eyes widened in shock as the flames before him carried the power of true fire. Ordinary fire and true fire were worlds apart. True fire could burn even deities. Such a level of flame shouldn't be within immortals' control. Even immortals found it extremely difficult to master true fire. Countless immortals spent their entire lives trying to harness true fire within their bodies. Yet few succeeded, and this boy before him released a flame that, though not genuine true fire, was incredibly close and possessed the might to incinerate heaven and earth. Clifton couldn't believe it. He knew much about Kelvin and was aware of this secret art. He thought the fire, though potent and having hints of true fire, was still far from being actual true fire and thus manageable. But now, the embryonic form of true fire had fully matured. How was this possible? Kelvin's burst of flame finally revealed part of the true essence of Sanmei true fire. This was thanks to the Xiu fruit, which contained the essence of heaven and earth and extraordinary power. It allowed him to use transformed Sanmei true fire even at the 9th rank. The Xiu fruit was ultimately a peerless treasure capable of leading one to immortality. The scene shocked everyone. They watched as the dragon tiger symbol was devoured by the flames, the terrifying attack matching immortal-level power vanishing into nothingness. Simultaneously, the flames surged towards Clifton. Clifton's expression changed drastically. He continuously cast spells, hurling the jade rui in his hand which exploded, transforming into a terrifying surge of essence energy striking the flames. Coming from the outside to Jinling, he understood the terror of true fire. He did not want to be burnt by this flame. Otherwise, even if he escaped, he would suffer severe injuries. Thus, although the jade rui was precious, he discarded it without hesitation. Truly an experienced warrior, his swift reaction blocked Kelvin's fiery breath. However, some of the flames still reached him, burning a red blister on his shoulder, causing excruciating pain. Enduring the pain, Clifton wore a pleased expression. Although this method is powerful, that's all it is. You cannot escape death. Clifton knew that after using this method, Kelvin would be particularly weak. With him in such a state, how could he defend against Kelvin? He knew this, and so did Baron. Seeing Kelvin's unstable condition, he attacked fiercely, directing fearsome essence energy at his foe. The other quasi-immortal, despite being shaken, managed to withstand the blow. Victory was within sight. They could not allow Baron to disrupt the battle. Kelvin, die. Clifton roared as his essence energy erupted again, charging directly at Kelvin. His fist, infused with his full essence, bore the weight of a mountain, slamming down on Kelvin. The disciples of Xinding's sect watched in despair, shouting, "Ferguson brother fail on." Just then, Kelvin yelled, "Act now." Suddenly, a scholar angrily shouted, "Rogue, do not wreak havoc." Clifton suddenly felt his essence energy dissipating significantly, as if slashed away by a blade. Righteous chi. Clifton's expression dramatically changed, disbelieving. He had people watching Isaac and others monitoring Ingluo Academy. No scholar capable of influencing him had come here. So why? His gaze swept over the person shouting, finding a young scholar. Patrick? How could he manage it? His puny righteous chi shouldn't affect him. Clifton couldn't comprehend, but under Patrick's rebuke, lightning suddenly appeared in the sky, striking him directly in the back. He hadn't anticipated anyone attacking from behind since no other cultivator could react quickly enough. But lightning had the necessary speed. Boom. The lightning hit him without a doubt, equivalent to an attack from a 7th rank master or above. For his unprotected back, it felt like being struck by a heavy club. His back was scorched black, the pain intense, his essence energy stagnating and fluctuating once more. At this moment, he noticed Kelvin's previously weakened aura suddenly surging. Clifton's expression changed drastically. Chapter 186, Complete Victory. How could this be? Clifton could not accept such a situation. For an ordinary person to wield true fire was already unbelievable. But since he is the lamplit man, it was Mensheng accepted. This secret technique must come at a cost. Indeed, this had been the case in the past. After using it, he would become weak. But why did he recover instantly this time? That was true fire. The dawn strike of the vast righteous chi, the strike of lightning. He did not feel much trouble from these. This did not change the result of Kelvin's inevitable death. However, if Kelvin recovered, that would be terrifying. Kelvin's recovery was naturally due to the Xiu fruit. He didn't feel any pain using this treasure to restore his state. As the Taichu technique operated, he came back to full life once again. The holy sword in his hand also flew out. The sword control technique. The sword control technique, carrying sharp sword chi, pierced straight towards the opponent. If he were still in his prime, the sword control technique would have been hard to deal with for him. But first, he was struck by the vast righteous chi, causing his spirit energy to fluctuate. Then he was hit by the lightning talisman, making his spirit energy stagnate. In a duel between experts, victory or defeat happens in an instant. After all, Kelvin was an existence not inferior to him, especially with such a powerful technique as the sword control technique. Thus, the sword control technique whistled and instantly pierced through his chest. Passing through his chest, the sword did not stop but circled around Clifton's body, continuously piercing through, swift like the wind, creating holes one after another on his body. Such heavy injuries made Clifton fall directly from the air, his breath gradually fading. Before he completely lost consciousness, Kelvin used the sword to rush in front of him. The essence of a quasi-transcendent being is extraordinarily valuable, cannot be wasted. Clifton's entire essence was drained, and he finally became silent in unwillingness and despair. All of this happened very quickly, too fast for everyone to react. Everyone looked blankly at Clifton's corpse. How did Clifton, who originally had an absolute advantage, suddenly get killed? This hasn't even been 10 breaths yet. Someone quietly pinched the person next to them, and in the other person's scream, they finally confirmed that everything they saw was real, especially the disciples of Xinding's sect who came with Kelvin to dodge. However, during this dodge, Xiuxian had caught up beside him, delivering a palm filled with surging spirit energy straight toward him. Blocking this strike, he turned his gaze to the owner of the sword and saw a Bruno mocking him. Since you've come, why don't you stay? As he spoke, Kelvin's sword shot out again, targeting the quasi-transcendent being. Xiuxian naturally did not want him to leave. Using his Dao techniques, he showcased a profound grade Dao skill. Instantly, a crocodile turtle opened its bloody mouth and bit directly toward the enemy. Xiuxian was a ruthless person. His Dao skills were extremely brutal. Although the crocodile turtle was formed from spirit energy, it appeared blood-soaked and ferocious, extremely terrifying. Do you want me dead? The enemy coldly roared under such an assault. The fish will definitely die, but the net doesn't necessarily break. As Kelvin spoke, his flying sword darted forward, continuously attacking. The quasi-transcendent being was very strong, managing to block Kelvin's repeated attacks. However, Kelvin wasn't the main force. Xiuxian was, with the brutal crocodile turtle forcing the enemy to counter with Dao skills. Still, even so, he was forced back step by step, occasionally bitten by the crocodile turtle, leaving his arm mangled. Most importantly, Kelvin's flying sword kept attacking, frequently injuring him. The enemy head-on, Kelvin's flying sword dominated, leaving the enemy struggling to defend. Under such circumstances, this quasi-transcendent being met the same fate as Clifton. After resolving the enemy, Xiuxian's aura rapidly faded. Kelvin distinctly sensed some twilight energy added to Fergus and Xiuxian. Noticing Kelvin staring at him, Xiuxian explained, "When people like us make a move, each action comes at a price, inevitably tainted by the aura of curses. Otherwise, why do they rarely act unless you reach the 9th rank? Because before the 9th rank, Tai Sect and the other 3 sects can handle things." Saying this, Xiuxian looked at the youth in front of him. He found it hard to believe how powerful he had become, achieving the miracle of an ordinary person reverse killing a celestial being. Yundafu killing a quasi-transcendent being back then was also not purely an ordinary person. Like him, although not a quasi-transcendent being, he wasn't truly an ordinary mortal either. However, such secret arts must come with a price. In reality, his previous experiences indeed proved that he would become weakened after using them. But why? In just a moment, he had recovered. That was genuine true fire. A slash from the Grand Chi, a strike from lightning. He did not feel particularly troubled by these. They could not change the result of killing Kelvin. But, if Kelvin recovered, then it was terrifying. Kelvin's recovery was due to Zhu Gua, cinnabar fruit. He did not feel the slightest bit of Clifton's essence was completely drained, and he ultimately fell silent in reluctance and despair. All of this happened so quickly that everyone reacted too slowly. Everyone looked blankly at Clifton's corpse. How could Clifton, who originally held an absolute advantage, suddenly be killed? This didn't even take 10 breaths of time, did it? Someone pinched someone else quietly, and after their scream, they finally confirmed that everything they saw was real. Especially the disciples of the lantern-hanging sect who came with Kelvin, after their initial shock, burst into cheers. Originally countless worried citizens likewise broke into rounds of cheers at this moment. Brother Phelan is invincible. Lord Phelan triumphed forever. Round after round of cheers that nearly tore off the roof, one following the other, made Kelvin feel an increase in purple particles. The purple particles consumed by swallowing the vermilion bird were all replenished. Seeing Clifton dead, another pseudo-celestial being also fell into confusion. Taking advantage of this, Baron fiercely burst into an attack, making him bleed from the mouth. But he also realized this and repeatedly dodged, escaping several of Baron's attacks. His expression was extremely unpleasant. Originally, he thought Clifton could deal with Kelvin. Then together they would attack Baron, but now Clifton was actually dead. So, the one facing encirclement and attack was him. He and Baron had been fighting all along, and did not know how Clifton died. Thus, his heart was filled with resentment. A pseudo-celestial being killed by an ordinary human was simply humiliating. However, no matter how much resentment he harbored, he had no heart to fight any longer at this moment. Facing Baron's strong attack, spiritual chi surged within him, and he leaped, trying to escape. But just as he was breaking free from Baron, a beam of sword light directly slashed at him. His expression changed, and he had to turn back to evade. But with this evasion, Baron had already reached his side, delivering a palm filled with overwhelming spiritual chi straight at him. He blocked this blow, then looked at the owner of the sword. A Bruno was looking at him with mocking disdain. "Since you've come, stay here and don't leave." While speaking, Kelvin's sword once again shot towards the pseudo-celestial being. Baron naturally did not want him to leave. He performed Dao techniques, showcasing profound Dao skills. Instantly, a crocodile turtle opened its bloody maw and bit directly at the enemy. Baron was ruthless. His Dao skills were extremely bloodthirsty. Although it was a crocodile turtle formed of spiritual chi, its evolved appearance of viciousness was exceedingly horrifying. Do you want us all to die? Facing such encirclement, he shouted coldly in anger. The fish will definitely die, but the net may not necessarily break. As Kelvin spoke, the sword flew around him, constantly attacking. The pseudo-celestial being was very strong and could withstand Kelvin's repeated strikes, but Kelvin was not the main attacker. Baron was, with the crocodile turtle ruthlessly charging at the enemy, forcing him to use Dao techniques to defend. Even so, he was forced to retreat step by step and occasionally got torn apart by the crocodile turtle, his arm bitten into a bloody mess. Most importantly, Kelvin's flying sword kept attacking, causing him frequent injuries. You're forcing me. The pseudo-celestial being roared, sparing no cost to elevate himself again, his aura wildly surging. And at this moment, Patrick, who had already approached Kelvin, shouted, "Cultivation requires tranquility." With his roar, the originally wildly surging spiritual chi calmed down immediately, cutting off his elevation mid-action. At the same time, Clinton's lightning talisman directly struck the enemy. Their two attacks did not cause significant harm, but under the combined assault by Kelvin and Baron, such an intrusion was fatal. Baron's Dao technique directly major sects have the ability to resolve it. Saying this, Baron gazed at the youth before him, finding it truly hard to believe he had grown so powerful. He had even achieved the miracle of an ordinary human reverse killing a celestial being. Hoyt did not count as a pure mortal when he killed a pseudo-celestial being. Like him, though not a pseudo-celestial being, he was also not a true mortal. Chapter 187. Re-entering the treasure vault. Unlike the cheers of the students of the Hanging Lantern sect and the multitude, the disciples of the Freddy family who had held Jim and others hostage were deathly pale at this moment. Watching Kelvin approach them, one of the leading Freddy family cultivators shouted, "If you dare to come closer, I'll kill them." With that, he pressed the knife against the heads of Jim and others. Kelvin halted his steps. Seeing this scene, they felt slightly relieved, simultaneously bellowing fiercely, "Kelvin, you are indeed powerful, but it won't scare me. At worst, I'll take them along with me to my grave." As he spoke, he subtly pressed the knife harder, drawing a thin line of blood on the necks of Jim and others, with droplets trickling down. Kelvin glanced at him and said, "Let them go, and I'll let you go." What? The Freddy family members were taken aback. "I'll only say this once. Do you want to live or die? If you want to live, leave now." The pupils of the Freddy family members constricted, but they sneered, "Why should we trust you? Kelvin's credibility is more valuable than your lives. Leave now, and the Hanging Lantern sect will not lay a hand on you." Before the Freddy family could respond, they heard Kelvin add, "You have no room for negotiation. Either leave now or die." The Freddy family member asked again, "Will your Hanging Lantern sect really not attack us? You mean nothing to me. Do you think you're worth making the Hanging Lantern sect break its word?" The insulting remarks made the Freddy family look displeased. Who wouldn't prefer to live? Seeing that the Freddy family's expressions remained uncertain, Kelvin roared, "Leave?" This outburst penetrated the psychological defenses of the Freddy family members. They released Jim and others, retreating from the xiuxian hall side. The Hanging Lantern sect disciples looked towards Kelvin. Seeing him not even glance at them and instead going forward to untie the civilians, they eventually moved aside, allowing the Freddy family members to leave. Witnessing this, the Freddy family fled in a panic. After releasing Jim, Kelvin told him, "Go and tally the damages caused by this battle. Repair what can be repaired, and compensate where necessary." "Sure." Jim agreed, knowing that most of the Freddy family had already been assimilated by the Hanging Lantern sect, so compensation was not an issue. Having arranged these matters, Kelvin walked towards Patrick and Clinton. He asked Clinton, "You brother, in the sacred clan space, weren't those Freddy family members trying to kidnap you to threaten me?" "Ah, they sure love using such tactics." Clinton paused, then understood Kelvin's meaning. He wanted the Yu family to exterminate those people thoroughly. "Haha," thought Clinton. "I thought Phelan brother was so mild just now. This is the true Phelan brother, who doesn't even flay their skin or extract their tendons. Phelan brother must share my sentiments. Heard that foot tendons make great leather ropes." Clinton grinned at Kelvin. "Damn, freak." Kelvin glanced at Clinton. "What does this guy focus on? I am nothing like him, ashamed to associate with him." Turning to see Patrick, who was disdainfully watching Clinton, Kelvin said, "Came out hiding under a vegetable cart? Thanks for all the effort. I'm honored to be able to aid Phelan brother, but I still don't understand why Valerie is fixated on killing me. If not for your interference earlier, I might still be stuck under that cart." Patrick was visibly angry. Valerie truly has a narrow mind. Any misunderstanding can be explained and resolved. To deny even that chance and proceed to murder, alas, only women and small-minded people are difficult to deal with. Patrick was touched. Indeed, Phelan brother understands him well. Clinton chuckled. "A hypocrite deserves whatever comes to them. I think Valerie did nothing wrong." "Clinton, are you asking for death?" Patrick fumed, rode him. Kelvin didn't want to take the risk, though he hadn't experienced it firsthand. Seeing the conditions of Adnan and Baron, Kelvin felt chills run down his spine. What had Jinling gone through? How did such a curse descend upon it? Kelvin couldn't help but think of Davis and the others. Even if they weren't human, could their inability to leave that ghost town be due to the curse? Thinking about the horror of the ghost town, Kelvin doubted it. What kind of curse could suppress a ghost town? If speaking of the most terrifying places in the world, Kelvin felt the ghost town surely held a prominent place. While waiting for Ferguson Baron, Kelvin visited the treasure vault. As usual, he didn't wish for any treasures. Instead, he re-entered the secret chamber housing the ancient coffins. However, this time, he did not see the ancient coffin. Still, Kelvin sensed that the style of this chamber resembled that of the sacred temple. Kelvin wondered, could it be that the secret passage of the Hanging Lantern sect leads to the sacred temple, and this chamber lies beneath it? Kelvin originally wanted to explore further, but reconsidered due to the strange woman in the purple coffin. Having tricked Adnan into entering the sacred temple, Kelvin felt somewhat guilty. That woman's corpse was inherently eerie. If this chamber wasn't under the sacred temple, it would be fine. But if it were, a corpse buried under the sacred temple, impossible to imagine anything simple. He had taken a sword from the sacred clan, and if she became animated due to stress, Kelvin exited the treasure vault. Much of the gold inside had already been moved by Adrian Xiuxian. Kelvin had no intention of leaving wealth behind. One must enjoy life while they can. Naturally, he used it directly. Should the Hanging Lantern sect remain strong, the vault would refill. Should the Hanging Lantern sect fall, these commoners' riches would likely be plundered. Hashtag chapter 188. What kind of thing? It was several hours later when Kelvin met Ferguson Baron again. Although he still looked weak, his condition had significantly improved. Alas, even if I try my best to avoid it, using transcendental power ultimately leads to being eroded by the curse, Baron sighed, gesturing for Kelvin to sit down. Kelvin sat opposite Ferguson Baron at the stone table and asked, "What exactly is this curse? How did it form?" Baron shook his head. No one can describe the curse accurately, but from its effects, it bears a strong resemblance to the 5 decays of celestials. And anyone who can transcend again is undoubtedly a monstrous genius. But even for those monstrous geniuses, transcending once more is extremely difficult. Back in the day, Hoyt only managed to transcend after battling a pseudo-celestial and receiving a stroke of luck within the Xining sect. Looking at the before moving on to others. Note, I replaced Yamal Zhuzhang, overdoing and causing harm, with counterproductive, like pulling up seedlings to help them grow, to ensure the idiom is understood in English while maintaining the original meaning. Kelvin smiled awkwardly. His cultivation period was short, and his foundation was somewhat unstable. Thanks to the Tai Chu decree, despite only having a cursory understanding of theories related to qi cultivation, he managed to stabilize his realm steadily. For others, his level of understanding of qi cultivation would be like a wasp nest. Any attempt to pour water in would simply leak out, unable to retain any water, let alone progress. Kelvin felt he indeed needed to settle down and better understand the principles of qi cultivation and some basic Dao techniques. However, with the infinite sword qi, he could take shortcuts for some techniques. Ferguson, I won't ask for other unique secret techniques, but please select the sword techniques the Xining sect stores for me to review. Baron gave Kelvin a serious look and finally nodded. This kid has too many secrets. Though he appears inexperienced in qi cultivation, his cultivation is robust and enduring. Sometimes Baron doubted whether some ridiculous cultivation ideas really came from him. Considering he could activate the Holy Temple, Baron felt it best not to bind Kelvin with conventional methods and Chapter 189, Demon Fire Refinement of the Soul. Ferguson Baron thought for a moment and said, "It should be the Demon Fire." Huh. Kelvin was puzzled. What is Demon Fire? Why have I never heard of it? Ferguson Baron explained. The purple gold lamp Wick Hoyt retrieved from Taiyan Sect is part of the original purple gold lamp which once held the Demon Fire. Seeing Kelvin's confusion, he added, the founding ancestor of Xiandeng Sect was a disciple of the Holy Clan and also a lamplighter. A powerful lamplighter naturally needs an extraordinary fire. The Holy Clan bestowed upon him the Demon Fire as his life-bound flame. But due to its special nature, he could not refine it into his life-bound flame. Kelvin was taken aback. The founding ancestor of Xiandeng Sect was a master in lighting lanterns, far more proficient than him. Although Kelvin had received true teachings, he had only been cultivating for a short time, and was pitifully weak in comparison. He hadn't yet unlocked the myriad wonders of being a lamplighter. Yet, such a vastly superior lamplighter couldn't refine this demon fire, leaving Kelvin thoroughly perplexed. What kind of demon fire can even elude refinement by the founder? Ferguson Baron replied, legend has it that this fire was used to concoct the forgetful powder. This fire possesses demonic properties, though the specifics are unknown. However, the founder said he dared not forcibly refine it because he could not withstand the fire's demonic power. Kelvin was profoundly shaken. He knew exactly what forgetful powder was. It was also known as heartless water. In his previous life, it was similar to the Ming Pea soup. No matter who you were, a bowl of forgetful powder would completely erase all memories. This fire was actually used to create it. No wonder even the founder of Xiandeng Sect didn't dare refine it as his life-bound flame. Although the founder did not dare refine this fire, it still brought blessings to Xiandeng Sect by residing in the purple gold lamp. Despite its demonic nature, one can gain immense benefits by practicing near it without directly coming into contact with it. It purifies one's spiritual aura and soul, making cultivation beside it immensely beneficial. For this reason, the purple gold lamp became the treasure protecting the Xiandeng Sect. Countless disciples benefited from it. Until one event caused this treasure to draw the attention of countless demon path cultivators. What happened? Back then, the founder battled a demoness. She was extraordinarily strong. Even the founder had to retrieve the purple gold lamp to fight her. The founder believed that with the help of the demon fire's demonic properties and his lamplighting skills, he could easily subdue her. Yet, it nearly cost him his life. Kelvin was astonished beyond measure. If the records about the founder were not exaggerated, he must have been an unmatched powerhouse, far surpassing any ordinary divine being. Legends say the founder could burn the sky and boil the sea with his flames. Once, when hungry, he incinerated a river, catching and roasting a dragon from within it. Such an existence almost died while using demon fire. How strong was this woman? That woman's combat strength wasn't much stronger than the founder. Huh. Kelvin was even more surprised. If she wasn't much stronger, and with demon fire, why couldn't they defeat her? It's precisely because he used the demon fire that he nearly died. Had it not been for the intervention of a holy clan expert, he might have perished in that battle. Seeing Kelvin's curiosity, Ferguson Baron revealed the term, demon fire refinement of the soul. Kelvin had never heard of it before but, considering the demon sought it, he asked curiously, could this demon fire have enhanced that woman? Ferguson Baron glanced at Kelvin in surprise. You guessed right. Back then, the founder thought using demon fire would make capturing the woman easy. But instead, she underwent a transformation under the demon fire, ascending to an unimaginable level. The founder lost in 3 moves. Kelvin felt sympathetic towards the founder of Xiandeng Sect. Afterwards, Holy Clan experts analyzed the reason. They concluded it was demon fire refinement of the soul. The founder couldn't refine it because his cultivation strictly focused on strengthening his young fire. However, demon path techniques take unconventional routes, speeding up cultivation by evoking yin fire to enhance yang fire, thereby accelerating their power. This resulted in significant differences between the divine souls of the righteous and demon paths. Hence, demon fire is a treasure for demon cultivators, leading to her ultimate ascension. Kelvin thought it was quite a coincidence, but I've never heard that Xiandeng Sect had demon fire. Ferguson Baron was puzzled too. Few people know about the demon fire. After the demoness obtained the demon fire refinement of the soul, a Holy Clan expert befriended her. Only a select few knew about this incident. Damn it, what kind of people are in the Holy Clan? How could one of their members consort with someone who nearly killed a disciple? What was the founder supposed to think? Poor founder. But Ferguson Baron had a point. Very few knew about it back then, and so much time had passed. It made sense fewer people would know now. So he asked, is there anything else that attracted demon path interest? Ferguson Baron shook his head. Besides the demon fire, I can't think of anything else. Now, the most valuable treasure in Xiandeng Sect is the purple gold lamp which you retrieved, capable of carrying the demon fire. During Xiandeng Sect's peak, only the demon fire was more precious than the purple gold lamp. Since the wick was in Taiyan Sect, Jinling knew it well. Naturally, it's even more precious. Kelvin asked, but, is the demon fire still in Xiandeng Sect? Kelvin knew that during the calamity of the Holy Clan, the purple gold lamp was broken, its fragments scattered and seized by others. Only the wick was recovered by a disciple of Xiandeng Sect, only to be later snatched by Taiyan Sect. With the purple gold lamp shattered, could the demon fire still be in Xiandeng Sect? Moreover, given its unique effects, some trace should remain if it truly existed. Ferguson Baron paused. Perhaps it is. During the calamity of the Holy Clan, our ancestors not only recovered the purple gold lamp wick, but also brought back the demon fire. Huh. Kelvin was incredibly surprised. Ferguson Baron continued, however, no one knows where it is now. Legend says the demon fire extinguished itself after losing the purple gold lamp as a vessel. Extinguished? Vanished? From Kelvin's perspective, an extinguished fire meant it was gone. But such a supreme treasure wouldn't simply vanish like ordinary fire. When it extinguished, it must have transformed into another form. Unfortunately, too much time has passed. The ancestors who brought back the demon fire died from injuries shortly after returning. Whether it remains in Xiandeng Sect or even exists, no one knows. Receiving this answer, Kelvin was both surprised and unsurprised. However, the good news was that he now had a general understanding of why the demon path targeted him. Although he hadn't confirmed it with Gabrielle, he was sure she was looking for this very thing. ####Chapter 190. Have some tea together. Kelvin was discussing internal and external matters concerning the suspended lamp sect with Baron, as well as various secrets he wasn't familiar with. Suddenly, they heard a commotion. Confused, Baron and Kelvin wondered who would dare cause trouble at Ferguson Baron's residence. Just then, one of Ferguson Baron's subordinates ran in and said, Ferguson Baron, please go handle Director Aline. She's gone mad. Running straight to your place to take away all your fine wine. We can't stop her. Hearing this, Kelvin's eyes widened as he stared at the subordinate in surprise. What did you say? Who is taking Ferguson Baron's good wine? The subordinate, unnerved by Kelvin's intense gaze, cautiously replied, Director Aline. Is there any problem, Sect Master? Kelvin hesitated, then continued, You're sure it's Aline? She's the type who collapses after one cup. Why would she grab good wine? The subordinate gave him a peculiar look. Where did Sect Master hear that Director Aline collapses after one cup? While she might not be able to drink thousands without falling, few in the suspended lamp sect can match her. Kelvin snapped out of his daze and suddenly slapped his thigh. Damn, what have I missed? 1 cup to get drunk? She was only pretending to be reserved, and he didn't take advantage. Worse than a scumbag is a scumbag who goes against a woman's wishes, especially a beautiful one with an ample chest. Kelvin's face turned from red to white. He was hardly human. He despised himself for it. But no worries. There's still a chance to make things right. He needed to find an opportunity to drink with her again. Thinking this, Kelvin saw Baron's window, opened it, and was about to climb out. He couldn't let Aline know that he knew about her capacity for alcohol. Otherwise, he wouldn't have another chance to drink with her. Baron and the subordinate looked at Kelvin, puzzled by his sudden change in demeanor and his attempt to leave through the window. Was he going crazy? Why would he climb out of the window instead of using the door? But just as Kelvin put one foot on the window, Baron's door was slammed open by a furious Aline. Ferguson Baron, I'm extremely upset. If your people keep stopping me, I'll smash all your wine so nobody drinks. You. Aline stormed in, carrying the scent of alcohol and fuming. However, upon seeing someone climbing out the window, her words stopped abruptly. Her face flushed red like a blazing sunset. Before Baron or the subordinate could respond, Aline turned and fled in panic. Baron watched the scene unfold, bewildered. What was Aline doing? He glanced at Kelvin involuntarily. Had something happened between them to make the usually straightforward Aline run away at the sight of him? Director Aline is such a gentle lady. She even shies away from strangers. Neither Baron nor the subordinate wanted to call out Kelvin, but wasn't it embarrassing for him to say it himself? Ferguson Baron, you rest well? I have some crucial matters concerning the survival of the suspended lamp sect to attend to. Excuse me. After saying this, Kelvin walked off. The subordinate, hearing this, anxiously asked Baron, Ferguson, is the suspended lamp sect facing some crisis? Something that affects its very survival? Baron shot the subordinate a glance, feeling exasperated. He waved his hand. Go, I'm tired. Seeing Baron's expression, the subordinate grew anxious. What could be troubling the Aryan so deeply? Could the situation really be that dire? No way. They must prepare thoroughly. The suspended lamp sect was their home, and they couldn't afford to lose it. Aline fled, patting her flushed face. She felt burning hot. Recalling the earlier scene, she wished she could disappear into thin air. That day, she had gathered the courage to express her feelings. But why was he here? Aline didn't want to deal with Kelvin and decided to pretend she wasn't there. But Kelvin's voice persisted. Director Aline, I brought the tea you wanted. Aline paused. What tea? She didn't like tea. Then Kelvin continued. Ferguson Baron told his people to send the tea you requested. When they tried to stop you, it made me bring the tea to you. Before Aline could react, Kelvin added, since Ferguson Baron didn't know which tea you liked, he sent a variety. Black tea, green tea, oolong tea. Take a look and see which you prefer. Listening to Kelvin ramble on as if she had been asking for tea, Aline finally opened the door. Opening the door, Aline's blush hadn't faded. Her eyes avoided Kelvin's. Kelvin, however, held the tea openly and said, I didn't expect Ferguson Baron to have a taste for tea. I brought many types. Which do you prefer? I recommend this green tea. It's bitter at first but has a sweet aftertaste. At this, Aline felt hesitant to face Kelvin and instinctively refused. I don't like green tea. Oh, alright then, how about oolong? It's rich and sweet, Kelvin said, then added casually, let's brew some together and see which we like best. With that, Kelvin entered Aline's room as if it were the most natural thing to do. Chapter 191. Tea Intoxication. Kelvin naturally walked into the room and sat down at the table in Aline's chamber, setting himself up. As he opened the tea tin, he said to Aline, I didn't expect that the hall master loves drinking tea so much. I haven't really had much tea myself. This is a good chance to taste it. While speaking, Kelvin beckoned Aline. Hall master, please sit. Choose which tea you'd like to try first. Aline looked at the array of teaware on the table, and then at Kelvin's relaxed demeanor. She felt that she genuinely loved tea. Moreover, when she visited Ferguson Baron just now, she asked for tea, not wine. Her initially awkward heart inexplicably calmed down, and the blush on her face faded somewhat. Seeing Kelvin's clear gaze upon her, waiting for her to choose a tea to brew, Aline absent-mindedly pointed to one. This one. Dark tea, Kelvin remarked. I've never tried dark tea before. Let me brew it and see. As he spoke, Kelvin broke off a piece of dark tea and casually took the kettle from the table to pour water into the teacup. Aline watched in bewilderment as Kelvin performed these fluid actions. Everything seemed fine, except for one problem. The water in the kettle was cold. Who uses cold water to brew tea? Aline hesitated about whether she should remind Kelvin, but Kelvin didn't notice his mistake. After brewing the tea with cold water, he poured cups for both himself and Aline. Try it. See if you like it. Kelvin pushed the cup toward Aline. Even if it were brewed by a tea connoisseur, cold water would never make a good cup. A quick splash of cold water might bring out just a hint of tea flavor, but that would be pushing it. Yet, the next moment stunned Aline. She saw Kelvin pick up his teacup and drink it all in one go, then exclaim with surprise, great tea. Before Aline could react, Kelvin suddenly collapsed under the table, his head landing on her feet, lying there as if drunk. Great tea. More. Whoosh. The blush that had just faded from Aline's face surged back in an instant, spreading across her beautiful visage. Yes, she had heard of people getting intoxicated by tea, but even if you were truly intoxicated by tea, it wouldn't resemble intoxication by alcohol. Tea intoxication and alcohol intoxication are completely different, right? Moreover, even if she was willing to believe him, this act seemed too crude. Aline felt that Kelvin was subtly mocking her situation from earlier when she fainted after one cup. How could she stay here? She turned to run, but the next moment, she found her leg held tightly by Kelvin. Drunk Kelvin was holding her leg firmly, repeatedly mumbling, great tea, can have more? His vivid portrayal of being intoxicated by tea was incredibly lifelike. With her leg firmly gripped, her face burned even more fiercely. Damn him. Frozen in place, Aline didn't know whether to kick Kelvin's. It's never too late to mend. Looking at Aline lying motionless on the ground, appearing thoroughly intoxicated, Kelvin took another sip of water, his eyes hazy as he carelessly pulled at his clothes, looking as though he had lost control after drinking too much. Aline kept her eyes closed but heard the sound of fabric tearing. Her heart skipped a beat. Despite having summoned the courage to pretend to be drunk, she hadn't prepared herself mentally for this. Her body heated up involuntarily, as if she had drunk too much. Come on. Good tea, let's continue. Kelvin staggered to his feet, reaching out to pull Aline up, but instead of grabbing her, his hand slipped and tore at her clothes. The fabric, already strained by supporting two large mounds earlier, finally gave way under the added pressure. Kelvin, blinded by intoxication, stumbled forward, hitting his face against something white and glaring. Never having endured such indignity, he couldn't help but lash out. Kelvin, has a temper too. Aline felt as though her heart would explode. In that moment, she wanted to jump up, but she was pretending to be drunk, so she remained limp. Well, no problem. Aline consoled herself, hearing the sound of the table being dragged across the floor. Too hot in the room, Kelvin couldn't move freely under the table, so he drunkenly pushed it aside. Feeling a bit chilly on the floor, he instinctively moved closer to the warm spot and stuck to it. But being stuck together made him feel hot again. Clearly, he had too many clothes on. A drunk person's logic makes no sense. Hot yet cold. Hall master, have some tea. Though Kelvin's eyes were blurred, he didn't forget his purpose. He was there to drink tea with Aline and meant to see it through. So, Kelvin took a mouthful of tea, intending to share it with Aline. One person drinking alone is shameful. Two sharing is a win-win. The tea entered her mouth, leaving a fragrant taste. But she hadn't expected to drink tea this way. Yet it didn't seem to matter what she had expected. Last time, getting drunk was a trap. Now, she had become the trap. Please ensure the translated content aligns with your narrative needs. If any part requires adjustment or further details, feel free to inform me. Hashtag chapter 192. All for your own good. Life is always filled with uncontrollable events, like being trapped in a suffocating whirlpool, unable to escape, until one is utterly exhausted and foaming at the mouth. Kelvin was becoming somewhat introverted again. It wasn't clear if it was because Aline obtained pure blood, but her constitution was beyond imagination. Faced with her, he felt his mind constantly tensed, and there was a vortex-like suction force within the trap. Kelvin tried hard to maintain his dignity and composure, but ultimately, he quickly lost all defenses and crumbled easily. Kelvin accepted this. He once had a friend who faced similar troubles. That friend opened up and said something very reasonable. Life, why care about others? It's enough as long as you're happy. In the past, Kelvin dismissed this idea, thinking that if there couldn't be mutual benefits, what was the point of only making oneself comfortable? That wasn't a man's way. But now, he found this perspective made sense. When one let go, it didn't matter anymore. Feeling the eerie presence of the ghost town eroding his pride, Kelvin thought about how to solve this problem. This wasn't just a matter of physical weakness. Kelvin sensed that this might be a time bomb on his path of cultivation, growing stronger as he did. Kelvin turned his head and glanced at Aline. Her disheveled hair fell across her exquisite face, creating an untidy yet seductive beauty. Her skin was as smooth as snow, flushed red, enhancing her coquettish allure. As if sensing Kelvin's attention, Aline's eyelashes fluttered, but she didn't open her eyes to meet his gaze. That black tea must never be drunk again. It can make one so intoxicated, Kelvin sighed, gently embracing her slender waist. Hearing Kelvin's complaint, or perhaps because everything had already happened, Aline suddenly felt less shy and awkward, leaning into Kelvin's embrace and listening to his heartbeat, which hadn't calmed down and remained rapid. Alanis Hallmaster, I will take responsibility for you, Kelvin responded. Hearing Hallmaster, Aline's originally calm heart surged with shame. Though they hadn't formally established a master-disciple relationship as Hallmaster, she guided the cultivation of disciples, including Kelvin. Alanis Hallmaster, when should we announce our relationship? Kelvin asked. No. Aline hastily replied. Thinking of the embarrassment that would come with an announcement, she answered without hesitation. Kelvin almost wanted to snap his fingers. This strategy always worked. If you proactively suggest an announcement, most women will hesitate. But if you hide it, they will push you to reveal it. To avoid announcing it, say that you'll take responsibility and ask when you can meet her family and discuss marriage. This would definitely scare them. They would find reasons to refuse the announcement. Kelvin's words to Aline had a similar effect. Sure enough, Aline said, you're about to become the Dane. Announcing this now would be bad for your reputation, after all. You were once the true disciple of the Vermilion Bird Hall. I don't care about my reputation or whether I become Dane. Kelvin expressed his dedication. Aline thought she wasn't mentally prepared yet, even though she was willing to accept Kelvin's long-standing affection for her. Yet, her thin skin held her back. The romance between a hallmaster and a true disciple, she didn't want it publicized. And especially not for her grandfather to know. He had repeatedly urged her to stay away from Kelvin, who knew what he'd do if he found out. At least, more time was needed to soften and arrange these matters. She couldn't simply and brutally announce it. However, hearing Kelvin disregard reputation and the position of Dane for her sake, Aline felt deeply moved, hugging him and planting a kiss. Kelvin released her gently and nodded. Indeed, our happiness is all that matters. Why should we let others judge us? Aline nodded vigorously, feeling relieved. She feared that Kelvin, with youthful impatience, might want to show everything to everyone. He proved to be exceptionally mature, not like other young men. In the future, we can act as before in front of others, Aline suggested, to avoid unnecessary gossip. Reluctantly, Kelvin agreed. You think far ahead. Let's follow your plan. I will manage it well. Perfection. From now on, I will do as you say, not letting anyone suspect our relationship. I'll listen to you. How will you reward me? Kelvin asked playfully. With a guilty look, Aline bit her lip and fed him, her eyes filled with a flirtatious charm. Kelvin didn't forget to have Jim send several jars of wine to the Ferguson Academy. Although many of the Aryans were senior 6th rank cultivators, their advanced age meant many were nearing the end of their lifespans, with their vital energies waning. Despite the wine brewed with vermilion bird fruit, only 2 managed to advance to the master rank. Kelvin wasn't surprised but still sent more wine. These old men were Xiandeng Sect's true foundation. Xiandeng Sect maintained its formidable reputation largely because of them. Even adding only 2 masters, each hallmaster was a master, plus Aline's peak 8th rank with signs of breaking through to 9th rank. Such strength was intimidating. When the outside world learned of this, they grew increasingly respectful toward Xiandeng Sect, boosting its prestige. A wave of joy swept through Xiandeng Sect. Only, Stephanie felt uneasy. Though she had progressed rapidly to 6th rank thanks to the vermilion bird fruit, learning that Aline had begun seclusion to break through to 9th rank left her bitter. Her brother treated her wonderfully, but could it compare to love? Stephanie thought about Kelvin and wondered what would have happened if she had married him as promised. But she soon shook her head. She could compromise for interests, but she wouldn't sell herself for gain. Even though her feelings for her brother had changed, she had her principles and goals. Kelvin visited Isaac's residence. Zyra handled the Gu family matters efficiently, fully taking control of the family. Moreover, she assisted with many external affairs for Xiandeng Sect. Surprised by Zyra's capability, she casually remarked, prostitution requires versatility. Besides music, chess, calligraphy, and painting, I learned various skills to engage any guest. I also learn quickly, grasping essentials fast. Without further comment, Kelvin presented the vermilion bird fruit to Zyra. Seeing such a treasure, Zyra wanted to reward him. But having experienced Aline's influence, Kelvin was no longer swayed. Thus, Kelvin sincerely said, Eileen, use the fruit to nourish your body. We'll talk about other things later. I'm good to you, not for that reason. Chapter 193, Struck by Beauty. With the deaths of the 2 pseudo-celestials, Jinling grew increasingly peaceful, and the lantern Shen Guazong's prestige in Jinling continued to deepen. Although Damien was not a grandmaster, his words carried more weight than those of grandmasters in Jinling. Note: Lantern Shen Guozong seems like a mix of English and Chinese. The proper translation should be Lantern Hanging Sect, or Suspension Lantern Sect. Revised. With the deaths of the two pseudo-celestials, Jinling grew increasingly peaceful, and the Suspension Lantern Sect's prestige in Jinling continued to deepen. Although Damien was not a grandmaster, his words carried more weight than those of grandmasters in Jinling. Under the growing influence of the Lantern Hanging Sect, several forces began aligning themselves with it. The Xiuxian that Kelvin paid attention to naturally caught the eye of these opportunists. It seemed as though overnight, the number of good people in Jinling suddenly increased. Branches of Xiuxian were spontaneously established all over, beginning to aid orphans, widows, the Aryanli, and children. Note: I made a slight adjustment to the name Lantern Shen Guozong to Lantern Hanging Sect for fluency and consistency in English. After Jim informed Kelvin about this situation, Kelvin had him select a few exemplary ones and met them personally, agreeing to their requests wherever possible. Kelvin was fully aware that these people were simply doing what they thought he wanted to see. He knew he must respond positively and show friendliness to attract more people to do good. The Holy Clan once aimed to transform Jinling into a utopia, and although he lacked the ability to achieve this, he believed in doing whatever little he could. After all, he had taken advantage of opportunities offered by the Holy Clan and couldn't completely repay them. Amidst the quiet and harmonious atmosphere in Jinling, Kelvin spent a significant amount of time immersed in cultivation. He repeatedly declined the Aryan's suggestions to hold a ceremony for him to officially assume the role of sect leader. After each session, he would become exceptionally serious, earnestly discussing cultivation with her, asking her all sorts of questions about cultivation, forcing her to put aside her feelings to teach him. During teaching, he would make advances again. The disciples of the Lantern Hanging Sect were unaware of the details, but noticed Kelvin bringing in many books and acquiring sword techniques from various halls for study. They admired him immensely. Despite already being so powerful, he could still endure the dullness of learning. Note: Lantern Shen Guozong should be consistently translated as Lantern Hanging Sect to maintain consistency in terminology. As a result, the ashamed disciples started to cultivate fervently, thinking that if even the sect leader could endure the dullness of learning, why couldn't they? Day by day passed in such days. Changes occurred in Jinling. Leaders of the three major sects returned one after another from the Holy Clan space. Upon return, they immediately entered closed seclusion without doing anything else. Next, Amato and Gabriel, among others, also returned one by one. Everyone was curious about what they had gained in the Holy Clan space, but none of them disclosed anything upon their return. Even more puzzling was their lack of interest in the Lantern Shen Guozong's slaying of the two pseudo-celestials. They simply returned and went into seclusion immediately. Note: Lantern Shen Guozong seems to be a mix of English and Chinese. Aline was also in seclusion, preparing to break through to the 9th rank. Admittedly, Aline's acquisition of pure-blooded opportunities was unparalleled. From 6th rank to 9th rank, how long had it been? Most importantly, not only did her chi cultivation reach the 9th rank, but her blood chi was synchronized. In other words, Aline excelled in both Taoist cultivation and martial arts, achieving the 9th rank in both. No wonder Kelvin found it increasingly difficult to hold out, with the intense compression and suction force making his body unable to bear it, causing him to vomit frequently. On his way to summer, red sleeve in, Kelvin wore a black robe. Unlike before, many now watched him closely. Going to summer required some concealment. However, with his strength, no one could discover him if he didn't wish to be seen. Arriving at the familiar summer, he was greeted by Mama Phelan once again. Looking at Kelvin dressed in black, Mama Phelan had a complex expression. The first time she met this Bruno, she thought he was a devil incarnate. But in such a short time, he had become a significant figure stirring Jinling's tides, and the strongest in Jinling. Indeed, Jinling now regarded Kelvin as surpassing Hoyt, the strongest in Jinling, since Hoyt was severely injured by a pseudo-celestial, while Kelvin killed one. Lord Era Phelan, please follow me. The innkeeper is waiting for you. Mama Phelan respectfully led the way, opening the door for Kelvin, inviting him inside. Seeing Mama Phelan's changed attitude, Kelvin smiled and walked in. Watching Mama Phelan close the door behind him, Kelvin's gaze fell on Gabrielle. Gabrielle, however, recalling the opportunities gained from entering the Holy Clan space, she smiled. Obtaining the item from the Lantern Hanging Sect would make this trip to Jinling worthwhile, considering the enormous stakes she had placed. She had won her gamble. Seeing Kelvin still silent, Gabrielle was about to speak when he suddenly stepped forward. Gabrielle was taken aback, puzzled by Kelvin's action. Yet next, she saw Kelvin walk up to the curtain and directly lift it. Gabrielle's face turned red with anger, shouting, "Impudent!" Kelvin, however, laughed, ignoring her reprimand and pushed the curtain open, walking right in. Walking towards her, he said, "Given the secret nature of our conversation, I'm afraid walls have ears. It's better to talk closer." Approaching Gabrielle, Kelvin stopped in front of her, his gaze falling on her face. Instantly, Kelvin was struck by her beauty. Chapter 194, traced. KC before him had skin as luminous and smooth as jade, sculpted like lamb-fat jade, with hair that shone like silk. Her beauty was unparalleled. Her neck as white as a swan's under the moonlight, stunning enough to leave one breathless. Her long lashes framed eyes that held a misty charm, full of poetic grace. She sat there in perfect serenity, untouched by worldly concerns. Flawless in every way, this demoness possessed an ethereal beauty that dimmed even the heavens. Even Kelvin, who had seen much in his travels, found himself lost in admiration at this moment. A thought involuntarily surfaced in his mind. There truly exists perfection in this world. Humph! How dare you! A furious shout pulled Kelvin out of his trance. The The previously pure and celestial woman now radiated an intimidating presence, completely different from her earlier demeanor. She exuded a queen-like aura. The sudden shift left Kelvin stunned once again. Marianne glared coldly at Kelvin, her anger growing. His audacity knew no bounds. He dared to lift the curtain, ignored her reprimand, and now stared straight at her, even ignoring her angry outburst. Marianne's intent stirred, ready to attack. At this moment, Kelvin finally came to his senses and said, "Brooke, you are truly beautiful. I have never seen anyone with such peerless beauty. It's as if you're not of this earth." Marianne said nothing, raising her delicate hand towards Kelvin, filled with spiritual energy, powerful yet sinister. At that instant, her regal demeanor transformed into a chilling malevolence, making her appear truly demonic. Her palm did not strike Kelvin. Instead, he moved with the shadow dance technique to another side, creating a sonic boom as her palm hit where he stood just moments ago. Seeing Kelvin evade, Marianne locked onto him with her frigid intent and said coldly, "You dare enter without my permission? You truly court death." Kelvin laughed, looking at Marianne and saying, "Brooke, would you care to rethink your choice of words? If you keep this attitude, I might just leave." "You." Marianne's anger surged again. Was this still her spy? He showed her no respect whatsoever. And was he treating her like a mere beauty to be flirted with? Courting death indeed. Just as Marianne was about to attack again, she sensed a powerful surge of intent crashing towards her, forcing her own intent back instantly. Without changing her expression, Marianne raised her hand again. Despite its delicateness and whiteness, it contained mountain-crushing force, directly confronting Kelvin's intent. Phelan Mama had mentioned that Kelvin had slain 2 quasi-heavenlies. She wanted to see just how strong he was now. Soon, she saw it. Kelvin stood calmly without dodging, but an endless torrent of sword chi and intent erupted from him. Dozens of sword intents, each unique, rushed forward, slicing towards Marianne's exquisite hand. Marianne had no choice but to withdraw, evading the ferocious sword chi. The sword chi did not pursue her but vanished instantly as she retreated. This made Marianne's eyes widen in shock. Compared to the sword chi continuing to slash at her, this sudden disappearance was more unsettling. It indicated Kelvin's complete control over sword chi and intent. Seeing Marianne not attacking further, Kelvin's sword intent dissipated entirely. He had merely tested his abilities. Over these days, he had gone through the sword arts and Dao techniques plundered from Xining's sect. There were only dozens, many of which were subpar, and only a few of yellow rank. But even with low ranks, in Kelvin's hands brimming with boundless sword intent, they exhibited far greater killing power than their ranks suggested. As evident now, Marianne was shaken by it. Kelvin walked to the table where Marianne had been sitting. On it was a plate of fruit resembling cherries, but not quite cherries. He picked one up, popped it into his mouth, then spat out the seed, saying, "Not sweet, a bit sour." Marianne's bright eyes focused on Kelvin as he kept eating the fruits, quickly piling up a heap of seeds before him. "Kelvin, remember your place?" Marianne rebuked. Entering the inner chambers was beyond what a spy could do, especially disregarding her authority. Kelvin spat out another seed and glanced sideways at Marianne, saying, "I remember my place, Phelan, the hidden king of Jinling, the leader of orthodox sects, a towering figure in demon paths, people's idol, heavenly killer, dominant beauty, dust." Marianne fell silent, unsure how to respond to Kelvin. After a while, Marianne took a deep breath and looked at the arrogant Kelvin, asking, "Do you really think that because you can battle heavenlies, I cannot handle you?" Kelvin nodded seriously. "Yes." Marianne sneered, "Killing heavenlies. I am also capable of that." Kelvin did not doubt Marianne's words. He had long noticed that she and Valerie were far from ordinary cultivators. It was not surprising they could unleash heavenly killing strength. "However, I believe you, but do you dare to display such power? Even, do you dare to fight me head-on?" This statement froze Marianne. With the Jinling curse in effect, she dared not act rashly. Any move carried a price. Even acting within the 7th rank had a cost, though manageable. Exceeding the 8th rank, however, multiplied the costs or have additional text to translate. #### Chapter 195. Hoyt. Where? Gabrielle asked breathlessly. After doing so much for the Star Moon Tower, what do I get in return? Kelvin asked Gabrielle. Gabrielle's breath hitched, and she exhaled softly. What do you want? At that moment, Kelvin began ticking off points on his fingers. First, I helped Hongxiu Adrenii with a flourishing business. Second, I ensured your stable control over the Star Moon Tower. Third, I aided the Star Moon Tower in becoming the leader of the Demon Path. Fourth, I helped the Demon Path resolve the issue with the Taiyan sect. Fifth, I brought the Demon Path and you into the Holy Temple. Sixth, never mind, it's too much to count. The rest of my contributions can be considered side matters, given to you as a bonus. With all these accumulated merits, shouldn't I be rewarded properly? Otherwise, how can people like me stay motivated? Gabrielle looked at Kelvin, thinking, do you now consider yourself one of my subordinates? Does this subordinate show any respect for the Tower Lord? I'll give you 10,000 spirit stones, 100 chi refinement pills, and 300 other pills. How about that? Gabrielle said, biting the bullet. This kind of wealth was not easy even for the Star Moon Tower to offer. Such wealth was enough to create a significant power in Jinling. Kelvin replied, right now, I control the entire Xining sect. With my prestige, whatever I want, they will give me. Even if it's not enough, there's always Jinling. No one in Jinling dares to defy me anymore. For instance, no one contests me for the spiritual minds of the Taiyan sect. Although those minds are barely passable, they can still produce hundreds of thousands of spirit stones if mined slowly. Gabrielle fell silent for a long time before asking, what do you want? Kelvin turned his hand and took out the purple core jade from the coffin. He showed it to her and said, about 10 or 8 pieces of this should suffice. Gabrielle stared at the purple core jade in Kelvin's hand. Her eyes went wide. The Xinding sect actually had such treasures. She naturally knew about purple core jade. It was invaluable. This material could be used as the main ingredient for the destiny pill. A single destiny pill was worth 10,000 spirit stones and was something extremely rare, where money couldn't buy it even if you had it. Even she had only managed to use 3 destiny pills in her lifetime, which her master had worked tirelessly to obtain. This large piece of purple core jade before her was enough to refine 1 destiny pill. Gabrielle's eyes sparkled with envy. If she had this, she would be confident in rapidly digesting the opportunities obtained from the sacred clan space. If there's no purple core jade, something similar would do. Just give me 10 or 8 pieces as a reward, Kelvin added. With the Tai Chi's secret art, spirit stones, which were crucial for ordinary cultivators, were useless to him. What he needed was something to counter heavenly punishment. Once that was resolved, even a tree could become his spirit stone. Gabrielle's mouth twitched. She had seen greedy requests, but none quite like this. Even a shark's mouth wasn't as big as yours. 10 or 8 pieces. Do you know how rare such things that can reverse fate are? Your single piece could cause chaos in the outside world, stirring up countless heavenly people. The Star Moon Tower does not have such things, Gabrielle replied. Kelvin felt deflated and uninterested. After all my contributions, not even a reward? How am I supposed to serve the Star Moon Tower wholeheartedly without motivation? Gabrielle gazed intently at Kelvin and after a long silence, she said, the Star Moon Tower cannot provide anything with the aura of the Heavenly Tao. You should make another request. Heavenly Tao aura? Kelvin frowned. Did they refer to the purple factors as the aura of the Heavenly Tao? He continued. What can you offer me then? Gabrielle thought for a moment and said, since you don't want spirit stones, I can only offer cultivation methods. But for you, obtaining this might be even less practical. Cultivating this sword technique requires demonic path cultivation methods. Otherwise, reaching the entry level would be immensely difficult, probably requiring a Aldo rank to transcend the cultivation method restrictions. You need to think clearly. Perhaps exchanging your rewards for spirit stones or other cultivation resources would be better. Kelvin was surprised by Gabrielle's explanation. However, her concerns weren't significant to him. With boundless sword intent, he could master even profound skills like sword riding technique at a glance. Naturally, such a sword technique wouldn't pose a challenge. In swordsmanship, he had already transcended the limitations of cultivation methods. I'll take it for now. As a Great Earth Dao technique, I might not need it now, but I can exchange it for something valuable later. Seeing Kelvin's response, Gabrielle didn't argue further. She produced a book made of a jade-like material. The moment she took it out, a wave of sorrow washed over Kelvin. Great Earth techniques pointed directly at the Tao rhythm of heaven and earth. Therefore, such techniques naturally carry the aura of the heavenly Tao. Otherwise, they would just look the part but lack the substance. Kelvin didn't open it immediately. As a Great Earth Dao technique, achieving proficiency would result in unique phenomena. He couldn't reveal the demonic path without special reasons. Moreover, from the information gathered by various sources within the suspended lamp sect, although we can't be 100% sure, there's an 80 or 90% chance that the demonic fire is in his possession. Kelvin replied to Gabrielle, thinking that Hoyt was a mysterious person who could single-handedly slay celestial beings. It was likely that Gabrielle couldn't do much against him, so blaming the demonic fire on Hoyt seemed like the best course of action. As the former leader of the suspended lamp sect, it wouldn't hurt for him to take some responsibility and shoulder the blame for the benefit of the sect. After all, Kelvin didn't want to have a complete falling out with Gabrielle. Are you sure? Gabrielle looked at Kelvin suspiciously, having dealt with him enough times to know that he wasn't exactly straightforward. Kelvin waved his hand. What motive would I have to lie to you? Besides, with my current strength, would I need to? Gabrielle's beautiful eyes lingered on Kelvin for a long while. Kelvin stood up, patted his backside, and said to Gabrielle, you don't trust me. No matter what I say, you won't trust me. I'm done explaining myself. If you don't believe me, continue investigating. Gabrielle wanted to spit in Kelvin's face. All the moles in the suspended lamp sect had been exposed by him. How could they investigate now? Even if there were still some left, with someone as well informed as him around, how much could they really find out? For matters concerning Star and Moon Pavilion, contact Zyra. We should minimize our meetings to avoid exposure. Kelvin didn't want to get too close to the demonic path. Through Zyra, he could maintain some flexibility. He walked out halfway but then turned back, grabbing a handful of fruit and tossing one into his mouth. Next time, bring something sweet. Why are you eating and taking more when it's sour? Gabrielle watched Kelvin about to leave, then spoke. As a highly regarded mole for Star and Moon Pavilion, it's common practice to reward core members with a demon seed. This statement made Kelvin pause momentarily, feeling extremely bewildered. What was this demon seed? KC suddenly saying this must not be good. This was a threat. I know. Otherwise, with my current strength and status, why would I tell you these things? Kelvin responded calmly, leaving without turning back. Gabrielle watched Kelvin disappear from her sight, looking puzzled. Did the old pavilion master tell him about the demon seed planted in him? Planting a demon seed was extremely difficult. Even within their lineage, there weren't many remaining. Only due to Jinling's uniqueness, where it was trapped, did some ancestral demon seeds remain. Logically, as a former mole for the suspended lamp sect, Kelvin shouldn't have qualified for a demon seed. But perhaps because of the demonic fire's uniqueness, treasure and wouldn't admit it. Star and Moon Pavilion is despicable, targeting you. Don't worry, the righteous path stands with you. Kelvin leisurely returned to Isaac's courtyard, planning to chat with Zyra about life and its essence. Aline was in seclusion, leaving him with excess energy, which he needed to burn off through some learning. Gabrielle glanced at the pile of fruit pits on the table, pondering for a moment before covering her face with a veil. If Kelvin said the demonic fire was with Hoyt, she might as well believe him. It was a good opportunity to meet this legendary figure. Whether he lied or not would soon be evident. If he dared to lie, she'd ensure he paid the price. No one in Star and Moon Pavilion could escape their grasp. Hoyt sipped tea, meditating on heart cultivation. While non-Holy Clan members struggled to enter the Holy Temple, those with connections to the Holy Clan had ways to enter its realms. As the head of the suspended lamp sect, Hoyt inherited some legacies from the sect's founder. Naturally, he knew of a particular realm's opportunity within the Holy Clan. Upon entering, he achieved his wishes and gained more than expected after millennia of accumulation. Feeling he could break his curse, Hoyt decided to focus inward. Looking at the young servant girl pouring tea beside him, he thought how fortunate she was. "Master, is there a problem? Does the tea taste wrong?" The girl asked upon the senior by chance at the Sisui River. "Her? Are you her disciple?" Hoyt's pupils constricted, with a few ripples of shock. The external demonic path was far more formidable than those in Jinling, an existence that had truly reached its peak of terror, and the Master Mariana spoke of commanded one of the topmost demonic sects. Even so, what mattered most was that Hoyt had concealed his identity when he went to Jizhou. Outsiders didn't know that the unrest in Jizhou was his doing, but she happened to be aware. "You do have nerve, as her disciple. With such exalted status, you dare take risks coming to Jinling," Hoyt praised. "In comparison to what the senior did in Jizhou back then, this is nothing. Junior has long admired the senior." Mariana responded. Hoyt glanced at her. "Enough with the formalities. Tell me, why are you here looking for me?" Mariana explained. "Ancestral master of Xinding sect once possessed a demon fire. It's said the senior, when you were head of the Xinding sect, obtained it by chance. Is that true?" While saying this, Mariana could not help tensing up, her eyes intently on Hoyt, fearing Kelvin had been lying to her. "How do you know this?" Hoyt asked. Boom. Mariana felt her mind explode. Indeed, the demon fire was actually in his possession. Mariana was so excited that her body couldn't stop trembling. With this treasure, she still had no way to leave Jinling, because a new path ancestor recently established a dojo nearby, closely watching Jinling, allowing no opportunity for anyone to bypass the curse or enter Jinling's lighting technique and sacred temple. The new path ancestor rarely intervened in secular affairs, but certainly wouldn't allow Kelvin to leave. Word of Kelvin's actions in Jinling had definitely been passed on to the outside world by the new path practitioners in Jinling, so Kelvin's accomplishments couldn't escape the notice of that ancestor. For anything else, perhaps they could persuade the ancestor to turn a blind eye. But concerning the lighting person and sacred temple, it was impossible for him to let go. Rumors said he relocated his dojo near the new path specifically to observe Jinling and find a way to avoid the curse, learning the secrets of the lighting technique and entering the sacred temple. Given Kelvin's immense allure, if he could enter Jinling, he might have come personally long ago. Jinling's prison could be escaped by those with connections. For instance, the new path members found it much easier to leave Jinling for the outside world. However, this did not include Kelvin. Jinling was his absolute prison. Mariana told Hoyt this, adding, "Kelvin cannot leave. Even if my master came, she couldn't guarantee his safety." Hoyt curiously asked, "Your master isn't a match for the new path ancestor?" Mariana paused before replying, "I don't know how strong my master is, but she absolutely refuses to approach Jinling. Even if her opponent isn't her match, should the opponent invoke Jinling's curse leading to mutual destruction, it would become a real trouble. True peak experts would never approach Jinling's region. Setting up a dojo near Jinling and needing the inheritance of Jinling's lighting technique is a principal issue for him. Blocking him would lead him to fight to the death. At least staying in Jinling ensures his safety. If he tries to leave, he is certain to die." Hoyt looked at Mariana. "Can the temptation of demon fire save Kelvin?" Mariana's face changed multiple times before she answered, "Even if we wish to, we might not be able to guarantee his safety. On the contrary, attempting might cost us too. This is Jinling after all, a special place where power alone cannot resolve everything. The curse is something everyone fears, especially the stronger ones." Hoyt then stated, "You guessed wrong. The one I want you to take out of Jinling is not Kelvin." These words left Mariana astonished. Apart from Kelvin, who else could be worth exchanging for demon fire? "My granddaughter Aline, born into Xinding sect. She will likely be targeted by the new path ancestor. I hope you can take her out of Jinling." Mariana was extremely surprised. Taking Aline out of Jinling would indeed be troublesome since the new path wanted to exterminate Xinding sect completely. However, compared to Kelvin, it was manageable. The new path ancestor might not be willing to clash with her master over a Xinding sect girl. There might be a chance to take Aline out. Is that all? Mariana felt unreal, gaining so much with such conditions. Hoyt shook his head. "After taking her out, your master needs to escort her to a secret location of your sect, letting her experience the nether source pool." Upon discovering Aline was a 9-transformed divine body and obtaining pure blood, Hoyt was shocked. Thus, he sought ways to send Aline out of Jinling. Mariana's arrival provided him this perfect solution, possibly aiding her in completing one transformation. "If you agree, this belongs to you." As he spoke, Hoyt flipped his palm, revealing an object in his hand. Chapter 198, Achievement. In Hoyt's hand, a jet-black jade stone appeared. The jade was extraordinary, with patterns akin to flowing flames shimmering on its surface. Each pattern was abstruse and mysterious. Devil fire. Gabrielle's eyes were completely captivated. Her breathing quickened again, her chest heaving. She had long memorized the records of devil fire and knew this was its dormant state. As long as it could be revived, it would transform into that astonishing and terrifying devil fire. Hoyt said, "Agree to my request, and this devil fire is yours." Agreed. Gabrielle did not hesitate. It was hard to take Kelvin out, but with Aline of the Xinding sect, if she asked her master to make a trip, there might still be a chance to bring her out. Seeing Gabrielle agree, Hoyt casually threw the devil fire into her hands. Holding the devil fire, Gabrielle felt a surreal sense of achievement, momentarily lost in thought. This time in Jinling, her objective had actually been achieved. Struggling to calm her excitement, Gabrielle looked at Hoyt and said, "Senior, are you not afraid I won't keep my word now that you've given it to me? You and your master share some acquaintance with me. There's at least some trust." Hoyt replied to Gabrielle. Gabrielle didn't know why Hoyt trusted her master so much, but chose not to question it. She nodded and said, "I will certainly help Alanis Yun leave Jinling." Then, thinking for a moment, she added, "Senior practices devilish techniques. Isn't it for the devil fire? Hoyt glanced at Gabrielle and asked, do you think I came back to Jinling just for this? This non sequitur made Gabrielle ponder deeply. Back then, Hoyt's influence in Jizhou shook heaven and earth. Such a figure's return to Jinling without clear reason indeed baffled her. After all, outsiders avoided Jinling like the plague. Hoyt had sacrificed greatly to escape initially, so why return? I will notify you once everything is ready, Gabrielle finally responded, bowing respectfully before leaving. Junior takes her leave. As Gabrielle departed like a celestial maiden floating away from the balcony, Hoyt watched her retreating silhouette for a while and mused. Each generation has its outstanding individuals. She has found an excellent disciple. However, Aileen's fortune isn't inferior. Thinking of himself, Hoyt wondered if he would succeed this time by risking his life again. But whether successful or not, he would not regret it. House of you. Valerie looked at Barnabas and asked, what do you need? Lately, Valerie had been feeling low. She wished to sever her romantic ties, but found no opportunity. Feeling defeated, she wondered if fate truly couldn't be changed. Valerie even began resigning herself to it. Barnabas, unaware of her current mood, merely requested, please, Empress, assist me. Furrowing her brow, Valerie did not wish to get involved in Jinling affairs. If not for the special circumstances of the Yu family, she wouldn't have come at all. I am a woman, alone here in Jinling. Perhaps Declan can assist Lord Yu. Valerie deferred. Barnabas smiled but remained silent. He then retrieved a jade box and opened it slowly. Inside lay a pale green talisman emitting no aura, looking rather ordinary. However, upon seeing it, Valerie's eyes widened in shock. She couldn't discern what it did but recognized the material used, traceless true bamboo. A rare treasure, it grows only in superior spirit minds rich in Tao essence. Absorbing spiritual energy and Tao essence, it takes millennia to mature. Due to its origin, this bamboo contains creation's power, unblemished and paper-thin. Hence, it is favored by spellcasters for crafting talismans. However, called traceless true bamboo for its hardness, only those who've reached the outscenery stage could inscribe talismans on it. Meaning this talisman was crafted by an outscenery spellcaster, one step below a true monarch. True monarchs commanded immense power, and they could even defy emperors. Initially, Valerie assumed it was an outscenery's work, a great treasure. But then Barnabas spoke. This talisman was granted by the Holy Clan to our Yu family. They called it a divine realm talisman, capable of forming a defensive field strong enough to ward off a true monarch. Stunned, Valerie stared blankly at the talisman. Barnabas continued, your Actong family is strong. Yet in the tumultuous capital, surely your every move feels perilous. With this talisman, your family's burden and situation would vastly improve. Silent, Valerie pondered how invaluable a talisman that could withstand Ling. Thus, we trade it for my son's future. Just as Valerie was about to speak, she suddenly frowned, clenching her legs tightly. An odd sensation spread through her body. What was happening? Why did it feel like rain was seeping out? ##### Chapter 199. 3 talismans. Valerie felt uncomfortable, especially itchy, as if there were inexplicable pricks. She couldn't understand why she had this sensation. After checking everything, she found no abnormalities. Yet her body involuntarily responded to that subtle feeling. This caused Valerie's face to change dramatically. Could it be a side effect of the passion flower? Thinking of this, she grabbed the jade box and left a message. When I leave Jinling, I will take the prince with me. With that, she swiftly departed. Only in the depths of the flowers might red dew wet one's clothes. Not long after Valerie left, Clinton emerged from a side room, tore off a breath-holding talisman from his body, and muttered, such a fine talisman, you give it to someone else. Why not let me use it to provoke true monarch and become famous? Barnabas's face turned blue with anger, and he slapped the back of Clinton's head, angrily shouting, is this something for you to use? With your strength, using this talisman would cause your spirit and soul to explode and die. Clinton flew into a rage, shouting, if I can't, truly pitiful. Barnabas pinched his philtrum again, wondering how he could have sired such a scoundrel. He abandoned the idea of further punishing the rogue, instead saying, since you have such an opportunity, you cannot stay in Jinling. Otherwise, the curse will eventually fall upon you. I don't have any opportunities, I haven't. Clinton looked bewildered at Barnabas. Barnabas wanted to kick Clinton to death again. Damn it. I am your father. Do you need to be so guarded with me? Am I inferior to your brother Phelan? You're even willing to change your surname to his. Why don't you just be his son? What is the Yu family? The top shaman family in Jinling. They know a little bit about the Holy Clan's supreme treasure. Besides the Holy Clan, who else knows about that thing? Us Yu family. What kind of act are you putting on? Barnabas didn't bother exposing him and continued, the outside world isn't like Jinling. I can't protect you here. If you misbehave in the outside world, it's easy to get killed. Clinton nodded. You're right. There are many strong people outside. One slap could kill me. I can't act the same as in Jinling. Barnabas felt reassured, thinking at least some words got through. Dad, rest assured. In the future, whatever I do, I'll bring along the Actong family's young masters. Let them take the blame while I enjoy myself. If that doesn't work, it might be better to take it to the Actong family and call them foster fathers. Barnabas didn't know what Clinton was thinking and said to him, the heavenly cicada is gentle and compassionate. Hence its essence also imbues this talisman, aiding shamans to gauge their capabilities. This made Clinton's eyes light up, meaning he could also use it. Although he knew even if he used it, the displayed power would be limited, it was still a true monarch-level talisman, and even if reduced 10,000 times, it remained formidable. With this, what's wrong with being self-willed? Dad, you're my real dad. Clinton was overjoyed, grabbing the 3 jade boxes and placing them in his own chest pocket. 3 talismans, one for offense, one for defense, and one for escape. Don't risk your life. With the Actong family's protection and these 3 talismans, you can stay safe. But don't use them unless absolutely necessary. Barnabas reminded him again, aware that such treasures would attract attention even in the capital. Sure, sure. Clinton nodded. Then he recalled something and said to Barnabas, Brother Phelan will eventually have to leave Jinling too, right? Shouldn't the Actong family take him along? Barnabas glanced at Clinton and said, The Actong family can't take him away. No one in Jinling can take him out. Clinton bristled. That won't do, Before he could finish, Barnabas pinched the bridge of his nose, pained. Rest assured. He has his own way out. What way? Don't lie to me. Clinton looked suspiciously at Barnabas, fearing he was trying to trick him out first and leave Brother Phelan behind. Barnabas felt betrayed again, angrily retorting, He can enter the Holy Temple. Whoever brought him in wouldn't worry about getting out, right? Even Yoon Duke didn't know Kelvin entered the Holy Temple, assuming he only went into the Holy Clan space. But how could Barnabas not know he hadn't obtained the Thunder Decree otherwise? Someone who can enter the Holy Temple, does he need another way out? Chapter 200. No need to worry. Valerie rushed home with a flushed face and heavy breathing, her body tingling with an electric-like sensation. The strange feeling made her take a cold shower, followed by sitting in a wooden tub filled with icy water to suppress the intense heat. But the tingling sensation still coursed through her body like weak currents, so she practiced her martial arts to calm her mind. Why is this happening? The inexplicable urge and temptation left her both embarrassed and puzzled. Could it be the lingering poison from the love flower? But she had never heard that love flowers had such effects. Valerie dared not get out of the cold water. At the same time, Zyra lay residual poison from the love flower. Valerie regretted her decision. Coming to Jinling might have been a mistake. If another attempt to kill Patrick failed, it might truly be destiny, unchangeable fate tying their fates together. With these thoughts, Valerie rose from the cold water. Her pale, smooth skin glistened as droplets slid down, a mesmerizing sight. Having spent the afternoon in Isaac's courtyard, Kelvin thought it a pity about Alita's neighboring courtyard, which he rarely visited. Seeing Kelvin, Patrick complained, Brother Phelan, why am I so unlucky? Watched by Valerie, I can't go anywhere, feeling like I'm in jail. Kelvin replied, I think this may not be a bad thing for Brother Yen. Use this opportunity to immerse yourself in study. Patrick frowned before Isaac spoke up. Indeed, your talent isn't bad, but your temper is unstable. If you immerse yourself in learning, your future achievements will surpass mine. Teacher. Patrick bowed respectfully, standing aside, no longer daring to speak. Isaac waved his hand, saying to Patrick, Did you finish the books I asked you to read yesterday? When will you submit your reflections? Patrick felt a headache, hurriedly responding, Teacher, I'll write them right away. With that, he entered his room with a gloomy face. Isaac humphed, watching Patrick leave. A youth who does not strive will lament in old age. Moreover, Patrick had talent and fortune. His righteous energy mysteriously soared, indicating he had gained some advantage in the Holy Clan space. Although unknown, any fortune causing such a surge should be leveraged. As a great scholar, Isaac clearly sensed Patrick's increasing righteous energy. Such fortune and talent would surpass him if only Patrick maintained his composure. Thinking this, Isaac looked at Kelvin. In a few days, I plan to take Patrick and Zyra to the capital. Ah. Kelvin was surprised. Isn't it hard to leave Jinling? After staying in Jinling for so long, Kelvin knew it wasn't easy to leave. Isaac confidently said, The Sakura Academy won't dare stop them. The world is vast and open. Kelvin didn't know why the Academy wouldn't stop them but didn't ask, only asking, Can Eileen, who isn't from the Academy, go too? Isaac replied, I've accepted her as my disciple, and she's more excellent than I imagined. After teaching her the method to cultivate righteous energy, she has already produced it. You accepted her as a disciple? Kelvin was surprised. Zyra hadn't told him. Nor did he know she had cultivated righteous energy. Thinking of Zyra's serene nature, Kelvin felt warmth in his heart. She seemed never to boast, quietly going about her tasks. Isaac looked at Kelvin, expression complicated. And what about you? Early glanced at Adamaris's long white legs. Adamaris thought to herself, what kind of relationship do we have? And after being tricked by you so many times, if I still appear before you without recognizing reality, it would only increase the chances of being deceived. Adamaris, Uncle Adriel is over there. I miss him. Have him come visit Jinling. He's suffered for so many years. I want to take him out to enjoy life, Kelvin said. Adamaris still didn't respond. After several attempts with no response from Adamaris, Kelvin grew somewhat irritated. He was trying to communicate sincerely with them, yet they turned a blind eye. Was this fair to his genuine intentions? Moreover, regarding the stone door inside the holy temple that could lead out of Jinling, he needed to consult Adriel. Come over here. I have something to discuss with you. Kelvin squinted and smiled at Adamaris. Adamaris's expression changed as she took several steps back, hurriedly saying, Don't suck me in. Have Adriel come see me. Kelvin ordered, thinking that since she refused to listen to him speaking politely, he had to force her to act coarser. Truly an M. Uncle Adriel fears the curse and dares not come to Jinling, Adamaris replied. It now refuses to stay even in its previous space and has hidden in another dimension to avoid the curse. Kelvin looked at Adamaris and asked him about the path leading outside through that stone door. Hearing this, Adamaris's eyes lit up as she stared at Kelvin. You wish to leave Jinling? Then can you investigate the Heavenly Opportunity Pavilion behind Valerie, who bears the seed of destiny? Previously, when Adamaris sensed the seed of destiny on Valerie, she had felt immense resentment. Now seeing her attitude again, Kelvin couldn't help but ask, what did the Heavenly Opportunity Pavilion do to you? Adamaris said, discussing this in Jinling is pointless. If you become powerful enough to find the Heavenly Opportunity Pavilion, then I will definitely give you a surprise. Not interested. Kelvin thought Adamaris had learned too quickly, dangling promises so unrealistically. Master. Adamaris became slightly impatient and spoke, only you can help me. As long as you help me, I'll do anything you want. Kelvin glanced at Adamaris, looking at her long legs, and then at the voluptuous buttocks revealed by her cheapao-like dress. Finally, he said, you are less capable than a ghost creature. Your seduction is empty, emptier than yours. Adamaris gritted her teeth in anger. Who was seducing whom? Wasn't his mind filled with nothing but dirty thoughts? However, she couldn't manifest. Only Kelvin could help her. Even if she wanted to vent her frustrations on his face, she had to. These ancient treasures, if used properly, could cultivate a master-level practitioner effortlessly. In a place like Jinling, having a master could support an entire prominent family. Ultimately, the vortex gate vanished. Kelvin knew that the divine effectiveness of the talisman brought by Adamaris had completely dissipated. Some felt reluctant to leave, but, given Kelvin's strength, no one dared pressure him anymore. Eventually, everyone abandoned their hopes. Kelvin spent most of his time immersed in books. At his current level, advancing further easily invited curses. Thus, he had no intention of refining the essence of the false celestial being. Therefore, he focused on understanding cultivation theories. Occasionally, Kelvin would emerge to assist the poor. He would appear before the common folk to resolve their actual difficulties, creating a trend of benevolence in Jinling. It was unclear whether these actions stemmed from a desire to please him or genuine goodwill. Regardless, more and more purple factors gathered in his life palace, far surpassing those contained in the purple core jade he possessed. Kelvin thought that even if he refined the essence of the false celestial being, there would be ample energy remaining. Certainly, such days felt boring to Kelvin. Life seemed to have reached its peak with no further pursuits, as his cultivation was already the strongest in Jinling. Everyone froze. Kelvin wanted to leave Jinling and had dispatched Aline to test the way? Had he gone mad? Chapter 202. Aline departs. Is your plan reliable? Can we trust Gabrielle? Can we trust someone from the demon sect? Kelvin asked Hoyt with some concern. Seeing that Kelvin was so wary of the demon sect, Hoyt felt it fitting that Xiuxian's sect would fall into his hands, but he feared they might end up colluding with the demon sect like some other forces did. I wouldn't dare act if I didn't have confidence, Hoyt replied. Kelvin looked at Hoyt with a complex expression. In Hoyt's eyes, this look suggested that Kelvin believed he had conspired with the demon sect and betrayed the treasures of Xiuxian's sect. This made him feel somewhat ashamed. However, what Kelvin was thinking was, damn, I just casually accused someone. Who knew you'd really have the item, and even hand it over to them? That's demon fire. Though he probably can't use it, he still wished to hold it in his hands. After all, who complains about having too many good things? Damn, as soon as I get back, I'll organize people to brand you as a traitor and sinner of Xiuxian's sect officially, nailing you down on the pillar of shame in the history of Xiuxian's sect. But seeing that Hoyt was not worried about Aline, Kelvin also relaxed. Hoyt wouldn't possibly betray his own granddaughter, right? If he says he's confident, then Aline should be fine leaving. In fact, when Aline was closing her seclusion for a breakthrough to 9th rank, Hoyt had considered letting her leave Jinling. Having obtained such a great opportunity, staying in Jinling would certainly bring a curse because her realm could not be suppressed. At that time, Kelvin had wanted to leave through the stone gate of the Holy Temple, but he realized that no one else could move freely within the temple except himself. For instance, Patrick and Clinton were delivered into the temple by Crew, but they were trapped in one area, unable to enter other parts. Kelvin thought it was impossible to directly take Aline into the Holy Temple, unless Crew could help deliver her in. But after being tricked, Crew refused to see him. More importantly, even if he requested it, Crew might not do it again. Hoyt said that sending Aline out this way was also to seek her an opportunity. So ultimately, Kelvin agreed to let Aline go according to Hoyt's plan. You told Aline that you'd eventually leave Jinling. Do you really have a way out? Hoyt looked intensely at Kelvin. Aline hesitated before agreeing due to this statement. Just lying to her to leave. Do you believe this? Kelvin rolled his eyes at Hoyt. Hoyt frowned, staring deeply at Kelvin once more. Just lying to Aline? Thinking of how much Aline cared about this Bruno, he gnashed his teeth. Aline had been emotionally manipulated by this bastard. He decided he had to get her away from him. One reminder, don't leave Jinling's boundaries. Leaving will mean certain death. Now even the Kaleister Shingu has set his sights on you. Hoyt couldn't understand what options Kelvin had, but he feared Kelvin might be as reckless as he once was, which would truly mean finding his own death. The situation now was completely different from back then. Jinling is great. It's hard to be unbeatable. I should enjoy my time here, Kelvin replied contentedly. Turning to Thornton, who was quietly brewing tea beside him, Kelvin said, Act taught me to give you some land to manage in exchange for another cup of tea? Thornton said nothing, just glanced at Kelvin and threw the remaining cups of tea into the trash bin with disdain. Kelvin laughed and didn't mind. He picked up the only teacup left on Hoyt's table and threw it into the bin as well. Tea can be intoxicating, less is better. I won't drink. Hoyt glanced at Kelvin, thinking that while he appreciated the gesture, it was rather shallow and sounded utterly unbelievable. Aline did not leave Jinling with Gabrielle. As a member of the demon sect, Aline had to maintain a distance to protect Xiuxian's sect's reputation. Walking out of Jinling, she eventually reached a path. From a high vantage point, Jinling seemed enveloped by a layer of clear energy. This effect was created by the great formation built by the ancient Holy Clan. The clear energy formed a protective dome with only a gap in the northwest corner, leading out to a path. One end of the path, however, no one dared to meet her gaze, as the temperature dropped dramatically with her appearance. Standing there with just a simple command, she radiated a chilling aura that made everyone shiver. She hovered in the air like a queen, gazing down with cold eyes, making the two celestial beings freeze, immobilized where they stood. Follow me, she commanded, her voice flat but carrying an unassailable majesty. Aline recognized her. Hoyt had told her, so she moved toward her without hesitation. Before she could reach her, a voice called from a nearby temple. Dara, you've crossed the line. With this roar, an Aryunli man emerged from the temple, swiftly appearing in front of Aline and reaching out to grab her. His move was fast, leaving Aline no chance to dodge. Trying to retreat, it was already too late. She was propelled toward the old man like a puppet. ####Chapter 203, Dara. However, as Aline was flying through the air, she halted mid-flight and then slowly descended like a leaf falling to the ground. Upon her landing, The surrounding vegetation and earth crumbled under a powerful force that ravaged everything in its path, unstoppable. The Aryant's gaze swept over Aline, eventually settling on the cold and graceful figure of Dara who stood in midair. His face darkened with displeasure. Dara, what do you intend to do? Dara's voice remained devoid of any emotion. I want to take this person from the Xinding sect with me. The Aryant angrily retorted, no. This person is a hall master of the Xinding sect and one of the ancient path travelers from Jinling. I cannot allow them to leave Jinling. With no hint of joy or sorrow, Dara replied, then let's settle it with our skills. As she spoke, Dara's delicate hand struck out. Instantly, the heavens and earth shifted, an intense cold pressure descending as if a snow mountain had fallen upon them. The Aryant's expression changed. He pushed back with both hands, his spiritual energy surging like a mighty dragon and erupting like a volcano, directly clashing with Dara's snow mountain-like force. The pressure from Dara vanished, but the Aryant stumbled back several steps, the ground cracking beneath him as he barely managed to regain his footing. Seeing that her attack was ineffective, Dara formed a seal with her slender fingers, imbued with profound Daoistic changes, and struck out again towards the Aryant. The Aryant yelled in frustration, Dara, don't push your luck. Do you really think I fear you? Dara remained silent, her hand moving just as swiftly. Seeing the enormous hand seal about to land on him, the Aryant utilized his agility, swiftly leaping away to avoid the strike. Boom! A massive palm imprint appeared where he had stood, forcing the earth several feet deep, covered in a layer of frost. The Aryant gasped. Dara was becoming increasingly terrifying. Amidst his shock, he noticed Dara's fingers once again forming a new seal, another palm hurtling towards him. Frustrated, the Aryant thought this madwoman was determined to kill him. Don't force my hand. We're close to Jinling. If you keep pushing, I'll unleash the power of Jinling's curse, and we'll both perish, he threatened. But Dara's expression didn't waver. Her actions continued without slowing down, the hand seal descending once more with overwhelming and bone-chilling force, pressing down like Mount Tai. Gritting his teeth, the Aryant pushed back with all his might. His spiritual energy surged like a rushing river, transforming into a mighty dragon. The thickness of his spiritual energy was like a flood breaking its levees, truly terrifying in quantity. This was the power of the new path, which focused solely on cultivating Qi, thus accumulating formidable amounts of spiritual energy. Moreover, being one of the founders of the new path, he had maximized his spiritual energy. When he unleashed it now, it felt as if spiritual energy was engulfing everything. Boom! The two forces collided, Dara's hand seal exploded. Similarly, the Aryant's vast spiritual energy was annihilated. He was willing to give up Aline but not provoke Dara's disciple. Yet, his eyes blazed with intense fury. From start to finish, Dara hadn't given him a proper look. Aside from stating her demands, she didn't even bother speaking to him. Such disdainful behavior was unbearable. This insult made him wish to confront Dara head-on, triggering the Jinling curse so they both wouldn't fare well. You two would suffer under the Jinling curse, Dara. But ultimately, he wasn't willing to pay such a price. Thus, he could only abandon Aline. He didn't want to let any Jinling ancient path travelers escape, especially Xinding sect disciples. Whenever he encountered one, he intended to eliminate them. Well, since she isn't one of the true descendants of the Xinding sect who mastered the lamplighting technique, it doesn't matter much if she leaves, the Aryant consoled himself. He'd kill them if he could, and if not, it wouldn't affect the bigger picture. Humph. Let Dara enjoy her arrogance for now. Once my plan succeeds, I will make sure she kneels before me, the Aryant muttered resentfully. Everyone believed he was nearing his end, hence his presence here. Unknown to them, he had discovered a secret art to evade the curse. This evasion was different from the new path pseudo-celestial beings sent here. It was genuine, allowing him to arrive with his true strength. Then Jinling would be at his mercy. However, this secret art required proximity to the curse for cultivation, which was why he was here. Additionally, he learned of a treasure vault within the Xinding sect. That vault connected to a place offering the chance to reverse fate. Furthermore, it linked directly to the sacred temple. However, it required the lamplighting technique to open. So Aline could be abandoned, but Kelvin could not be spared. Not just any lamplighting technique could open the Xinding sect's vault. As a Xinding sect member, Kelvin's technique would work. He felt fortunate that Dara didn't demand to take Kelvin, or he might have had to fight to the death. Thinking of this, the Aryant turned his gaze towards Jinling. Kelvin was like a fish in the pond of Jinling. Regardless of how much influence he held within Jinling now, he would be killed when the time came. Chapter 204, Serpents and Rats Must Be Slain. Outside Jinling City, the terrifying sounds of battle raged, but most residents remained oblivious. However, Kelvin and Hoyt, who had been closely monitoring the situation, knew everything. Hoyt was now hidden in a secluded place, gazing in that direction, and sighed to Gustav Ziju, the incomparably graceful Dara. She's becoming colder and more aloof. Nonetheless, he felt an immense relief seeing Aline leave. Due to her constitution and pure bloodline, her strength would naturally surge, and staying any longer meant waiting for the curse to descend upon her. Elmo has ulterior motives, mysteriously appearing outside Jinling without fear of the curse's influence. There must be something suspicious. The only things worth coveting in Jinling are the Holy Temple and the Xinding sect of the Sacred Clan. What exactly is on his mind? Hoyt frowned deeply. Many people coveted these two places, but over 1,000 years, the curse made everyone give up. Is Eric discovering a way to face the curse? Hoyt couldn't determine it for sure, shifting his gaze to Kelvin. Regardless of what Elmo planned, anyone who could open the Holy Temple or act as the lamplighter of the Xinding sect would inevitably not let Kelvin off. This boy, can he really leave Jinling? Hoyt stared intently at Kelvin. Kelvin stood on the high tower, gazing towards the city outskirts with deep, tranquil eyes, inscrutable thoughts. Ordinary people were unaware of Aline's departure from Jinling, but within Jinling's cultivation circle, it sparked much discussion. Especially among the three major sects leaders, they entered the holy temple space and obtained the Tianren inducer, hopeful to become celestial beings themselves. Now, they also wished to step out of Jinling to see the world. But, without someone like Dara protecting them, could they pass through that road? These people harbored countless thoughts, but dared not attempt it. At this moment, Valerie slowly led Clinton onto the road leading out of Jinling. Unlike Dara's domineering approach of outright taking someone away by force, Valerie led Clinton out while many celestial beings bowed respectfully before him. They glanced at Clinton, opening their mouths, but no one dared to speak. Valerie didn't even glance at them as he waited on the road with Clinton, treating them as if they weren't there. Shortly after, a group of ironclad cavalry approached from afar. The number wasn't large, only dozens of them. Yet they exuded a killing aura like thousands marching. The cavalry charged straight forward, making the celestial beings retreat in terror. Upon reaching Valerie, they dismounted swiftly, patting their chests rhythmically. "General Li Jin pays respects to your majesty." Valerie waved gracefully, exuding an elegance distinct from Jinling's atmosphere, saying, "General Li, you honor me." Li Jin gestured, and a carriage was brought forward. He said to Valerie, "Please, your majesty, board the carriage." Valerie nodded, looking back at Jinling once more. She sighed involuntarily, recalling her failed assassination attempt on Patrick before leaving. Isaac's single command sent her tumbling. Fate was indeed hard taking along an insignificant person, considering his excellent relationship with the imperial family. Having exchanged greetings, Valerie said nothing further, lowering the curtain and leaving. 5 days after Valerie's departure, another group arrived outside Jinling City. A refined carriage, resembling a pavilion when several boards were folded up, contained Isaac sitting centrally, Zyra serving tea, and Patrick driving the horses. Behind the carriage, 18 towering figures, each over 6 feet tall, wore scholarly robes and carried swords, exuding elegant charm. Yet, these imposing figures instilled awe in ordinary people. The group appeared, and the guards exchanged puzzled looks. Cherry Blossom Academy, leaving Jinling? That's big news. Acting to question them, they ultimately dared not, considering the academy's status and some grievances. These scholars and a woman aren't ancient path warriors, so there's no need for trouble. Even if they tried stopping, they wouldn't succeed. Isaac was renowned globally. One shout from him could scatter their cultivations. Could those 18 handle such power? Indeed, these tall scholars were protectors of the Confucian path. They believed in winning hearts through virtue, including martial virtue, which could strip one's cultivation, forcing submission. Isaac ignored everyone, walking beside the temple, drinking tea indifferently to Elmo standing before it. Meeting Isaac, Elmo's brows furrowed. Why did this group of scholars from Cherry Blossom Academy appear so repulsive? Despite irritation, thinking of the academy's status, he asked, "Where are you headed, Mr. Ian?" Isaac still didn't look back, shouting, "Serpents and rats must be slain." At that moment, Elmo felt his spiritual energy shake violently. This shout seemed like a heavenly blade cutting him off from the universe, plunging him to the mortal realm. Pale-faced and fearful, he wondered, can this bastard be truly arrogant? Taking a breath, he coldly hummed, entering the temple. Checking again, he confirmed these were mere scholars. Confronting them was unnecessary, as others could handle them. Leaving Jinling, we'll see how long you can remain proud. Plenty will challenge you. Chapter 205, Gatekeeper Dog. As more people attempted to leave, the hearts and minds of many in Jinling were once again stirred. Among them, the 3 great clan lords took the lead. They had obtained opportunities in the sacred clan space. If they could not leave Jinling, what was the point? Hence, the 9-rank grandmasters of the 3 great clans left Jinling with a multitude of spirit stones and riches, intending to pay a toll for passage. However, after accepting the payment, the result was clear. Any practitioner in Jinling who wishes to leave must seek the approval of the ancestor. Tommy naturally paid no heed to such minor figures and did not permit the trio to depart. Enraged, Elvin paused, calmly observing the outside world. His appearance did not go unnoticed by those outside. A heavenly person spotted Kelvin and hurriedly informed Tommy. Tommy had said that anyone from Jinling could leave except Kelvin, who needed constant monitoring. Upon hearing of Kelvin's arrival, Tommy appeared on the path outside, looking directly at him. Seeing Kelvin, Tommy smiled. "Kelvin, I know you and admire you greatly. Consider becoming my disciple?" Tommy wanted to control Kelvin, a man capable of activating the sacred temple space, thus gaining a strategic advantage. Once he could evade the curse, having Kelvin would be a significant asset. Kelvin did not respond, merely staring at him. Despite appearing frail, Tommy's spirit remained strong. He likely had some years left to live. Unfortunately, Kelvin had considered using the power of the underworld's summoning to send Tommy to an early grave, but exchanging lives would cost him too much longevity. Moreover, despite practicing the skill, life-for-life exchange was still disadvantageous. If Tommy had decades left, Kelvin might lose his life in the trade. No, he would wait until Tommy became a heavenly person and gained longer life. "New path ancestor," chuckled Kelvin. "By then, a glance from me will end your life." "Kelvin, accepting me as your final master is a tremendous opportunity," coldly. The man nervously laughed, knowing he didn't want to enter. Ignoring him, Tommy reflected on Kelvin's power within Jinling. Sending in another pseudo-heavenly being wouldn't matter. Creating one was challenging and uncertain, especially given the curse. As for other practitioners, it wasn't necessary and no one volunteered. The Jinling curse affected even external grandmasters subtly. Most importantly, it was unnecessary now. Once Tommy found a way to bypass the curse, he would descend upon Jinling with supreme authority. Then, Kelvin would merely be a dog. Thinking this, Tommy returned to the temple, ignoring everyone. Back in Jinling, Kelvin met Eve and announced something significant. "I want Eve to be the new leader of the lamp-hanging sect." This declaration shocked the entire sect. Everyone stared in disbelief. "What? Eve as leader? What kind of joke is this? Weren't you supposed to be the leader?" "I have no interest in leadership. In the past, stability was uncertain, and I took responsibility to solidify the sect. But I always declined officially taking over. Now that the sect is stable, a leader should be chosen. Silence filled the air. When my footsteps, step by step, generation by generation, we will eventually find a way to break this curse. Kelvin said with a serious and earnest expression. Jinling was once so glorious. I believe in Jinling's potential, and I'm confident it can return to its former glory. Hearing Kelvin's words, the disciples of the Xinding sect felt their blood boiling. Yes, if they could break the curse and cultivate to the celestial realm in Jinling, wouldn't Jinling no longer be a cage? It would once again flourish. Please stop persuading me. I'm not being polite. I genuinely have no desire for the Dane's position. I'm already at the peak 9th rank, which makes me well suited for curse research. I wish to dedicate my remaining energy to something meaningful. Please grant me this. After speaking, Kelvin bowed deeply to the many disciples of the Xinding sect. He's serious. The disciples looked at Kelvin's solemn expression, feeling mixed emotions. A part of the disciples had always been indifferent towards Kelvin, believing his actions were mere publicity stunts to secure the Dane's position. But seeing his current actions, they felt ashamed. They had been thinking about themselves, harboring jealousy, or slandering others. Yet, Kelvin always thought about the collective, the Xinding sect, and Jinling. Even the Aryans, at this moment, felt ashamed. Previously, they submitted to Kelvin only because of his strength, but didn't particularly like him. Now it seemed, their mental realms were far too different. While they craved the Dane's position, Kelvin never even desired it from the beginning. Alright, if everyone truly acknowledges me, let Eve become the next Dane of Xinding sect. Although her strength is lacking, I believe young people should have opportunities to hone their skills. Jim will become the hall master of the Zhuge Hall, and Damien will manage external affairs. The other disciples will be placed in important positions. With the guidance of the Aryans, our Xinding sect can continue generation after generation, flourishing without end. The senior Aryans exchanged glances. Despite Kelvin transferring power to the younger generation, they felt no resentment this time. If Kelvin could give up the Dane's position, how significant was sharing a bit of authority? The freed up time should be used for cultivation. They hope to become great masters quickly and join the research into breaking the curse. Compared to achieving historical fame by breaking the curse, the minor power held by the Xinding sect Aryans seemed trivial. The Xinding sect had never been more united. May your orders be followed. Everyone in the Xinding sect bowed deeply to Kelvin, treating him as if he were still the Dane despite his stepping down. In the Ferguson council chamber, Eve watched the Bruno before her. He wasn't exceptionally handsome, sitting there lazily and chatting with Ferguson Xavion. Eve shook her head. She wasn't worried about these things. With Ferguson Xavion and Kelvin supporting her, there was nothing to fear. What she wanted to say was, brother, I regret it. Do you have any concerns? Seeing Eve's beautiful eyes staring at him intensely, Kelvin asked. Eve couldn't hold back anymore. She stepped forward and threw herself into Kelvin's arms, burying her head in his chest, tears streaming down her face. Kelvin smelled the faint fragrance as she pressed against him. He held Eve tenderly, patting her back, asking calmly, what's wrong? Did someone upset you? Or did someone refuse to acknowledge you as Dane? Tell me, and I'll talk to them. Eve cried harder, hugging Kelvin tightly around the waist. Brother, I'm fine. I just wanted to hug you. Eve replied, tightening her grip. She truly regretted everything. Ferguson Xavion arrived and saw this scene. He frowned slightly, intending to say something, but then he saw Kelvin gently push Eve away, saying, Sister, as a future Dane, you need to learn to control your emotions. Xavion stopped himself from speaking. At the same time, he felt a hint of sympathy for Kelvin. Trapped in Jinling, perhaps solving the curse was the only way forward. But how easy was it to break such a curse? This Bruno, now seemingly without a future path, must feel very hopeless. Xavion hadn't considered Kelvin having another way to leave Jinling, as there was only one way out. As for the Holy Temple, no one had ever thought about it. Entering the Holy Clan space was already a tremendous fortune. Non-Holy Clan members likely couldn't enter the Holy Temple. This recent event confirmed that fact. ###Chapter 207, Bowen's lineage. The Xinding sect suddenly held a ceremony to appoint a new sect leader. To everyone's surprise, it was not Kelvin but the daughter of the previous sect leader, one of the 8 beauties of Jinling, Alida. This left everyone baffled. Who in the Xinding sect could be more suited to succeed as the sect leader than Kelvin? However, the reason why Kelvin did not take up the position quickly spread, and for a moment, all the cultivators of Jinling were deeply moved. Kelvin truly has great righteousness. Indifferent to fame and power, he has no interest in authority. Such a mindset makes us ashamed. He actually wants to secure a future for all cultivators in Jinling. Such ambition is unmatched in the world. I used to look down on Kelvin, thinking he was just lucky. Now I finally understand why the Sacred Clan chose him. Indeed, when I learned Kelvin knew outsiders were unwilling to enter Jinling. If their ancestors pressured them, they could still arrange for some to come in. But after waiting a month, there was still no reaction. It was clear they had no intention of sending more new path cultivators. This didn't make Kelvin happy. Such abnormality was definitely suspicious. Kelvin discussed this issue with Hoyt, who agreed but remained calm. Whatever their intentions, we don't need to worry. The new path hasn't mastered Jinling over all these years. Jinling has its own unique nature. Looking into Hoyt's shining eyes, Kelvin felt this old man had many secrets too. Seeing that the new path indeed wasn't sending anyone in, Kelvin finally relaxed. He began using the Tai Chi technique to refine the essence of the 2 quasi-immortals. He had accumulated a large amount of purple factors. Refining the essence of the 2 quasi-immortals was more than enough, and he didn't have to worry about heavenly retribution. Having already reached the peak of the 9th rank, Refining the essences of the two quasi-immortals made the spiritual energy in his dantian extremely concentrated. Although the two quasi-immortals only added about 20% more spiritual energy, this breakthrough signified a major leap. Kelvin thought that with his current strength, he could easily slay quasi-immortals without help from Patrick and Clinton. At this level, Kelvin faintly sensed the aura of the vermilion bird fruit flowing within him, its Tao patterns beginning to fuse with his spiritual energy, elevating him further. Kelvin understood why this happened. The vermilion bird fruit served as an immortal guide, and now that his realm had reached a certain intensity, his spiritual energy was naturally combining with the guide, pushing him toward the immortal realm. Naturally, Kelvin wouldn't achieve the immortal realm. He suppressed his cultivation level and refined the remaining aura of the vermilion bird fruit. Of course, as Kelvin advanced again, he vaguely detected a special aura hidden within Jinling, one that made him particularly uncomfortable. It felt like an invisible stench, despite nothing being wrong, making him feel filthy after bathing. It was as if death loomed over him, filled with negative emotions. This must be Jinling's curse, the 5 declines of immortality. Kelvin perceived these feelings carefully. Even though they didn't affect him physically, the illusions were extremely uncomfortable. Kelvin couldn't spend much effort familiarizing himself with this sensation. His statement about entering seclusion to study the curse was mainly to conceal his impending disappearance. But Kelvin genuinely wanted to solve the curse. Being trapped in Jinling was too difficult. If he found a way to break the curse, they could continue enhancing their strength. Once Jinling became strong enough, who would dare block their path? However, Kelvin knew that with his current strength, solving the curse might be difficult. He could only memorize these sensations, hoping for a chance to find a solution from the outside. Curses don't Jinling. Any secrets from Bowen's lineage weren't surprising. Seemingly aware of Kelvin's thoughts, Bowen simply told him, "This prince is just like you, unable to leave Jinling." Chapter 208. Preparations to depart. Senior brother Phelan, are you really going into seclusion? Jim gazed at Kelvin by the Xuanhuan River with a look of deep reluctance. Yeah, this time, it will be for a long period. Moreover, in order to research the curse, there may also be unforeseen accidents. So, remember everything I've asked of you. Kelvin casually provided a reason to Jim. Jim nodded. I remember. First, find someone to act as your stand-in, occasionally showing up as you around Jinling. Second, if something arises that can't be resolved or if Xiuxian sends strong opponents, find Ferguson Baron, get the 3 letters you placed with him, and deliver them to the leader of Xinyan Sect, Hoyt, and Amato. They'll help Xiandeng Sect deal with these people and maintain its peace. Kelvin nodded, looking at Jim. You've taken the Zhuke fruit. With your talent, plus the resources of Xiandeng Sect, achieving K-Leister status shouldn't be difficult. Practice diligently. The Zhuke Hall will depend on you. Jim looked at Kelvin gratefully. The 1,000-year-old Zhu fruit was incredibly precious, yet senior brother Phelan had directly given it to him. Senior brother Phelan, do you not have confidence? Jim looked at Kelvin, hesitating but ultimately saying, it feels like you're preparing for what comes after. Kelvin's lips twitched as he couldn't resist kicking Jim. Scram. Don't tell anyone about what I assigned you. All right. Seeing Kelvin's explosive behavior, Jim was oddly delighted, hurrying away cheerfully. As soon as Jim left, Kelvin saw Alita approaching. Facing the river breeze, her delicate face framed by disheveled hair radiated a refreshing beauty. Walking up to Kelvin, the wind lifted her dress, revealing a segment of her smooth, white calf. Brother. Alita stood gracefully before Kelvin, calling him in a gentle, obedient voice. Kelvin looked at Alita and said, I feel I'm about to break through my limits and need to go into seclusion for a while. For any unresolved issues within Xiandeng Sect, seek out Ferguson Baron. He'll help you. With your talent, becoming a K-Leister shouldn't take too long. Once you reach that level, you can control the situation more effectively, making things easier. Additionally, I've always kept the gate to Xiandeng Sect's treasure vault open. No lamplighting technique is needed to enter. Use what's inside without hesitation. Being a miser has no meaning. In places like Xingshan Hall, continue doing good work. We shouldn't just focus on the world's prosperity, but also show compassion towards those less fortunate. This land was left by the Holy Clan to embody their ideals. You won't go wrong by adhering to this philosophy. Furthermore, select more disciples from poor families. People raised from humble beginnings will be loyal to you. Listening to Kelvin's earnest instructions, mist welled up in Alita's clear, star-like eyes. He had thought of everything for her. However, she had the same concerns as Jim. Seeming to know what Alita was thinking, Kelvin said, There's something I will only tell you, don't tell anyone else. With wide, bright eyes, Alita vigorously nodded. I never told you why I could save you from Crew. After knocking all of you unconscious, it suffered from Jinling's curse, giving me the opportunity. After being cursed, Crew didn't die. Thus, I plan to enter the space again, hoping to find a breakthrough from Crew. Alita paused, looking at Kelvin. Crew isn't easy to deal with. Not easy at all. Actually, I have another goal. To see if Crew knows a way out of Jinling. The Jinling curse must be resolved. If we can't find a solution here, we'll search outside. Even if I can't solve the curse, I'll still find a way to get you out of Jinling, not letting you waste your life here. Alita gazed at Kelvin affectionately, overwhelmed with emotion. Thinking of the dangers Kelvin might face, she said, Wasting my life is better than risking yours. If I could live peacefully with you in Jinling, I'd be content. Stop saying nonsense. If there were no choice, I wouldn't say anything. But now there is a choice, and facing danger doesn't mean retreating. That's not my style. But, Kelvin waved his hand. My mind is made up. Seeing Alita biting her lip, tears welling up, Kelvin added, You hold a special place in my heart. These words are only for you, our secret. A woman needs a unique position in your life to deepen her impression. Kelvin had mastered this subtle manipulation. Indeed, Alita couldn't stop her tears from flowing freely. Once wary of Kelvin, Alita now completely relied on him. Imagining Kelvin in danger or possibly leaving, an overwhelming sense of reluctance surged in her heart. Unable to hold back, she collapsed into Kelvin's arms, sobbing against him. Her warm, fragrant body pressed against him, making him instinctively want to lift his head. Enough. Stop crying. As the head of a sect, crying isn't fitting. Kelvin comforted her, holding her face in his hands and wiping away her tears with his fingers. His touch felt silky, like touching an infant's skin. Such intimate actions made Alita blush, but also enjoy the sensation. She didn't avoid him, only averting her gaze. Crew isn't easy to deal with. If things aren't possible, don't push yourself. Many have lived through the past millennium in Jinling. I can accept my fate. Life with you here would be enough, Alita said. I understand. Kelvin stopped his actions naturally, turning to gaze at the Xuanhuan River, hands clasped behind his back. Standing there, Alita admired Kelvin's sharply defined profile, illuminated by the shimmering water. Suddenly, he seemed exceptionally handsome. This feeling made Alita feel uneasy. Growing up, she had never experienced such emotions. Unsure how to handle them, she could only quietly stand beside Kelvin, frequently glancing at him. Kelvin didn't know what Alita was thinking. He had been coaxing her, hoping she would follow his plans for Xiandeng's sect. Though he didn't know if leaving Jinling would affect the populace's mind power, trying wouldn't hurt. At that moment, he was repeatedly calling Tanya. He indeed wanted to confront Crew, but both Tanya and Crew were avoiding him, much to his frustration. Tanya would eventually appear, but what Kelvin most wished to see was Crew. Crew dodging him only confirmed his suspicion. It feared meeting him because of the sacred temple sword? This sword must have significant meaning. Chapter 209, Departure. Late at night, Jinling was immersed in deep slumber. A figure appeared before the tightly shut gates of the holy temple. He stood in front of the grand gate, which had been closed for 1,000 years. The vortex that once appeared before it had long since vanished. Gazing at the vermilion gate, which bore no marks of time, it looked just like any other gate belonging to a high-ranking family. Ezra's mind moved, and his sword landed in his hand. Then he walked straight toward the gate. As expected, this gate did not obstruct him. Unlike before when anyone approaching would be halted by an invisible force, he reached out to push the gate, only to hear it creak and open on its own. Ezra did not hesitate for a moment, stepping inside immediately. The moment Ezra entered, the gate automatically closed behind him. Holding the sword of the Holy Clan, Ezra walked through the holy temple freely, without hindrance. Ezra wasn't in a hurry to find the stone door, but chose to wander within the temple first. He wanted to see if there were any treasures within the Holy Clan's premises. So many people wanted to come in. Perhaps there were some supreme treasures inside. If he was going to leave Jinling, obtaining such a treasure would be beneficial for self-protection. However, as Ezra roamed around, he found nothing valuable. Not even a single artifact. The rooms were empty, with no items whatsoever. The holy temple was vast and covered in a thick layer of dust everywhere. Yet, time had not eroded or weathered anything. Even papers left on tables remained intact. Clearly, the holy temple had some mysterious power protecting everything inside. Ezra wandered again, then walked back to the central hall. Looking at the rows of spirit tablets, he bowed respectfully and lit incense for them once more. Of course, Davis and others learned about this almost instantly. At the big tree in town, Davis muttered upon seeing this scene. This boy seems to be preparing to leave Jinling. I should get Adnan to keep an eye on him, so he doesn't do something rash with the sword. Davis rubbed his head, feeling an intense headache. Those people hesitating and unable to make a decision. It might be too late if the boy did something unexpected. After paying respects and lighting incense for the Holy Clan's ancestors, Ezra inspected the shrine thoroughly. He thought he might find something useful, having already acquired the sword and sword-riding technique from this place. Unfortunately, despite a meticulous search, he found nothing. Paloma. Ezra called out, intending to leave Jinling, but after uttering her name, he stopped. Paloma couldn't enter the holy temple either. Ezra no longer cared about Paloma or Adnan. If they didn't show up, he would leave on his own. He doubted that Davis would let him go completely free. When the time came, Paloma and Adnan would probably have to seek him out again. Now they ignored him, but later on, they would regret their actions. Thinking about these matters, Ezra headed towards the stone door. Reappearing before the long wall, he examined it closely this time, knowing each section represented a stone door that could lead anywhere if pushed incorrectly. Ezra carefully studied the wall. This time, he noticed fine seams between the stones, indicating where each stone door lay. Likewise, he saw patterns etched into the blue stone ground adjacent to the wall. But due to the thick dust covering it, these patterns were obscured. Last time, he hadn't noticed them. Removing the thick dust this time, he discovered that the patterns were words. Qingzhou Yuzhou, Yuzhou. The words on the blue stones corresponded to different stone doors. Ezra guessed these must indicate possible destinations. Noticing the door he had previously pushed, it was labeled Yinjian, obviously leading to the niche space. After pondering, Ezra stepped forward and pushed the door leading to Yuzhou. If he remembered correctly, after Deqian relocated its capital, it moved to Yuzhou. Pushing the door, Ezra felt an immense force pulling him in, followed by a sensation of spatial travel. This experience resonated with the shadowy movement technique he learned from the purple coffin, causing subtle tremors within him. It felt like harmonizing with space itself. Do the shadow steps also relate to the Holy Clan's teleportation array? Ezra murmured, thinking about the woman in the red wedding dress in the purple coffin. Ezra opened the stone door, crossing through the spatial portal. Instantly, Paloma sensed the weakening connection with Ezra. Seeing this, her expression changed as she told Adnan, Ezra has left Jinling. What? Adnan's eyes widened in shock as he looked at Paloma. Paloma confidently said, our master established a special link between me and Ezra. Now I feel this connection weakening. If he were still in Jinling, it wouldn't weaken like this. So, the only possibility is that he is far away from Jinling, very far. And it happened instantly, meaning he used spatial teleportation. How can that guy just up and leave? Adnan panicked. Davis had asked him to follow Ezra and monitor him. Now, the person was gone. Damn, things got complicated. Ezra, you bastard. You're really ruthless, leaving without a word. If I had known, I wouldn't have avoided him. But, he holds the holy sword. Who wants to be under his command? You explain yourself to our master, Paloma retorted, somewhat irritated. Ezra had been summoning her frequently recently, but Adnan kept blocking her, saying it would cause unnecessary trouble. Now that Ezra was gone, it would be difficult to locate him. Suddenly, Adnan summoned a breeze to appear next to the stone door. As Davis's bull, although he couldn't access every part of the holy temple, he could enter this courtyard and had the privilege to bring others in, which is how Patrick and the others were brought in. Can you find out which door he used? Adnan asked Paloma. Paloma glanced at the wall, but saw no traces. Only a thin layer of dust on the ground, which Ezra had cleaned to read the inscriptions, giving no clues. Seeing Paloma shake her head, Adnan's face darkened further. How far can you sense him? Paloma thought for a moment and replied, about 300 miles is strong, 500 miles is weak. Beyond that, no connection. Enough. Let's find him, and don't tell the master. Adnan was scared. Escorting Ezra into the holy temple wasn't enough. Now he had messed up again. Master's temper could mean eating beef if things went wrong. Adnan didn't dare inform Davis and only wished to find Ezra quickly to resolve the issue. Seeing Paloma hesitant, Adnan added, I can help you look into Tianjai. Fine. Paloma decided without hesitation. Hashtag chapter 210, Lushan Mountain in Yuzhou. Lushan Mountain in Yuzhou. It wasn't the highest mountain in Yuzhou, nor was it the steepest or most picturesque. It was not a very well-known mountain. In fact, it was an extremely ordinary mountain range. In Yuzhou, there were countless such mountains, so many that no one paid much attention to them. At this moment on this mountain, dawn had yet to break. Two people were climbing the mountain, carrying lanterns with them. One of them was a Bruno, a sword sheathed at his waist, and he looked handsome. The other was a young girl dressed in green attire. She was petite and graceful with delicate features. Her forehead glistened with a fine layer of sweat from climbing, her face flushed red, her big eyes sparkling beautifully. Pouting, she complained, Ferguson brother G, did you trick me out here just to climb this mountain in the dead of night? The Bruno's name was Dwayne. He replied, Michelle, don't be impatient. The sunrise up there is the most beautiful. Didn't you say you love sunrises the most? I'm taking you up to see it. The young girl's long, alluring lashes fluttered as she said, Ferguson brother G, are you being so kind? Isn't it because you're afraid of father punishing you for leaving the capital? So you drag me along to shield yourself? If I stand between you and father's anger, he won't punish you too severely. Our Michelle is as smart as ever, Dwayne praised while giving her a thumbs up. Who else does father pamper the most? If I left the capital alone, I would definitely be beaten to a pulp. But if I say I accompanied you, he might only scold me a little. The young girl pursed her tender red lips and asked, but, Ferguson brother, why did you bring me here? I don't believe you're really so kind-hearted, taking me to watch the sunrise. If you don't tell me the truth, I'll tell father you forced me to leave the capital. Dwayne hurriedly reassured her, good sister, don't frame your Aryan brother like that. I came here to investigate traces of the Holy Clan. Traces of the Holy Clan? The girl stared at Dwayne in disbelief. There are Holy Clan traces here? Dwayne now proudly explained, do you know what your Aryan brother does? Manage sundries, Michelle interrupted. Dwayne's face froze for a moment before correcting her indignantly, I'm the archivist of the Mirror platform. That's the same thing, Michelle replied dismissively. There are plenty of archivists. You manage old, dusty, meaningless records that even dogs wouldn't read. You might as well be managing sundries. Dwayne, fuming with anger, looked at the girl. Do you still want to know why I brought you here? Michelle immediately shut her rosy lips and stared at Dwayne with her wide eyes. Dwayne then continued, yes, the records I manage are mostly ancient and have little content. Many are just daily logs of some Mirror platform figures. But after reviewing them extensively, I discovered something. Pausing to relish his own brilliance, he continued, the secret of the seven-colored divine dawn could be here. These words made Michelle's eyes widen in disbelief as she stared at Dwayne. She was also a cultivator and knew what the seven-colored divine dawn was. It was the best Heavenman guide for cultivators. Heavenman guides varied in quality. Although any item imbued with Tao resonance could serve as a guide, the quality, quantity, and ease of absorption differed greatly. Higher quality, greater quantity, and easier absorption indicated a higher grade Heavenman guide. The higher the grade of a Heavenman guide, the more efficiently one could absorb heavenly energy, carry Tao meanings, and harmonize with the heavens. For example, her father's Heavenman guide was a pure flame born within a volcano. He obtained it during a volcanic eruption and used it to aid him in achieving the heavenly realm. This pure flame was nurtured by nature for years, embodying the essence of fire, naturally infused with Tao resonance. It was especially attuned to the principles of earth fire. Because of this, her father's practice of fire-based Tao techniques progressed incredibly quickly. He built a solid foundation using this guide, aligning himself more closely with the Tao of the universe, making his cultivation easier than others. His Heavenman guide was considered top tier. Yet, even such a powerful Heavenman guide paled in comparison to the seven-colored divine dawn. It occupied a unique tier among all Heavenman guides. The seven-colored divine dawn appeared only at the transition between day and night, where heaven and earth intersect, balancing yin and yang. Thus, it contained the Tao resonances of the sun and moon, heaven and earth, and yin and yang. Imagining the immense benefits, this second cultivator was from Jinling and was a disciple of the Holy Clan. Michelle blinked at her Aryan brother. Was he crazy? Drawing conclusions based on these speculations about a legendary Heavenman guide? Seemingly sensing her thoughts, Dwayne continued, I tested my hypothesis and verified various pieces of information. Surprisingly, many details lined up. For instance, when the Holy Clan appeared in Yuzhou, they were always first spotted near Lushan. This suggests Lushan could indeed be one of the Holy Clan's mysterious teleportation sites. Michelle didn't respond to Dwayne. She thought he was just overthinking it. These clues weren't convincing enough. But she knew her Aryan brother often had wild imaginations. He'd nearly been beaten by father multiple times for such antics. Fine, let's just pretend we're here to watch the sunrise. This mountain isn't special anyway. If I had a choice, I wouldn't pick this one. Chapter 211, Divine Dawn. As the two continued their climb, they were almost at the mountain peak. At this moment, a faint redness began to appear at the summit, like a sharp blade slicing through the night's darkness. This streak of red quickly spread, gradually turning into a shade of orange. The first rays of dawn pierced through the mountains and trees, casting a golden glow over the earth. The mist in the valleys was awakened by the morning light, slowly rising and drifting like colorful veils between the peaks. At the junction of the mountain top and the sky, it resembled a narrow strip of heaven. The integration of mountains, clouds, and colors formed a breathtaking picture of the morning dawn. In the midst of this celestial painting, suddenly, hues of colored Tao rhythms began to pulsate, resembling living, colorful tadpoles within the clouds. Red, orange, yellow, green, blue, indigo, violet. Various hues of Tao rhythm danced and gathered in the swirling mist, gradually forming a rainbow-colored dragon. This scene made Beatrice's eyes widen, and she couldn't help but glance sideways at Dwayne. Her daydreaming second brother, who loved to make wild guesses, had actually guessed correctly this time. The seven-colored divine dawn truly existed here. Beatrice blinked her eyes vigorously and stared intently at the peak of Jilu Mountain, where a ribbon-like, multicolored divine dawn had already condensed. Jilu Mountain wasn't particularly high. If they hadn't been close to the peak, they wouldn't have seen this spectacle. Dwayne's face was flushed with excitement. Observing the seven-colored divine dawn blending with the clouds, he channeled his spiritual energy into Baron. You're despicable. Despicable? Baron sneered. I'll deal with you later. This seven-colored divine dawn won't last forever. As he spoke, his eyes focused on the seven-colored divine dawn, now fully formed, like a shimmering, seven-hued dragon dancing amidst the dawn clouds. Seeing Baron dash toward the peak, Dwayne endured the pain and cast a wind-based Dao spell, propelling himself at Baron. The spell transformed into sharp wind blades. But Baron paid no attention and simply said, "Please help subdue these two, uncles." As Baron spoke, the two cultivators accompanying him acted swiftly. Their Tao intent surged, drawing down immense spiritual energy from the heavens, pressing down like a mountain. Dwayne's wind blades vanished instantly, overwhelmed by the overwhelming pressure. Blood gushed from his mouth as he struggled under the weight of the spiritual energy, unable to break free. Meanwhile, Beatrice bolted down the mountain upon seeing Baron appear, intending to escape and gather reinforcements. It wasn't that she abandoned her brother. She knew she had to get help. However, she didn't run far before feeling an overwhelming wave of spiritual energy pinning her down. She could not resist and was forced to lie flat on the mountain. Heavenly cultivators. Dwayne and Beatrice felt utterly helpless against such adversaries. Hold still. The two heavenly cultivators restrained the Thus, he immediately recognized what floated before him. So this is the Sacred Clan's doing. A spatial passage creating the perfect heavenly guide? Impressed by the Sacred Clan's ingenuity, Kelvin acted swiftly. His hand extended towards the divine dawn, enveloped in a torrent of spiritual energy. Grasping it, he activated the Taichu art, absorbing the radiant dawn into his chi-si. The seven-colored divine dawn could only exist for less than 100 breaths. Otherwise, its essence would dissipate into the cosmos. Whether it would reassemble depended on favorable conditions. Just as Baron was about to reach the divine dawn, it vanished into someone else's grasp. This sudden change left him stunned. It was as if he was about to enjoy a piece of meat, only for someone to snatch it away right before he took a bite. Chapter 212, Slaying a Celestial Being. Kill him. Kill him. Baron shouted with a distorted face after coming back to his senses. This was the heavenly guide that could reverse his destiny and alter his fate. It had been within reach, almost tangible. But now, it was gone. His dream crumbled at the last moment. How could he accept this reality? All he wanted now was to tear apart the person who ruined his plans. Uncle, kill him. Kill him. Baron's body trembled in rage, his eyes bloodshot as he bellowed. In fact, after Kelvin seized the seven-colored dawn, one of the celestial beings immediately acted to stop him from consuming it. However, because they were restraining Dwayne and Inna, they were some distance from the mountaintop. By the time they reached the peak, Kelvin's Taichu technique had already incorporated the heavenly guide into his chi-si. Accompanying Baron's voice, the celestial being decisively attacked, unleashing explosive power. His fists glowed, forming translucent symbols as he struck directly towards Kelvin. F***CK, the Holy Clan is really full of hate. I didn't expect someone would still be guarding the passage entrance after 1,000 years. Facing the murderous celestial being, Kelvin muttered under his breath about the Holy Clan. Still, his reaction was incredibly swift. A streak of sword light shot out as his sword technique reached its pinnacle, flashing like silver light straight towards the opponent. The celestial being did not expect Kelvin to possess the sword technique. As the sword approached his throat, he hastily dodged to the side. But he was too close to Kelvin. Even though he avoided the vital areas, the sword pierced through his shoulder, creating a bloody hole and splattering blood on the ground. The intense pain made him clutch his shoulder and retreat several steps, looking at Kelvin in disbelief. Despite being close and having no way to avoid it, he chose to defend himself instead of attacking Kelvin. With the strength of a celestial being, he still got stabbed. Such power far exceeded what an ordinary human could achieve. Yet, the celestial being found no opportunity. The sword technique was too fast for him to do anything but dodge clumsily. Yet because it was so fast, even dodging couldn't completely evade it. He continually suffered more injuries, each new wound bleeding profusely. The mounting pain continuously weakened his combat ability. In this vicious cycle, Kelvin finally caught him. A long sword pierced through his chest, leaving a deep, bloody hole through which ribs could be seen. Boom! The celestial being fell to the ground, still alive, but without any fighting capacity. Kelvin paused his flying sword. Using such high-frequency sword techniques consumed vast amounts of his spiritual energy and divine soul. He needed to catch his breath. Kelvin still stood afar, bathed in the golden morning light, appearing like a sword immortal. Dealing with one celestial being took less than 10 breaths. This outcome left everyone present disbelieving, for they all sensed that Kelvin was merely a mortal. Could a mortal be this powerful? And was the sword technique a mortal skill? The proficiency just displayed. Everything surpassed their understanding. Unaware of their thoughts, Kelvin scanned Baron. "In with me? Offering strangers as leverage?" Hearing this, Dwayne urgently called out, "Brother, save me, and I'll get whatever you want from my father." Kelvin didn't even glance at him. The sword rested on Baron's neck, pressing slightly. The icy touch made Baron's legs shake. "I am of the Xiuxian family. If you kill me, my family will surely hunt you down." Kelvin squinted at Baron, uninterested in his threats. He pondered how to deal with the remaining celestial being. Killing the first celestial being caught him off guard. Combined with his abundant spiritual energy and sword technique, the first strike critically wounded him, allowing for quick resolution. But the other celestial being was prepared, making the sword technique less effective. It wouldn't be easy to handle him. After all, he was a genuine celestial being. Kelvin's silence delighted Baron. Thinking Kelvin was scared of the Xiuxian family, he hastened, "Release me, and I can promise not to hold today's events against you." Chapter 213, True Flame. Kelvin's train of thought was interrupted by Baron, who had the displeasure of receiving a slap from Kelvin. The sharp sound of the slap stunned Baron. At that moment, Kelvin said, "You're completely clueless. If I killed you, no one would know it was me. Why should I need you not to hold a grudge?" Baron opened his mouth, but suddenly realized the logic behind Kelvin's words. Anderson's essence was far more valuable than that of a pseudo-Anderson. Seeing Kelvin move away from Baron, the Anderson thought he saw an opportunity. He cast a spell, rode the wind beneath his feet, and swiftly rushed toward Baron. This scene filled Dwayne and Inna with joy as they struggled to get up. However, the Anderson's true essence still constrained them, preventing them from using their spiritual energy. Self-inflicted karma leads to inevitable retribution. Moving quickly, the Anderson soon reached Baron. No longer holding back, he looked at Kelvin with deadly intent, his power surging forth. Aware of Kelvin's strength, he held nothing back, revealing his full power as Anderson. He activated his Dao skill, unleashing a raging burst of true essence, which shone with blazing red light. The surrounding spiritual energy boiled like molten lava, causing the space to tremble violently. Intent on taking Kelvin down swiftly, he aimed to eliminate any possibility of a witness. Just as Kelvin wanted to eliminate all witnesses, so did they. In their view, such an extraordinary youth must surely have a powerful mentor behind him. So he unleashed his Dao skill immediately, crimson true essence roaring like a bloody blade, cutting powerfully towards Kelvin. Seeing this, Kelvin also unleashed his full strength. Holding the holy sword, he employed the profound rank Dao skill, Overlord Sword. His spiritual energy was abundant and surged forth. With the Overlord Sword's enhancement, a domineering and tumultuous aura emerged. Transcending 9th rank Great Master, his attack possessed the might of an unbridled river. Boom! As expected, their Dao skills collided. A tremendous explosion sent dirt flying. At the same time, blood trickled from the corner of Kelvin's mouth as he staggered backward, taking dozens of steps before stabilizing himself. At this moment, he felt an intense discomfort in his internal organs. So strong. Kelvin felt fear and awe. Truly, Andersons were immensely powerful. Even with his full strength using the Overlord Sword, he couldn't withstand the Anderson. He had surpassed 9th rank Great Master, yet he still couldn't match this opponent. Kelvin was frightened, but the opposing Anderson also felt bewildered. Unlike his third brother who had been caught off guard and thoroughly suppressed by Kelvin's sword control technique, this fight started with him taking the initiative, using Dao skills right from the beginning. Yet even then, he hadn't severely wounded Kelvin. How could this be possible? Mortals remained mortals because they lacked the celestial Dao resonance that shaped the foundation of Anderson. Their strength had ascended to another level, no longer just simple spiritual energy but a fusion of spiritual energy, powerful assault. Seeking death. The opponent sneered upon seeing Kelvin charge again. He wouldn't underestimate Kelvin this time, and fought with full concentration. How could a mortal challenge Anderson? Even though he could fight against Anderson, he would ultimately lose if the battle dragged on. In terms of sheer power, how could he compete? So, seeing Kelvin come at him again with the Overlord Sword, he also employed his Dao skill, transforming true essence into a massive crimson blade to face Kelvin head-on. This time, he intended to make Kelvin spit blood once more. He wanted to see how many times the other could withstand spitting blood. But as the giant blade was about to meet Kelvin's explosive sword chi, a smile appeared on Kelvin's face, and he suddenly opened his mouth wide. Then, a stream of flames erupted from Kelvin's mouth, instantly turning the surroundings into a sea of fire. The scorching heat ignited everything atop the mountain, reducing plants and grass to ashes upon contact. Fire, consuming everything. Dwayne and Inna hurried downhill and felt the searing heat on their backs. They couldn't help but turn around. What they saw was a vast expanse of fiery sea rushing towards Baron's uncle, the Anderson. True fire? Dwayne and Inna exchanged glances, disbelief and shock evident in their eyes. How could someone in the mortal realm pause struggling to get up? Kelvin threw the holy sword. Using sword technique once more, the holy sword shot out, piercing through the opponent's shoulder and pinning him to the ground. Simultaneously, Kelvin used Shadow Step to swiftly land beside him, slapping his hand on the shoulder. The celestial being felt a chill in his shoulder, and in an instant, all his essence was extracted. Exhausted, he fainted. Lightkeeper. This was his last thought. Recalling Kelvin's mysterious appearance, he sensed the depth of Kelvin's origins. After extracting the essences of 3 individuals, Kelvin finally relaxed. Facing a celestial being of such a high realm, a single mistake could have cost him his life. As for non-celestial beings, they posed little threat. Kelvin's gaze shifted to Dwayne and Inna, who were running towards the foot of the mountain. One more step, and my sword will fly towards you. The voice from behind instantly stopped their steps. Although they were a chi cultivator and a sorcerer respectively, both reaching master level with resources from their father, what did their strength amount to against a youth who had killed 2 celestial beings? Dwayne turned around, clasping his hands in a bow. Thank you, brother, for saving our lives. Kelvin looked at them and said, I'm very weak now. Don't you want to take the chance to kill me? Dwayne saw Kelvin's pale face and indeed noticed his weakness. But you've already said this. How can I dare? This weakness might just be an act. Moreover, 3 strikes, 3 dead. While killing them, he felt something odd. They didn't seem merely unconscious but more like living corpses, showing no reaction to the stabs. These 3 died by my hand. Their deaths have nothing to do with you. Dwayne wisely told Kelvin. Kelvin again displayed disappointment. I said I'm too weak to kill them, yet you hesitate? Your kindness gives me no reason to silence you. Kelvin sighed. Farewell. We should pretend we never met. With that, Kelvin was about to leave. In this vast world, they'd likely never meet again. But at that moment, Dwayne suddenly called out, Brother, wait. Kelvin happily turned back, thinking finally you're going to take advantage of my weakness? Quickly, I'm really weak. You obtained the 7-colored divine radiance. Such power cannot be stored in the spirit sea or chi sea indefinitely. The sooner you refine it, the better. To achieve the celestial being realm, you need massive resources, especially true essence pills required for celestial beings. Brother, return to the mirror platform with me, and I'll ensure Father prepares all the necessary resources for you. Dwayne wanted to recruit Kelvin, already formidable at the mortal realm. Moreover, having the 7-colored divine radiance implied great potential. Most importantly, he emerged from the Holy Clan passage, sparking his Heaven Man inducer, but now he didn't need to choose. The 7-colored divine dawn was the best Heaven Man inducer. Kelvin thanked the Holy Clan once again. They truly lived up to their name, with their influence everywhere, even cultivating treasures like this beside passages. Suddenly, Kelvin wondered if the Holy Temple didn't have much because all the good things were laid out by the Holy Clan elsewhere. Considering this, it seemed highly likely. The small space the Holy Clan created in Jinling aside, it contained numerous opportunities. Even walking through a passage could yield a 7-colored divine dawn as a Heaven Man inducer. So what about other passages? Could there be no other arrangements nearby? Kelvin wished he could return to Jinling and explore each passage. But that was just a thought. Currently, he was deep in Julu Mountain, having found a secluded and quiet place. The sooner he refined the 7-colored divine dawn, the better. That's why he had no intention of interacting with Dwayne and others. Otherwise, he would have gleaned some information from them. Finding an open rock, Kelvin sat cross-legged, immersing his mind in his sea of chi. Strands of Tao essence flowed from the 7-colored divine dawn, continuously permeating his sea of chi, like water nourishing the surrounding soil. The divine dawn is born between heaven and earth, among yin and yang, and during the alternation of day and night, inherently is also like the sun and moon, endlessly alternating without end. Born and nurtured by heaven and earth, Kelvin, through the 7-colored divine dawn, sensed the cosmos breath and enlightened to his own longevity intent. This is the function of the Heaven Man inducer. The better it is, the deeper the cultivator can perceive the cosmos aura. The Heaven Man inducer carries Tao essence, which is the breath of heaven and earth. Now, Kelvin, with the aid of the 7-colored divine dawn, cultivated his longevity intent, merging his spirit energy naturally with Tao essence and blending with the Tao essence of the Heaven Man inducer. He shaped his Tao foundation, enabling him to comprehend the cosmos profoundly, a fundamental distinction from mortals. Why are they called Heaven Man? Because they can sense the cosmos breath. Sitting there, the 7-colored divine dawn refined into him, integrating completely. Such a high-tier Heaven Man inducer contained extremely concentrated cosmic Tao essence, vast and expansive. Although Zhu fruit could also serve as a Heaven Man inducer, it carried very little cosmic Tao essence, limited to a single attribute. Without a medium, its success rate was low, and most importantly, perceiving the cosmos through it would be like seeing the world from the bottom of a well, limited. Therefore, the growth of his Tao intent was restricted. Standing at the peak of a mountain to observe the universe versus observing it from the bottom of a essence. True essence, spirit energy imbued with the cosmos Tao essence, infused with true intent, became true essence. A Heaven Man uses a Heaven Man inducer to connect with the cosmos, allowing Tao intent to carry the cosmos breath, becoming true intent. Kelvin sat silently on the rock, but slowly, a cloud of true essence mist formed in the center of his sea of chi, making his Tao foundation increasingly mature. This practice lasted a long time, from dawn until dusk, with birds occasionally landing on his head. Kelvin maintained the same posture, seemingly becoming one with the rock. As the sun finally set, the surrounding spirit energy around Kelvin suddenly erupted, surging wildly toward him, forming a tide of spirit energy near his hands. The disturbance caused the insect chirping to cease. All the spirit energy was swept away by Kelvin, entering his body. Then, Kelvin opened his eyes, a profound, powerful aura rippling outward, dislodging nearby rocks. His eyes flashed with a piercing light that quickly vanished. In the next moment, the terrifying aura dissipated, and Kelvin returned to his previous tranquil state, appearing ordinary and unremarkable. In the center of Kelvin's sea of chi now resided a steady mist exuding Tao essence. Immersed in this, Kelvin felt the cultivators who inadvertently attracted attention due to their leaking auras. The advantage of being synchronized with the cosmos at all times was that if he were to hide, ordinary cultivators would find it extremely difficult to detect him. Feeling the changes within himself, Kelvin quickly noticed something unusual. He realized his lifespan had increased by 60 years. Yes, he could actually sense how long he could live now. 155 years. After breaking through to the celestial level, he clearly felt how long he could live. An ordinary person's lifespan rarely exceeded 100 years. Even grandmasters were similar. However, after grandmasters broke through to the celestial level, living over a century was no longer a problem, and most celestials could reach 120 years of age. Yet, only a few celestials managed to live past 130. Kelvin read about celestials in the Hanging Lantern Sect's records, which stated that achieving the celestial realm added 2 cycles of life, reaching up to 10 cycles, meaning 120 years. Though Kelvin didn't know how long he could have lived before, he sensed that this breakthrough added 5 cycles, or 60 years to his lifespan. Even for cultivators, increasing their lifespan was not easy. Adding 60 years in one go was nothing short of a miracle. Kelvin thought back to his resolve for immortality and the understanding of the will of longevity. Could it be that this is feeling the vast and powerful true essence within him? He stepped into the void, allowing the true essence to gently carry him. The moonlight bathed him, making him look like a celestial being walking in the night. Just then, Beatrice and Dwayne, descending the mountain, witnessed this scene. The two had remained hidden in a secluded cave on Lu Mountain after Kelvin left. They cautiously descended the mountain only when they felt it was safe at night. Seeing Kelvin walk in the air towards the base of the mountain, Dwayne couldn't help but ask Beatrice, "Are you sure he doesn't have any spatial equipment?" Dwayne was in disbelief. How could he have become a celestial so quickly? Beatrice was equally stunned. She could sense no spatial equipment on Kelvin, not even many spirit stones. Without resources, how could he achieve the celestial realm so swiftly? Even with ample resources, it shouldn't be this fast. They exchanged glances, both seeing astonishment in each other's eyes. Perhaps, I misjudged. Given that he came from the sacred clan passage, he might have means to shield his presence, Beatrice suggested. Dwayne nodded, finding this explanation plausible. At the same time, he was excited. If this being from the sacred clan passage had connections to the sacred clan, informing his father might pique his interest. Perhaps, his father wouldn't hold his secret trip against him. Let's go. While it's still dark, we should leave here and return to the capital as soon as possible, Dwayne said to Beatrice. Unaware of Dwayne and Beatrice's thoughts, Kelvin stopped levitating once he descended the mountain. Walking in the air looked impressive, but consumed a lot of true essence. By the time he reached the bottom, he had already expended 30% of his true essence. Kelvin understood why celestials didn't casually fly around. Who would sacrifice their true essence just for show? It wasn't worth the cost in terms of time and resources. Thus, he chose to walk instead of continuing to float. However, unlike other celestials, the 7-colored dawnlight formed Tao foundation helped him cultivate, gradually restoring his spent true essence. Without a specific destination, Kelvin walked aimlessly after leaving Lu Mountain. Since it was night, he didn't encounter many people. He found an abandoned pavilion and rested there for the night. When dawn arrived the next day, Kelvin continued walking, occasionally passing through villages. He noticed a peculiar phenomenon. These villages were inhabited mostly by ordinary people, lacking even low-tier chi practitioners or martial artists. However, the fields contained medicinal herbs and spirit plants rather than food crops. Worse still, the villages were located in areas with scarce spiritual chi, making it almost impossible for the plants to grow properly. Each field typically produced only a few spirit plants, rendering the effort futile. These villagers appeared malnourished and sickly, having barely enough food. As Kelvin walked for miles, he saw the same scenario everywhere. Occasionally, he heard mournful cries, usually because a family member had starved to death. Chapter 217. As planned, for miles, not a single field was used to grow grain. This wasn't due to the people's unwillingness, but because of the demands from cultivation families. Kelvin observed that this was the norm as he traveled. The world wasn't short of land, yet everywhere was dedicated to growing resources for cultivators. Even if the soil was barren and unsuitable for spiritual herbs, they were still planted. As for grain, he could only occasionally see a small plot being cultivated. Along the way, he also witnessed highwaymen robbing travelers, powerful families oppressing commoners, ferocious beasts feasting on human flesh, evil entities claiming lives at night, malevolent cultivators using humans as furnaces to cultivate dark arts, and destitute refugees floating in rivers. Previously, Kelvin had read history books where many terms were mere descriptors. But after leaving Jinling, he found that the scenes he encountered could be matched with words from historical records. Like cannibalism. When Kelvin first saw it, his hair stood on end. These 4 characters in history books were just simple words, but witnessing such a scene firsthand, he realized how bone-chillingly desperate it was. Kelvin stopped it, and helped those who were about to starve to death. He flew his sword into the mountains and hunted wild beasts for 3 days straight to feed these refugees. Even as a celestial being, he was exhausted after 3 days. What he had seen made him understand why Jinling, despite not being perfect, was still called a sanctuary. After helping them breathe a sigh of relief, Kelvin left. The whole world was so harsh. His help was limited, but he couldn't bear to look away and decided to offer whatever assistance he could. On his journey, Kelvin encountered a band of highwaymen. These previously ruthless marauders now acted like quails, avoiding confrontation and even bypassing passers-by. This unexpected behavior made Kelvin curious. He prepared to confront these ferocious men but instead questioned them. Highwaymen bullying ordinary people were easy targets, but against Kelvin, they were easily subdued. From them, he learned that a Yu family convoy was nearby, and they feared drawing attention and disturbing it. The Yu family ruled Julu like emperors. While they didn't care about the people's welfare, they disliked highwaymen. Whenever they saw them, they would exterminate them. In their eyes, any robbery by highwaymen in Julu was equivalent to stealing from the Yu family. If highwaymen gain more loot, the Yu family would take less from the people. With this knowledge, Kelvin devised a plan and threatened the highwaymen to rob the Yu family's convoy. This frightened the highwaymen pale. They were trying to avoid the Yu family. Surrendering themselves was suicidal. You have nothing to fear. I'm here, and they can't do anything to you, Kelvin said. Of course, you don't have to go, but let's see if my sword is fast enough. The highwayman leader turned ghostly white. Whether he went or stayed, death was inevitable. The difference was waiting to die or dying immediately. Seemingly reading their minds, Kelvin chuckled coldly, stepping into the air. Do you still fear? Kelvin asked sternly. Anderson, the highwayman, who had been easily subdued, knew Kelvin was powerful but never expected him to be a celestial being. They immediately agreed, excitement evident on their faces. The Yu family was powerful in Julu, with few celestial beings among their core members. Not every convoy had a celestial being for protection. Successfully robbing a Yu family convoy would yield far more wealth than robbing 10,000 civilians. More importantly, becoming a subordinate to this celestial being could be the greatest opportunity. There were many highwaymen in Julu, but few had an adept backing them. If they could have a celestial being as their patron, they might establish a stronghold and become notorious bandits. Follow me faithfully. The highwayman leader prostrated himself in respect, showing submission. Kelvin nodded approvingly. I'm not interested in the Yu family's wealth. I simply have a grudge against them, so I intend to cause them trouble. If you cooperate, all the loot will be yours. The highwayman leader was elated. We follow your lead, Lord. Then join me in attacking the Yu family convoy, Kelvin instructed. Yes, Lord. Emboldened by the celestial being's backing, the highwaymen mounted their horses, masked their faces, and galloped towards the Yu family convoy. Their charge drew immediate attention from the convoy. Highwaymen. The Yu family members frowned. Someone dared to rob the Yu family in Julu? These reckless highwaymen would face swift death. Unbothered, they had 2 adepts present, making any ordinary highwayman futile. Eliminate them, one adept ordered the convoy's martial artists and cultivators, who numbered several skilled fighters, most above 5th rank. Kill. Kelvin rode ahead, his face covered, leading the charge. Kelvin held no good impressions of the Yu family, not only because Baron wanted him dead but also because of their oppressive actions forcing farmers to cultivate resources. The Yu family dominated Julu, surrounding forces serving them. Most of the suffering stemmed from the Yu family. To the Yu family, highwaymen were insignificant. But this time, they faced an impossible situation. The masked highwayman charging ahead was actually a grand adept. He unleashed Taoist flames that surged forward, striking several skilled Yu family fighters. Boom! The flames exploded upon impact, killing several fighters instantly. Kelvin charged forward, unstoppable. The Yu family cultivators fell under the fiery attacks. The highwayman leader, invigorated, shouted to his men, kill. They engaged the Yu family guards while Kelvin faced 2 adepts. They fought together, but Kelvin countered with fiery serpents. Despite their strength, the 2 adepts were outmatched. PFT. Their relentless attacks failed to harm Kelvin, who dealt severe injuries in return. This demoralized the Yu family convoy, who started to fall one by one. Abandon the goods and flee. Realizing they couldn't win, the 2 adepts ordered a retreat. The remnants panicked, abandoning their goods to escape. The adepts fled as well, bleeding heavily, riding desperately to escape. But Kelvin pursued one relentlessly, eventually killing one adept. The other escaped along with many convoy members. Don't let them get away. Kill. The highwayman leader excitedly urged his men, chasing the fleeing Yu family fighters, leaving only 2 to guard the loot. They aimed to prove their worth before the celestial being, knowing the Yu family's best were already defeated. Kelvin watched the chase with a slight smile. Everything was going according to his plan. Hashtag chapter 218, dog bites dog. The bud was gravely injured, spurting blood from his mouth as he galloped frantically. Yet he did not dare stop, for the bandits were hot on his heels. The Yu family guards were constantly being overtaken and decapitated by the bandits. This made the Yu family members flee even more desperately, with the patriarch ignoring his injuries and fleeing in a bloody frenzy. Haha, where do you think you can run? You're all going to die. The bandit leader was wildly arrogant, wielding a long saber with a grotesque smile. He felt an unparalleled sense of satisfaction. Killing nobility was far more gratifying than killing commoners. Leading the charge, he slashed a guard's head off with his saber, finally catching up to the Yu family group. Growing more excited, he swung his weapon wildly. Once these people are wiped out, the master will certainly appreciate me. The Yu family members paled in terror, their hopes vanishing. But at that moment, a roar of anger pierced the air. Stop right there, scoundrels! How dare you commit violence in broad daylight? Everyone turned towards the voice, seeing a Bruno riding a sword towards them. This youth was none other than Kelvin, who had discarded his veil and stood on his sword with an imposing aura. The bandit leader instantly recognized Kelvin, momentarily stunned. What did the master say? But he had no time to think further. In the next instant, a streak of sword light fell. The sword light was like lightning, swift and sharp, howling like electricity. Kelvin pushed the sword technique to its limits. What kind of power could this transcendent unleash? How could mere bandits withstand it? Flying swords darted about, slicing through the throats of the bandits. These bandits stared wide-eyed, unable to believe what was happening. Be big. The bandit leader tried to shout but was cut short as the flying sword sped through his neck like lightning. His words died mid-sentence, and he clutched his throat, his eyes filled with fear and confusion before falling to the ground, unwillingly. Sword flashes continued to pierce through the bandits, one after another. Heavenly Transcendent Sword Cultivator. The bud felt immense relief and surprise. Such a young Heavenly Transcendent Sword Cultivator was truly rare. However, seeing Kelvin land gracefully from the air, he hastily dismounted and bowed deeply, saying, "This is Godwin. Thank you, sir, for saving our lives." Kelvin nodded slightly, exuding the pride of a youthful genius. He glanced at them and asked, "You have the surname Yu?" Do you know the third son of Julu's family, Baron? The patriarch beamed. Sir knows our third son? I am of the same clan as the third son, and my son works under him. Kelvin's expression softened. So you are kin to Brother Baron. This is indeed fate. Speaking of which, I haven't seen Brother Baron in a long time. Is he home? This visit could be a good chance to meet him for a drink. The patriarch grew even happier. A heavenly transcendent was friends with their third son. Their lives were now secure. Third son has gone to the capital and isn't in Julu right now, said the patriarch. If Sir wants to see third son, you might have to go to the capital. Unfortunately, our supplies were stolen. Otherwise, we would be delivering supplies to the capital and could take Sir along. The patriarch harbored a secret hope that Kelvin would help recover the supplies. But Kelvin replied, your supplies are still there. When I passed by earlier, those bandits attacked me, so I took care of them. I wanted to return the supplies to you, so I rushed here. The patriarch was overjoyed and asked, did you also deal with the Kleister among them? One sword resolved everything, Kelvin said with pride. This made the patriarch immensely happy. He ordered his subordinates, ride faster, inform Sixth Master of what happened, and get him to send reinforcements for the supplies. After the subordinates left, he turned back to Kelvin. Please wait, sir. We will immediately send more guards to escort the supplies to the capital, and then take you to meet third son. Kelvin nodded slightly, maintaining his proud demeanor. Seeing this, the patriarch held no resentment. Such a young heavenly transcendent naturally carried pride. As a Dane, he was important among ordinary people, but in front of a heavenly transcendent, he was insignificant except for those few esteemed individuals. He speculated that Kelvin had saved them because he guessed they were from the Yu family. After all, the goods bore the Yu family seals. This time, they owed their safety to the blessings of the third son. Soon, more people from the Yu family arrived. At the forefront was a heavenly transcendent riding not a regular horse, but a dragon horse with a horn. Greetings, Sixth Master. The patriarch hurriedly greeted the rider. Sixth Master Curtis nodded, asking, where is friend Wynn's companion? The patriarch led him to where Kelvin rested. Sixth Master Curtis dismounted, smiling at Kelvin. Thank you, young master, for your timely help. Kelvin reigned in his pride, smiling politely. Senior, please don't mention it. Since I'm friends with Brother Yu, I couldn't just stand by when his kin were in danger. Haha, it's truly fortunate for Wynn to have such a friend. May I ask your name and where you met Wynn? Kelvin replied, I am Kelvin, and I met Brother Yu at Maple Leaf Tower in Chua County. Curtis nodded, not probing further into their meeting place. Seeing Kelvin was a heavenly transcendent, he was simply curious about his origins. And may I ask where you hail from? Well, Kelvin showed a hesitant expression. Seeing this, Curtis wasn't angry. Some preferred to hide their backgrounds. Alright, if it's inconvenient, you don't have to say. Kelvin breathed a sigh of relief, bowing. Family rules prohibit revealing my origins to avoid unnecessary trouble. No problem. Curtis didn't press further. If Kelvin wanted to see Baron, he could ask him once they met. They chatted for a while before Kelvin added, I heard Senior is heading to the capital. Could I join you? I've never been there, and it would be nice to meet Brother Yu again. Of course. Curtis agreed. And don't call me Senior anymore. Since you're friends with Wind, call me Uncle. Thank you, Uncle. Kelvin responded. Oh, by the way, that Kleister threatened me before dying, saying that Tanglang Mountain would ensure my demise. Uncle, what is Tanglang Mountain? Is there something stronger than the Yu family in Julu? Curtis's face darkened, coldly snorting. Who dared to steal our supplies in Julu? Those bandits from Tanglang Mountain. The others were equally indignant. Tanglang Mountain housed a bandit stronghold with several heavenly transcendents as leaders, whom the Yu family had tolerated. But they hadn't expected them to provoke the Yu family, thinking they were scared of them. Curtis thought that without Kelvin's aid, the Yu family might have been annihilated. He decided to inform the family to take care of Tanglang Mountain. They couldn't let them grow unchecked. Sensing Curtis's murderous intent, Kelvin smiled inwardly. Apart from hitching a ride to the capital, his real motive was personal. The starving refugees forced to eat their children had been driven to desperation by Tanglang Mountain's bandits. With his limited strength, he couldn't defeat the stronghold alone. So he used this opportunity to eliminate the menace. Dog bites dog very well. This was his small contribution to helping those refugees. Chapter 219. The Yu family is truly great. The capital city was bustling, its towering walls and broad streets reflecting its prosperity. As they traveled along the crowded streets, Curtis arranged for someone to sell the goods, while he accompanied Kelvin to the Yu family's residence in the capital. The Yu family's residence wasn't extravagant. It was just a two-courtyard house not located in the city center. However, this was the capital. Even with land being at a premium and surrounded by high-ranking officials, having a two-courtyard house here demonstrated the wealth of the Yu family. You mean my third brother, fifth brother, and Gustav aren't at the residence? Where have they gone? Curtis asked the household servant after inquiring about their whereabouts, his brow slightly furrowed. The servant doesn't know where they've gone, the servant replied. Curtis asked again, have you checked Gustav's residence in Willow Lane? Where are they? The servant shook his head. We've checked, but the third young master and the other two aren't there. Upon hearing this, Curtis looked at Kelvin and sighed, young nephew. It's really unfortunate that Gustav and the others are out. Kelvin sighed as well. I had hoped to spend an evening drinking with Brother Yu without returning home, but it seems we're not destined to meet today. He paused for a moment and added, I came to the capital specifically to see Brother Yu, hoping he could show me around. Now, I'm a bit at a loss. Curtis offered, if you don't mind, you can stay temporarily at our residence. Is that possible? Kelvin's face lit up with delight. Wouldn't that be too much trouble? Having a celestial being willing to stay with him was no small honor, and Curtis naturally didn't mind. He smiled and said, your presence will only add glory to our humble abode. Kelvin responded, in that case, I won't hesitate. However, your residence is quite populated, and I might disturb you. How about this? Brother Yu has a place in Willow Lane. Can I stay there and wait for him? Oh? Curtis hesitated. That was a separate residence, specially prepared by Baron for his own enjoyment. Was it appropriate for Kelvin to ask to stay there? What's wrong? Is there a problem? Oh, did I overstep? Perhaps my relationship with Brother Yu isn't close enough yet. There's nothing like that. Your relationship is clearly very close, like brothers, Curtis quickly reassured him. A young sword cultivator who was also a celestial being and possessed the sword mastery skill was undoubtedly a prized asset in Baron's social circle. If any rift were to develop because of him, it could affect Baron's future ascension to family head. So, we'll follow your wishes. I'll arrange for someone to take you there. Oh. Kelvin waved his hand hurriedly. Uncle, there's no need to send servants or maids to care for me. Before I left, my family instructed me to focus on self-cultivation during my travels and not indulge in comfort. Curtis inwardly thought he hadn't planned to send servants or maids either. Even Baron didn't enjoy such treatment in the capital. But from Kelvin's words, it was clear he came from an illustrious background, accustomed to luxury. Staying for just a few days required so many arrangements. Though Kelvin hadn't mentioned this initially, now that he did, how could Curtis refuse? He could only say, while your family may have said that, cultivation shouldn't be hindered by trivial matters. Having servants assist with daily tasks allows more time for cultivation. Let me assign 2 maids and 2 servants to serve you. This, Kelvin hesitated, finally saying, my family has given specific instructions. If they find out, I'd likely receive a scolding. How about this? There's no need for servants. Uncle, if you can arrange for someone to clean the residence each day, I'm not good with household chores, and I wouldn't want to make the place untidy. When Brother Yu returns, it would be awkward otherwise. Curtis silently cursed. Wasn't this still asking for service? But on his face, he smiled politely. Of course. Xian, escort young Master Kelvin to the residence and ensure he is well attended to. Turning to one of the Yu family disciples nearby, he gave the order. The disciple bowed deeply in acknowledgement. Nephew, I have many things to attend to and can't accompany you to Willow Lane. If you need anything, please instruct Xian. Kelvin quickly replied, Uncle, please tend to your business. I'll go to Brother Baron's residence and hope he hasn't returned to Julu. If he comes back tonight, perhaps we can spend an evening drinking together. Curtis smiled. I'll arrange for someone to locate him and inform him of your arrival. Thank you, Uncle. After exchanging formalities, Kelvin followed Xian to Willow Lane. The distance between the Yu residence and Willow Lane was considerable, so they used a carriage, taking over half an hour to arrive. Willow Lane, named as such, was naturally filled with theaters and pleasure quarters. Baron had bought a small house here for convenience and enjoyment. As Kelvin walked along, he saw numerous theaters and pleasure houses. Finally, at a corner, he found Baron's residence. Though small, with only 2 or 3 rooms, it was exquisitely crafted, featuring a small courtyard with a cinnamon tree. In late autumn, the osmanthus flowers were in full bloom, filling the air with a sweet fragrance as soon as one entered. Master, this is the residence of the 3rd young master, Xian bowed respectfully. Kelvin nodded coldly. Xian grew even more respectful. While Kelvin was courteous and friendly to Lord Six, he maintained an innate air of superiority when facing them. Of course, Xian didn't consider this a problem. Why should a celestial being be cordial to ordinary chi cultivators like them? This demeanor was perfectly normal. Master, shall we prepare fresh bedding for you? Xian continued. Kelvin nodded. Arrange it as you see fit. Also, I'm hungry. Prepare some wine and food for me. And buy a rocking chair to place under the osmanthus tree. I'll take care of it right away. Xian hurriedly agreed. With a wave of his hand, the servants and maids accompanying him immediately set about tidying the house and laying out fresh bedding. Soon after, they brought back wine and food from a restaurant, along with a rocking chair placed under the osmanthus tree. Once everything was done, they respectfully withdrew. Seeing them leave, a smile crept across Kelvin's usually cold face. He lounged in the rocking chair, munching on a chicken leg and occasionally sipping wine. How delightful. Even in this world, he was living comfortably. Luxurious mansion. Servants. Thanks to the Yu family. Otherwise, he wouldn't have known how to manage in the capital, especially finding a place to stay, which involved many mundane tasks he'd have to handle himself. Now, everything could be handled by the Yu family. If he wanted information, he could simply ask. Yes, Baron truly was a great friend. He recognized it was worth it. Tomorrow, he would have the Yu family help him buy some joss paper and burn it to tell Baron about all this, expressing his gratitude properly. Note, the original text contains informal language and colloquialisms which have been translated to maintain the natural flow. Chapter 220, The Fool. In the days that followed, Kelvin's daily activities were simple. Cultivation, wandering around the capital, and lounging in his courtyard. Through his continuous cultivation, Kelvin became increasingly familiar with the profound mysteries realm. His foundation within this realm had become solidified, his breath resonating harmoniously with the universe, slowly enhancing his strength. However, Kelvin noticed that since arriving in the capital, no more mental energy had been provided to him. He speculated that it was because he was too far from Jinling, preventing the mental energy there from crossing the distance and transforming into purple particles. But for the short term, Kelvin didn't need to worry too much about mental energy. Although the refinement and absorption of the 2 celestial beings' essences had consumed many purple particles, he still had a significant amount of mental energy left over from Jinling. This would be sufficient for the near future. Compared to mental energy, cultivation resources were more important. With the great origin secret scripture and cultivation resources, one could directly refine and absorb them. Though not as effective as devouring cultivators' essences, it was unethical to casually absorb others' cultivation essence without cause. Doing so risked leading him down a path of madness, turning him into a heartless cultivator. Another day arrived, and Kelvin opened the gate of his courtyard, stepping out. Then, he stepped on something soft again. Damn, whose dog keeps shitting at my doorstep every day? Kelvin raged. For days, he had been stepping in dog poop each time he went out. Initially, he thought it might be divine retribution, but the cluster of purple particles at his forehead was still substantial. Looking at the poop under his foot, Kelvin felt nauseous, gagging and stumbling toward a neighbor's steps, scraping off the mess while stomping his feet. Thankfully, the Yu family sent people to clean up daily. Otherwise, this would have made him sick. I'll stew that dog and eat it once I catch it, Kelvin growled, considering lacing some meat with poison and leaving it outside. Walking leisurely, Kelvin strolled around. Having spent many days familiarizing himself with the capital's geography, today he planned to explore its culture and customs. How could one claim to know the capital without visiting Xiuxian and its numerous pleasure quarters? He had heard about which pleasure quarters were the best in Xiuxian. Of course, he intended to gather information on Isaac and Zyra, who had mentioned coming to the capital when they left. This was purely out of duty, definitely not for low pleasures. Halfway through his walk, however, he encountered a crowd blocking the road. Make way. Mirror platform investigating a case. Several men in white robes carrying long batons cleared a path ahead. Kelvin saw a body covered in white cloth lying nearby. Uninterested in such matters, Kelvin was about to find an alternate route when he spotted Xian among the crowd. Xian, Kelvin called out, knowing Xian would now cover the expenses for his visit to the pleasure quarters. Xian quickly ran up to Kelvin, bowing respectfully. Young Master Phelan, you're here too? Kelvin hummed coldly. Were you staying overnight in a pleasure quarter last night? It seems I should speak with your uncle and address your bad habits. This made Xian's face turn sour as he begged, please, a high ancestor, responsible only to Duncan. It's independent of the government, tasked primarily with handling unorthodox and malevolent activities in the capital. Its appearance indicates that these deaths are linked to evil forces, be they demonic, monstrous, or other dark entities. Though initially mistaking it for the brocade uniform guard, Kelvin realized it was more akin to the Sixfandor due to its responsibilities. Given the spiritual world setting, direct parallels weren't perfect. He didn't dwell on it further, instead casting a glance at Xian, wondering how the Yu family dared to provoke an organization directly accountable to the Emperor. The Yu family lacked any true immortal protector. However, Xian seemed unaware of these details. Back at the Yu residence, Curtis frowned deeply as he listened to the household manager report. You're sure Dwayne and Inna returned to Mirror Platform? Absolutely. Many people witnessed their return, the manager confirmed. Curtis's brows furrowed. Upon arriving in the capital, he hadn't understood why the others were watching Dwayne. Only after speaking with the manager did he learn of their mission. While others may not have known the Yu family's allegiance, he, as a core member, certainly did. The Yu family served one of the founding masters, Peng Zhenren, who had recently clashed with Mirror Platform. The Yu family had been tasked with surveilling Dwayne, aiming to find an excuse to eliminate Dwayne's father, one of the top officials in Mirror Platform. Now, with Dwayne's return after several days of absence, it was likely that Baron had met with misfortune. The third uncle, fifth uncle, and third young master. They are probably in grave danger, the manager said somberly. Damn it, Curtis cursed. Losing two celestial beings was unsustainable for the Yu family. Moreover, third young master's death would undoubtedly invite severe repercussions from the clanbrook against the third and fifth brothers' lineages. Rubbing his temples, Curtis instructed, we can't confirm anything yet. Send people to look for them. Additionally, spread rumors that Dwayne boasted in a pleasure quarter about killing Baron out of frustration. Let these rumors reach Kelvin. The manager's eyes brightened, realizing this was a clever move. Since Kelvin and Baron were friends, wouldn't Kelvin seek justice for Baron's death? This could uncover some useful information. And as for Kelvin holding back, how could one ask someone to shoulder the responsibility of friendship without expecting obligations in return? Wasn't the Yu family setting him up to be the fool? Chapter 221. Probing. It was another day, and once again Kelvin stepped out of his door only to step into a pile of dog feces. He deftly scraped it off on the nearby steps. He wandered around the capital until Xian arrived, and then he dragged him into the most expensive brothel in town. The brothel culture of the capital city was truly profound. Under dim lighting, the women in the brothel were draped in thin veils, revealing their delicate and graceful figures. Their dancing movements were as swift and elegant as startled swans, with their flowing long hair swaying with every dance step. Each twirl brought wafts of fragrance that permeated the entire establishment. To the tune of sensuous music, the dancers' movements gradually became more unrestrained and alluring, occasionally rubbing against guests' chests with their bodies. Every teasing glance from these women seemed like an invitation, creating an atmosphere that was both captivating and intoxicating. Kelvin sat there, and one dancer swayed over with her supple waist and gracefully fell into his lap. She fed him a cup of wine and then fluttered back into the dance floor like a swallow. This particular dancer turned out to be a fifth-rank chi practitioner. The capital indeed lived up to its name. The cultural environment was truly admirable, easily captivating anyone who experienced it. Kelvin was examining the cultural scene, but Xian, standing beside him, was feeling the financial strain. Every time a dancer approached to feed him wine, it came at a cost, and it wasn't cheap. The man in front of him didn't seem to know the meaning of frugality. Whatever service was offered, he accepted without hesitation. With each sip of wine, a dancer had to feed him, as if he had no hands of his own. This was becoming quite a costly endeavor. The suspected Baron might have met a grim fate. By sending Xian to convey this message, they were trying to use him as bait. After all, as Baron's closest friend, hearing that someone had been killed, he should react. They wanted to test Dwayne through him. Understanding this, Kelvin burst out angrily. What are you saying? Baron is dead? Who's Dwayne? Why did he kill my brother Baron? Go tell Uncle Curtis immediately, catch Dwayne and tear him apart. Xian might not care, but since the Yu family was testing him, he couldn't act casually. Seeing Kelvin's reaction, Xian nodded slightly. This was how a true friend should react. This isn't confirmed yet. It's just Uncle Curtis's guess, which I overheard during a discussion with the Aryats. Since you and young Master Baron are close friends, I thought it necessary to tell you. Kelvin frowned. What do you mean? A guess? Are you sure Baron isn't dead? What kind of operation is this? Xian laughed awkwardly. I'm not sure exactly how they guessed, but Uncle Curtis thinks there's an 80% chance Dwayne killed him. Initially, our family wanted to ask Dwayne, but He has a significant identity as the son of the mirror holder from the mirror platform. Our family can only be considered ants before them, and we dare not easily provoke him. Kelvin pondered for a moment and suggested, can't go as the Yu family, but you could go personally, especially for brothels. Luckily Kelvin didn't stay overnight. Otherwise it would have been even more expensive. Kelvin strolled leisurely towards his residence, asking Kian to buy snacks along the way. As they passed by the brothel street, less than 100 meters from his house, they encountered another crowd gathering outside a residence. Several white-robed mirror platform officers were inspecting a corpse that exuded dark, demonic energy. In the brothel alley, deaths had become frequent lately. But among the white-robed officers, Kelvin spotted a familiar figure holding official documents and recording details. This person was Dwayne. Hashtag chapter 222, figuring things out. Dwayne was recording documents. Deaths were a common occurrence in Xiuxian, but the fact that even the Jingtai could not uncover any clues was highly unusual. Coupled with recent events surrounding the Jingtai, it felt as though a vast web had enveloped them. Even influential families outside of the capital, like the Yu family, seemed involved. In this situation, the Jingtai chose the Yu family as a breakthrough point. Dwayne was sent out ostensibly to record case documents, but in reality, he was used as bait. The Jingtai wanted to see what the Yu family and others were truly up to. As Dwayne meticulously recorded the documents in the courtyard, Kian paused, then realized Kelvin's plan. Indeed, with so many people around, it wouldn't be suitable to approach Dwayne here. It would be more convenient to catch him when he passed by the courtyard gate after finishing his business. Following Kelvin, Kian thought this was heaven's way of helping him. His uncle's arrangement could be completed today. Back at their residence, Kelvin was just about to open the door when his neighbor from next door also opened theirs. This was the first time Kelvin had encountered this neighbor, an Aryanli woman with gray hair. The Alice saw Kelvin and sneered with disgust before spitting in his direction as she slammed her door shut. Kelvin rubbed his nose and glanced at the dog feces on the doorstep. Was it really necessary? How petty. Never mind. Considering her age, he'd be magnanimous. When he found the dog defecating at his doorstep, he'd stew it and invite her to eat dog meat. Yes, he would be that generous. Was he mistaken in hearing barking from next door the other day? Lying under the osmanthus tree, smelling its fragrant blossoms, and swaying on the rocking chair, Kelvin didn't have to wait long. Kian rushed in quickly. Young Master Phelan, Dwayne is coming this way. Finishing his sentence, Kian looked at Kelvin expectantly, eager to see how Kelvin would approach Dwayne. He hoped that something useful could be learned. Dwayne approached closer. As he walked past their house, you accuse me of killing Baron? And what grievances did we have? Why am I unaware? Does Baron even qualify to have grievances with me? Kian blushed. Indeed, in terms of status alone, Dwayne, as the son of the Jingtai head, was one of the top officials in the capital, while the Yu family's young master was not prominent in the capital. The Yu family was merely a local power. Dwayne glared at Kelvin. Don't let yourself be used as a pawn. The Jingtai's reputation cannot tolerate slander. Be careful, or you'll invite trouble. Kelvin responded coldly. Are you threatening me? I don't care much about the Jingtai. Before I left, my Aryans told me, as long as I act uprightly, there's no one I should fear. These words caused a ripple in Kian's heart. Dwayne also looked at Kelvin and asked, who are your Aryans? Dwayne genuinely wanted to know who these Aryans were, capable of using the sacred clan passage. Kian also awaited Kelvin's response eagerly, hoping it was someone influential. Kelvin glanced at Dwayne disdainfully. You're not qualified to know. Dwayne snorted. Not worth arguing with you. Turning, he started to leave. But at this moment, Kelvin leaped forward, releasing his power to grab Dwayne. You think you can leave without telling me anything about Baron? As Kelvin's hand neared Dwayne, one of the white-robed men beside him intervened. A heavenly person, he unleashed a surge of true essence, colliding with Kelvin's force. Both Kelvin and the white-robed man stepped back several paces. The white-robed man's expression changed. A heavenly person? While the capital was filled with talented youths, not many had such pure true essence. More importantly, a force capable of nurturing such heavenly persons was not to be underestimated. The Yu family, indeed, had hidden depths, as they themselves could not cultivate such power. Didn't you say you weren't able to harm my brother Baron? Did your companions do it? Kelvin questioned Dwayne. Before Dwayne could respond, the white-robed man retorted coldly. Before making accusations, inquire about the Jingtai first. If after inquiring, you still insist, we will give you an answer satisfactory to us. Finished, he instructed Dwayne. Let's go. Without waiting for Kelvin's reply, he took Dwayne away. Kelvin wanted to attack again but was held back by Kian. Kian was also terrified. Any further confrontation would escalate beyond personal grudges into a conflict with the formidable Jingtai. The Yu family couldn't afford that risk. Hashtag chapter 223, cultivation. If you hadn't stopped me, I could have killed them. Kelvin glanced at Dwayne and company as they walked away, snorting coldly to Kian. Kian remained silent, unsure how to respond to Kelvin's remark. He could only remind him, does young Master Phelan know anything about the mirror platform? They can't possibly have a Aldo, can they? Kelvin sneered. Without a Aldo, I don't care what it is. Kian replied, it's rumored that the master of the mirror platform is indeed a Aldo. Kelvin, who had been indifferent until now, stumbled back, eyes wide as he stared at Kian. What did you say? A Aldo backs the mirror platform? Damn it, why didn't you tell me earlier? Seeing Kelvin's expression of fear, Kian rolled his eyes. Unsure who would have thought you'd be so reckless. What exactly is the mirror platform? Though Kelvin's display of fear was partly feigned, hearing that Aldo backed the mirror platform left him genuinely shaken. Curiosity got the better of him. Under Sir Aldo, such a being carried immense weight in any realm. Kian looked down on him, thinking that Kelvin had offended people without fully understanding their background. A classic move from a pampered young master with no fear of consequences. However, everyone knew about the mirror platform, so he decided not to hide it. Back when the Holy Clan ruled, two great forces guarded the world's justice: the suspended lamp sect and the mirror platform. The suspended lamp sect symbolized bringing light, while the mirror platform symbolized clarity without dust. Both were established by the Holy Clan and the Emperor, standing above all others, taking orders only from the Holy Clan or royal authority. The suspended lamp sect met its downfall, leaving only the mirror platform. Although the mirror platform has been affected due to the Holy Clan's downfall and the capital relocation, it still holds significant power in the new capital. It oversees matters concerning dark cults and other such threats within the city. But make no mistake, the strength of the camel remains even when it's weakened. Moreover, Roscoe, the head of the mirror platform, may be just one step away from becoming a Aldo. As it stands, the mirror platform remains a formidable entity in the capital, far beyond what our family can easily challenge. So, avoid provoking anyone connected to it if possible. Seeing Kelvin's increasingly grim expression, Kian added, "But you don't need to worry, young master. Unless you directly provoke the mirror platform, personal grudges between you and Dwayne won't invite retribution. The mirror platform prides itself on strict adherence to rules. Otherwise, they wouldn't dare let you test Dwayne." Kelvin nodded but complained, "We should have clarified things first. Otherwise, if I offend Aldo, I'll definitely get a good beating when I return home." Kian glanced deeply at Kelvin after hearing this. Offend Aldo, and it's just a beating? This guy, could he have Aldo backing him? If that were the case, it was terrifying. What kind of existence was Aldo? One who could defy. Hearing this, Kelvin molded over. He knew the Yu family wasn't simple. Otherwise, they wouldn't dare target a noble like Dwayne. His suspicions were correct. Understricham, I can lean more on the Yu family. Underscore, you keep watching Dwayne and inform me if there's an opportunity. I'll try again. But I personally think he likely isn't responsible for Baron's disappearance. Given Baron's nature, he might just be indulging in pleasure with some woman, not necessarily met an unfortunate fate. He was always quite carefree when we first met, Kelvin commented. Kian remained silent. Two uncles at the Celestial Realm also vanished alongside Baron. How could they determine Baron met a bad end? He didn't share this information. Otherwise, knowing these details, Kelvin would surely hesitate. Framing it as a personal dispute between Dwayne and Baron allowed Kelvin to face the mirror platform without fear. After Kelvin returned home, Kian hurried back to the Yu residence, informing Curtis of the situation. Upon hearing this, Curtis sighed. Kelvin is a true friend, fortunate for Baron. And his background isn't ordinary. We must pay attention. Kian, serve him well. If funds are needed, take them from the household. I'll inform them to maintain good relations with him. Yes, uncle. Kian leaped over the wall, landing silently in his courtyard. Chapter 224, Demon. The visitor was none other than Dwayne. Seeing Kelvin, Dwayne glanced around the courtyard. Knowing it was Baron's residence from the energy of the mirror platform, he couldn't help but ask, why is young master associating with the Yu family? I've always been close friends with Baron. Isn't it natural to be on good terms with the Yu family? Dwayne wasn't a fool. Combining what Kelvin said with past events, he had a rough idea of Kelvin's tactics. He also admired Kelvin's boldness. Aren't you afraid of being exposed? The Yu family isn't easy to deal with. What's there to expose? Baron and I are indeed close friends, Kelvin said, looking at Dwayne in confusion. Dwayne admitted defeat. This man even deceived himself. His mindset was truly invincible. Did you really not kill Baron? I hope he only disappeared for some time and will come back soon. I'm waiting for him to return so we can drink together, Kelvin sighed. Dwayne roughly understood what Kelvin meant. Let's act as if that day never happened. But this wasn't something Dwayne could decide alone. Upon returning, he reported to the mirror platform. They were already secretly watching the Yu family, wanting to see what gave them the courage to scheme against someone from the mirror platform. The mirror platform suspected that the Yu family's backing might be the new Ardell, who had caused considerable trouble for them. While they couldn't do anything about the new Ardell now, he was nearing his end. Once dead, they would settle scores. Thinking of how Kelvin had saved him, Dwayne advised, you should keep your distance from the Yu family. They may seem insignificant, but they have deep waters. Kelvin looked at Dwayne and asked, did you tell everything to the mirror platform? Is the mirror platform planning to deal with the Yu family? Dwayne felt somewhat guilty. Only my Aryans. Kelvin thought to himself that Dwayne's Aryans were essentially the overseers of the mirror platform. It made no difference whether he told them or the mirror platform directly. However, Kelvin wasn't truly aligned with the Yu family, so he wasn't worried. But the seven-color divine light was significant. If word got out, it would invite endless trouble. Thus, Kelvin asked, did you tell your Aryans about the seven-color divine light? Dwayne quickly replied, I know where the line is drawn and didn't reveal that. Moreover, pausing, Dwayne continued, matters concerning the Holy Clan are sensitive, so my sister and I didn't mention the passage either. Dwayne wasn't hiding it from his father. The relationship between the mirror platform and the Holy Clan was already delicate. Revealing this would put his father in an awkward position. Therefore, he only mentioned that they were rescued by someone without revealing other details. Looking into Dwayne's bright eyes, Kelvin chose to trust him. He breathed a sigh of relief. Neither the seven-color divine light nor the passage to the Holy Clan had been exposed, so no major trouble loomed. Originally, I thought we'd never meet again. Who would have thought it would be so soon? Kelvin sighed. However, let's pretend not to know each other from now on. Please don't tell anyone about me. Dwayne pondered and asked, why must you stay close to the Yu family? Dwayne couldn't understand. Was he psychologically disturbed? After killing their young master, he deliberately came to irritate them? Kelvin, unaware of Dwayne's thoughts, said, I have no choice. I don't know much about the capital. I need a place to stay. It's better to have someone guide me, right? The Yu family was very welcoming, and I couldn't refuse. Dwayne was speechless again. After a long pause, he thought and said, if that's the case, young master could join our mirror platform. With your status as a lamplighter and my recommendation, you might enter the mirror platform. As part of the mirror platform, you wouldn't easily be messed with in the capital. Dwayne sincerely invited Kelvin. A person molded by the seven-color divine light clearly had great potential. Most importantly, as a lamplighter, This was a huge plus. Though the mirror platform was hard to enter, they could make exceptions for such unique individuals. More crucially, Kelvin emerged through the Holy Clan passage. If he joined the mirror platform, everything would be handled internally. But to clear your name, I'll find another chance to test you. Dwayne understood. He needed to cooperate with Kelvin for this performance. He had no objections, as the mirror platform was also troubled. They weren't afraid of the Yu family but preferred fewer incidents. Baron wasn't killed by me. After spending time with Kelvin, Dwayne naturally picked up his way of speaking. Though after saying this, his face flushed slightly. That wasn't natural. Kelvin teased. Dwayne felt awkward. Before Dwayne could continue, Kelvin interrupted and asked, "Do you feel a hint of blood in the osmanthus fragrance?" Dwayne looked at Kelvin in confusion, sniffed the air, and detected no trace of blood. Suddenly, Kelvin flicked his finger, igniting a spark that traced lines in the darkness like writing. Light the lamp to dispel evil. In response to Kelvin's command, the night burst into flames. The fire tore through the darkness, shattering illusions. Dwayne's eyes widened. On the original osmanthus tree, a massive python coiled. Its body was as wide as a barrel, its tongue vivid red, barely 3 meters away from Dwayne. Startled, Dwayne stumbled backward, tripping over a stone bench and falling. The python didn't expect to be discovered, momentarily stunned. Just then, the boy who shattered its illusion spat fire. Reacting quickly, the python lashed out with its tail, creating a gust of wind and hitting the flames. Hiss! It screamed. Its tail scorched black, filling the yard with the smell of burnt meat. Frightened, it retracted its tail and fled toward the courtyard's exit. Moving incredibly fast, it vanished almost instantly. Kelvin leaped into the air, ready to chase. But the python had turned invisible, disappearing completely. Demon! Regaining his senses, Dwayne watched the python disappear. To be called a demon, it must have reached at least the Tao Foundation stage, comparable to the profound realm of Heaven's equal. And it had strange abilities. It possessed invisibility. Could the recent deaths of cultivators in Phalanxiang Alley be its doing? But it was a demon. Corpses were filled with demonic chi, not in the same category. Kelvin watched the direction the demon fled, his expression grim. The demon was powerful. His one mouthful of 3 pure fire merely injured it, not causing serious damage. He had seen many malevolent beings, but this was his first encounter with a demon. Translation provided as requested while maintaining the structure and style of the original text. After all, Jinling is special. It cannot nurture demonic creatures, and Guizhan is full of ghosts and other malevolent beings. Yet, this was his first I need to prepare to run. At any sign of trouble, he would have to abandon his comfortable life and hide. He didn't want to get entangled in problems, especially since the Yu family would certainly want him dead. Sigh. I wonder where Isaac and the others are. Tomorrow, I'll have to think about where to hide and wait for them. Just as Kelvin mused aloud, a voice reached his ears, clear and melodious like a nightingale, very pleasant and familiar. Of course, hiding in the shadows of the mirror platform to wait for them. As these words fell, a girl wearing a white dress appeared. Her graceful curves were perfectly outlined by the snug fabric. Under the night sky, her figure was incredibly alluring, her exquisite face exuding a transcendent beauty. Innocence and sensuality converge within her, making one's heart race purely because of her appearance. Admittedly, among all the women Kelvin knew, she was the most beautiful and captivating. Gabrielle, it's you. Kelvin stared at the flawless beauty before him. Never thought you'd manage to leave Jinling. Gabrielle appraised Kelvin, puzzled. Can you tell me how you managed to leave Jinling? Kelvin didn't answer, furrowing his brow. Why are you here? There have been daily deaths in Willow Alley. Rumors say it's done by cultists. Did you do it? And is that demon just now related to you? Gabrielle didn't respond either, speaking to her say, Isaac and the others should be in the capital. Why haven't I seen them? They rely on foot travel from Jinling to the capital, unlike your spatial leap, Gabrielle replied. Kelvin suddenly understood. They should be arriving soon. Why don't you join the mirror platform and wait for them there? Glancing at Gabrielle, the night concealed none of her beauty. Standing there like a transcendent lotus, her long hair cascading over her shoulders, strands fluttering in the breeze, her eyes calmly observing Kelvin as if discussing something mundane. I prefer waiting here, Gabrielle added. You're a cultist, and will always be one. Besides, this isn't Jinling. Though Gabrielle sounded calm, Kelvin grasped her implication. In Jinling, you were untouchable and could speak with me as equals. Here in the capital, things are different. As a cultist, you must obey her orders. I'm not asking you to join the mirror platform for nothing. If you agree, I'll provide you with the resources needed for the 5 minor afflictions of the mystic realm. Don't rush to refuse. In Jinling, you wouldn't know how hard it is to obtain such resources. Without them, achieving the celestial union realm is nearly impossible, Gabrielle explained. Kelvin frowned slightly. In Jinling, he only saw how to break through to the Kleister level and hadn't studied the mystic realm. Do you really need special resources after mystic realm, as Gabrielle suggested? The capital is treacherous. By joining the mirror, chapter 226. Alright, rest assured, the demonic seed I left can't be detected even by Aldo. Only special means can activate it and expose its presence. And only a select few within the demonic path know of this method. Kelvin felt slightly relieved, thinking that if it could be easily discovered, what was the point? However, he also picked up on the threat in Gabrielle's words. If he didn't go to the mirror platform, everything might be exposed. Looking at Gabrielle's pure face, Kelvin's gaze wavered. You threaten me now. Someday I'll make you pay under my power. I've said before, I won't expose these matters to threaten you. I value you greatly and hope you'll voluntarily go to the mirror platform, Gabrielle reiterated. Kelvin curled his lips, inwardly doubting her sincerity. If it wasn't a threat, why mention it at all? Can you help keep the matter about Jinling a secret? Kelvin knew that eventually his origin from Jinling would be revealed, so he never intended to stay long in the capital. Gabrielle replied, News from Jinling won't reach the capital. Huh. Kelvin looked puzzled at her. Where does she get this confidence? The person guarding outside Jinling has already made it his promised land. Thus, nothing that happens inside Jinling can spread outside. Otherwise, why did no one notice when you opened the holy temple? He sealed off all information. In fact, the outside world knows nothing of Jinling's affairs. As long as he doesn't reveal himself, who would know you're from Jinling? Since he started guarding Jinling, he's effectively cut off contact with the outside world. Kelvin understood her implication. If she didn't divulge it, others were unlikely to find out. Others have left Jinling too, Kelvin murmured. Gabrielle looked at him. You should handle that yourself? Thinking about it, apart from Valerie, the others weren't much of an issue. As for Valerie, she had her own considerations, and he could temporarily silence her. Of course, this wasn't a permanent solution. The best way was to become powerful enough. If he were a Aldo, who cared if everyone knew he came from Jinling and opened the holy temple? Even, did he really care about the demonic seed Gabrielle mentioned? Thus, strengthening his power remained the priority. Considering her offer of resources to pass through the lesser heavenly trials, Kelvin thought maybe the mirror platform wasn't entirely bad. You've threatened me like this. How can I not go to the mirror platform? Kelvin glared at Gabrielle angrily, shifting the blame onto her to express his dissatisfaction. Gabrielle stared at him. In the demonic path, power rules. Do you know how we deal with disobedient subordinates? Do you know the consequences if someone else spoke to me like this? Of course. You're threatening me again. Kelvin retorted, I am loyal to Star and Moon Tower, but you always treat me like this. How can I continue to dedicate myself wholeheartedly with such treatment? Gabrielle watched him mockingly. What do you want? Just say it. What's the point of begging? Someone who truly, cares about her subordinate will put effort into considering their needs. Kelvin looked at Gabrielle. If you don't speak up, you don't need anything, Gabrielle responded calmly. Callous. Doesn't know how to coax anyone. Kelvin reluctantly asked, about the demonic seed. Can you remove it? It was a ticking bomb he wanted dismantled. Gabrielle replied, you were doing well as a spy in the Hanging Lantern sect. The mirror platform is perfect for you. Besides, the demonic seed benefits you. She handed him a blood jade, saying, I promise, if you encounter mortal danger in the capital, our sect will protect you. This jade contains a drop of my master's essence. In danger, place it on your brow, and it will combine with the demonic seed, forming a demonic domain that can even delay a Aldo. My master will feel the demonic seed and come to your aid. Such a treasure exists? Kelvin's eyes lit up as he snatched the jade. If true, it's a priceless lifesaver. He had met her master once. She had fought the Conan outside Jinling City like they were father and son. Exceedingly powerful. Having such a protector willing to intervene meant that exposing his demonic affiliation wouldn't be as frightening. Regardless of other reasons, this alone was worth visiting the mirror platform. Yet, did she give too much? Blocking a Aldo couldn't just be a drop of essence. She must be holding back something. Seemingly knowing his thoughts, Gabrielle continued, I've said, I'm not coercing you to go. I believe it's the best for you. Moreover, both my master and I see great potential in you, especially as the one who lit the lamp and opened the holy temple. Hence, we provide this as protection. Kelvin intensely observed Gabrielle, noting her calm demeanor. He decided not to delve deeper. Perhaps she spoke the truth. Besides, I suggested you go to the mirror platform, but you may not get in, Gabrielle added. We'll see after you enter. Don't worry, entering the mirror platform is effortless for me, Kelvin replied confidently. Dwayne had invited him earlier. He should have accepted then. Now, finding a reason to go was troubling. Why do you want me at the mirror platform? Kelvin finally asked, fearing another scavenging mission. Gabrielle answered, you'll see when you enter. Clearly, she still doubted his ability to get in. So Kelvin dropped the topic, waiting to see what happened. Phelan Lane's frequent deaths, were they arranged by you? Kelvin asked, planning to capitalize on this to establish himself. Gabrielle responded, the demonic path has many factions. The situation in Phelan Lane is complex. Don't meddle. Before Kelvin could inquire further, Gabrielle prepared to leave his courtyard. Wait, Kelvin called out. Anything else? Gabrielle turned. Can you introduce me to your master? I'd like to connect with her. Kelvin asked earnestly. That connection was crucial. One jade pendant wasn't enough. Being able to rely on her influence would be blissful. Such backing would ensure respect everywhere, even from Gabrielle herself. Note, the chapter retains the original paragraph structure and line breaks while translating Chinese names into Pinyin. The translation preserves the tone, style, and narrative continuity. Chapter 227. I was wrong. Gabrielle arrived suddenly and left just as abruptly. She completely ignored Kelvin's words. This attitude greatly annoyed Kelvin. He thought that if he and her master ever became close friends like Akil and Dylan, he'd definitely give her a stern lecture to help her change her temperament. As a demoness of the Devil Sect, she was actually so aloof. Shouldn't demonesses be seductive and charming, sexy and flirtatious? She didn't have any semblance of a Devil Sect mage's character at all. Bad review. Pinching the jade pendant, Kelvin examined it for a moment, wondering if he should use it right away. Since Gabrielle didn't introduce her master to him, he would have to create an opportunity himself. However, Kelvin ultimately abandoned this thought. Even though he had exceptional skills, trying to gain a quick rise in her master's eyes would be difficult. There's plenty of time. He had to carefully plan how to cultivate their relationship over time. Another night passed, and Kelvin woke up again. After washing up, he walked out of his room. As expected, he stepped on a pile of dog feces right outside the door. Looking at the pile of feces, Kelvin glanced at the gate of his neighbor on the left. At this moment, the gate opened, and Alice inside spat at him, and then slammed the door shut. Kelvin touched his nose, looked down at the dog feces underfoot, and skillfully wiped it off on the steps of the opposite house. Eventually, I'll cook that dog, Kelvin muttered. Not taking many steps, he encountered Kian leading some servants. He quickly approached, and after Kian paid for Kelvin's breakfast, he joined Kelvin for the meal. However, Upon hearing Kelvin's words, he stared at him with wide eyes and said, "Young master, what did you say? You want to go to the mirror platform and become one of its people?" Kelvin nodded and said, "I tried probing Dwayne yesterday but found nothing. After some thought, I decided to enter the mirror platform to closely interact with Dwayne and find out if my brother Baron was truly harmed by him." This. Xiuxian was dumbfounded by Kelvin's audacity. To investigate Dwayne by entering the mirror platform. Did he think too highly of himself? Should young master reconsider? Why should I rethink anything? Brother Baron and I are inseparable friends who vanished for no reason. Since you all believe it was Dwayne, I trust your judgment. Standing up for one's brother is a virtue we should all have, Kelvin said righteously. Xiuxian gazed at Kelvin's calm demeanor and determined tone. He admired how Baron could make such a loyal friend. But, young master, entering the mirror platform isn't easy. And although Dwayne is just a clerk, his background is tough. Before Xiuxian could finish, Kelvin scoffed. So what if his background is tough? Is it tougher than mine? As for the difficulty, I'm sure they will give me some face considering my Aryans. Xiuxian gave Kelvin a serious look, wondering about his true origins. For even the mirror platform to show deference, this man must have quite a lineage. Moreover, my Aryans sent me into the world for cultivation, precisely to temper myself amidst worldly affairs and achieve enlightenment. These days, I've been thinking about how to refine my path. Last night, I had an epiphany. Since there's no clear plan, why not follow destiny? Meeting my good brother in trouble upon entering the world seems like destiny guiding me. It serves both as worldly trials and vengeance for my brother. A two birds with one stone affair. Xiuxian felt more fearful, increasingly suspecting the terrifying heritage behind Kelvin. A sect that considered heart tempering in the secular realm, while still at the profound mystic realm likely had a Aldo backing them. Only those reaching the Aldo level truly understood the significance of tempering oneself in the mortal world. Others only vaguely comprehended it. Initially intending to dissuade him, Xiuxian held back now. "You tell uncle, I will definitely uncover the truth. There needs to be an explanation for Brother Baron's disappearance," Kelvin declared indignantly. "Yes." Xiuxian felt admiration for his righteousness. After bidding farewell to Xiuxian, Kelvin arrived at the mirror platform. Situated in the western part of the capital city, the entrance was majestic with two iron-black xiuxian standing guard, each as big as a bull with a horn on their foreheads flanking the main gate. Standing below, Kelvin seemed like a small child. Above the gate hung a mirror. Its surface was dazzlingly bright, and as Kelvin stood under it, he felt a warm, comfortable sensation. The true essence within him stirred, accelerating his cultivation pace by 1 or 2 times. This caught Kelvin's attention. He knew this was undoubtedly an extraordinary treasure. "Do not linger at the mirror platform's gate," shouted the 2 guards at the gate. Kelvin gave a respectful bow and said, "I have an appointment with Dwayne. Please inform him." The guards inspected Kelvin and, seeing no discomfort under the mirror's light, nodded and went to notify someone inside. Soon, Dwayne came running out. Seeing Kelvin come to the mirror platform, Dwayne was confused. "Didn't you say yesterday that you wanted to keep your distance? Why did you come today? Aren't you afraid that your family will suspect us?" Upon seeing Dwayne, Kelvin greeted him directly. "Brother G, you asked me to report to the mirror platform yesterday. Here I am now. Where do you plan to arrange for me?" Dwayne was momentarily stunned, staring blankly at Kelvin without reaction. "What are you saying? How can I not understand?" Then he heard Kelvin's voice again. "Brother G, why are you spacing out? We agreed yesterday that you would introduce me to the mirror platform. I came here early this morning." Dwayne stared earnestly at Kelvin, at the man full of enthusiasm. He rubbed his eyes hard, ensuring his memory wasn't playing tricks on him. "Didn't you refuse resolutely yesterday and swear you wouldn't come to the mirror platform? Am I wrong? Why does your attitude now seem like a distortion of my memory from yesterday? Brother G, why that expression? Did you play a prank on me yesterday?" Kelvin widened his eyes in anger. "One must have integrity in actions and words. Who would have thought you're such a person? What kind of person am I? Who isn't keeping their word? Why did this wrong suddenly land on me?" Dwayne looked intently at Kelvin, growing more convinced his memory was flawed. Damn it. Yesterday, he clearly refused. Now, looking at Kelvin's sincere expression made him even more perplexed. Could it be? The demon's influence yesterday messed with my memory? "Brother G, can you please arrange it or not? Stop playing games with people like that." Kelvin was filled with emotion. Dwayne was silent for a moment before saying, "Brother Phelan, I was wrong. Follow me." Chapter 228, Rejected. Kelvin followed Dwayne into the mirror platform. Last night, he had pondered how to get Dwayne to recommend him for entry into the mirror platform. But since Dwayne had already refused him, any other excuses would be inappropriate. Since that's the case, why look for more excuses? He might as well forget the unimportant details. After all, the long river of history always forgets some things. With this thought, he felt completely at ease. Moreover, Dwayne had already apologized, indicating that there might have been a discrepancy in memory within the historical context. Last night, he did indeed agree to join the mirror platform. Upon entering the "You'd still jump in," Kelvin immediately understood. Dwayne continued, "That day when the Yu family wanted to capture me, they probably intended to use us as leverage against my father. The mirror platform is currently struggling against them." As Kelvin walked past a few wounded individuals, he saw their ghastly injuries. Some were barely alive with shattered chests. This made Kelvin uneasy. Damn, I thought the mirror platform was an untouchable behemoth in the capital. I never expected it to be so dangerous. Should I even join this place? Kelvin asked tentatively. "I heard that Aldo oversees the mirror platform. Can't he handle this new Aryan?" "This Aryan isn't an Aldo, but is among the top-tier experts below that rank. Otherwise, why would the mirror platform fear him? Of course, if the prince were to intervene, he wouldn't stand a chance. But," Dwayne paused, "Father says that the Aryan might be provoking the prince to act." Though Dwayne didn't explain further, Kelvin got the gist. This Aryan, nearing his end, sought to die purposefully and plot something by challenging the mirror platform. To prevent this, the head of the mirror platform couldn't easily intervene. Even Aldos were wary of this situation, making Kelvin shudder. Is the water really this deep here? Should I really enter the mirror platform? Just as Kelvin was thinking this, he heard Dwayne's voice, "Father." Kelvin looked up and saw a square-faced Clyde walking out from the inner courtyard. Dwayne bowed respectfully to him. The Clyde frowned and said to Dwayne, "Why aren't you attending to official documents? Why are you wandering around here?" Dwayne hurriedly replied, "Father, remember the incident when someone saved Nikki and me? This is the person who saved us, Kelvin. He's a lamplighter and a heaven-transcending realm expert. He wants to join our mirror platform. Where should we assign him?" The Clyde glanced sideways at Kelvin, his expression softening slightly. "They told me you saved Nikki and Dwayne. I should thank you properly. But recently, the mirror platform is too busy to host guests. Once things settle down, Dwayne will invite you to our home." Before Kelvin could respond, Dwayne interjected, "Father, about him joining the mirror platform?" Interrupting Dwayne, the Clyde shouted, "The tradition of selecting mirror guards must be preserved. We can't let anyone join arbitrarily." Dwayne said, "I understand that, but he's a lamplighter. The mirror platform lacks personnel, especially lamplighters. Phelan brother fits perfectly." "Nonsense. Even if the mirror platform needs lamplighters, there's a strict process for admission. We can't casually insert someone." Dwayne frowned. The prince said not to be rigid about rules. When exceptions are necessary, make them. "I think Phelan brother could try being a mirror guard, and if it doesn't work out, we'll address it then." The Clyde glared at Dwayne, ignoring him and turning to Kelvin. "There is a proper selection process for becoming a mirror guard. While we're not absolutely closed to outsiders, I alone cannot decide on admitting you. Only the prince can make such decisions without guarantors. Other outsiders need at least 2 mirror masters' endorsements." Dwayne muttered, "If I find Franklin as a guarantor and you endorse him, can't he join? With a lamplighter, matters in Willow Alley won't be so troublesome. Yesterday, the monster we encountered was dealt with by Phelan brother." Dwayne truly wanted Kelvin to become a mirror guard. Despite Kelvin's weak strength, due to his identity, Dwayne knew how crucial lamplighters were to the mirror platform. That's why he repeatedly recommended Kelvin. "My endorsement or Franklin's doesn't count," the Clyde scolded Dwayne. "We can't arbitrarily break traditions." Listening to their conversation, Kelvin furrowed his brows deeper. Damn, he had thought that with the son of a mirror master recommending him, joining the mirror platform would be foolproof. After all, a mirror master was second only to the unseen Aldo in the mirror platform. But unexpectedly, they rejected him. What the hell? He had already boasted to Gabrielle that he'd join the mirror platform. Failing to do so would be a huge embarrassment. Of course, he wasn't afraid of embarrassment. Mainly, it was painful to think of Gabrielle reclaiming the jade pendant and denying him resources for his cultivation at the heaven-transcending realm. "Honorable nephew, please visit us another time. I have urgent matters to attend to." The Clyde prepared to leave. Dwayne wanted to speak, but he didn't give him the chance. At that moment, noise erupted from outside. Chapter 229. I'll bring his head. Dead. Abelardo is dead. Cody has gone too far. Your Highness, please ask the prince to kill him. Wah, Abelardo, you died so tragically. As the uproar grew, a crowd surged in through the main gate. Some clenched their fists tightly, others had eyes bulging with fury, and many more were red-eyed with tears. They carried in a corpse amidst their cries. Dwayne looked at the body. His eyes turned instantly red as tears streamed down. "Uncle Ming!" Dwayne screamed, rushing to the corpse's side, yelling in a fit of rage. How dare he? How could he kill the Chief Mirror Storm? Dwayne couldn't believe it. The Chief Mirror Storm held an official third-rank status, but due to his unique position, his importance was even higher than that rank. To kill a Chief Storm? Was Cody from Shinlu planning a rebellion? Abelardo's father said he dreamed about his late grandfather crying out in hunger and cold last night. To appease his spirit, he went to worship outside the city today. But when he got there, he found the ancestor's grave had been desecrated. Enraged, he, who was already very ill, did not survive the shock. Upon learning this, Hansen flew into a rage and quickly identified the tomb desecrator. He confronted Cody immediately, but just as he kicked open the door, Cody was sitting there. The door hit him, which he claimed was a provocation. He then demanded 10 strikes in retaliation. Reluctantly, Hansen agreed. Each strike by Cody was fatal, hitting vital points, and ultimately, Hansen was killed, explained a mirror guardian, his eyes reddening. After hearing this, everyone on the mirror platform was infuriated, their chests heaving, each one clenching their teeth in anger, vowing to tear Cody apart. Everyone could see Hansen was set up. Kill him. Kill him. Chief G, asked the prince to kill him. During this period, our mirror guardians have suffered heavy casualties. Ordinary guards and even senior envoys have not been spared. Now, even the chief is being targeted. He wants to obliterate us all. Chief Storm, please ask the prince for help. If we don't stop him, he might wipe out our entire platform once his end approaches. Countless people knelt on one knee, begging Chief Storm Stewart for seemed close to him. So, even if they petitioned the emperor, what good would it do? Martial matters must be settled within the martial world. This unwritten rule left even the emperor powerless. This isn't a simple attack. It's a meticulously planned assault. Our losses have been heavy. Now even our Chief Storm has fallen. I fear things will worsen when his end nears. Some officials are calling for the abolishment of our platform, citing its special nature as a threat to stability. This may be their plot to use a dying man to eliminate us. The prince's status is too unique. Perhaps even the emperor. Before finishing, Stewart interrupted angrily. Silence. Everyone shrank back. No one dared speak further. Yet, their fury and hatred were unmistakable. Stewart exhaled softly. Everyone, Be discreet lately, try not to leave the platform. These words darkened their faces. When had the mirror platform ever felt so helpless? Yet against Cody, they were utterly helpless, even making Chief Stormg cautious. I'll inform the Emperor, but I might not even see him. Stuart smiled bitterly. The Emperor's mind was unfathomable. Even with his third-rank status, meeting him was uncertain. As for the prince, I'll inform him. Regardless, be careful and avoid any setups. They heard this in grim silence, grinding their teeth. Also, spread the word among Kelvin but answered, the bounty issued by the prince is indeed genuine. Good. Kelvin turned and walked away. Everyone exchanged puzzled glances, wondering who this youth was and why he asked such a question. Dwayne called out, Phelan brother, what are you going to do? Without turning back, Kelvin responded, I'm going to bring Cody's head. Shock filled the air. Hashtag chapter 230, the king of hell calls. This arrogant and domineering statement left everyone momentarily stunned, their gazes involuntarily drawn to Kelvin's retreating figure. Who did he think he was speaking such nonsense here? Who was this person anyway? Many of the mirror storms exchanged puzzled glances. Dwayne, upon hearing Kelvin's words, felt extremely embarrassed. Kelvin had spoken those words to cover up the fact that he had been refused entry into the mirror platform. Sigh, it was indeed his fault. He never thought his father would refuse him so categorically. No wonder Kelvin vented his frustration in such a manner. Dwayne watched as Kelvin left without following him. Franklin's death was more important at the moment. He could only find an opportunity later to apologize to Kelvin. Kelvin's departure was just a minor distraction. No one paid much attention to it. At this moment, they were consumed by anger and hatred, worried about the fate of the mirror platform, and thinking of ways to deal with Cody. Finding Cody's residence was not difficult. He lived in a pavilion that wasn't very tall, only 2 stories high, second floor, encountering the legendary New Path ancestor. His wrinkles resembled gnarled branches, his eyes clouded, lying in a recliner. Even from a distance, Kelvin could feel a wave of old age wash over him. As the recliner creaked, the lips, resembling tree bark, parted. You'd better give me a satisfactory answer, or insulting my servant will be a capital offense. Kelvin met his gaze, feeling the depthless, oceanic aura radiating from him. He had no doubt that this man could tear him apart with a mere thought. But Kelvin remained unfazed. I've come to ask for your help, Ferguson, and this is a favor only you can do. Cody blinked, staring at the youth before him. He searched his memory, trying to recall any connection with Kelvin. Why else would this youth dare to make such a request? Do we know each other? Cody asked, perplexed. This is our first meeting. Kelvin replied truthfully. Is there some long-standing friendship between you and an Aryan in my family? Cody persisted. Not that I'm aware of. Cody chuckled, sitting up in the recliner. Do you realize you're signing your own death warrant? Kelvin smiled. I heard your lifespan is nearly over, so, Shield demanding his life. Wasn't that laughable? Cody found it amusing and wanted to hear more. It had been a while since he laughed so heartily. Well, go on. How do you plan to make me willingly sacrifice my life? Ha, perhaps you'll offer conditions tempting enough for me to die a bit sooner. Cody narrowed his eyes, regardless of the reasons or who was behind this. Anyone seeking his life deserved to die. Kelvin shook his head. No need for your sacrifice, I'll take it myself. Cody sneered. Then try. All right, may I borrow your head for a moment? Kelvin approached Cody with a casual demeanor, as if taking a leisurely stroll. Cody wore a mocking smile, but then his eyes widened in disbelief. He struggled to stand and strike Kelvin down, but couldn't. As his eyes widened, life slipped away. Indeed, he felt his remaining lifespan drain like a breached dam, evaporating in an instant, leaving him no chance to utter another word. The king of hell calls. The supreme power of the desperate Aldo. Even at this level of strength, Kelvin could still exchange lives with him. Hashtag chapter 231. Redemption of the bounty. Such a heaven-defying divine ability. Who could have thought a minor cultivator would possess it? In fact, this divine ability was imparted to Kelvin by Benny. The cultivator on the ground floor was still guarding. Hearing the footsteps coming down, he looked up. His eyes widened in disbelief as he saw the head held in Kelvin's hand. Ancestor. Ancestor was beheaded by him? How daring. He is courting death. Enraged, the cultivator, who revered the ancestor as a deity, his life having been better than many nobles due to the ancestor's protection, felt as though his world was ending now that the ancestor was dead. Blind rage filled his mind, and he drew his long sword, charging towards Kelvin. Watching the bloodshot-eyed cultivator lose his sanity and charge recklessly, Kelvin's sword flew out. A cultivator not even 7th rank couldn't withstand Kelvin's blade. His head was instantly severed, with blood spurting from his neck. Blood splattered on his face, bringing the cultivator back to his senses, having been momentarily blinded by fury. How laughable. How could someone who can behead an ancestor possess the power to avenge them? But he had no chance for remorse. The head rolled on the ground, and his consciousness dissipated completely, leaving only his wide eyes staring as Kelvin walked out of the pavilion with the severed head. Mirror platform. The numerous guardians of the mirror platform were still expressing their righteous indignation, while simultaneously filled with despair. They discussed among themselves how to deal with Cody's provocations. Yet the more they talked, the more despondent they became. Cody was too powerful. As one of the founding ancestors of the new path, without any Aldo challenging him, who could be his match? His ruthless attacks were like a fierce tiger charging into a flock of sheep, leaving the mirror platform powerless. At this moment, they even hoped Cody live longer. The longer he lived, the farther away from his ultimate madness before death they were. They no longer doubted that a few days before his end, he would go berserk and kill everyone at the mirror platform. That would truly be a time of disaster and despair. Stuart's face was grim as he prepared to arrange for everyone at the mirror platform to stay indoors, a very frustrating yet safe measure. Once so illustrious and fearsome, the grand mirror platform now had to hide like turtles under its shell, causing Stuart to feel immense shame. "See, sir, big news." Just then, a guardian rushed in hurriedly, nearly tripping over his own feet in haste. Seeing his state, the present guardians tensed up. Could it be he had reached his limit and started going mad? Did Cody come? Dwayne asked shakily. No. The guardian shook his head vigorously. Everyone relaxed upon hearing this, with some reprimanding. "If he didn't come, why are you in such a rush?" "Cody, he died." "Died? So what? Wait, what did you say?" "He died." The guardians all stared wide-eyed, each filled with joy. His time came, and he died directly? No. The guardian clearly wasn't articulate, stuttering with excitement. "What do you mean, no?" Dwayne frowned, saying, "Calm down, slowly explain. Did he die or not?" He did, but the stuttering guardian frustrated many. Just then, a steady voice came from the entrance. "But he wasn't at the end of his lifespan. I killed him." All eyes turned toward Bruno slowly walking in, holding a human head. The youth saw everyone staring and casually tossed the head in front of them, rolling it to Stuart's feet. "Cody!" Everyone stared at the head in disbelief, shocked that it was indeed Cody's head. Many recognized Kelvin, recalling how just 2 hours ago, this Bruno stood here declaring he would bring Cody's head. At the time, they dismissed it as a joke, but now he had actually brought the head. Dwayne was dumbfounded, looking between the head and Kelvin, feeling his scalp tingle. He really wasn't stepping down. He genuinely killed a foul poured by the man, but instead gazed at the rolling river waters. "It's late autumn already. Winter is soon approaching," Alton said, his gaze shifting from the water to the vibrant green willow branches before finally landing on the man opposite him. During late autumn, the willow branches should not be this green. The capital does not have such a large river either. For him to see such scenery here in the capital meant that this must be a blessed land, a realm created by an immortal. Only a xuanhuan, Aldo, could transform their domain into such a blessed land. Staring at the surging river, he tried to guess which xuanhuan it might be. "Your Highness speaks the truth. After all, it isn't the real world. If the willow leaves were yellow now, it would be even more beautiful." The man opposite laughed. Although without a mask, his face was obscured as if shrouded in mist. "If your willow branches could change according to the seasons, perhaps you wouldn't be holding me here for tea, and might instead be thinking of burying me under this willow tree as fertilizer," replied Alton. "If the branches changed with the seasons, it would signify a true heavenly realm. How powerful would one need to be? Not like now, merely holding on to him." The man chuckled, neither confirming nor denying Alton's words, and then turned to look at the long river, asking Alton, "What do you think of my river?" "Grand and majestic," Alton remarked. "Only grand and majestic? No awe or admiration?" the other man asked. Alton glanced at him and added, "It looks grand and majestic, but it might be shallow. You're not a xuanhuan. To be honest, it's quite annoying." "Then assume I am a xuanhuan. I don't mind," Alton said. The man chuckled. "But what if you're not a xuanhuan? Then everything we do becomes pointless." Alton nodded. "All right, no more deceit. I am not a xuanhuan." The man's gaze lingered on Alton, silent for a long while. "You see, you won't believe me even when I tell you the truth. What's the point of all this testing? Forget it. Continue brewing the tea. Your tea is quite fragrant, but you're too stingy. Only a few leaves in the pot. Boring." The corner of the man's mouth twitched. "This is Wu Go tea, renowned for restoring vitality. Even these few leaves pain me to give up. I only bring it out for your highness." Alton responded with an "oh," and then took the teapot, gulping directly from it. The man was speechless. How am I supposed to drink after that? He helplessly smiled bitterly. "Your highness hasn't changed, still likes taking advantage of others. But why are you worrying about trifles now? Aren't you concerned about your mirror platform?" Alton finished the tea in one breath, chewed the tea leaves clean, and asked for another pot, only to receive a refusal. He grumbled, "Even tea you're so stingy about. Clearly, you can't achieve great things. Fife, a dying man, can accomplish nothing." The man laughed. "A dying man is most terrifying, as they have nothing to lose." Alton replied, "No worries. Before coming here, I consulted the Celestial Calculations Pavilion, and they told me that my mirror platform will survive, but Fife will die an untimely death." The man frowned slightly. If it were anyone else predicting, he'd scoff, but predictions from the Celestial Calculations Pavilion deserved serious consideration. But except for a xuanhuan's intervention, who could make Fife die an untimely death? And where could Alton find such a xuanhuan? "Who did you consult for the prediction?" "I spent 5 spirit stones and randomly picked someone from the Celestial Calculations Pavilion," Alton replied. The man's expression twitched. Wasn't this as good as consulting a con man? While the Celestial Calculations Pavilion had genuine talent, only a few were skilled. Most were just fortune tellers preying on people's fears. "Your highness enjoys teasing." He dismissed it. "Stay and enjoy our company here. In 2 or 3 months, Fife should manage to kill most of the mirror platform members." Alton smiled, pouring water into the empty teapot. Though the tea leaves were gone, the fragrance remained. He wouldn't waste Wu Go tea's aroma. Seeing this, the man opposite slightly frowned. Just as he wanted to say something, his expression changed. He suddenly stood up, looking at Alton in disbelief. "Which xuanhuan did you hire to kill Fife?" Alton glanced at him. "Fife is dead, right? Will you stay here drinking tea or stop now?" The man stared intently, trying to read through Alton. But Alton sat calmly, sipping water from the empty teapot. "Humph!" The man coldly snorted, his figure blurring before disappearing before Alton. The willow tree and river vanished, leaving Alton standing alone on a street in the capital. "What a bad temper," Alton muttered, stepping towards the direction of the mirror platform. Chapter 233, as wished. How do I claim the bounty from the mirror platform? Does it require a ceremony, or am I already its overseer? Kelvin's words finally brought those present back to their senses. All eyes turned toward Stuart. With the prince absent, Stuart held the highest rank, So this question naturally fell upon him to answer. Stuart stared at Kelvin and then glanced at the severed head on the ground. How exactly did you kill him? Kelvin asked in confusion. Did your bounty specify how he should be killed? Wasn't it stated that anyone who kills him becomes the overseer? I just want to ask, am I now the overseer? This? Stuart looked at Kelvin, unsure of how to respond. To say Kelvin was the overseer meant acknowledging his mere celestial human realm status, which would only grant him a squad brook position in the mirror platform. Yet denying him went against the well-known terms of the bounty. Do you think the mirror platform will go back on its word? Kelvin said, looking at Stuart. Stuart remained silent, unable to answer. At that moment, a voice echoed from the entrance of the mirror platform. From today onward, you are the overseer of the mirror platform. All heads turned towards the voice, their faces lighting up with joy as they bowed deeply. Your Highness. Kelvin carefully observed the newcomer. He had white hair and an aged appearance. Could this be Alton, the rumored Aldo overseeing the mirror platform? Alton nodded slightly to everyone present, then approached Kelvin and said, henceforth, you are the overseer of the mirror platform. As for your rank and official attire, I will find time to request them from Duncan. Alton's statement left the Storms staring at each other in disbelief, but everyone also bowed respectfully in unison. We greet overseer, sir. Kelvin froze, surprised the mirror platform actually bestowed him the position, making him the second in command under Alton. He had initially thought, given his strength, compromising for a mirroring envoy title would be ideal. Thank you, your highness. Greetings to my colleagues. Kelvin bowed in gratitude to Alton before returning the bow to the Storms. Alton nodded, waving his hand. Everyone, tend to your duties. Those above the rank of chief envoy, follow me. I have matters to discuss. Yes. Over 10 people, including Stuart, followed Alton into the main hall. Alton sat on the throne, gesturing for everyone to sit down. Kelvin naturally took a seat on Alton's left side, causing Stuart to pause momentarily but say nothing as he sat on the right. Others followed suit and settled in their places. Alton studied Kelvin and began. How do you find the climate in the capital? This question made Kelvin's heart race. What did he mean by this? How did he know Kelvin wasn't originally from the capital? From the moment he entered, not even his name was asked yet Alton acted like they were familiar. Kelvin felt uneasy. Alton continued. The capital is a place of dazzling prosperity. You are young and accomplished. This is the perfect time for you here. Kelvin grew increasingly perplexed. Alton chuckled, adding, now, as the overseer, you can face the nobility without fear, so long as you don't violate the mirror platform's rules. What do you think about this? Stuart and others looked bewilderedly at Alton. Was this appropriate for him to say? By stating this, it seemed like Alton was deliberately reminding Kelvin that he could bully anyone, provided he stayed within the bounds of reason. Stuart recalled the strict warning from Alton when he became overseer, not to misuse his authority. Buying reason. Was it related to Nanjing, the sacred temple, or perhaps knowledge of the Ghost King's abilities? Or maybe, only these factors could explain Alton's behavior. Otherwise, could it be because he was exceptionally handsome? Oh right, how did you kill Cody? Alton suddenly asked. Kelvin thought for a moment. I'm merely a celestial human. It wasn't by my strength alone. My Aryan suppressed him secretly, giving me the opportunity to kill him. This statement widened Stuart and others' eyes. Suppressing Cody without causing chaos, even with surprise attacks, required Aldo-level power. That meant, Kelvin had a Aldo backing him. Suddenly, they understood Alton's attitude. Being the descendant of a Aldo did justify bold behavior in the capital. Alton's words might have been indirect advice to not rely solely on identity while in the mirror platform. I see, Alton nodded. He didn't probe further but told Kelvin, when you have time, introduce me to your Aryan. Sure. Kelvin responded. I'll mention this to him. Alton nodded again and turned to the envoys. Under the overseer, more envoys are needed. Who among you is willing to serve under Kelvin? Silence filled the room as no one spoke. Though Kelvin was the overseer, who would willingly be led by a child, especially one significantly weaker than them? No one. Alton's gaze swept over the group, but all kept their heads lowered, not responding. Chapter 234. The fairest in the world. No one responded to Jackson's question. His gaze turned to Kelvin, a smile still on his face. Just name who you want, and they can follow under your command. Kelvin knew these people didn't look up to him, unsure if he should praise their principles or scold their stupidity. He had already hinted that Aldo stood behind him, yet no one was willing to come over for support. If this were Damien, he would have immediately raised both hands and feet in agreement. Or perhaps, because of Jackson's presence, they couldn't let go and had to appear principled. However, Kelvin didn't care. He replied to Jackson, a forced melon isn't sweet. Since no one wants to follow me, let's just forget it. Once everyone gets to know me better, I believe some will be willing to follow. Jackson nodded, turning his gaze to one of the mirror envoys. Rick, Joa has passed away. You shall take over as head envoy, responsible for his duties. In a few days, I will also request an official rank and attire for you from Duncan. Thank you, your highness. Rick stepped forward, bowing respectfully. The crowd wasn't surprised. Rick was originally the right-hand man of head envoy Ming. Even without considering the current situation, everyone expected him to take over. This would now mean there were 5 head envoys. Then what authority would this new head envoy, Kelvin, have? At this moment, Jackson looked at Kelvin and shook his head. With limited knowledge and skills, I truly don't dare seek power. Please, your highness, allow me the chance to assist and learn from the other heads. Kelvin thought to himself, snatching power from someone's mouth would make enemies. With his current strength, it wouldn't be wise to upset anyone at the mirror platform. As for power, he naturally wanted it. Taking over a small section was meaningless. Managing the entire mirror platform, that would be interesting. His request appeared to lack specific responsibilities, but also meant he could inquire into anything. If done well, it naturally meant having power. Of course, given his current standing and strength at the mirror platform, it would be challenging. Yet everything could grow slowly. By expanding his vision now, he wouldn't be restricted in the future. Fixating on a single area would make expansion difficult later. Jackson gave Kelvin a deep look before asking the others, "What do you think?" Phalon Head Envoy makes sense. We support Phalon Head Envoy's choice. Many envoys bowed, fearing Kelvin might really gain control over specific duties. Keeping him merely titled as Head Envoy, like a statue, was far better. Stuart looked at Kelvin, feeling uneasy. But what could a Celestial Realm practitioner unsettle him about? Moreover, this was the best option. Letting him have too much power was unrealistic. As for Kelvin assisting and filling in gaps, well, a Celestial Realm practitioner wasn't worth worrying about. What could he actually accomplish? Seeing no objections, Jackson said, "Very well, let's proceed as Kelvin suggested. This Head Envoy will temporarily not oversee specific duties, but will observe, learn, and assist where needed." "Thank you, Your Highness." Kelvin bowed. Jackson nodded, looking at Kelvin. "Seeing how young you are, it reminds me of something. I once promised someone that the mirror platform would intermarry with them. Previously, the heads all got married and had children, becoming heads when they were older, so this matter was delayed. Now with you here, we can fulfill this promise." "Oh?" Kelvin stared bewildered at Jackson. What was this about? Jackson continued, "It won't be unfair. The lady is second fairest in the world. How does that sound? Or do you have any thoughts?" Everyone exchanged glances, finding today's Jackson unusually odd. They wondered who the second fairest in the world could be. Kelvin felt increasingly uneasy. Jackson's behavior toward him was bizarre. What did he know? Damn it. Was he being set up? Reflecting on this, Kelvin politely declined. "Your Highness, young men often have dreams. I'm still young and want to strive for the fairest beauty in the world." Jackson pondered and nodded. "True. In my youth, I always dreamed of marrying the most beautiful woman. So be it. Let's consider this fulfilling my youthful dream through you. I will arrange a marriage proposal with the fairest beauty in the world. Much. If Paloma were here, he could ask her if there was any connection between Alton and the ghost town. Where are you, Paloma? I miss you so much. Old G. Do you know who the most beautiful woman in the world and the second most beautiful woman in the world are?" Kelvin asked Stuart beside him. "Old G?" Stuart glanced at Kelvin, recalling that he had been addressed as senior just moments ago. "I don't pay attention to such gossip," Stuart replied, inwardly criticizing that with Alton being 800 years old and the oldest in the royal family, would still care about this. "Old G, please help me investigate this," Kelvin requested. Stuart frowned coldly, naturally unwilling to spend time on such a trivial matter, and refused tactfully. "The mirror platform will be very busy lately." As he spoke, Stuart's expression remained cold. Cody was dead. It was now time to settle scores. Those who had allied with Cody against the mirror platform must be dealt with severely. To offend the mirror platform invited dire consequences. Let them learn how terrifying the mirror platform was, not something they should provoke. Unless, you're as powerful as Cody. Seeing Stuart's expression, Kelvin guessed what he was planning. After some thought, he said, "Leave the Yu family alone for now. Don't act against them." Stuart raised an eyebrow. The Yu family had likely acted under Cody's orders to target him. Since the Yu family dared to provoke the mirror platform, they deserved severe punishment. If it were anyone else, Stuart might not have cared, but Kelvin was the chief mirror. With the xuanhuan backing him and witnessing Alton's attitude, he had to take this seriously. The Yu family is still useful, let them be for now. Moreover, using them as a whetstone for Cousin Dwayne is also good practice. Leave the Yu family for Cousin Dwayne to handle. It will hone his skills. Who is Cousin Dwayne? Stuart was momentarily puzzled, but quickly understood Kelvin was referring to Dwayne. His lips twitched slightly. But considering Kelvin's words, Stuart thought a single family like the JIS wasn't worth worrying about. The mirror platform could easily deal with them. Keeping them around as training material for Dwayne made sense. Everyone wanted their son to succeed. Stuart nodded in agreement. Kelvin continued, Cody suddenly died, and those who initially opposed the mirror platform were caught off guard. Now would indeed be the time to strike and eliminate all visible threats. But that's only the surface. Those opposing the mirror platform surely have hidden plans, like the Yu family working in secret. Your first wave can only clean up those you've identified. But there will be many hidden threats you haven't found yet. After resolving the first wave, use me as bait to draw out the rest. Given that Cody is dead, many will want me dead too. Stuart glanced at Kelvin. Young as he appeared, he was sharp. For such a suggestion, Stuart didn't refuse outright. The mirror platform had the capability to ensure Kelvin's safety. But even so, it won't completely eliminate all hidden threats. Your future in the capital will be difficult, Stuart added. This is just the second wave. Eliminate a third, and Cody's people will be nearly wiped out, Kelvin responded. Third wave. Stuart looked at Kelvin with confusion. Kelvin did not explain further. Having decided to kill Cody, he had already planned for what followed. Without an answer, Stuart was perplexed by Kelvin's confident demeanor. What methods did Kelvin have to uproot all of Cody's people? Could he accomplish what the mirror platform couldn't? Everyone at the mirror platform knew Kelvin had become the chief mirror. Though many underestimated Kelvin's strength, believing someone with such power unfit to be chief mirror, they all felt gratitude towards him. Not because of anything else, but because Kelvin's killing of Cody saved the mirror platform from disaster. With Cody dead, the mirror platform became busy dealing with former allies of Cody. Meanwhile, Kelvin, as the main character in this drama, quietly stayed within the mirror platform. This did not surprise anyone. Kelvin was only a heavenly person in strength. Although this was not weak, the capital housed formidable figures, and this level of strength was insufficient. Hiding within the mirror platform was the safest course. Many sympathized with Kelvin. As the chief mirror, he would forever be confined to the mirror platform, a prison-like existence, while the guards were oblivious to external affairs. Gradually, people stopped paying attention to Kelvin. Many temporarily forgot the mirror platform now had 5 chiefs. Until one day, Stuart found him. All threats had been neutralized, and it was time for Kelvin to act as bait. Finally finished, reading the mirror platform's regulations. After discussing with Stuart, a mirror envoy led a team of guards accompanying Kelvin out of the mirror platform. Walking through the streets, Kelvin exuded calm, impressing the guards following him. Despite the arranged protection, lacking courage could still induce fear. Such composure befitted a descendant of xuanhuan. Translation complete. Chapter 236, the most powerful young man. Inner City East. This area was home to numerous mansions of high-ranking officials and nobles. Among these residences, the Actong family's mansion stood out as particularly dazzling. It covered a vast expanse of land with magnificent architecture. Especially after Alanis Valerie became a noble consort, the Actong family had specially refurbished their main gate. The vermilion door shone brightly, with a towering threshold that made passers-by envy. Although Kyoto was filled with many influential families, the Actong family was among the most powerful, being one of the elite families in Kyoto. Many people wanted to enter this prestigious household, but few could win their favor. However, there was one person who soared straight up and became the second master of the Actong family's adopted son. Moreover, the second master even stated that although he was an adopted son, he was no different from a biological son. If Kelvin were here, he would definitely recognize who this person was. It was none other than Clinton. At this moment, Clinton was going through the ceremony of recognizing his adoptive father. Adoptive father, please have some tea. After completing the ceremony, Clinton offered a cup of tea to Madison, the second master of the Actong family. Very good, very good. Madison laughed heartily as he accepted the tea, and then patted a boy around 10 years old beside him. Haven't you greeted your brother Chun yet? The boy, despite his reluctance, bowed under his father's insistence and said, Greetings, Brother Chun. After the boy bowed, several others, men and women, greeted him too. Brother Chun Jr., we are now one family. These men and women were the children of the three main brothers of the Actong family. They looked at Clinton with puzzlement, finding it hard to understand why Madison insisted on adopting him as his son. When the noble consort left, she only asked the Actong family to take care of him. She didn't say anything about making him part of the Actong family. As the adopted son of the second master, he could already leverage the power of the Actong family and act recklessly in Kyoto. Clinton naturally saw their doubts but felt immensely pleased inside. With his father paving the way and Valerie's word, he was already special within the Actong family. Becoming an adopted son was due to the influence of his brother Phelan. One must look at things from different perspectives. It wasn't that he wanted to become an adopted son, but rather that Madison begged him to. He merely told Madison, your eldest brother has the noble consort and 2 sons. Your third brother also has 2 sons, and they are well known in Kyoto's list of young elites. But you only have one son, who will help him in the future. If he doesn't make an effort, I can't even imagine how miserable he might be. While saying this, Clinton displayed his talent as a sorcerer. With the 9 Heavens Thunder mandate, he left Madison utterly impressed. Then, Madison pleaded for him to become his adopted son, and took over the responsibility of taking care of Clinton from his Aryan brother. Though the 3 brothers of the Actong family were close, Madison was more concerned about his son. His worry led him to seek external support for his son. Standing before him was someone who could perform lightning-based magic, displaying astonishing talent. Such a person could serve as his son's brother and supporter in the future. Being from another surname also meant no fear of him usurping their place. Most importantly, this person was brought back by his noble niece and specifically requested to be well taken care of. That alone suggested he wasn't ordinary. His niece had always been wise and likely recognized Clinton's sorcerer talent. Thus, Madison arranged the adoption ceremony right away. Despite not publicizing it widely, the families close to the Actongs, as well as his Aryan and younger brothers, all sent gifts. Clinton received so many gifts that his hands grew tired. He couldn't be happier. With the 9 Heavens Thunder mandate, he didn't need any other heavenly talisman. It could directly serve as a heavenly talisman itself. All he lacked were resources, but now the gifts he received were more than enough. The 9 Heavens Thunder mandate made his strength increase daily, and soon he would reach the heavenly realm. Thinking of this, Clinton felt incredibly satisfied. He couldn't help but think of Kelvin and Patrick. Patrick, that idiot, was probably still swaying around in the carriage. He hadn't arrived in Kyoto yet, unlike himself, who rode on the divine steed that welcomed the noble consort, arriving swiftly in Kyoto. Recalling how he spat on Patrick and hearing his powerless rage as he drove away, he couldn't help but feel amused. People differ vastly from each other. Previously, he took Patrick seriously, which shows how small-minded he used to be. What was Patrick? Sigh. What a waste of youth, tangling with such a boring person. Now his world is Kyoto, and he would live brilliantly here. He wondered when Brother Phelan would come to Kyoto. He should take more time. After all, not everyone gets to ride a divine steed like he did. Hee, how eagerly he awaited Brother Phelan's arrival. Brother Phelan wouldn't believe it. He had suddenly become one of the core descendants of the Actong family. The power and status would surely make him envious. Haha, when Brother Phelan comes, he would show him just how well he was living in Kyoto. Clinton was lost in thought when he heard Madison say, Xuanxi, as you've just arrived in Kyoto, you're not familiar with it. However, some advice must be given. Although the Actong family fears few in Kyoto, there are certain people you should avoid. First and foremost is the mirror platform. They answer only to Duncan. Even the noble consort holds little sway over them. Clinton mumbled inwardly, what mirror platform? Never heard of it. Especially after Master Cody of New Path perished by their hands, the mirror platform seems even more terrifying. They claim Cody died of old age, but everyone knows it's related to their new young mirror keeper, Madison remarked sarcastically. The old Duke treats everyone like fools. Uncle, is your information reliable? Did the mirror platform really gain a new young mirror keeper? And he's already at the heavens than him? How nauseating. But if it's not a namesake and truly my brother Phelan, that he is so powerful makes sense. However, isn't Brother Phelan too strong? Just arriving in the capital, he can mingle with the most influential youths? Besides, the capital is far from Jinling. What does Brother Phelan rely on to get here before me? But thinking about it, since Brother Phelan could even enter the sacred temple, Anything is possible. Plus, I made it into the core of the Actong family. Why can't my brother Phelan do the same? It must be my brother Phelan. Otherwise, there can't possibly be someone this powerful. Clinton thinks differently from others. Others would definitely verify, perhaps even think it's a namesake. But he is convinced that Kelvin is his brother Phelan. He was excited. Originally, he thought he would be alone for some time. But he didn't expect that brother Phelan had come first to lay the groundwork for him. TSK. Mirror Platform's Chief Storm, direct lineage of the Actong family. They're two scoundrels, two geniuses working together. They would dominate the capital. Yeah, he needs to find time to meet brother Phelan and discuss with him how to educate the people of the capital and let them soak in their great and righteous ideology. What? Seeing Clinton spacing out, Madison couldn't help but ask again, have you met him? Among them were Heavenly Realm, Unity Realm warriors, and even two Cave Spirit Realm powerhouses. Truly worthy of the Conan, luring out so many. The battle was intense, blood spilled nonstop. Despite all preparations, Kelvin narrowly escaped danger several times. Fortunately, the shadow illusion technique learned from the purple coffin repeatedly helped him evade peril. After reaching the Heavenly Realm, Kelvin mastered the shadow illusion technique better, discovering its profound mysteries. A strange rhythm formed during execution. Blood spattered and dyed the street red, rousing genuine fervor. The mirror platform's steward personally intervened, even bringing out the divine mirror to thoroughly wipe out the invaders. Still, many mirror storms were injured. Kelvin was protected by his comrades, and basically didn't participate in the slaughter. Several times, he wanted to join, but the mirror storms kept blocking him, protecting him tightly. Kelvin hated it. These people came to kill him. Seizing their essence with the primal decision would have been effortless. But, being blocked by his own side, he could only watch them die before him, their essence dissipating into the heavens and earth. His heart broke, literally pained. There were Unity and Cave Spirit Realm warriors among them. Each was enough for long-term use, saving a fortune in spirit stones. Yet, the storms protected him so thoroughly that even when Unity Realm warriors were nearly dead, they wouldn't let him close, fearing the enemy would retaliate and kill him. Only two weaker Heavenly Realm warriors allowed him to get close enough to seize their essence before they died. Sigh. Better than nothing. Kelvin watched as the two Cave Spirit Realm heads were cut off, dejectedly consoling himself. Such a fierce battle naturally alarmed many forces in the capital. Though the capital was full of powerful figures, such an array still shocked everyone. A Heavenly Realm warrior was already considered elite and a sought-after target by major powers. Reaching the Unity Realm, even prominent families in the capital could only muster one or two such fighters. As for Cave Spirit Realm powerhouses, they could stir up storms in the capital. Many large families in the capital couldn't boast a single Cave Spirit Realm fighter. Even for an entity like the Mirror Platform, having only Cave Spirit Realms as chiefs, well, except for one, was typical. However, losing two Cave Spirit Realms in this incident showed how significant the impact of this battle was on the capital. Considering Cody's identity, it was understandable. If not, how could the Mirror Platform face such a severe threat? This battle thrust Kelvin into the public eye in the capital. Those who hadn't paid attention to the new Chief Storm now remembered Kelvin's name. For Mirror Platform to deploy divine artifacts for protection, they clearly recognized Kelvin as the true Chief Storm. On the lists of major powers, a new name was added to the not-to-be-provoked category. Unbeknownst to Kelvin, his battle with Cody did not bring him fame, but this intense slaughter spread his name throughout the capital. At this moment, as he watched Mirror Platform personnel clean up the aftermath, Stewart's words echoed in his ears. They indeed went all out to kill you. Without borrowing a divine artifact from Jackson, they might have succeeded. Kelvin glanced at the mirror in Stewart's hand. Even a brief look left his mind blank. This was a terrifying treasure. The two Cave Spirit Realms would not have fallen so quickly without this bright mirror. Many ripples might arise from this battle. What a great thing. Next time, I'll borrow it from Jackson. Kelvin mused silently, but said aloud, I was bait. They probably guessed it and decided to turn the tables, going all out to capture me. Who knew the Mirror Platform would bring out such a divine artifact? Stewart nodded, then added, although we eliminated many this time, I suspect some are still lurking, waiting for the right moment to kill you. It's best if you stay safe within the Mirror Platform. Kelvin laughed, patting Stewart on the shoulder. Old G, I'm heading home. Remember what I said at the Mirror Platform? Stewart watched Kelvin return carelessly, frowning slightly. At the Mirror Platform, Kelvin said he would uproot those who tried to kill him. This was only the second wave. There's a third one. But, how can he uproot them? Could he be more powerful than the Mirror Platform itself? Despite its existence, no matter how hard they tried, they couldn't uncover more. Chapter 238. The Advantage of Intelligence. Kelvin did not follow Stewart's arrangement to return to the Mirror Platform. Instead, he went back to his small courtyard. In front of the courtyard gate, there was a pile of dog feces still steaming hot. It seemed the dog had only just gone. F***CK. If I catch that dog, I'll surely turn it into a meal, Kelvin muttered under his breath. With a sweep of his arm, True Essence wiped away the feces and accidentally brushed against the threshold stone of the neighboring household. Kelvin walked into the courtyard alone. But he knew that there were people guarding him in secret. Firstly, they feared he might be killed. Secondly, they wanted to see if anyone dared come after him. Perhaps more fish would be caught this way. However, they did not wait long for anyone to come after Kelvin. Not long after he returned to the courtyard, Curtis arrived with Kian. Nephew, Sir Phelan, I heard you faced an assassination today. Are you alright? Curtis originally wanted to call him nephew, but thinking about how Kelvin was now the director of the Mirror Platform and potentially backed by Aldo, he didn't dare address him so informally. In his consolation? Your young master doesn't need that. Who cares about being director of the Mirror Platform? Originally, joining was for Brother Baron. Curtis was even more stunned upon hearing this. Aldo was going to communicate with Alton? If they could reach a consensus, Kelvin was likely to become a real authority figure in the Mirror Platform. Thinking about it made him shudder. While Curtis was lost in thought, he heard Kelvin continue, "Oh, right. Uncle Xi, based on my investigation, Brother Baron's disappearance probably has nothing to do with Dwayne. Though I'm only a figurehead director, recent mirror platform activities haven't been hidden from me. They are investigating everyone who has conflicts with the guards, and if Brother Baron had a conflict with Dwayne, there would be records. However, I haven't seen any such evidence. Moreover, since the mirror platform isn't paying attention to your family, it indicates Dwayne and Brother Baron likely had no contact. Otherwise, bluntly speaking, your family's meager influence, if they provoked the mirror platform, would have been wiped out long ago. They wouldn't spare anything." Curtis also showed a look of confusion. Yes, the mirror platform recently took down many forces that opposed it. If the news of their Zhu family connection was exposed, the mirror platform could easily destroy them. Had Baron followed through with the original plan targeting Dwayne, Dwayne's survival wouldn't have been concealed. Yet strangely, the Yu family remained unscathed. Could Baron not have gotten to Dwayne and disappeared mysteriously? Moreover, there were rumors that the siblings Dwayne and Inna had secretly left the capital. If Baron had attacked them, he would have succeeded. This has led the internal questioning over Baron's actions multiple times, believing the Yu family didn't fully commit. Otherwise, how could such a good opportunity slip by? Curtis exhaled lightly. Perhaps Baron's disappearance really had nothing to do with Dwayne. Then what exactly happened to make them disappear silently? Sir, what you say makes sense. I believe Dwayne and Baron don't have any grudges. Previously, I trusted some rumors and wanted to verify them. Curtis had to act humble. In the past, with Fife present, they dared to scheme against the mirror platform. Now, they hoped the mirror platform wouldn't pay attention to them. You can rest assured. Though I am currently a figurehead director, asking the mirror platform to investigate Brother Baron's whereabouts should be manageable, Kelvin reassured. But these words made Curtis's heart race. Damn it, don't investigate. An investigation might expose their hidden identities, leading to retaliation. However, he couldn't voice this fear or refuse Kelvin, fearing discovery of their intentions. Thank you, Sir Phelan. Curtis said, this visit was just to check on you. Seeing you safe puts my mind at ease. I'll be fine, Uncle Xi. No need to worry, Kelvin laughed. Uncle, go ahead. I have something to talk to Qian about. Qian looked puzzled, but was pulled into a room by Kelvin. What orders do you have, sir? Qian asked nervously, noticing Kelvin's intense gaze. At midnight, come here again. Kelvin's words terrified Qian. So he really had designs on me. What should I do? Uncle Xi said to cooperate, but should I? Then Kelvin continued, F***CK. Being cooped up at the mirror platform almost drove me crazy. Today, I must enjoy myself. Qian paled, preparing to sacrifice himself for the family. I must go out drinking tonight, to release some stress, Kelvin sighed. But the mirror platform's guards won't let me drink without saying it's unsafe. You have a similar build to me. Wear heavy clothing at midnight. We'll switch clothes. You stay in the courtyard while I sneak out in your clothes. Heh, I must find a beauty to enjoy. Qian finally understood, and found it reasonable given Kelvin's status and personality. He cautiously asked, going out indeed isn't safe. You don't understand. The most dangerous time can be the safest. With so many coming after me today, who would expect me to go out drinking tonight? The mirror platform guards know I'm being watched, and many others know this. Who would guess I'd escape to have fun? Ha, that's my intelligence advantage, Kelvin proudly told Qian. Translation notes. 1. Names are kept as pinyin to maintain authenticity, e.g., Stuart, instead of Romanizing. 2. Efforts were made to retain the original tone and style of the narrative, ensuring the English translation remains true to the Chinese version. 3. Paragraph structure and line breaks closely match the original text for readability. Chapter 239. Minor 5 Declines of the Celestial Human Realm. Qian left with a strange expression after talking to Curtis. Kelvin watched them leave, his gaze distant as he looked at their backs. He could not possibly hide under the protection of the mirror platform and lose his freedom. The best way was to take the initiative and eliminate those who had designs on him. Thinking this, Kelvin pinched the jade pendant given to him by Mariana. Mariana had said he could use it if he encountered danger. But would he listen? Previously, he wanted to use the jade pendant to connect emotionally with Master Mariana, but using it without reason didn't seem appropriate, so he held back. Now that there was such a good opportunity, shouldn't he find an excuse to communicate with her emotionally? He was determined to cling on to this opportunity. Mariana, just watch my actions. Every day, you face me with a cold look. Just wait until I show you some moves, then, you'll be licking at my feet. While contemplating these thoughts, it was still early in the night. He sat down cross-legged, practicing the Dechu-Ju. He rapidly refined the essences taken from several cultivators. One of the benefits of Dechu-Ju was utilizing the transformations of all things for one's own use. His mind submerged into his Qi-Si, where a swirl of mist containing Dao essence steadily occupied the center. Kelvin refined the warrior's essence with Dechu-Ju, strands of true essence fusing into the mist within the Qi-Si, causing the mist to gradually expand and become denser. The essence of cultivators was the easiest to refine, and this speed was incredibly fast. It wasn't long before the Qi-Si was filled with mist. As the mist gathered, it slowly began to emit a dampness. Kelvin was completely immersed in it. Naturally, as Dechu-Ju continued to circulate, the purple factor between his eyebrows continuously consumed itself. Kelvin's strength visibly increased at an alarming rate. The mist in his Qi-Si grew increasingly dense, the threads of dampness becoming thicker, gradually condensing like tiny droplets. Such rapid changes would surely shock anyone who witnessed them. For ordinary celestial human realm cultivators to reach this level would consume countless spirit stones, pills, and other resources. Yet Kelvin achieved it effortlessly. When the essences obtained from the cultivators were entirely refined, his Qi-Si was already extremely abundant, filled with thick fog where moisture lingered, especially concentrated around the center, forming visible raindrops within the colorful mist. True essence had begun to coalesce into liquid form. This marked the peak achievement of reaching the initial stage of the profound pass realm. Beyond this point lay the minor 5 declines of the celestial human realm, presenting further opportunities for advancement. A phase no longer achievable merely through devouring essences. Kelvin exhaled lightly, waking up from his cultivation. Though it was late autumn, crickets still chirped. Previously, lying in a rocking chair under the osmanthus tree, Kelvin found the scent of osmanthus and the chirping of insects soothing and comfortable. But today, hearing the insect sounds only made him irritable and uneasy. It felt unbearably noisy, sparking an urge within him to chase away all nocturnal bugs. The wind was also irritating. The rustling of leaves sounded like noise, hard to tolerate. Even the osmanthus flowers were annoying. Falling on the chair, despite the almost inaudible sound, it echoed loudly in his ears like a needle stabbing his heart, making the sound repulsive. All the surrounding noises were chaotic and disturbing. Kelvin instinctively covered his ears. But even his hands and ears were frustrating. The sound of his hands touching his ears, the vibrations in his eardrums, sounded like buzzing flies. Kelvin felt incredibly uncomfortable, wanting to hide and escape from all these noises. He forcefully circulated true essence to calm the inner turmoil caused by the noises, trying to regain control over his nearly collapsing emotions. The minor 5 declines of the celestial human realm. Have they descended upon me? Kelvin originally thought that even if he progressed past the initial celestial human realm, the minor 5 declines would come later. But unexpectedly, they arrived so soon. Minor 5 declines of the celestial human realm. Ears, nose, mouth, eyes, and heart. Hearing, smelling, tasting, seeing, disgusted by everything. Touching anything induces disgust, irritation, and depression. At this moment, Kelvin was experiencing the decline related to hearing. To him, any sound seemed like noise, no matter how melodious the song. It was thoroughly unbearable. Moreover, even the smallest sound was amplified. This was one of the minor 5 declines. Without solving this problem, it was impossible to immerse oneself in cultivation. On the path of cultivation, not advancing meant regression. Besides, mental fatigue from noise could cause his realm to naturally decline if unresolved. However, overcoming it would greatly enhance his hearing far beyond ordinary humans. Celestial humans were superior to ordinary people in every aspect. Reaching this realm allowed one to fly through the air. Only at the celestial human realm could one comprehend the profound mysteries. Although he knew the minor 5 declines were inevitable, he didn't expect it to happen so quickly. Damn it. Mariana's resources haven't even been secured yet. If I knew this would happen, I should have asked her to pay up front earlier. Kelvin was cultivating, dealing with the minor 5 declines, feeling the intolerable distress caused by noise. Meanwhile, in a secluded courtyard in the capital, a group of people had gathered, including Curtis. Are you saying Kelvin will sneak out tonight and go to a brothel? An adept sitting nearby looked at Curtis incredulously. Curtis nodded, recounting what Kelvin had told Kian. He thinks it's the safest time now. No one would expect him to do this. Everyone exchanged glances, genuinely not expecting Kelvin to act this way. Is this kid really insane? Knowing many want to kill him, instead of hiding, he goes looking for women? Is he truly that desperate? Haha, truly fitting for a pampered young master, not allowing himself any hardship. Someone mocked. What do you think? Is it credible? It is credible. If it were for another reason, I might suspect a trap set by the mirror platform. But this reasoning sounds too ridiculous even for a normal person. Only someone with genuine intentions would act this way. They nodded in agreement, looking at Curtis. Curtis thought for a moment and said, I've already told you why he went to the mirror platform. Besides, he's very close to the Yu family. His words to Kian are highly credible. I don't think he was instructed by the mirror platform. Pausing, he added, but about this matter, I have a different view. Curtis's attitude was humble due to the presence of many stronger adepts. Speak. The man seated at the head of the gathering waved at Curtis. Curtis gave a grateful look. Though he belonged to Cody's lineage, Cody wouldn't directly manage him. This cave spirit powerhouse who spoke up was responsible for their Yu family and was the old patriarch of the Zhang family in the capital. I disagree with everyone's decision to deal with Kelvin. Hashtag chapter 240. Missing Madeline and Dara. With everyone's eyes on him, Curtis could only muster up the courage to say, Kelvin is just at the celestial being realm. He can't cause much trouble. Instead of eliminating him, we can use him as a means to infiltrate the mirror platform's inner circle. Kelvin has close ties with the Yu family, which can be leveraged to gain some internal connections within the mirror platform. This statement immediately drew rebukes from others. The death of our ancestor ruined all our plans, and he is the culprit. You want us not to kill him? Go ask our ancestor if he would agree. Curtis's face stiffened as he glanced at Digby. He continued, killing Kelvin will only satisfy our vengeance, but the deed has already been done. His death won't change anything. It would be more strategic to make use of him instead. Humph. Do you think only you are smart? Someone sneered. Of course, we must use him. Are we really just out for revenge by killing him? No, we intend to capture and exploit him. Since there's Aldo backing him, capturing him might give us leverage. More importantly, the ancestor's death was far too mysterious. With the ancestor's strength, even Aldo wouldn't be able to eliminate him so silently. This Aldo must have used special means, possibly information that can be obtained from Kelvin. If we get our hands on such silent methods, it will be much easier for us to accomplish tasks. Upon hearing this, Curtis paused and looked back at Digby. At this point, Digby stood up and said, I know everyone is eager to avenge our ancestor and wishes to punish Kelvin. Curtis believes that using gentler tactics and leveraging Kelvin might be more appropriate than rushing into things. This doesn't mean he doesn't want to avenge our ancestor. Digby spoke, and many fell silent. Their group had only 3 cave spirit realm experts left, and Digby was one of them, and the strongest. Old Zhang, I understand your thoughts. Your family has established itself in the capital and doesn't want to take risks anymore, hence favoring softer approaches. But with our ancestor's death, we can't let this go without retaliation. That kid, given his complex background, is perfect for forcing his Aldo protector to complete what the ancestor left unfinished. Digby coldly surveyed the room. He understood their motives. All this talk about avenging the ancestor was merely an excuse to vie for power. The one who could exact revenge would become the new leader of their faction, thus gaining authority and influence. Brother Hunt, I am merely reminding you. Aldos are not to be provoked lightly. Think carefully before acting, Digby warned. This kid must hold significant importance to the Aldo, who would risk attacking our ancestor for him. Aldos are indeed formidable, but capturing Kelvin and hiding away might keep the Aldo at bay. We can leverage this boy, perhaps even command Aldo. Why not gamble? Not only can we avenge the ancestor, but we could also gain a powerful ally. Amiel, what do you think? You're right, old Adrian. With our mission failure, we have nothing to lose. Let's take the chance. Who knows, maybe we can secure the protection of Aldo and no longer fear the mirror platform or Kelvin's protector. Another cave spirit expert supported Hunt. Seeing this, Digby remarked, since you've made your decision, I won't dissuade you. Certainly, your strategy. Nerves fraying. Every slight disturbance became deafening drumbeats or relentless buzzing flies, driving him to distraction. Under this torment, the true essence within his sea of chi grew unstable. The seven-colored aurora, usually resonating harmoniously with the cosmos, now disconnected due to his agitated state, halting his continuous cultivation. Additionally, his true essence began leaking away, disrupting his progress. Running his cultivation technique was nearly impossible, as the persistent noise disturbed him, leading to fragmented or even erroneous movements. This was dangerous. Continuous errors could lead to spiritual deviation. No wonder, many cultivators spend years in the celestial being realm without much improvement. Even those reaching peak early mystic realm often fail after facing the lesser 5 decays, regressing back to their original state. Fortunately, when their realm regressed, the effects of the lesser 5 decays vanished. If they didn't regress, they would likely die from the torment. And during this agony, Kelvin finally reached the third watch, where Kian arrived. He missed Madeline. He missed Dara. His feelings were not for their beauty, but for their resources against the lesser 5 decays. Kian wondered if the brothers were so desperate. Upon arriving, Kian was dragged into a room and quickly swapped clothes. The urgency in Kelvin's actions made Kian feel sorry for the woman Kelvin would find today. What torment she would endure. They then staged a performance, leaving the courtyard boldly in Kian's identity. Hashtag chapter 241, collapse. Actondering down the street, Kelvin didn't head to the pleasure quarters in Willow Alley. Instead, he detoured all the way to the South City. There was a pavilion there called the Xiuxian Pavilion, renowned for its girls who were said to be beautiful, fragrant, and skillful, top-tier professionals who catered to the elite. Kelvin hadn't told Kian about this place, but figured his status would be better suited at a high-end venue. Although Willow Alley had plenty of entertainment houses, they were more populist in nature. When it came to art, Kelvin aimed for sophistication and elegance rather than being down to earth. He preferred the lofty heights of refined culture. As he neared the Xiuxian Pavilion, no one had yet appeared to cause trouble. He thought to himself, did Kian actually keep his secret? Hell, given your level, do you even have the right to be righteous on my behalf? The night breeze continued to blow, the rustling noise irritating him. Kelvin rubbed the jade pendant, occasionally channeling a thread of spiritual energy into it. He kept walking, thinking if they really didn't show up, he'd have to support the artisan since traditional culture mustn't be lost. Trying to drown out the various noises reaching his ears, he mused that just as he expected tonight to be fruitless, dozens of people suddenly rushed out from a nearby alleyway, surrounding him. This cluster of people twisted the space around Kelvin, isolating him within a sphere of influence. Domain. Kelvin knew reaching the cave's spirit realm endowed practitioners with their own domain. A realm fused with the universe, capable of forming its own rules, where the practitioner reigned supreme. Now, within this domain, he felt an immense pressure as if an entire world's weight bore down upon him. However, Kelvin stood calmly, eyes fixed on these people, gripping the jade pendant tighter. His composed demeanor made the others frown. Hunt, a cave spirit expert, stared intently at Kelvin and asked, young man, aren't you afraid? Afraid of what? Kelvin replied, puzzled. Oh right, with all this commotion, I definitely can't go to the Xiuxian Pavilion tonight to relax. My body will bear an undue burden of life's weight. That is indeed scary. Staring at the nonsensical Kelvin, Hunt frowned and said, now that you're in our hands, don't you fear that you'll wish you were dead? Why would I be in your hands? Kelvin asked, bewildered. This question prompted several exchanges of glances. Hunt narrowed his eyes at Kelvin. I'm curious, are you pretending to be calm, or are you genuinely fearless? Kelvin responded, haven't you considered that this could be a trap I've set? We've thought of that. That's why we only acted now, to ensure you really avoided the Godfrey mirror. Shaking his head, Kelvin remarked, I never said it was the Godfrey, and you know my background? Hunt explained, do you understand why we're wasting so many words? Because my domain and Amiel's need to overlap and stack. This way, even if Aldo intervenes, one of us can still capture you instantly. With you in hand, Aldo won't be able to do much to us. If you think you're foolproof, why so much talk? Hurry up and make your move. Kelvin found them incredibly verbose, feeling like their chatter was grating and shrill. Just shut up. I need peace and quiet. Looking for death. Hunt lunged toward Kelvin, grabbing fiercely. Simultaneously, the force of the domain compressed, coiling toward Kelvin. He didn't intend to kill Kelvin but only to capture him, confident that with a breath he could easily control Kelvin. Even Aldo wouldn't change that because the combined domains of Hunt and Amiel would buy them enough time. But before Hunt's hand reached Kelvin, a cracking sound resounded. From Kelvin's divine sea, a sinister aura spread out, forming a barrier around him. Hunt's hand halted abruptly at this barrier, feeling a wave of malevolent energy surge, making him shudder. Shocked, he looked at Kelvin and saw a black demonic seed pulsating at his spiritual center. Demonic seed? Are you a disciple of the demon path? Hunt's eyes widened, disbelief etched on his face. The demonic seed served as a foundation, drawing upon the universe to form a domain, creating a demonic field. Indeed, Kelvin was within such a demonic field formed by the demonic seed. Like a Tao seed, it contained great truths and exerted tremendous power that even Aldo might struggle against, let alone hunt. Everyone present was stunned, finding it hard to believe that only core disciples of the demon path could possess a demonic seed. And such a core disciple was now the guardian of the Godfrey mirror? Was this a joke? Could the Godfrey mirror not detect it? Standing there, Kelvin finally noticed the demonic seed. Though intangible, its sinister presence was palpable. Feeling as if he were in a demonic field, he realized the Star Moon Pavilion had indeed planted the seed in him. Gabrielle had been serious. How could the Star Moon Pavilion part with something so precious? Kelvin didn't know that it wasn't because Gabrielle wanted to. Outside Jinling, the Star Moon Pavilion wouldn't dare plant such a seed on him. But it was the old leader of Star Moon Pavilion who did it. They had surplus demonic seeds, and the old leader deemed it fitting to plant one on Xian Deng Sect's true disciple. Facing the barrier created by the demonic seed, everyone gritted their teeth. Indeed, being descendants of Aldos, possessing such a power. However, their hearts also filled with fear, knowing if they couldn't capture Kelvin quickly, the arrival of Aldo would be perilous. They exchanged looks, contemplating whether to flee or launch an all-out assault to break through Kelvin's barrier. They were certain this barrier wouldn't last long. Time was their gamble. Ultimately, Hunt and the others decided to act against Kelvin. Running now might not save them, but capturing Kelvin first would give them leverage against the Aldo backing him. Just as they were about to attack, the two cave spirit experts, Hunt included, spat blood, faces turning pale. The domain enveloping the area cracked apart. Some tried to flee, only to find themselves trapped within an even more terrifying domain. Suddenly, they noticed two women approaching from a distance. Despite both women being strikingly beautiful, all eyes fixated on one. Their expressions turned incredulous. Dara, is she working with you? Impossible. Their eyes widened in disbelief. How could Dara silently kill the ancestor and aid the Godfrey? The Godfrey was sworn enemies with the demon path. Note asterisk in translating character names and places. I adhered strictly to pinyin romanization and maintained natural English phrasing. The original tone and style have been preserved, ensuring the storyline remains coherent and fluid. Hashtag chapter 242. What are you doing? Dara still wore a pristine white brocade robe that accentuated her curvaceous and shapely figure, reminiscent of a ripe pear. As she walked step by step with Marianoan, the temperature around them dropped sharply as if a queen had arrived, causing everyone present to turn pale. Impossible. Impossible. Hunt and the others continued to mutter in disbelief. The appearance of Dara was even harder for them to accept than encountering Aldo. They stared intently at Kelvin. You have conspired with the demon path. If the mirror platform finds out, they will surely execute you. They won't find out if you're all dead, Kelvin replied nonchalantly. Then no one would know. Kelvin then looked at Dara, flashing what he thought was a handsome smile. Sister Xuang, can't you kill them without revealing it's a demonic technique? Sister Xuang. Both Dara and Marianoan glanced at Kelvin. You don't think so, do you? Even the new ancestor master couldn't defeat you. Killing a few people wouldn't expose Sister Xuang's identity, right? Kelvin feigned ignorance, still addressing her as sister. Dara remained icy cold, staring straight at Kelvin as a chilling aura spread through the space. However, Kelvin met her gaze calmly and naturally. Kelvin thought to himself that since she had given him everything for protection, she wouldn't kill him over calling her sister. Since she couldn't kill him, he felt emboldened. At most, she might reprimand or threaten him, but that wouldn't matter. He had many ways to deal with it. For example, he wanted to call her senior. But seeing how young and beautiful she was, he feared calling her senior would make her feel old, which could anger her. After much deliberation, he concluded that sister was most fitting. If she didn't want him to call her sister, what should he call her? Playing hardball meant pushing boundaries. Even if nothing came from it, it would deepen her impression of him, making future interactions easier. To Kelvin's surprise, when their gazes met, Dara actively avoided his eyes, almost as if she was trying to escape his gaze. However, Kelvin felt this was just his imagination. How could such a queen-like presence escape the gaze of someone at the celestial human realm? Dara's gaze fell upon Hunt and the others, who felt like they were inside an ice cellar. If you let us go, we are willing to join the demon path and serve under you, Hunt said, surrendering outright, lacking any resistance. Before Dara could speak, Kelvin said, Sister Xuang, quickly kill them. Delaying risks the arrival of mirror platform forces. Dara responded with action, extending her slender, delicate fingers towards Hunt. Despite his full resistance and forcefully activating his domain again, the domain exploded, and his strength was extinguished. With a spit, blood spewed from his mouth, and his chest caved in, weakening his breath. Next, Dara's finger flicked lightly, sending a sharp glow shooting out. Hunt's head rolled on the ground, colliding with another cultivator's head. All of this happened so fast that none of them had time to prepare defensive formations. They turned pale. Being cave spirit realm cultivators made them formidable across the world. In the capital, they were pillars, each capable of stirring the winds and clouds. Yet, before Dara, they were easily extinguished. She was too powerful, impossible to resist. Panic-stricken, the remaining people fled frantically. But the area was covered by Dara's domain. Where could they run? With a slight press of her hand, spit. These people seemed struck by Mount Tai, collapsing directly to the ground, spewing blood endlessly. Many died instantly under her pressure. Seeing Dara about to finish off the survivors, Kelvin exclaimed, Wait, don't kill them all. These were essence stones. His Tai Chu technique needed their essence for cultivation. Killing them all would mean gathering more and heads, summoning the Philip fire as he extracted it. Few survived, but they were all strong. Among them were 2 Unity Realm experts and several celestial human realm cultivators. Knowing they were about to die, Kelvin moved incredibly fast, extracting their essence efficiently. His speed was blinding, even to ordinary cultivators. But who stood before him was Dara. She observed clearly, lantern lighting technique, extracting human Philip fire. It's easy to ignite a fire but hard to extract it. She had heard from Enan that his lantern lighting technique was beyond imagination, but this surpassed all expectations. Extracting human Philip fire was something only a few could manage even in the ancient lantern sect from 1,000 years ago. While Dara was lost in thought, she saw Mariana and suddenly lunged towards Kelvin, reaching into his embrace. This puzzled Dara. What was Enan doing? Likewise, Kelvin was startled, glaring at Mariana and, "What are you doing?" Chapter 243. Understand? Gabrielle moved extremely fast, but Kelvin dodged just as swiftly. Employing the shadow step technique, he leaped away, instantly evading Gabrielle's grasp. Such speed caught Dara's eye, who stared intently at Kelvin in the field. While Gabrielle did not detect the peculiarity of this technique, Dara could tell it was likely a rudimentary form of some mystical ability. In the midst of the confrontation, Gabrielle continuously tried to grab what Kelvin held close to his chest. But Kelvin's shadow step made him elusive like a ghost, always managing to evade her. "Gabrielle, what are you doing?" Kelvin yelled angrily. Gabrielle remained expressionless, ignoring Kelvin's question. Although she once far surpassed Kelvin in strength, having self-imposed a realm reduction in Jinling, she was still in recovery and was not much stronger than him. For a moment, she couldn't subdue Kelvin, but the more seriously he resisted, the more determined she became to capture him. "Master, please restrain him." Gabrielle's words caused Kelvin's face to change drastically. He reached into his chest, intending to destroy what he carried. Suddenly, his body froze as if encased in ice, restrained by an overwhelming force that immobilized even his hands. Gabrielle floated before Kelvin, reaching into his chest, and retrieved the parcel that had fallen to the ground. Then, she twirled the parcel in front of Kelvin's eyes. Kelvin's pupils dilated, and he urgently shouted, "Give it back!" Seeing Kelvin's flustered anger piqued Gabrielle's curiosity even more. Just as she was about to open the parcel, Dara said, "Someone's coming, Enan, let's go." Having said that, Dara enveloped Gabrielle with her power, ready to take her away. "Don't leave. Give me back my things," Kelvin shouted desperately, looking like he was on the verge of breaking, but upon picking it up and scanning it with his spiritual energy, his heart skipped a beat. A spatial artifact. This was a good find. Kelvin's heart raced. Spatial artifacts were exceedingly rare, crafted only by alchemists who had mastered spatial laws. Even true monarchs found it challenging to create stable, portable spaces. Yet, a spatial artifact like the jade pendant before him allowed exactly that, with roughly a cubic meter of space within it. The pendant had no other functions besides storage, yet it was invaluable. Spatial artifacts were priceless commodities whenever they appeared. Fusing his mind with the pendant, Kelvin discovered numerous treasures inside, including piles of spirit stones, hundreds of them, and several vials he guessed contained essence pills. All of these belonged to Hunt, more than what others combined possessed. Kelvin momentarily regarded the other void profound expert with disdain. Compared to Hunt, he was like a beggar. Had the other man known of Kelvin's ridicule, he'd surely have crawled up and spat in Kelvin's face. Not everyone was like Hunt, carrying all their wealth in a spatial artifact. Most people kept everyday essentials on them and stashed the rest elsewhere. Kelvin's bountiful haul today was because they had intended to flee the capital after their mission. Scanning Hunt's spatial jade, Kelvin spotted a golden book inside a protective jade box. As he moved to examine it, he heard approaching voices. Kelvin stopped, glancing towards the source. Soon, he saw Stuart leading a group of Mirror Sect members rushing over. Stuart and company hurriedly arrived, stopping dead in their tracks when they saw the bodies littering the ground. Seeing Kelvin standing tall amidst the carnage, they sucked in sharp breaths. Many felt their mouths dry up, and someone finally asked, "Did you do this?" Several appraised Kelvin, wondering if he was a wolf in sheep's clothing, incredibly powerful beyond appearances. "Just used my Aryans help to lure some fish," Kelvin replied casually. This explanation brought clarity. No wonder there was little noise. True monarch-level killings naturally made minimal commotion. Stuart finally understood what Kelvin meant by the third wave. It was using the Yu family to lure and kill enemies. Hence, Kelvin advised against targeting the Yu family directly. It was laughable how they suspected Kelvin of seeking pleasure upon hearing that he couldn't resist visiting women. What kind of person could concoct such an innocent-seeming ruse? After this, Cody's remnants should be mostly dealt with. If any remain, they won't dare act recklessly anymore, Kelvin said to Stuart. This chapter with Cody can now come to a close. Stuart thought of the Yu family, frowning. Did Kelvin intend to continue protecting them? Let's discuss that. These words resonated deeply, erasing any past underestimation of Kelvin's status. Stuart stood stunned, never expecting such direct confrontation. Opening his mouth to respond, he found no words suitable to counter Kelvin. The impression that Kelvin was also a chief inspector imprinted itself firmly in Stuart's mind for the first time. Chapter 244, A Series of Actions. South City, Wind Shadow Alley. In the alley, there is a courtyard. The courtyard looks very ordinary from the outside, but it turns out to be an exquisite place once you step inside. The garden within is filled with a lush sea of flowers, colorful and breathtaking under the moonlight. Amidst this floral expanse stands a small pavilion where Dara and Gabrielle are seated. The entire garden is permeated with various fragrances, and both women are exceptionally beautiful. One like frost that outshines snow, the other exquisitely flawless. It truly feels like an idyllic paradise, a poetic and picturesque scene that soothes the soul. Dara sits in the pavilion, picking up a piece of osmanthus cake and stuffing it into her mouth. She bites several times, her cheeks puffing up noticeably. Delicious, delicious. Dara finishes one piece in a few bites, her face full of enjoyment. She picks up another piece, nibbling quickly like a little mouse. Her cheeks puff up roundly like buns, moving back and forth, truly adorable. Indeed, just like queen-like Dara now appears as yet. She takes it out and places it on the table in the pavilion. What's this? You were so intent on grabbing it? Dara asks with a mouthful. Gabrielle explains. When it fell, he looked extremely nervous and guilty, suggesting it's related to us. My action of trying to snatch it confirms it. So, I'm curious what it is. Dara becomes interested, sitting up straight and crossing her legs on the chair, revealing an exaggerated curve. Her perfectly beautiful face shows excitement as she eagerly tears it open. The package is simple. A sheet of paper folded many times, containing 2 intertwined locks. Heart lock chains. This boy actually believes in such things. Dara finds it amusing. She examines the heart locks, but then her eyes widen in surprise. Her face, as white as snow, suddenly flushes red. At the bottom of the heart locks, she sees tiny characters, so small that she initially missed them. One lock engraved with Kelvin, the other with Dara. Dara stops eating the osmanthus cake, examining it again carefully, confirming these are indeed their names. What does Kelvin mean by locking them together with a heart lock chain? What was he thinking? Glancing at the paper wrapping the heart locks, she opens it layer by layer, revealing a portrait. KC in the portrait wears a pure white brocade robe, with a graceful figure and a perfect, unblemished face. Endless beauty is captured, standing amidst nothingness like a queen. Dara recognizes it as herself outside Jinling City, vividly recorded on paper. In the corner of the portrait, there are a few lines of poetry. Indifference knows no bounds like love, 1 inch turned into thousands of threads. The earth and sky have limits, but longing remains boundless. Oh my. Dara stares at the heartlock in the paper, finally understanding the boy's intentions. He secretly admires her. No wonder Enine felt so agitated when grabbing it. It must have been because he didn't want this secret exposed. Dara doesn't know how to react for a moment. However, gazing at the portrait and its lifelike beauty and dominance, she smiles, murmuring, it's quite a good drawing. Dara doesn't realize this is a sketch technique best suited for realism, something Kelvin learned in his past life specifically for his less noble skills. The poem isn't bad either. Dara repeats it several times, feeling the sorrow and longing conveyed through the paper. But it's too childish. Dara gives her final judgment. Locking heartlock chains is immature. Children know it's meaningless. Yet, she understands. After all, she is someone far beyond his reach, and this might be his way of expressing and suppressing his inner love. Dara examines the painting further, admiring the striking figure. She decides to keep it well. Gabrielle naturally notices everything too, her eyes wide in shock. Based on her interactions with Kelvin, she suspects his actions are mostly deliberate. Is he insane? Teasing Master. Seeing Master increasingly captivated by the portrait, Gabrielle feels a chill. Surely, Master won't fall for this. Master, this boy isn't trustworthy. Be cautious. Dara looks at Gabrielle strangely. What caution? These are just childish actions. Do you think I'd fall for them so easily? Gabrielle wants to say more but realizes it's pointless. Saying too much would suggest mistrust towards her master. Praising him could also imply insulting her master. Yet, that boy is indeed low. My sister likes tyrant emperors in love. Gabrielle is utterly speechless. Her master enjoys stories like tyrant emperor falls in love, or villainous emperor chasing after his wife. Precisely because of this, she worries more. Master sometimes acts like she's in love. Hashtag chapter 245. The harvest begins. After causing a scene in front of Stewart and others, Kelvin left without looking at anyone's expression. Since he had managed to secure the position of mirror platform overseer, he should wield the corresponding authority. He was aware that his strength was merely at the celestial realm level, and as an outsider, his presence in the mirror platform was minimal despite being the overseer. Thus, he needed to use certain tactics to deepen their impression of him. Kelvin believed that after today, they would no longer dare to ignore him. First, he needed to solidify his position, and as for other matters, they could be dealt with gradually. Walking down the street, the true noise assaulting his eardrums made him extremely uncomfortable. He desperately wanted to find Gabrielle and Dara and ask them about resolving the minor 5 declines of the celestial realm. However, Kelvin continued to wander the streets. After creating such a commotion, he had to prolong the time to demonstrate his anxious and hesitant state of mind. Moreover, meeting Gabrielle and Dara required secrecy. What if someone from the mirror platform hadn't been intimidated and was still following him? So he walked around several times to ensure no one was tailing him. From the third watch until dawn, Kelvin suffered under the torment of noise and the lack of sleep, making him appear quite haggard. He ran his hand through his hair, letting it mess up a bit more before heading towards the street Gabrielle mentioned. But when he arrived at the street, he hesitated again. There were so many houses. Which one belonged to Gabrielle? You're right. As long as you remain loyal to our holy shadow sect, we will keep your demon sect identity a secret, Dara responded coldly. Gabrielle folded her arms behind her back and stopped targeting Kelvin. Seeing Dara speak, Kelvin's face first showed admiration, then quickly turned uneasy as he lowered his head, not daring to look at her. Dara noted this and thought to herself, such a timid disposition, yet a bold heart. But Dara naturally wouldn't bring it up and continued. Your rise to become the mirror platform overseer surprised me. From what Enine said about you, I know where you came from in Jinling. Killing Cody, was it because of the Holy Clan's methods? Dara couldn't imagine life-for-life techniques, and thus attributed the miracle to the Holy Clan's means. Kelvin went along with her. That's correct. Entering the Holy Clan, I gained some fortunate opportunities. Fortunately, I found a way to kill those below true monarch level. Thinking that the innkeeper sent me to the mirror platform, I realized an ordinary position wouldn't do. So I used my only trick to secure the overseer's position. This way, when my Star Moon Pavilion, Holy Shadow Sect wants to do something in the future, it'll be easier. Having adapted smoothly, Kelvin now referred to himself as part of the Holy Shadow Sect. Dara nodded. Such an opportunity was indeed wasted. Being the overseer of the mirror platform, you might be marginalized, but having someone inside is always beneficial. The Holy Shadow Sect needs to prepare in the capital for the upcoming changes. Having some insider information from the mirror platform can save us a lot of trouble. Thinking for a moment, she added, but compared to these, I'm more curious about what you obtained in the Holy Temple. Kelvin didn't hide anything. A holy sword flew out and landed in his hand. This sword, which I obtained in the Holy Temple, has a remaining restriction that killed Cody, Kelvin half-truthfully explained. He also wanted to understand this sword fully. The sword seemed made of unknown material and contained endless sword intent. Without the hidden space, he would have thought it was just an ordinary sword. Now that the endless sword intent had merged with him, any remaining secrets could be discerned through Dara's insight. Dara examined the sword but found nothing remarkable besides its strange material. The simplicity of the sword puzzled her further. A sword from the Holy Temple shouldn't be this plain. Could the divine power on the sword be exhausted? For instance, the last burst of divine power killing Cody? Unable to decipher more, Dara retracted her gaze. She hadn't considered taking Kelvin's sword. Whatever the Holy Clan bestowed upon someone was their arrangement. Though the Holy Clan was gone, she still revered them. Seizing the sword might invite unforeseen consequences. Moreover, she admired him at first sight. Taking his possessions would be inappropriate. You come from Jinling, and your visit to the Holy Temple will be kept secret by the Holy Shadow Sect. Any who leave Jinling will be eliminated to ensure silence. The only exception might be the founder of the New Path lineage, but he stays within Jinling for strategic reasons, barely interacting with the outside world. In theory, you are safe. But, if you expose yourself, your current strength won't suffice to deal with the consequences, Dara warned. Kelvin quickly responded, thank you for your protection, Ms. Xuang. Xuang Da Run. Edits made, adjusted, Xuang, to Ms. Xuang. To maintain natural flow and context in English. For a more fluent read, it could be further adjusted to. Kelvin hurriedly replied, thank you for your protection, Alana Xuang. This maintains the respectful tone, while sounding more natural in English. Dara glanced at Kelvin. He used to call her sister Xuang but now addressed her formally as Ms. Xuang, clearly showing his wariness. Dara wouldn't tell him to call her sister. She simply said, as a member of the Holy Shadow Sect, you will receive protection. Is that all? Kelvin mused. If so, his efforts were for nothing. Putting so much effort into this surely aimed for more than just protection. Well, it's time to start harvesting. Hashtag chapter 246. Master, you have changed. Kelvin was ready to reveal his hidden agenda and maximize the benefits from his plan. Therefore, he said, not long ago, Pavilion Brook invited me into the mirror platform. She promised that if I successfully entered the mirror platform, she would provide me with resources to survive the lesser 5 tribulations of immortality. Coincidentally, I've just undergone the hearing decline of the lesser 5 tribulations. I wonder if the Holy Shadow Sect can provide me with those resources. These words made Dara and Gabrielle look at Kelvin. This kid's talent was simply too terrifying. How long had he been away from Jinling? To achieve the stage of immortal already astonished them. Judging from Kelvin's aura, it was clear that the heaven induction when he became an immortal was extraordinary. They could barely understand this, given that Kelvin had entered the Holy Temple, and it wasn't surprising that the Holy Temple left behind an extraordinary heaven induction. However, the more extraordinary the heaven induction, the more terrifying the true essence required to achieve immortality. Stabilizing the state of immortality was already quite difficult, yet he had reached the lesser 5 tribulations in such a short time. What kind of talent could progress so rapidly? Gabrielle thought about herself. She was inherently a powerful person. Although she had used a secret technique to cut herself down to below the level of immortality for her journey to Jinling, after leaving Jinling, she had only barely recovered to the point of the lesser 5 tribulations. Seeing the two women remain silent, Kelvin's heart raced. Could it be that they were giving him empty promises? Whatever I promised you, I will deliver, Gabrielle said coldly after regaining her composure. Kelvin wasn't interested in dealing with Gabrielle. After all, she wasn't a top figure. He didn't need to latch onto her coattails. Instead, he turned to look at Dara and asked, I've been in Jinling all this time, feeling very lost about cultivation at the immortal realm. Regarding the lesser 5 tribulations, I know nothing. Can you guide me? Kelvin certainly wasn't completely ignorant, but this question was a probe. He wanted to test Dara's attitude towards the heartlock. While he didn't believe a woman would get angry just because someone liked her, Dara was too powerful to be viewed merely as a woman. Thus, he needed to probe and gauge her friendliness towards him, which would help him understand her mindset better in the future. Dara nodded and said, I'll explain the lesser 5 tribulations to you thoroughly. Kelvin's eyes lit up, and his heart rejoiced. Since she wasn't angry, everything was fine. He could continue his operations, and was determined to cling to this powerful ally. He sneakily glanced at Gabrielle, thinking to himself, you're treating me coldly now, but eventually, I'll make you warm and welcoming. The lesser 5 tribulations, while called declines, are essentially processes that lead to mental breakdown and weakening of one's spirit. But actually, they mark a turning point. Crossing them signifies a rebirth, transforming from the ordinary to the profound. The hearing decline you're experiencing amplifies sounds from the universe. It feels like you're enduring noise from everywhere. But isn't it also an opportunity for your hearing to undergo a radical transformation? Once you master this ability, even the slightest rustle or breeze can be instantly detected by you. An immortal should have sharp senses. So, for the lesser 5 tribulations, it's not about suppressing but controlling them. For example, during your current hearing decline, you might use ear-sealing talismans or tranquility chants for comfort. These methods can alleviate the noise, but won't help you overcome this tribulation. Your strength will still deteriorate. Only by truly mastering control can you filter out the noise, harness your enhanced hearing, and reach the level of an immortal's keen ears. As for gaining control, there are 2 suitable methods for you. One is practicing the Holy Gate cultivation techniques. By absorbing and refining the fire caused by the noise, you can strengthen yourself and forcibly endure the hearing decline. Kelvin knew that these so-called holy gate techniques were actually demonic cultivation methods. He had no interest in them. If he practiced using fire as a catalyst, it would easily expose him. No wonder books mention that demonic cultivation to breaking down. How long would it take to endure this alone? Dara explained, the ear enlightenment pill is precious and is used specifically during the critical phase of hearing decline. Using it maximizes your perception of natural sounds, allowing you to break through your bottleneck. Hearing this, Kelvin's lips curled slightly. Did this mean he would still suffer through the noise, and for an uncertain amount of time? Can I use multiple ear enlightenment pills to quickly overcome the hearing decline? Kelvin asked. This made Dara pause. Only the wealthiest dare waste resources like this. However, there are indeed individuals who have used dozens of pills consecutively to directly pass through the hearing decline. Kelvin was delighted. There was indeed a shortcut. He, Kelvin, was no less than anyone else. Although he was penniless, he harbored the heart of a wealthy young master. Turning to Gabrielle again, he said, could I borrow 10 more ear enlightenment pills? I'll return them later. Gabrielle felt like spitting at Kelvin. What did he think the ear enlightenment pill was? Just as Gabrielle was about to berate Kelvin, Dara took out 2 jade bottles and handed them to Kelvin, saying, Enine also got hers from me. I only have 3 left. Fine, I'll give them all to you. If you're genuinely talented, 3 should be enough for you to quickly overcome the hearing decline. A genius from your generation used only 3. Gabrielle stared at the ear enlightenment pills her master handed over. She was stunned. She had managed to get only 1 from her master, and now 3 went straight to this boy? Master, what do you mean? Chapter 247, As a Fish in Water. Just 3? Kelvin muttered. The most monstrous could only withstand the ear decay with 3 pills, and he didn't think he was that monstrous. 3 definitely wouldn't solve the problem, which disappointed him. Forget it if you don't want it. Seeing Kelvin's reluctance, Catherine couldn't help but laugh, almost taking the bottle back. Kelvin hurriedly reached out and took the jade bottle from Catherine's hands. I want it. Thanks, Frost sister. Frost exalted. Call me Era and young Era Gabrielle from now on. Catherine still preferred to be called sister by Kelvin, but given the existence of the twin heart lock, she certainly wouldn't say that. All right, Era, please continue guiding me through the cultivation at the Heavenman realm. Catherine nodded and continued guiding Kelvin. Her strength was incomparably powerful, and her guidance had an insightful quality to it. Though Kelvin's time spent in cultivation was relatively short, after receiving her guidance, he suddenly found all his confusion dispelled. Kelvin wasn't ashamed to ask questions. He studied very seriously, sometimes even surprising Catherine with some unique perspectives. Of course, Catherine didn't know that as someone who came from another world, Kelvin sometimes looked at things from a different angle. While guiding Kelvin, Catherine also gained something unexpectedly. Even though Gabrielle had already passed through the ear decay phase, listening again gave her new insights, thoroughly engaging her. She felt like she was overhearing a profound philosophical discussion between 2 adepts. Looking at Kelvin and then at Catherine, she found it quite bizarre. How could a Heavenman realm cultivator make her feel like he could hold a deep conversation with her revered master? Thank you for this guidance, Sarah. My strength is insignificant, and I have little to offer in repayment. What I can present now is my status as the mirror holder of the mirror platform. If there's any trouble Era faces that can be resolved using the mirror platform's identity, I'm willing to help resolve it for you. Kelvin thought that to establish authority within the mirror platform, he needed merit. As a major figure in the demonic path, Catherine would certainly possess valuable information about it. Gaining some intelligence and using it to contribute to the mirror platform would serve both purposes. He could be Catherine's mole, and Catherine could be his. Catherine glanced at Kelvin, thinking that if he rephrased it to woman, what troubles do you have? I'll take care of them for you. It would sound more domineering like a supreme, immortal emperor. Instead, he sounded too polite and lowly, completely lacking in moment. Dreams were beautiful, but reality harsh. No, Catherine replied curtly, perhaps trying to salvage her image, without further explanation. Kelvin said, there's one last thing I need to tell Era. Speak, Catherine commanded. Kelvin glanced at Gabrielle. Can Lesser Hall Master step aside? Gabrielle glared coldly at Kelvin, who remained unfazed, calmly looking back at her. Catherine called out to Gabrielle. Gabrielle scoffed, giving Kelvin a warning look before leaving. Now speak. Catherine urged once Gabrielle left. Kelvin hesitated, then steeled himself. Era must have seen what fell when. Catherine trembled inwardly, fearing this was a declaration of love. Oh no, how unromantic. Just as she pondered suppressing Kelvin, he continued, Era doesn't need to worry. That was just my hidden admiration. Without young Era's actions, it would have stayed buried. Falling in love at first sight was mine alone, and has nothing to do with Era. Creating the twin heart lock was merely a comfort since we're worlds apart. I apologize for my indiscretion and beg Era's forgiveness. Catherine breathed a sigh of relief. At least it wasn't a confession. Otherwise, her first encounter would have been ruined. Naturally, she had no response. What could she say? So, Catherine drifted away, leaving Kelvin alone in the pavilion. Kelvin stared at the empty pavilion, inwardly applauding himself. This maneuver was flawless. True, it yielded nothing apparent. But as a charmer, he knew securing a special place in a woman's heart mattered more than confirming a relationship. It meant having a special standing in her thoughts. Just as a woman telling a man she fell in love at first sight yet dares not wish to be together, just wanting to express her feelings without causing pressure, left a unique impression on the man. Would the man truly not mind? From this moment, she would have a special memory in his heart. If, someday, she encountered trouble, he would definitely help if capable. In a crowd of girls, seeing her, he would undoubtedly give her extra attention. Men and women were the same. Should he ever need help from Catherine, she couldn't help but take notice. He managed to grab onto part of Catherine's power, with Catherine backing the demonic path and the mirror platform supporting the righteous path. Yes, indeed. Like a fish in water. Chapter 248. I am the focus. Master, what did Kelvin say to you? Gabrielle glanced at the Bruno in the pavilion and then asked Dara. Dara was also looking at Kelvin in the pavilion. Seeing him staring vacantly at the spot she had just been sitting, she felt a pang of guilt. She thought that she should be more approachable towards someone who admired her so much. Master? Gabrielle saw her master zoning out and couldn't help but call out. Ah. Dara snapped back. Of course, she wouldn't tell Gabrielle what Kelvin had said. Oh, he told me some things about the demonic path and the mirror platform. Yes, I'm a bit tired. I'll go to sleep. After saying this, Dara yawned, reflexively patted her lips, producing a soft sound, and then stretched widely, emphasizing her figure's curves perfectly. An elegant chest, a slim waist, and taut thighs. Truly a figure of exquisite beauty. Master, Kelvin is cunning and has lowly methods. In Jinling, he played various parties against each other. You must be wary of him. Never let your guard down, Gabrielle warned her master once again. Dara wasn't concerned. Inine was being too cautious. Wouldn't it exhaust her to live like that? Doesn't she trust her sister's charm? Wasn't it natural for him to be captivated by her grace? Does she think he, as someone in the celestial realm, would dare plot against her? If she were merely in the unity realm, yes, he might dare. Perhaps with a little courage, even in the cave spirit realm. But she was a top figure in the demonic path, always maintaining an icy queen-like demeanor. Would he dare play tricks before her with lion's heart and leopard's gall? Before absolute power, any scheme is useless. However, seeing Gabrielle's serious expression, she added, Got it. This boy isn't good. To dare fancy me, I'll have to teach him a lesson. As she spoke, Dara glared, puffing her cheeks as if preparing to punish Kelvin. Seeing her master's reaction, Gabrielle shook her head helplessly. Though her master was older, she acted very girlish. Well, though her master's mind was somewhat odd, her power was undeniable. Kelvin couldn't pull off anything in front of her. At most, he could only gain a little favor from her. It's not a big deal. Moreover, she would be keeping an eye on things. With a mere celestial realm practitioner, there would be no trouble. Thinking this, Gabrielle stopped speaking to Dara. Kelvin stood in the pavilion for a while, his gaze lingering on where Dara had been seated for a long time. Finally, he took a deep breath in the pavilion, as if trying to retain every trace of her presence. Then he resolutely turned around and walked out without looking back. Kelvin believed that Dara must be watching him. He needed to create an image of tragic love and unattainability, demonstrating his deep affection and the regret of having to give up. Sigh. Dealing with a queen like Dara was complicated. Today's performance might only differentiate how she treated him. Truly winning her over was far from it. To win her over completely, drastic measures were necessary. What drastic moves would work? Kelvin pondered and came up with a plan. Could Alton handle Dara? If he can, let Alton give her a beating first. Then he could swoop in as the hero, seduce her, and achieve something irreversible. Yes, he should ask Alton. If he can beat her, they could plan further. The demon affiliation was dangerous. It was their critical vulnerability. How could this risk remain unresolved? If he could become Dara's confidant, this secret would be safe. If Gabrielle didn't comply, her grandmaster would spank her. The more he thought, the more feasible it seemed. Unbeknownst to Dara, this Bruno was already planning to nearly kill her and rescue her as a hero. Gabrielle hadn't expected Kelvin, a mere celestial realm practitioner, to scheme against such a formidable master. Dara yawned and advised Gabrielle, Inine, your current priority is to restore your strength and refine through the demonic flame soul refinement. Don't worry about other trivial matters. I will keep an eye on things for now. Gabrielle, recalling the hard-won demonic flame, bowed and replied, Yes, master. Exiting the courtyard, Kelvin didn't return to his residence, but continued toward the xiuxian pavilion. He had told the Yu family he was going out to find women, so he needed to perfect this persona. Rushing back would make them suspicious if he had been used as a pawn. Kelvin didn't intend to target the Yu family. Instead, he planned to use them as a bridge for communication. Not all remnants of Cody could have been eliminated. Their absence today indicated they weren't resigned to death, still holding on to hopes. Given this, he could leverage them. If used well, turning foes into allies was possible. The Yu family was key to showing value and using that value. Visiting a brothel during the day seemed out of place, but it emphasized his eagerness, making it clear he wasn't using the Yu family as a setup. Not only Kelvin but Clinton was also visiting the xiuxian pavilion. Clinton, after learning Kelvin became the mirror holder of the mirror platform, had been contemplating how to reconnect with him. He didn't rush to meet Kelvin. Although Clinton was impulsive, he wasn't stupid. Knowing they needed secrecy about coming from Jinling, he understood they shouldn't reveal any connection. Otherwise, an investigation might uncover sensitive information. Better to stay safe than sorry, so Clinton endured. Meanwhile, he constantly devised ways to meet Kelvin without raising suspicion, possibly re-establishing their sworn brotherhood. At a loss, he naturally headed to the xiuxian pavilion. A man, without indulging in pleasure, might find life meaningless. In such a place, jealousy proved one's youthful vigor. So, after a tour, forehead. Lately, this second son kept stirring up jealousy and rivalry in the brothel every day, each time uttering those very words. My father, Madison, had become the inside joke of the Yuhuang pavilion. Clinton stood proudly, waiting for the embarrassed and humiliated expression on the face of the Bruno before him, expecting him to flee in disgrace. Because every time he shouted those words, the result was always the same. But this time, it didn't seem to work. The Bruno froze momentarily, but soon erupted with even greater rage. You are the adopted son of Madison? The youth stared coldly at Clinton. Fine. You actually dared to provoke me. Looking for death, huh? Fenwick struck out with a palm. Clinton countered by throwing a talisman, which ignited into an explosion of powerful spirit energy, directly rushing toward Fenwick. Fenwick's strike collided with the talisman, and the clash of forces between them sent a hurricane raging, knocking tables askew and shattering wine vessels on the floor. Clinton was stunned. This was the first time someone still dared attack after hearing about his father, Madison. This made Clinton more intrigued. It meant this person must have formidable backing. New to the capital city and unfamiliar with the territory, he needed a reputation, be it good or bad, to live comfortably. Only with such fame could people recognize him. In the future, walking through the capital, people would respect him. Causing trouble now would save him much trouble later. Most importantly, establishing his name would help attract some lackeys. Whatever he did in the capital in the future, they would assist him. His real father had sent him away from Jinling hoping for his success, and he probably had an inkling of what his father intended. So, he couldn't just waste his time. He had to grow stronger. As for the method, he had his own way. For instance, the person before him could serve as a stepping stone. Who are you? Clinton asked, hoping the other party had high status. Only then would taking him down bring prestige and fame. The Bruno remained silent, focusing instead on the woman in Clinton's arms. Let her go and kneel before me, pleading for mercy. Then I might spare you. Ignoring him, Clinton turned to the madam and asked, who is this person? So arrogant. Even daring to ignore my father, Madison. The madam found herself laughing and crying at once, but she whispered, he's the brother-in-law of Nigel's consort. Clinton finally understood. No wonder he dared hit me despite knowing about my father, Madison. There's a prince supporting him. Thinking about it, among the people Madison warned him against provoking, he hadn't mentioned Nigel or his consort's brother. This left Clinton somewhat disappointed. He'd hoped this youth was on the list of people not to provoke. Damn, nothing special. Clinton spat. If Madison knew Clinton's thoughts, he'd likely have a breakdown. The list he gave didn't include everyone, especially royalty and princes. Normal people know better than to provoke princes. Why provoke a prince if you're not rebelling? After losing interest, Clinton decided not to waste time talking with Fenwick anymore. He took out a stack of talismans from his robes and threw them one after another at Fenwick. Daring to hit me? Wait till I knock you down. Then I'll really thrash you with a whip. As a spellcaster, he had this advantage. Endless talismans equated to endless spells. Fenwick watched as continuous talismans transformed into flames burning towards him. His expression changed. However, he wasn't afraid. Drawing circles with his arm, he summoned waves of water, spells to counterattack Clinton's talismans. Clinton thought the talismans would easily incapacitate him. Unexpectedly, he managed to block dozens thrown in quick succession. Heavenly Man Realm. Clinton hadn't expected this fair-faced youth to be in the Heavenly Man Realm. Considering this was the capital and he was the consort's brother, getting here via resources made sense. Clinton was unfazed. Spellcasters had their strength, talisman. Cultivators had to rely on themselves for spells, limited by their two hands. But a spellcaster, with talismans, each one became a spell. Just expensive to maintain, which most spellcasters couldn't afford. Was Clinton ordinary? From his robe, he pulled out a large stack of talismans, igniting their power and hurling them all at Fenwick. Even if you're in the Heavenly Man Realm, I can still knock you down with talismans. Confident, countless fiery beams swept across, enveloping Fenwick. Seeing this, Fenwick's face changed. He channeled his full power, encasing himself in a water barrier, pushing his true essence to its peak. Boom, boom. Fiery shocks continuously assaulted, dissipating his water barrier. Yet Clinton's talismans kept vanishing. Heavenly Man First Stage. Someone watching couldn't help but glance at Fenwick in awe. Only by overcoming one of the lesser decays could he achieve this. Though entering the Heavenly Man Realm and being at the first stage seemed a small difference, there was a vast gap between them. At the initial stage, Clinton's reckless assault would definitely wound Fenwick. But now, Fenwick actually held his ground. Clinton's face changed. Damn, this scion is so strong. Pulling out another stack of talismans, he continued hurling them. Talismans cost money, but he didn't mind. Yet using talismans required soul force, consuming it rapidly even if less than crafting symbols directly. Fine death. Blocking another wave, Fenwick thought Clinton's soul force must be depleted. Unexpectedly, he proved more enduring. Truly extraordinary for a spellcaster. Unfortunately, not yet in the Heavenly Man Realm. Otherwise, he'd truly have been knocked down. Taking advantage of Clinton's momentary strain, Fenwick swiftly charged forward, launching true essence waves straight at Clinton's throat. Clinton's face changed. He hurled a stack of talismans as a shield, retreating rapidly. This retreat cost him his advantage, allowing Fenwick to break free. Seeing this, Clinton's expression grew grim. He was in trouble. Everything could unravel here. Translation maintained the original tone, style, and structure of paragraphs while ensuring natural English and coherence with previous content. If the other party isn't afraid even with such formidable backing, and I can't fight him off, wouldn't that mean I'll be at his mercy? Damn. The miserable scenario in Jinling would repeat itself. In Jinling, he was always under Patrick's boot. If that happens again, his hard-earned reputation would be ruined. Clinton gritted his teeth, considering whether to use the Nine Heavens Thunder Decree. But immediately he dismissed the idea. If this secret were exposed, he'd be finished. Just then, out of the corner of his eye, he caught sight of the doorway. There stood a familiar figure. Clinton's spirit soared. My father Madison. But when it comes to usefulness, none can match my Aryan brother Kelvin. With that thought, Clinton stepped on a talisman and shot like the wind to stand behind Kelvin. My brother Kelvin is the most powerful Bruno in the capital. Translation maintained the original tone, style, and structure of paragraphs while ensuring natural English and coherence with previous content. Chapter 250, Toolman. Clinton swiftly dodged, taking cover behind Kelvin. Fenwick naturally wouldn't let Clinton escape. He unleashed his true essence, forming a wind blade that shot straight towards Clinton. However, as Clinton ducked behind Kelvin, this strike inadvertently targeted Kelvin. As it was about to hit Kelvin, he erupted with true essence and slapped it away with one hand. The wind blade was instantly shattered and redirected towards the advancing Fenwick. How daring! Fenwick's anger flared up. Who would dare attack him now? I'll deal with you first, like killing a chicken to scare the monkeys. Fenwick's Xuanhuan realm true essence erupted completely, transforming him into a raging beast as he charged at Kelvin. This kid won't get out of the way, so I'll just crash through him. To his surprise, Kelvin didn't back down but continued slapping toward him. Boom! The two currents of true essence collided, forcing Fenwick to retreat several steps, cracking the floor beneath his feet. Kelvin stood still from afar, though his arm felt slightly numb. He frowned, realizing that with his 7-color divine dawn true essence, he could usually send ordinary Xuanhuan cultivators flying with one slap. This person managed to block him, indicating a higher realm. Still, Kelvin wasn't overly concerned. After all, he still had the upper hand. What surprised him was seeing Clinton here. Indeed, he couldn't resist causing trouble in brothels right after arriving in the capital. Of course, Kelvin didn't reveal his familiarity with Clinton. Instead, he stared at Fenwick and said, "You attacked me for no reason. Give me an explanation. You don't deserve it. Get lost." Fenwick, being the younger brother of Hill's consort, didn't take Kelvin seriously. Though Kelvin showed some strength in the capital, status mattered more than mere power. He didn't believe this blocking teenager had any significant background. "If you speak like this, I'll have to teach you a lesson." Kelvin narrowed his eyes and looked at Fenwick. Fenwick glanced at Clinton and said, "Boy, a good dog doesn't block the road. Do you know who you're offending?" He grew impatient, wanting nothing more than to pummel Clinton severely. As he moved forward, he added, "I'm an official of Hill's residence, the younger brother of Hill's consort. If you help me deal with the boy behind you, I'll let this go." Kelvin couldn't help but glance at Clinton. His ability to stir up trouble was even stronger than in Jinling. How did he manage to provoke such powerful figures in the capital? Are you not afraid of being killed? Although Kelvin was puzzled, he smiled when he saw Fenwick approaching. Then, he slapped directly at Fenwick. Kelvin used the shadow charm technique this time, making his speed much faster. Plus, Fenwick assumed Kelvin would fear him after revealing his identity. Thus this unexpected slap landed squarely on his face. Slap! A crisp sound echoed through xiuxian Pavilion. Everyone watching from the side was stunned. Who is this Bruno? Fenwick revealed his identity, yet he still dared to slap him. Acting now isn't personal revenge anymore. It's equal to slapping the face of Hill's mansion. Fenwick also froze, disbelievingly staring at Kelvin. Where did this brash youth come from, defying him after revealing his name? You're asking for death. The burning pain on his face enraged Fenwick, who unleashed his true essence, preparing to kill Kelvin. But then he heard a sentence. "You just attempted to assassinate me again. I suspect you're an accomplice. I want to question Hill's residents if they are also targeting Godfrey." These words made Fenwick pause, his originally prepared attack stopping abruptly. Is this guy a storm of the mirror platform? Provoking a storm is troublesome, but his status isn't something a single storm can match. One storm doesn't represent the entire platform. The title of a storm won't save you. You slapped me, so I'll break your leg. Fenwick initially wanted to eliminate Kelvin, but ultimately had to show respect to the mirror platform. Breaking limbs was still permissible. Do you have enough strength? Kelvin sneered and used the shadow charm technique again, quickly reaching Fenwick and slapping him once more. The searing pain drove Fenwick mad. I'll kill you. I'll kill you. What difference does a storm make? The wrath of Hill's mansion isn't something a regular storm can handle. Fenwick unleashed his true essence, using Dao techniques to subdue Kelvin regardless of consequences. However, Kelvin said, "Mirror platform director Kelvin here. I suspect you're involved in today's assassination attempt. Please accompany me back to the mirror platform for questioning." Fenwick's attacking hand suddenly stopped mid-air. He disbelievingly looked at the Bruno before him. What? Director of the mirror platform? The second in command? Yes. An ordinary storm doesn't represent the mirror platform, but a second in command is different. Fenwick didn't doubt Kelvin's claim because the new director appointment had spread throughout the capital. Binding himself reluctantly. This scene thrilled Clinton further. This is the charm of a second-generation elite. Damn, I need to recognize more fathers. Hashtag chapter 251. The situation unfolds. Sir of the Mirror Realm, it's truly a misunderstanding. I would never be an accomplice to those who attacked you, Fenwick said with a flattering tone as he looked at Kelvin, trying to explain his actions. There was no other way. The mirror platform held supreme power. If they pinned a charge like collusion with demon paths on him, it would be a massive problem. Even though his patron was Nigel, the head of the mirror platform was the most senior Jackson, before whom all other princes were mere grandsons. As long as there was a valid reason, even the emperor couldn't refuse Jackson's request. If the second in command of the mirror platform insisted on implicating him, it might even involve Nigel's mansion. Even if Nigel's mansion could eventually get through this trouble, his life wouldn't be easy either. I didn't say a word when I came in, yet you attacked me upon seeing me. It's hard not to suspect you're involved. When you claim it's a misunderstanding, I find it difficult to believe. Kelvin calmly looked at Fenwick and said. Fenwick immediately panicked and quickly responded, Sir, it really is a misunderstanding. How can you let me off? Kelvin glanced around at the people watching the commotion and then asked the madam, Is there a quiet place? Yes, there is. The madam answered hurriedly, her demeanor reverent. Running a brothel certainly had its backing, but one shouldn't act arrogantly in front of the mirror platform. After all, a single accusation from them about harboring demonic individuals could lead to their business being shut down for rectification. Kelvin headed into the room arranged by the madam, bringing Fenwick along. Of course, he didn't forget Clinton. He loudly said in front of many people, We cannot rule out that your conflict might be a self-staged event aimed at assassinating me. You come along too. Clinton knew this was just Kelvin's excuse, so he followed without hesitation. But others, unaware of the true motive, were astonished. No wonder he was the most powerful young nobleman in the capital. Indeed, he exuded an air of authority. A casual command had made the top noble heirs obediently follow orders. However, once they saw Kelvin, Fenwick, and Clinton entered the room and closed the door, they felt a bit disappointed. No more entertainment to watch. Inside the room, Kelvin looked at Fenwick and said, "It's very simple to prove this was a misunderstanding." Fenwick quickly replied, "Speak." Kelvin stared at him and said, "You need to make up." Seeing Clinton smirking beside him, Fenwick pointed at him and said to Kelvin, "Sir, although my attack on you was a misunderstanding, I suspect he conspired with the demon paths to set me up. I'm down. You won't be getting off easily either. You have a reasonable suspicion?" Kelvin turned to Clinton and said, "If you don't give me a satisfactory explanation, then you can accompany me to the mirror platform." Clinton replied, "I will do everything in my power to aid Sir in the mirror platform in hunting down demons. I will return home to ask my father to use our family strength to contribute to eliminating evil forces for the mirror platform." With that, Clinton looked disdainfully at Fenwick. "Rest assured, sir, I'm definitely cleaner than certain people. At least I, Clinton, am not two-faced." This statement made Fenwick gnash his teeth in hatred. "This bastard. Whose side are you on? Do you have to put in so much effort? But this guy's mind is messed up. And weren't you acting very bravely recently? Why aren't you now? I thought you were a tough air. Turns out you're no different from me. After you return, discuss with Yvette whether you plan to support me openly while undermining me in secret," Kelvin said to Fenwick. "If Nigel's mansion is two-faced about demon hunting, then I must question where your loyalty lies." Being under the scrutiny of the Mirror Master was unsettling even if there was nothing wrong. He would surely be thrashed half to death by Nigel. Fenwick replied, "Rest assured, sir. Our house will spare no effort." Kelvin waved his hand as consort. "How humiliating. What kind of impact does that have? If I were to do it, I'd at least try flirting with the princess consort, if not directly assaulting the prince. Just a brother-in-law, can it even be impressive?" Clinton froze at Kelvin's words. "Damn, my vision is indeed narrow. Only Brother Phelan can do this. No wonder I can only be adopted while Brother Phelan became the Mirror Master. Damn, I actually had some respect for princes, worried it might be too much trouble. Now I see I'm just petty. Right. I need to target bigger figures. Follow Brother Phelan's example and make a name right from the start, like taking down an ancestor comparable to a Aldo. I can't fall too far behind him." Chapter 252. Enduring the auditory decline. "I only told your family about my plan to go to the xiuxian pavilion, but I was attacked as soon as I went out. I can't help but suspect if it was your family who leaked this information." Kelvin returned to his residence and confronted Kian and Curtis, staring at them directly with suspicion. "This absolutely has nothing to do with us. We didn't expect such a thing would happen," Curtis vehemently denied. Kelvin stared at Curtis for a while before saying in a somewhat resigned tone, "Forget it. For your brother's sake, I don't want to delve too deeply into this." Curtis hurriedly interjected, "It really has nothing to do with us. I suspect they've been watching you all." But the rustling wind, insect chirps, and the rustling of grass and trees continuously invaded his ears. In this endless cacophony, he felt dizzy, mentally exhausted, and physically drained. Kelvin wanted to sleep, to rest properly. But how could one rest in constant noise? "Damn it. I have to get through this auditory decline as soon as possible. This is unbearable." Kelvin cursed, looking at the ear accomplishment pill in his hand. He no longer hesitated. The situation would only worsen if he waited any longer. Better to muster his strength and find a way through this auditory decline now. Kelvin opened the jade bottle and took out a fragrant pill, swallowing it immediately. As the pill entered his throat, Kelvin felt its power instantly spread throughout his body, following the bloodstream to his ears, strand by strand. Boom, boom. Suddenly, the surrounding sounds amplified tenfold. The previously tolerable rustling of leaves now resembled thunderous drums in his ears. Every noise from the outside world seemed to boom like a clap of thunder. This explosive sensation made Kelvin glance at the sky. Thankfully, the moon was bright and stars sparse. There was no sign of rain. Otherwise, if it rained and thundered, he feared his ears would burst. The potency of the ear accomplishment pill continued to increase, making the sounds louder and louder. Truly living up to its name, it made his ears extremely sensitive, like a giant receiver magnifying everything autonomously. Every sound in the universe boomed into his ears like thunder. Build a net to filter out the noise. Recalling Dar's advice, Kelvin pondered how to construct this net. The ear accomplishment pill had miraculous effects, amplifying all sounds to familiarize cultivators with them. Only through experiencing could one endure and transcend. The sensitivity the pill induced wasn't meant to cause suffering, but to assist cultivators in surpassing their limits. It could aid in weaving this net, but the method depended on the cultivator's insights and talent to find a suitable path. His eardrums vibrated intensely, and the noise gave him a splitting headache. He activated his cultivation technique, forcing himself to endure. If he fainted now, it would signify failure. The auditory decline would become real, diminishing his realm and power. Right now, my ears are like a radio. Radios are technological marvels. So, using technology to understand, there are radios and noise-canceling headphones. What's the principle behind noise-canceling headphones? It seems to work based on antiphase principles. Noise-canceling headphones pick up ambient noise and generate opposing signals to cancel it out. This involves wave interference and cancellation auditory decline net. The once overwhelming noises gradually weakened with the pulsating Tao patterns. Kelvin's heavenly human induction was already attuned to the universe, now further enhanced. He felt as if his ears could hear everything in the cosmos, giving him a sense of control over it. He knew it was an illusion, but this feeling eased his agitation towards the auditory decline. Like a patient whose pain is slightly reduced, the relief brought joy and ease. Free from frustration, his attunement with the universe grew stronger. Sitting in meditation, Kelvin continuously accustomed himself to and diminished the noise. Auditory decline seemed not too difficult to overcome. If Dara and the others were here, they would hardly believe what they saw. Who could conquer auditory decline so effortlessly, using just one ear accomplishment pill like drinking water, swiftly constructing their own protective net? End of chapter 252. Chapter 253, Wait for me. Everything was falling into place. Firstly, it was due to the celestial guidance, which naturally merged him with the Tao and possessed an extremely high grade of Tao aura. This was also why the quality of celestial guidance greatly influenced the cultivator's subsequent cultivation. A good celestial guidance was like riding the spring wind straight up into the clouds. Secondly, it was because of the ear-enhancing pill, which was specifically crafted for auditory decay and significantly bolstered the Tao aura. Thirdly, it was because of the purple factor, whose existence kept his mind clear and seemed to bestow some form of destiny assistance. Fourthly, he was different from others and possessed peculiar knowledge that people in this world did not have. All these factors combined made the original noise gradually disappear. The world began to transform into a more orderly place. The sound of the wind remained as soothing as ever, the rustling of grass leaves gentle, and the chirping of insects cheerful. At this moment, it felt as though a strange kind of Tao aura had melded with his ears, making them become lively. In the sea of qi, the true essence, resembling mist, coalesced into droplets at this moment, turning into raindrops that fell into the sea of qi. It started raining within the sea of qi. The raindrops collected into a puddle within the sea of qi and then continuously expanded. The true essence transformed into liquid. The rain continued to pour down fiercely as the surrounding heaven and earth spirit energy surged into Kelvin's body, forming a spiritual vortex around him. But this wasn't enough. The true essence turned into raindrops, consuming rapidly. If it were other cultivators, they would need a vast amount of qi refinement pills, spirit stones, and other resources to provide spiritual energy. However, Kelvin didn't need that. He practiced the primal origin art, refining the essence stored within his body. The true essence replenished itself frantically, making the rain inside the sea of qi heavier. This was an opportunity others lacked. Even if others had abundant resources, they couldn't refine it all at once. But Kelvin effortlessly achieved it, making the rain in his sea of qi heavier and heavier. For ordinary qi refiners, even after overcoming ear decay, only a small pool of liquid true essence would form in the sea of qi. However, Kelvin was different. This rain lasted a long time and poured heavily. Within his sea of qi, droplets gathered into a pond. Indeed, at this moment, above his sea of qi was mist, while below was a pond, with the water-like true essence undulating, ripples spreading out. Even compared to those who had overcome lesser 5 decays, few could match this phenomenon. Compared to before, the amount of true essence within his body was far more than doubled. The immense true essence made him feel as if he weren't human, imparting a genuine sense of celestial and human unity. Of course, this was just one of the changes. It rained in his sea of qi, and in reality, Kelvin seemed as if it had rained as well. He felt the same tranquility after a fresh rain in an empty mountain. Everything was so fresh and clean. As long as he wished, the sounds around him were crystal clear, every detail distinct. He could even hear the panting of a dog next door. Fuck. It turns out the neighbor indeed had a dog. No wonder there was always dog poop at the doorstep. Tomorrow, if I step on it again, I'll go straight to their door. Kelvin's thoughts flew, hearing the clarity of everything around him. He could clearly pinpoint where each insect was calling from, everything becoming obvious. The concept of keen hearing was truly realized. At this moment, Kelvin gained new insight into the mysteries of celestial human unity. Consolidating his realm wasn't difficult for Kelvin. He quickly stabilized his realm using the primal origin art, spending more time familiarizing himself with his enhanced hearing. When another day arrived, Kelvin, who hadn't slept for 2 days, felt no fatigue, instead brimming with vigor. He paused his cultivation and looked at the 2 jade bottles in front of him. Dara said that even the most talented cultivators needed 3 ear-enhancing pills. Was she saying this intentionally? To secretly praise me and instill arrogance, leading me to act recklessly and cause trouble for the mirror platform? Indeed, those of the demon path must not be underestimated. Kelvin remained vigilant, aware of Dara's deep scheming. As for her statement that even the most talented needed 3 pills, he disregarded it. There were many prodigies in the world, and he managed to succeed with just 1 pill, so surely others could too. When Kelvin stepped out, he indeed saw a pile of dog poop at the entrance. This time, he was cautious, casually picking up a bamboo stick and flinging the poop onto the neighbor's door with it. Kelvin felt refreshed and leisurely strolled through Phelan Alley to find a breakfast shop for soy milk and fried dough sticks. Feeling spirited, he slowly headed to the mirror platform. On the way, he encountered several mirror storms. These people stopped and bowed deeply upon seeing Kelvin, addressing him as Palm Mirror. Some of them even showed reverence in their eyes. The news of Kelvin luring and killing dozens of strong opponents had already spread in the capital city. People who initially didn't pay much attention to Kelvin now took him seriously. This person, who was once unknown, caused a stir in the capital multiple times in just a few short days. Each incident was significant. Apart from Cody's death, just by dealing with Cody's remaining followers, almost all of them were eliminated because of him. Cody, being one of the founding masters of New Road, had a formidable influence. But now, nearly every trace of his power was eradicated. For instance, several powerful figures at the Cave Spirit stage died the night before last. A figure at the Cave Spirit stage was a remarkable person wherever they went. Even Palm Mirror Jikuin and others at the Mirror platform were merely at the Cave Spirit stage. They were the pillars of each faction. With these few dead, what was left of Cody's lineage? The influence of this New Road founder was about to fade from the world. Moreover, it was evident that although Palm Mirror Kelvin's own strength wasn't remarkable, the support behind him was unfathomable. You might look down on him, but you couldn't look down on his backing. In just a few short days, Kelvin had risen from obscurity to become one of the top 10 young masters in the capital, not at the bottom but near the top, ranking 4th, even above the Actong family's young master. Although Kelvin was unaware of these developments, the Mirror platform was fully informed. Thus, the attitude of the Mirror platform toward Kelvin underwent a significant transformation. As Kelvin walked inside, he saw Dwayne and a few others rushing out. Kelvin called out, "Cousin G, what's the rush?" Hearing Kelvin's address, Dwayne's lips twitched slightly as he replied, reporting to Palm Mirror, someone has died in Phelan Alley again, and this time, 10 people. They are mostly talented youths in their prime. The pressure on the Mirror platform was significant. Most of the victims in Phelan Alley had connections with powerful families in the capital. Their deaths wouldn't be taken lightly. While 1 or 2 deaths might be ignored, multiple deaths collectively pressured the Mirror platform, causing considerable headaches. Though the Mirror platform held a transcendent status, any issue within its jurisdiction meant it had no grounds for defense. This elevated position brought along increased pressure. These matters in Phelan Alley, you don't need to worry, Kelvin said. Dwayne seemed a bit bewildered, but Kelvin didn't bother with him and instructed, wait here until I meet with Alton, then I'll assign you tasks. Then he left. Dwayne and the others exchanged glances. One Storm couldn't help but ask, the situation is urgent. If we don't go early, the scene might be destroyed, leaving us with no clues. Should we really wait for him? Dwayne glanced at him and said nonchalantly, he calls me cousin. Can you ignore his orders? Everyone fell silent. Yes, he was the Palm Mirror. From the event the night before last when he ambushed numerous powerful individuals, he wasn't someone to be trifled with, daring to disobey his orders. Just, what could he order that could possibly solve the problems in Phelan Alley? Chapter 254, Vicky. Kelvin climbed up to the Jingtai Pavilion to meet Roscoe. Inside, he encountered Stuart and Rick, who had taken over Jedediah's position as Mirror Master. The two were reporting work to Roscoe, but upon Kelvin's arrival, they fell silent and turned their gazes towards him. Rick saw that Kelvin looked exceptionally spirited and energetic. However, Stuart's eyes flickered because of Tianren induction. Despite Roscoe, are you getting old and still having illegitimate children? Was Cody's mysterious death paving the way for your illegitimate child? Despite his scattered thoughts, Stuart had to fetch the chair. Why are you here? Did you come to urge me about finding you a match? Don't worry. I will take it seriously. It might be difficult to find you the first or second most beautiful woman in the world, but one should be manageable. Damn, this confirms it. You old dog. Indeed, you have an illegitimate child behind our backs. Kelvin also froze. If not for Roscoe mentioning it, he almost forgot about this matter. Would Roscoe seriously consider this now? Who is this top beauty in the world? Damn, he would have to check. Speaking of beauties, images of the gentle Zyra, unattainable Aline, elegant Valerie, flawless Mariana, and regal Queen Gustav Yali flashed through Kelvin's mind. Especially Mariana. Speaking of beauty, she was flawless. Gustav Yali was just as striking, with her added grace. How beautiful would someone have to be to surpass them and become the #1 beauty? Kelvin doubted Roscoe's claim. He wasn't bothered by this. After all, if she was beautiful, why would he refuse her? Just stay good to a beautiful girl, and don't let a bad one go. However, he came here for a different reason. He wanted to make sure his role as a Mirror Master was justified. Your Highness, I've come to inform you that due to Cody's remaining force changed Rick and Stuart's expressions. Although xiuxian wasn't strong in the demonic path, the sect was peculiar, and the Mirror platform had limited information about it. Are you certain it's xiuxian? Rick asked. Kelvin replied, not 100%, but I plan to lead a team to investigate further. Pausing, Kelvin looked at Roscoe. However, the information suggests that xiuxian's Chuang has a close relationship with Annabelle. The two Mirror Masters' expressions worsened. They knew of the Demon Shadow Sect listed prominently on the Mirror platform. The current leader of the Demon Shadow Sect is Annabelle. Despite not being a Zhenjuan, nothing hindered its terror. Due to Annabelle's mentor being a Zhenjuan, as well as multiple generations of mentors being Zhenjuans, each successive leader ultimately became a Zhenjuan. Centuries of accumulation highlighted its fearsome power. If it were Annabelle, the Mirror platform would face a formidable opponent requiring full-scale effort. Annabelle was far stronger than Cody. With the changing expressions of the Mirror Masters, Kelvin naturally asked what he most wanted to know. Your Highness, if Annabelle intervenes, can you withstand her? No problem. Roscoe assured Kelvin. Kelvin asked again, what are your chances of success? Complete certainty. Kelvin was incredibly surprised. Is this Roscoe so powerful? Is he a Zhenjuan? He suspected he was, but others said otherwise. Do you think my title as the first under Zhenjuan is false? Roscoe asked Kelvin. Kelvin responded, but if your Highness acts, can you suppress her? If she escapes, her won't matter. As he walked down, he saw Dwayne and others waiting for him in the distance. Kelvin commanded, follow me. The group of mirror keepers exchanged glances. Particularly, Eric, the head mirror envoy, couldn't help but glance sideways at Rick who was descending the stairs, as he served under Rick's command. You follow Director Phelan's orders, and heed every arrangement, Rick instructed Eric. Yes. Though puzzled, Eric bowed respectfully. Kelvin gave a quick look at Eric and the other mirror keepers. Although he had gained some authority, they still hesitated to follow his commands since they weren't originally his people. But it wasn't an issue. From today on, the mirror platform would enter a new chapter. Xiuxian, a place filled with unease. In recent days, countless deaths had already made everyone uneasy. When the mirror platform intervened, people believed that the situation would soon be resolved. Yet, unexpectedly, the deaths not only persisted but this time, 10 people died at once. Consequently, many critical voices arose against the mirror platform within Xiuxian. The mirror platform is truly incompetent. The mirror platform used to protect the capital from evil and chaos, but now it's worse than ever. Some senior officials' proposals are correct. The mirror platform should be disbanded. Yes, the Ministry of Justice would have resolved this long ago. Public discontent steadily grew. Although the mirror platform held a superior position, people didn't care about that superiority when their grievances piled up. Especially when they saw a young person leading the mission, their anger flared up even more. They felt that the mirror platform didn't take the deaths in Xiuxian seriously. Relatives of the deceased erupted into furious curses, accusing the mirror platform of negligence, spitting right in the faces of the mirror keepers. Seeing this, Eric stepped forward, blocking Kelvin from the angry crowd. The Mirror platform takes the xiuxian incident very seriously and has dispatched its director personally to handle the case. Everyone looked at Kelvin, instantly thinking of the recently famed director of the Mirror platform. However, Kelvin's reputation only angered the relatives of the victims further. His fame seemed hollow without real strength. Ibrahim Freddy, are you truly so old? Sob. Don't you care that the capital is being ravaged by demons? Do you live up to the promise you made when you took over the Mirror platform? Ibrahim Freddy, you've changed? The Mirror platform has changed? Sending a kid like this means you no longer care about the common folk. Many wept, hearts heavy with despair. Since the murder started in xiuxian, the Mirror platform hadn't taken the matter seriously, now dispatching a youth now full of dust. A crowd berated Kelvin mercilessly. Eric urged, Director, you should check on the families first and offer comfort. Kelvin glanced at Eric, saying, once this case is solved, they won't have anything more to say. Eric thought if solving it were easy, they wouldn't be in this passive position and would have forcefully quelled these complaints long ago. Ignoring their protests, Kelvin entered the brothel. Soon, a woman greeted him, but he ignored her and went straight to the back courtyard. The courtyard, desolate and covered with weeds, looked quite run down. Kelvin instructed Dwayne, light a spirit oil lamp every 10 meters along the wall. Dwayne organized the mirror keepers to do so, though bewildered by the order. Then Kelvin told Eric, stay by my side. Helpless, due to his own weak strength, he needed Eric nearby for protection. As a palm envoy, Eric possessed at least Unity Realm strength, enough to guard him. Kelvin's bizarre actions puzzled Eric. Once Dwayne lit all the lamps, Kelvin focused on 3 dry wells at the courtyard center. Then, he said something even more perplexing. Would you like me to invite you out myself, or will you come willingly? All the mirror keepers exchanged confused looks. They'd searched the place thoroughly. There was nothing, no frogs, nothing in those dry wells. If you don't wish to come out, I'll have to invite you myself. Seeing no response, Kelvin smiled at Eric. Watch your director perform a magic trick. Please let me know if you need any adjustments or further assistance. Hashtag chapter 232, the coiling sect. As he spoke, Kelvin took a breath and blew it out. The moment the breath left his lips, it transformed into a stream of fire that struck the oil lamp, igniting it. The flame flickered weakly but emitted waves of intense heat. Even the mirror guard in this desolate garden felt the searing warmth. Lightkeeper. Eric and the others were previously unaware that Kelvin was a lightkeeper, and they were greatly surprised by this scene. But even more astonishing was the rustling sound that followed this intense heat. They saw several figures emerge from the emptiness of the desolate garden, stealthily approaching them. These few individuals held snake-fang weapons, creeping closer with malicious intent. Invisibility? Eric's heart pounded. Invisibility was a mystical ability. No wonder no traces were found in the case of Willow Lane. Dwayne stared at the cold gleam of the snake fangs in their hands, feeling both terrified and relieved. Indeed, a lightkeeper could detect even an invisibility spell. The members of the coiling sect, now exposed, had sinister looks on their faces, and finished speaking, the flames from the surrounding oil lamps intensified, converging upon his pin. Tracing lines with his finger, a fiery trail surged into the 3 dry wells. Boom! The flames engulfed only one of the dry wells, while the other 2 erupted with loud explosions, scattering sparks everywhere. 2 figures emerged from these 2 wells. These 2 men looked strikingly similar. One had a blood python tattooed on his face, his eyes like snake pupils, emitting a chilling, lifeless gaze fixed on Kelvin as if looking at a corpse. How did you know we were here? Kelvin wouldn't reveal that Dara told him. Instead, he retorted, you shouldn't underestimate the sensitivity of a lightkeeper. Had it been another lightkeeper, he would have scoffed at such a claim. The coiling sect's invisibility skill wasn't easily detected, but after witnessing this scene, he understood the exceptional nature of the person before him, who could manipulate celestial fire with just a gesture. Before such a lightkeeper, malevolent spirits indeed had nowhere to hide. While the invisibility skill was hard to penetrate, his practice of demonic arts made it vulnerable to detection by a strong lightkeeper. Huh, so what if you discovered us? You're only here to die. The man with the tattoo was the Dane of the coiling sect, his face full of disdain as he gazed at everyone like they were already dead. Eric, Dwayne, and the others grew grim. With that, his spiritual energy transformed into a blood python, lashing out at Eric. Eric unleashed his true essence, brandishing his long truncheon, which spun with blazing force, striking back. Boom! The collision of true essences sent Eric reeling, feeling a surge of blood rising in his chest. He bitterly thought, the coiling sect Dane could challenge cave spirits, far exceeding his realm. Even with the advantages of the mirror platform's abilities, he was still at a disadvantage. Second brother, kill the rest, capture the lightkeeper. He has great value, the Dane ordered, attacking Eric again to slay the envoy, whose blood and true essence were highly valuable. Yes. The other coiling sect members sneered, advancing on Kelvin and the others. Eric wanted to intervene but couldn't stand against the Dane. Dwayne and the others paled, their spiritual energy erupting wildly, preparing for a desperate fight. Yet Kelvin stood calm, eyeing the approaching coiling sect member and asked, you still have one snake hiding somewhere, right? You know that too? The opponent was taken aback. Wait until I capture you, then I'll tell you. Kelvin nodded, that's fair. Once I capture you, I'll ask you slowly. Dwayne and the others didn't understand Kelvin's confidence. How could they defeat the coiling sect members? Powerhouse sneak up behind them? But soon, Dwayne knew it wasn't the case because the person who emerged wasn't a cave spirit realm expert from the mirror platform. A Clyde landed before Kelvin, looking at the charging vine sect powerhouse. He slapped out his hand, which evolved as if clouds and wind swirled within it. With one palm down, the opponent panicked and exerted all his strength to resist. Yet, how could a Unity Realm expert be a match for a cave spirit realm one? The attacker was directly struck, spitting blood and retreating in staggered steps. He spat blood from being struck by one palm, and so did his older brother, the Drew, due to another cave spirit powerhouse appearing beside him. Mirror platform powerhouses. Impossible, exclaimed the Drew, staring at the two emerging cave spirit realm experts in disbelief. They had been confident in capturing Kelvin because they thought he was accompanied only by the mirror platform group. But now, two hidden cave spirit realm powerhouses had appeared. How could they accept this? Who told you they are from the mirror platform? Kelvin glanced at them, addressing the two cave spirit realm experts. Please, esteemed seniors, subdue them. Of course. Both cave spirit realm experts nodded, radiating immense authority. The ground trembled, and the air crackled under the pressure of these formidable Aryans. Upon seeing this, the Drew's expression kept changing. Their bodies became illusory. They were about to use a concealment technique to escape. Though they had killed cave spirit powerhouses before, it was through ambushes. In a direct confrontation, they were no match for cave spirits. In my domain, your concealment technique will be severely weakened. The cave spirit realm expert standing beside Kelvin spoke, expanding his domain. It would be virtually impossible for them to break out. However, he frowned as, once the concealment technique was used, he couldn't sense their presence even within his domain. The concealment technique indeed was extraordinary. Just then, Kelvin unleashed a gust of flames. The originally concealed Vine Sect duo was instantly revealed by the flames, rushing toward Kelvin, intending to capture him as a hostage. But exposed, they were immediately suppressed by the two cave spirit powerhouses. Both were formidable. They directly employed combat techniques, transforming into grinding wheels that pressed down. They didn't employ flashy moves, but simply overwhelmed with their higher-level strength. Tui. The two, known for their deceptiveness, were weak in terms of profound essence energy. Faced with such suppression, they spewed blood and reluctantly knelt on the ground. The two cave spirit realm experts attacked again, causing them to cough up more blood and suffer repeated severe injuries. Finally, using secret arts, they suppressed the opponent's sea of chi, completely subduing them. Seeing that the two were captured, Kelvin walked over to them. The Drew hadn't expected to meet his downfall unexpectedly. Staring at Kelvin, he said, "Despicable." They realized these two must have been staying incognito at the brothel last night. Cave spirit powerhouses hiding themselves went unnoticed, making them underestimate the situation. Otherwise, knowing a powerhouse was coming, they would have changed locations. You are thieves, and I am the officer. An officer catching thieves, calling me despicable? Did you ever go to school? Kelvin looked at the Drew. Forget it. I have a broad mind and won't hold your words against you. Don't blame me for outsmarting you. Blame it on your being difficult adversaries. Without resorting to tactics, you wouldn't have been captured. The Drew's eyes turned bloodshot with hate. With his concealment technique, unless facing Aldo, he was confident in escaping. Even when Shayla asked for something, refusing her didn't make any difference since she couldn't do anything to him. Concealed, he could hide as a stone, going unnoticed. However, he hadn't anticipated this Bruno being a true torchlight storm capable of countering his skills. Worse yet, this Bruno played weak and baited him, igniting his desire to capture him rather than escaping when discovered. Don't stare at me like that. I know I'm handsome. That's why you guys didn't want to leave, right? Acting to capture me must have been due to my good looks. Lust can lead you astray. Kelvin educated him. This comment made the Vine Sect duo even angrier. His despicability was bad enough, but now he was insulting them. Kelvin ignored them, shouting at Dwayne and others. What are you standing there for? Bind them. Yes, sir. The torchlight storms quickly moved to bind the subdued duo. Looking at Kelvin, they admired him. Clearly, these two cave spirits were invited by Kelvin. Compared to the Drew, the mirror platform torchlight storms had broader networks in the capital, allowing them to recognize the duo. One was Madison from the Actong family, the other was the head steward of Nigel's mansion. Their lantern keeper was truly full of surprises every time. They initially thought Kelvin was unreliable, lacking experience, but now he showed foresight and strategy. He had captured someone as elusive as the Drew. Not only that, but he managed to involve powerhouses from the Actong family and Nigel's mansion, particularly orchestrating their stay at the brothel the previous night. This was beyond mere reputation. It must have been arranged by Aldo. Or did Aldo persuade them? Without Aldo's persuasion, it was hard to believe anyone else could have such influence. Unaware of the storm's thoughts, Kelvin approached the two cave spirits and bowed. Thank you both for your help. Clinton and Fenwick truly embody righteousness. Knowing the mirror platform faced trouble, they repeatedly offered assistance. Yes, capturing the Vine Sect members is all thanks to their efforts. I'll send letters of gratitude in the name of the mirror platform. Madison and Nigel's steward paused, having intended to look stern but now easing up. A letter of gratitude from the mirror platform? Quite prestigious indeed. Holding this letter, who would dare call them pampered nobles anymore? Whoever mocked them would get a slap in the face. This kid has some interesting tricks. Hashtag chapter 258, a third of belief. What? This is some dark sect information from both your families to prove Clinton and Fenwick's innocence? Seniors, what are you talking about? Brother you and Brotherly were like old friends from the first moment we met. That day, they were just joking around with me. How could I possibly suspect them? One is from the Imperial Concubine's family, the other from the royal household. Why would I doubt them? What? Brother you and Brotherly said this? I didn't expect such brotherly loyalty. To get us to act, they even made up stories about mirror platform settling scores with them. Truly good brothers. All misunderstandings. Seniors, don't listen to their nonsense. How could mirror platform target them for no reason? As I just said, mirror platform is preparing to send them letters of gratitude. Yes. Brother you and Brotherly felt like old friends from the start. What? You want them to study under me? Enter mirror platform as guardians? Oh, that's not up to me. Entering as a guardian is very complicated. Right. I am the storm of the mirror, but even this isn't something I can decide alone. Let me see if there's any chance for them to come in. Definitely. I'll definitely take it seriously. They're my good brothers, and I need help since I just entered mirror platform. Who else should I care for if not them? Oh, the dark sect information you provided? Alright, I'll keep it. Not because of what Brother You and Brotherly said, but having this makes it easier for me to speak on their behalf within Mirror Platform. Alright, seniors, take your time leaving. Fenwick watched Kelvin smile warmly at Madison and the Major Steward, completely flabbergasted. Damn it, that's not how you acted that day. You were outrageously arrogant. How did everything become his fault now? And, like old friends from the first meeting? A few words, and they sounded like loyal brothers. Who is brothers with you? Also, Jareth, why do you want me to go to Mirror Platform? Watching Kelvin effortlessly charm everyone, Fenwick stood dumbfounded. On the other hand, Clinton wasn't surprised by the turn of events. However, he scoffed at Madison's suggestion for him to join Mirror Platform. Following rules at Mirror Platform wouldn't be as fun as being a playboy. But Kelvin understands me, saying he'd try meant he'd make sure it didn't happen. Madison and the Major Steward left with the two men. He didn't say much to Clinton, but found Kelvin an interesting mirror storm. He had heard some enthusiasts placed Kelvin among the top 10 young nobles of the capital due to recent achievements, pitying only his strength was lacking. Otherwise, he might have real chances. Madison knew Kelvin through Clinton, who dragged him along for various excuses. What Actong didn't know was that Kelvin wasn't just charming and interesting. He also had a certain way with Actong's niece. Compared to Madison, the Major Steward turned to Fenwick. Know why we cooperated so thoroughly when that guy threatened you? Fenwick shook his head vigorously. He hadn't expected that after Kelvin sent people to ask them to deploy strong individuals to assist, the royal household actually sent the Major Steward. The title of Storm has earned the royal family's respect, but one Storm can't simply command or threaten a prince. Even if Mirror Platform is above all, causing trouble would mean trouble, yet not enough to control the royal family. Why did Lynette follow his instructions so precisely? Do you still not understand? Why did Madison suggest making Clinton a Mirror Storm? Seeing Fenwick still puzzled, the Major I won't let down the expectations of Lynette. Even if it means sending my first love to bed him, I'll secure his friendship. The steward remained silent, thinking of that first love. Damn it, sending her might end in disaster. Kelvin, unaware of Fenwick's enlightenment, enjoyed his newly crafted true monarch background and his role as Mirror Storm, ensuring his actions carried significant weight. After learning the hideout of xiuxian from Dara, he began planning. Holding 2 notebooks containing dark sect information from the Actong family and Hill Palace, he stashed them away. With these, he could quickly establish himself within Mirror Platform. No power? Then what's the point of being Storm? Thinking this, Kelvin approached the bound members of the xiuxian. Only 7 of them, all tied up. He searched them thoroughly, retrieving items needed per Dar's request. The xiuxian members were stripped clean. Dwayne watched as Kelvin pocketed the items. Opening their mouths to protest the irregularity, Kelvin interrupted. Even hiring cave spirit realm experts requires a fee, which I obviously don't have. Using the xiuxian's funds seems fitting. Any issues? Dwayne had all shut their mouths. They believed him, a third, and still doubted him, 97%. Chapter 259, Subduing the Twisted King. After ransacking everything from the 7 members of the Twisted Clan, Kelvin didn't meticulously search for what Dara needed. He wasn't in a hurry, even if not now. As long as the Dane of the Twisted Clan was in his hands, he would eventually spill the beans. Looking at the Dane who glared at him with fury, Kelvin asked, I once saw a blood python that should be related to your Twisted Clan. Where is that blood python? The Dane spat but didn't answer. Kelvin smiled indifferently and said again, Your Twisted Clan has been killing people in Phalon Alley ever since you arrived in the capital city, and all of them are capable cultivators. Aren't you going to explain your intentions? Spit. The Dane spat once more. Huh, you've got quite some spirit there. Don't think that just because Dara is backing you, you can do whatever you want. You are now in our hands. Kelvin's words made the heart of the Dane tremble. He was utterly baffled. When did Dara become his supporter? In fact, Dara and he didn't get along well because he refused her request to borrow the Twisted King's soul. Because of this, he had always been cautious. Whenever any practitioners appeared near him, he would immediately use his invisibility skill, fearing Dara's sudden attack. However, he never imagined that despite being able to confront the formidable Dara, he would falter before a celestial human practitioner. However, he did not deny Kelvin's words. It would serve as some assurance if the Mirror Platform thought he had Dara's backing. Dara was notorious, and even the Mirror Platform couldn't underestimate her easily. Humph, Dara is something I will deal with sooner or later. You better recognize the reality. Kelvin coldly eyed the Dane. The Dane continued to spit, remaining silent. Kelvin ignored him, then looked at the other 6 people and asked, What about you? Can you answer the above 2 questions? Though he didn't know the purpose of the Twisted Clan's actions, it surely wasn't simple. If they wanted to make their voices heard through the Mirror Platform, they needed to dig deeper. Not talking? Doesn't matter. Kelvin showed no concern, turning to Eric instead. You have 3 days to interrogate. I need answers. Eric nodded, intending to respond, but was interrupted by Kelvin's question. Do you know how to interrogate? Eric was taken aback. How could a Storm of the Mirror Platform not know how to interrogate? What kind of joke was this? At that moment, Kelvin spoke to himself. Not knowing how to interrogate isn't a problem. I'll teach you a few tricks. For example, coating them with honey and letting a nest of ants clean it off. Or placing snakes inside their trousers to remove mice. Or using feathers to tickle the soles of their feet. Interrogation doesn't have to be just about torture. It should be humane. Make them feel comfortable, and they'll tell you everything. Eric and Dwayne felt a chill down their spines merely listening. Looking at the smiling Kelvin, they Kelvin's capabilities, could they still act insincerely? Eric glanced at the Twisted Clan Dane, who was captured so effortlessly, and pondered his insignificance. But Eric quickly suppressed his emotions. At this point, Kelvin's question left him little choice. Once he made his decision, he could no longer waver. Eric wasn't stupid. From Kelvin's words, he understood that he intended to have a voice within the mirror platform. There was no turning back. He could only hope that Chief Phelan would thrive, sparing him from marginalization within the platform. Then, thinking of Clinton and Fenwick, who also decided to follow Kelvin, he realized this might not be entirely bad. After all, Kelvin had a true monarch backing him. Yet, true monarchs came with both benefits and drawbacks. Kelvin wasn't originally part of the mirror storm system. Could Alton really allow him into the core of the mirror platform? Would he truly gain a voice? As Eric wrestled with these thoughts, Kelvin had already left, seeming entirely nonchalant about capturing the Twisted Clan members. With the Twisted Clan Dane apprehended, and the series of murders in Phelan Alley solved, everyone was dumbfounded. Previously, they had mocked that Bruno as an immature kid. They hadn't expected him to resolve the clueless major case in one fell swoop. Instantly, all previous resentment towards the mirror platform vanished. The mirror platform truly lives up to its name. After resolving Zhu Aolong's affair, they promptly resolved this major case. That Mirror Brook, I thought he was just a mere name. Didn't expect him to be so powerful. I apologize for mocking him earlier. The Mirror Brook's name is Kelvin, right? A young hero. I've heard of the Twisted Clan. Rumor has it even true monarchs struggle against them, yet they met their match in him. Woohoo. Thank you, Chief Phelan, for avenging my kin. Public opinion in Phelan Alley swiftly turned. The mirror platform and Kelvin were praised profusely. Kelvin's reputation soared, and the purple aura indicators increased significantly. Kelvin pondered. It was probably due to the positive energy from the victim's relatives. Feeling the enhanced spiritual power, Kelvin began refining the essence of cultivators within him. Since he had overcome ear decay, it was time to boost his strength further. Hashtag chapter 260, striving with strength. Using the Tai Chi decree, Kelvin quickly grew by refining practitioner's essence, energy, and spirit as nourishment. He soon progressed from the first stage of Tianren to the intermediate stage, and aimed for the advanced level. At this point, Kelvin suddenly felt that his saliva had a foul odor. It was still the same saliva, but it now made him feel nauseous and repulsed. Frowning slightly, he knew that he was about to enter the oral decline phase. In this phase, everything external would cause nausea and discomfort. Kelvin had no choice but to stop absorbing the nourishment within his body. He did not want to enter oral decline so soon, having suffered greatly during the oral decline. He wanted to be fully prepared this time before entering any decline phases. Stopping his cultivation, Kelvin returned to the mirror platform. He visited Rick and requested Farrell and others be placed under his command. Rick had no objections, as Farrell had already come to see him beforehand. When Roscoe initially asked who wished to follow Kelvin, Farrell chose him. Since they both agreed, any objection from Rick would be pointless. Rick was only surprised at how loyal Farrell appeared to be. After deciding to follow Kelvin, he completely severed ties with Rick. Even when Rick asked Farrell to do something, Farrell insisted on consulting Kelvin first, displaying complete obedience, a loyalty that surpassed his previous commitment. Paying a deep glance at Kelvin, Rick realized this Bruno was even more capable than he had imagined. The news of Marco being captured spread throughout the mirror platform, and Kelvin's name became increasingly common. Kelvin originally thought that Marco would resist interrogation and that prying open his mouth would take some time. However, Farrell's questioning went exceptionally smoothly. Upon returning to the mirror platform's dungeon, Marco answered every question without even being subjected to torture. This cooperation left Farrell doubting. Kelvin was taken aback. Though he hadn't read much in this world, he had heard of the holy infant fruit. It was a supreme treasure. Using it to break through to the cave spirit realm could increase one's success rate by 70%. It was enough to drive countless cultivators mad, causing bloodshed every time it appeared. No wonder Sect dared to kill multiple people in the capital despite knowing the risks. Such temptation was irresistible. To offer a holy infant fruit, it must not be the work of just a Unity Realm practitioner. It seems there's a powerful figure backing them. And since they need heart blood collected by demonic means, the instigator should be a prominent force in the capital to remain so discreet. Moreover, heart blood is far more valuable than a holy infant fruit. Farrell nodded. There are countless nobles in the capital, and tracing them solely through their intermediary will be challenging. Shaking his head, Kelvin said, investigate what value heart blood can surpass that of a holy infant fruit. Either it can assist in breaking through to at least the Jinshu realm or conceal lifespan to save lives. Investigate who among the capital's influential figures are on the brink of Jinshu breakthrough, or whose family members are terminally ill but maintaining life. Those who captured the Sect leader. Farrell recognized these items from the day Kelvin confiscated them from him. Initially, he thought Kelvin kept them but didn't expect him to distribute them. Touched by this gesture, Farrell understood that though they were guardians of the mirror, cultivation resources were tight. While spirit stones were usable, true essence pills were invaluable for rapid cultivation. Sir, isn't this against protocol? By protocol, items obtained from capturing demon cultivators should be submitted for distribution based on contribution. Frankly, they contributed little that day, but everyone accepted Kelvin's reasoning. Waving his hand, Kelvin dismissed the concern. Just ensure my orders are carried out. Receiving the items, Farrell finally grasped Kelvin's meaning of treating his subordinates well. As Farrell was about to leave, Kelvin handed him a notebook. These are some demonic information provided by the Actong family. Target some easy ones first. Any spoils from these missions should be paid as information fees to the Actong family, not submitted to the mirror platform. Kelvin understood that relationships needed material support to sustain. Though he lacked funds, he had to earn money to maintain his team. This notebook would serve both to gain credit and provide for the team, soon forming a formidable force within the mirror platform. Position was not only secured through martial strength. Chapter 261, Playing Along. Mirror platform. Eric and his group had been in the limelight these days at the mirror platform. Since Eric joined forces with Kelvin, he launched a series of strikes, capturing numerous evil practitioners. These captures led to solving many cases that previously seemed unrelated. Initially unremarkable among the many commanders, Eric became a rising star, attracting both admiration and envy. But this wasn't all. Most importantly, it was discovered that Eric's strength had significantly improved, and so had the guardians under his command. Some even achieved breakthroughs in their cultivation realms. Upon inquiry, it was revealed that Kelvin had rewarded them with abundant cultivation resources. This made many commanders regret not stepping forward when Jackson asked for volunteers to follow him. If they had, they would be reaping these rewards now. Who could have predicted then that Kelvin was so capable? They had only thought he was someone at the celestial human realm with a true monarch patron. People at the mirror platform are proud. They wouldn't kneel just because of a powerful backer. That would make it hard to hold their heads up in front of their colleagues. But if someone were a competent mirror guardian, that would be different. Now, no one mocks Eric, only envies him. Seeing Eric handle evil practitioners as easily as drinking water, with daily successes, other guardians felt more and more envious and jealous. Sir, we followed your lead and found several families acting suspiciously. The head of the Du family was captured by a demon 10 years ago but managed to escape. The demon who captured him was known for the blood-practicing secret technique. What's more important is that he is now at the peak of the cavern spirit realm. The second master of the Yuan family failed his attempt to reach the transcendent realm and suffered heart damage. We're not sure if Heart Snow could help him. Lu family's son, Jace, born weak, was rumored to live no longer than 18 years, but he's now 20. It's said the Lu family has a blood secret art. Gustav family cultivates martial arts and can absorb animal essence to strengthen themselves. I suspect scholar blood might also be useful to them. Li family, although no one seems close to breaking through to the transcendent realm, obtained many precious fruits recently, which I suspect might be cavern spirit fruits. Feng family. Eric summarized the information he gathered and reported to Kelvin. Kelvin listened intently, feeling increasingly concerned. These people were all influential figures in the capital, either retired officials or descendants of imperial relatives, or military officers. Even the mirror platform couldn't act without evidence. A few families might be manageable, but 7 families would stir too much trouble for the mirror platform to handle simultaneously, making it difficult without following proper procedures. Sir, if it's one of these 7 families, they will likely continue their activities eventually. We should keep an eye on them. We might catch them red-handed, Eric suggested. Kelvin shook his head. Once the mirror platform is alerted, they'll be extra cautious. Everyone knows I'm handling this case, and I have a true monarch backing me. They may not dare to act again. Eric fell silent, understanding the weight of a true monarch's influence. Yet, this power might also be a hindrance. The news about the Xiu sect harvesting hearts has somehow leaked out, causing outrage among the capital citizens. Many people are looking to you to solve this case. Eric felt the headache. He didn't know who spread such bloody details about the Xiu sect, leading to widespread panic and public outcry. Families of the victims kneeled before the mirror platform, pleading for justice. Among them were people of high status, putting significant pressure on the mirror platform. This pressure naturally fell on Kelvin. But surprisingly, Kelvin didn't seem to mind. He instructed them to focus on clearing out the evil practitioners, ignoring external disturbances. Let them rant. Kelvin remained unfazed. The black hand behind this wouldn't be easily uncovered, and he had his methods. He suspected the public sentiment might well be orchestrated by the real culprit. Eric, seeing Kelvin's attitude, did not press further and added, "There's another matter, sir. Several squad leaders approached me, expressing their desire to follow you." Kelvin's eyes lit up. Finally, some were willing to join. Unfortunately, it was only a few squad leaders, indicating that the commanders still hesitated. Following me means following Jackson. But since they want to contribute, we should welcome them. We need more hands to deal with the demons, Kelvin decided. Eric nodded. Having followed Kelvin for so long, he knew Kelvin aimed for true authority within the mirror platform. With current developments, Kelvin was gradually expanding his influence. However, considering the public discontent, Eric sighed. If this couldn't be resolved, any progress made might be quickly stifled. Do we need to interrogate the leader of the Xiu sect again to find out about the mastermind and the remaining remnants? Eric sincerely hoped Kelvin could endure the pressure and suggested it. Kelvin waved it off. Further interrogation wouldn't yield anything new. As for solving the case, he chuckled to himself. How could he fail when he had Frost treasure? The mirror platform's righteous capabilities had exposed 7 families. Time to leverage the dark side. The Holy Shadow sect was a behemoth. Surely, there were clues to be found. Yes, he missed Frost treasure. He needed to see Frost treasure. Just as Kelvin prepared to leave the mirror platform to visit Frost treasure, an unexpected visitor appeared. Qian, what brings you here? Kelvin was genuinely surprised. Qian explained. When you were ambushed, you suspected the Yu family leaked the information. My uncle has been seeking a chance to prove our innocence. Today, to our Yu family and wanted us to take action. He planned to find an excuse to trick you into his trap. Otherwise, he wouldn't have any reason to contact us. After all, we've never met before. While speaking, Curtis felt very guilty. In his view, the reason the malevolent practitioner contacted him was because they knew the Yu family belonged to Cody's lineage. Seeing that Kelvin and Cody were enemies, they assumed the enemy of their enemy was a friend, hence found him. This reasoning could never be revealed to Kelvin, so he gave an arbitrary excuse to evade Kelvin's question. Naturally, Kelvin didn't truly care about the real reasons, saying, "So that's how it is." Curtis expressed his determination. Despite his significant temptations, the Yu family is not a profit-driven kind of people. Upon learning this news, I told you immediately. Please believe we mean you no harm. Uncle, please don't worry. If you intended to harm me, you wouldn't have told me about this. I've always trusted the Yu family. Ah, you guys just overthink, Kelvin replied. Seeing Kelvin smiling, Curtis also laughed, saying, "To harm you. This man from the Cho clan must be dealt with immediately. Therefore, we agreed to meet him tonight and feign cooperation." Kelvin looked at Curtis. His strength is in Unity realm. It might not be easy to deal with him. At this moment, Curtis said, "Although our Yu family is weak, we have connections with the Zhang family in Kyoto." Henrik echoed from all sides, evidently using a secret art of sound manipulation to make it hard to locate the speaker. "Please forgive me, brother Yu. People of the Qiu clan are cautious by nature and won't reveal themselves unless absolutely necessary. In fact, he wasn't worried about being betrayed by Curtis. After all, from the conversation between Kelvin and Dwayne, he knew the Yu family was aligned with Cody, making them natural allies. Besides, he also knew that Dwayne and Kelvin were responsible for Baron's death, which meant even more collaboration once he informed the Yu family. His secretive approach was purely out of habit. Humph. Curtis hummed, fine. However, dealing with the Godfrey Mirror Master isn't something I can decide on my own. If you don't mind, I'll invite Henrik to discuss with you. Upon hearing this, the Qiu clan visitor was elated. Though he knew Curtis was aligned with Cody, he didn't know Henrik was too. This voluntary exposure clearly showed a willingness to cooperate. I naturally don't mind. Please invite him, the Cavan replied. All right. Curtis nodded and shouted inside the house, please, Henrik, come forward. Then the courtyard door opened, and Henrik walked in from outside. Beside him was a youth assisting him, standing half a body length behind and concealing his face. Initially, the Cavan paid no attention, assuming it was one of Henrik's descendants. But when the youth entered the courtyard and his face was revealed, the Cavan's expression changed drastically, exclaiming, Kelvin, as he screamed in shock and anger. A flicker of flame shot out from the youth's fingertip. Though it couldn't cause much harm, like starlight reflecting on water, it revealed his silhouette in the darkness. Immediately afterward, he felt the overwhelming aura of a cave spirit realm powerhouse descending upon him. The Cavan's expression darkened as he moved to dodge, using his invisibility technique. But under Kelvin's lamp-kindling art, his invisibility was utterly ineffective. Without the aid of invisibility, how could a unity realm match a cave spirit realm? Though he avoided the first strike, the second one landed on him. Thud. He spat blood and crashed to the ground. Why? The Cavan stared incredulously at Curtis and company, unable to believe they cooperated with Kelvin. Henrik said nothing, raising his palm again with forceful impact towards the Cavan. Seeing this, the Cavan was terrified, shouting to Curtis, do you know what he did? Just as the Cavan was about to reveal that Kelvin killed Baron, his words startled both Henrik and Curtis. They thought he was going to expose their connection to Cody. Therefore, Henrik unleashed his most potent power, striking the Cavan fiercely, sending him rolling and trying to escape. But Henrik, filled with killing intent, wouldn't roll steps. A bloody handprint was left on the python's tail. But the giant python ignored the pain, opening its massive maw and biting directly at Kelvin. A stench assaulted his face, along with a puff of poisonous fog. Kelvin dodged using his body movement technique and cast a Taoist spell, hurling the 3 primal flames at the giant python. Boom! A bloody hole exploded on the python's body, yet it paid no heed to the pain and pounced at Kelvin again. True to being a demon, it had thick skin and strong muscles. If Kelvin hadn't reached the first level of celestial human realm, with robust true essence and incredibly fast speed, he would have struggled greatly against it. However, Kelvin dodged the toxic fog using the phantom step, the sword chi striking out again towards the giant python. Though the giant python was tenacious, under Kelvin's repeated heavy blows, it couldn't hold up any longer. One sword chi pierced its head, and after struggling for a moment, it fell dead to the ground. At the same time, from its impaled head, rolled out a crystal shimmering with blood-red light. It wasn't big, only as large as a fingertip, but Kelvin recognized it instantly. Demon core. Unlike human cultivators who must cultivate to reach unity before they can form a Dao core, demons, upon reaching the celestial human realm, can cultivate a demon core that contains the essence of the demon. Kelvin picked it up. The demon core felt warm to touch but had a fierce blood energy within. This was the drawback of demon cores. Although they contain the essence of demons, they also emit overwhelming demonic aura. Even practitioners of demonic arts dare not easily absorb the essence of demon cores. One misstep could lead to demonic aura infection and madness. However, for Kelvin, who possessed the Taiji decree, while the demon core's demonic aura posed some difficulty, it wasn't much trouble. The Taiji decree could refine the essence of all things for its own use, and demons belong to the category of all things. Henrik came over and looked at the lifeless blood python in confusion. There seems to be something inside this giant python's belly. Kelvin was puzzled. Henrik slapped the python's abdomen, making an incision there. Then, from its belly, numerous heartbloods rolled out. These heartbloods were enclosed in transparent sacs, resembling glass balls, numbering more than a dozen. Kelvin, looking at these items, knew that these were the heartbloods of the people Gaius had killed, originally hidden in the python's belly. Curtis and Henrik exchanged glances, not expecting such a thing. Kelvin stepped forward, gathered these heartbloods together, turned to look at Henrik, and said, "Thank you very much for your help, senior." Henrik waved his hand. "Your family and mine are old acquaintances. Since he asked for my help, I wouldn't stand idly by. Moreover, aiding the Jing platform and expelling demon cultists is something I cannot refuse." Kelvin thanked him again and sighed. Sigh. "My Aryans sent me to the capital city, saying that the waters there are deep and most conducive to training. They helped me become the mirror holder of Jing platform, but I'm just a celestial human realm practitioner. I wield no power or influence. Otherwise, we wouldn't need to involve Henrik this time. The Jing platform could have set a trap to easily capture him." Hearing Kelvin's complaint, Henrik's eyes lit up, and he smiled. "Master, you're just like a dragon in shallow water. Sooner or later, you will soar into the sky." Kelvin waved his hand and replied, "Previously, everything went smoothly because the Aryans protected me here in the capital. But the Aryans also said they cannot always protect me. They already left yesterday. From now on, I can only rely on myself. As the mirror holder of Jing platform, I don't even have many people I can count on. It makes me feel quite troubled. In the past at home, I didn't have to think about these things. I could command anyone I wanted to, even officials outside the capital. I wonder what the old man was thinking when he insisted I start from the celestial human realm to eventually become a Aldo." As he said this, Kelvin sighed again. "Forget it. Let's not talk about this. No matter what, I thank you both for your help. Being able to meet Brother Baron and receive your family's assistance has been fortunate for me. Curtis was delighted, realizing that Kelvin had accepted them wholeheartedly, proving their strategy correct. However, Henrik thought deeper. From Kelvin's words, he deduced that this Bruno might indeed be a successor to Aldo. It made sense. A youth with such extraordinary talent should be a natural successor. He wished to attach himself closer to Kelvin, as Gaston was dead, and he needed a new patron. Moreover, those behind Gaston would inevitably come after them, requiring them to make early arrangements. Therefore, Henrik said, "Haha, Master Phelan actually needn't worry so much. As the mirror holder of Jing platform, your position is secure here. Once you've achieved remarkable results, they'll have no choice but to acknowledge you. For example, by solving this Gaius case, you can gain moral superiority over them." Kelvin sighed. That may be true, but every action is fraught with difficulties. For instance, in this Gaius case, I had to use myself as bait and coerce the Actong family and the Jing Kingdom House to succeed. We can't always rely on such tactics. Henrik understood the implication in Kelvin's words. He lacked support. Having long harbored intentions, he chuckled and replied, "If Master Phelan needs manpower, feel free to send Curtis to me. I do have some connections in the capital. There are cultivators at both the Unity and Celestial human realms. If necessary, I can even take personal action." Kelvin was delighted. "Truly?" Henrik nodded. "Naturally." Kelvin responded, "Great. From now on, the Zhang and Yu families will be one with me. For protecting me in the capital this time, once I complete my Ariane's trials, I will surely bring you back home. In the future, you can openly declare that you are under the protection of Aldo." Henrik and Curtis were overjoyed. This was precisely the commitment they had waited for. They looked at Kelvin, finding this Bruno not only likable but shrewd, understanding mutual benefits. Kelvin felt equally happy. With Gaston's residual forces now under his control, he had a force in the capital. Chapter 264. Reunion with Vicky. Send the corpse of the Chiu clan member and this python demon to the mirror platform. Grandfather Zhang instructed Mr. Yu after seeing off Kelvin. Curtis nodded but couldn't help asking, are we really going to follow him? Although Curtis hoped to improve relations with Kelvin, after all, Kelvin had killed Cody. They, being from Cody's lineage, following Kelvin felt somewhat awkward. Great men are not petty. Grandfather Zhang said, following Kelvin is a temporary strategy. I've heard Stuart is still investigating the ancestors' line. We don't want to escape the capital. Following Kelvin is our best option, effectively making us an informer for the mirror platform. Moreover, his words just now were clearly an invitation. As a successor of Aldo, we have no reason to refuse him. We indeed need a strong backing. Yes, sir. Curtis replied. Grandfather Zhang added, do you have any news of Baron? If he were here, it would significantly improve our relationship. Curtis shook his head. We've sent many people to find him, but haven't found him yet. Sighing, Grandfather Zhang said, well, then we can only gain his trust through proper means. Pay full attention to carrying out any orders from now on. Yes, sir. Curtis replied as he watched Grandfather Zhang leave. He then dispatched someone to send the remains of the Chiu clan's expert to the mirror platform. Unbeknownst to Curtis, this expert had intended to tell him about Baron's whereabouts today. His death was very unjust. Who could imagine that Kelvin and Curtis would become so intimate? It was completely devoid of moral standards and shameless. Walking down the street, Kelvin felt at ease. Originally worried about how to deal with the Chiu clan members, they ended up coming to him. He took a detour, carefully walking to the courtyard where Gabrielle lived. He missed Vicky. Arriving at his destination, Kelvin directly scaled the wall into the courtyard. With her strength, Shayla instantly sensed him upon his entry and appeared in front of him in the next moment. She wore a purple silk robe, which hugged her curvaceous figure, accentuating her feminine charm. Her hair, unbound, cascaded freely, giving her a pure beauty despite her usually queenly demeanor. What is it? Shayla's lips were a striking red, and her cold response created a sense of pressure. Frost. I have found what you asked for, Kelvin almost blurted out Vicky, but quickly corrected himself. Shayla had been aiding Gabrielle in cultivation and hadn't paid attention to external matters. She didn't expect him to complete such a difficult task so soon. The Chiu clan was formidable. Even though she had discovered their hideout, they evaded capture due to their invisibility skills and caution. A mere celestial being like Kelvin managed to capture them? Shayla was skeptical but saw Kelvin present a jade box containing a blood-colored amber-like object, emitting a chilling aura. Recognizing it immediately as the Chiu King's soul, she was taken aback. This artifact, crafted by the first Chiu King using his divine soul and vital energy, with the aid of natural amber, could summon heavenly fire. Legends say each generation of the Chiu clan mastered invisibility because of this treasure. You actually got it. Shayla's eyes sparkled with surprise. Whatever the era asks, I will do my utmost, Kelvin responded formally. I rushed to deliver this to you as soon as I obtained it. At this point, Kelvin's stomach growled loudly. Embarrassed, he laughed awkwardly. I spent the whole day strategizing to capture the Chiu clan leader, and once I got this, I hurried to bring it to you. So, I haven't eaten all day. Another growl from his stomach made Kelvin blush in embarrassment. He whispered to Shayla, Era, can I use your kitchen to cook something? Seeing the Chiu King's soul, Shayla naturally didn't refuse this small request and pointed toward the kitchen. Kelvin entered the kitchen and quickly prepared noodles. Naturally, he made 2 bowls instead of 1. Hungry all day, he genuinely wanted more than just a single bowl. But also, he wanted to see if Vicky would eat the noodles he cooked. Finishing cooking, seeing Shayla in the pavilion, Kelvin brought both bowls outside, placing one before himself and the other before Shayla. I wasn't sure if Era eats, so I made an extra bowl just in case. Looking at Kelvin's noodles, Shayla noted they looked quite appetizing. Despite her initial desire to taste, she maintained her cold, regal demeanor and merely nodded. Watching her reaction, Kelvin thought, truly regal. Any other woman might show some change in expression even if they didn't eat, but Shayla remained emotionless. Taming Vicky would be no easy task. Without further urging, Kelvin picked up his chopsticks and began eating slowly due to the heat. While eating, Kelvin mentioned, "Era, I'm nearing oral decline." Kelvin spoke naturally, blowing on his noodles and taking a bite as if having a regular meal. Shayla didn't react much until she heard Kelvin mention oral decline. To her amazement, he had progressed from ear decline to oral decline in less than a week. How did he achieve this? 3 ear-sharpening pills had not only helped him through ear decline but propelled him to oral decline. Plus, he managed to capture the Xiu clan member while assisting her. Even the prodigy who used 3 ear-sharpening pills didn't progress this fast. Staring at the Bruno blowing on his steaming noodles, her heart skipped a beat. This was the chosen one of the sacred temple, exceeding expectations every time. From her pocket, Shayla pulled out a jade vial and handed it to Kelvin. This is the pill for oral decline, wax flavor pill. After consuming it, your taste sensation diminishes, alleviating discomfort from oral decline. 3 pills again. Swallowing his noodle, Kelvin took the vial and asked, "Era, can I have the remaining pills as well? I think I can progress through the lesser 5 declines soon." Speaking, he finished his noodles and started sipping the broth. No one saw this, otherwise no one would remain calm. Who could act so casually in front of Shayla, not minding the slightest detail? End of chapter. Chapter 265. Noodles are so good. Kelvin finished the last drop of soup, wiped his mouth with a tissue and casually threw it on the table, appearing completely at ease. Dara hadn't reacted yet when she heard Kelvin say, "I should be able to pass through oral decay soon. It won't take long for me to enter other minor decays. To avoid troubling the sect leader every time, it's better to solve them all at once." Dara looked at Kelvin. This Bruno was overly confident. He wanted to pass through all minor decays in one go, but no one in the world could do that. However, since Kelvin brought the Xiu Actong Impa here, he couldn't go unrewarded. Note, Xiu is a Chinese character that refers to a type of mythical creature, similar to a dragon or serpent, and Actong Impa seems to be a proper noun. Without further context, it's challenging to provide a more accurate translation for Xiu Actong Impa. For the sake of fluency, we could consider translating it as the Coiling King's Impa if it's a term that should be understood in English, or leave it as if it's a unique term within the story's universe. Improved version. However, since Kelvin brought the Coiling King's Impa here, he couldn't go unrewarded. The demonic fire had already frozen and extinguished. It could only be reignited using the Xiu Actong Impa. With this item, the demonic fire could now be truly utilized. Note, Xiu Actong Impa seems to be a specific term or proper noun from the original context, so I kept it as is, assuming it's intended to remain untranslated. If it should be translated or clarified further, please provide more context. For better readability and fluency, I slightly adjusted the sentence structure while maintaining the original meaning. Kelvin had indeed made a great contribution. Dara took out another jade bottle and said, "I have elixirs for the 3 decays related to ears, nose, and mouth. However, during eye decay, your vision is filled with floating specks, and there is no specific elixir for it. The mirror platform's bright mirror will be more useful for you. And for heart decay, no elixir can help. Only by relying on your Taoist heart can you get through it." As she spoke, Dara also retrieved a notebook and handed it to Kelvin, saying, "This contains some of my insights into overcoming minor decays. Although our beliefs are different, we share the same goal. You can read it for reference." Kelvin received it gratefully. "Thank you, Era." Seeing that the noodles in front of Dara were untouched, he added, "Era, the noodles will become mushy if not eaten soon." Dara glanced at Kelvin, ignoring his words. She maintained her dignified demeanor as the sect leader while he acted so casually. Seeing that Dara wasn't responding, Kelvin continued, "There's one more thing I must remind the Era." Dara's eyes, clear like the reflection of moonlight on water, turned questioningly toward Kelvin. "Xiu Clan's Dane has claimed that he belongs to you, and Alton is quite angered about it. He has vowed to subdue you sooner or later. The mirror platform may target you as well." Dara raised an eyebrow. Xiu Clan's Dane was really trying to intimidate others under her name, but what use would it serve him? Would Alton, that old rascal, fear anyone? However, if Alton intended to deal with her, it caused her expression to become grave. As a powerful figure of the demonic path, capturing her would dramatically increase the prestige of the mirror platform. The mirror platform had been on a decline for years. Was this his way of reversing the trend? She needed to be cautious. Alton, that old guy, might not seem formidable, but who dared to ignore him in this world? Though many say he hasn't reached the Aldo level, did he truly not reach it? Could someone not at the Aldo level survive until now? Does the Era want to leave Kyoto temporarily to avoid trouble? Kelvin asked Dara. Dara shook her head. "He is strong, but he isn't Aldo. Even if I can't defeat him, it won't be easy for him to subdue me." Dara didn't underestimate Alton, but he had a flaw. Even if he were a Aldo, he wouldn't dare reveal such power. The Gustav soldiers were absorbed into the Forbidden Zone. The leader missed the opportunity due to a twist of fate, but the Gustav general gained strength from the soldiers' blood. Thus, the Gustav family benefited from this demonic leader's legacy. Heart's blood is highly nourishing for them. Kelvin was delighted. This advantage of being a demonic leader gave him access to information unknown to the righteous path. Narrowing down from 7 to 2 families made the investigation simpler. "Thank you, Era. Then I'll leave early for meditation." Kelvin politely left without overstepping. It seemed like he met Dara purely for business matters. Dara nodded and watched him leave. After Kelvin departed, Dara prepared to sleep. However, seeing the steaming noodles, her appetite grew suddenly. She no longer needed to maintain appearances, so she picked up her chopsticks eagerly. But she burned her mouth eating too quickly. She opened her mouth, puffing air to cool it down, sticking out her tongue. "So hot." Dara puffed, "So hot." Should have known not to fish noodles from the bottom. Carefully, she blew on a noodle from the top before carefully taking small bites. The aroma was intoxicating, and the taste excellent. Eyes closed in satisfaction, Dara started devouring the noodles. Soon, the bowl was empty. Looking at the broth, she usually avoided noodle soup, but recalling how much Kelvin enjoyed it, she tentatively tried a sip, fearful of burning her tongue again. Before long, she finished the soup as well. Gazing at the empty bowl, she murmured, "Not bad, just a bit too little." Dara wiped her mouth, gazing at the empty bowl, feeling slightly unsatisfied. Then she noticed Kelvin's leftover bowl and used tissues across the table. Her eyes widened in annoyance. Do I have to clean up for him? Staring at the utensils, she fumed. Was he treating her as his subordinate? How could he act so carelessly? Unbeknownst to her, this was Kelvin's strategy. In relationships, never let there be too much disparity in status. Foster intimacy instead. Regardless of status, always bring the relationship closer to equality. Suck-ups never end well. Actions that defy your image make the other party feel emotions. Drawing from his experience with wealthy women, admiration and servitude don't work. What does is making her see you as an equal even if you're a beggar, compensating through other means. Now, having eaten noodles casually in front of Dara once, maybe cooking a dish next time would be fine, right? Of course, Kelvin hadn't considered that Dara's queenly demeanor was real, and she truly ate. Dara looked at the bowl, eyes twinkling with mischief, then called out to Gabrielle who was meditating. Eneen, stop practicing. Take a break. Come chat with sister. Feeling helpless. Her master was accustomed to being pampered and wouldn't do any chores. It was one thing in the sect where there were trusted helpers, but now she had to do everything herself. That's not right. Master doesn't even know how to boil water. How did she manage to cook noodles? And 2 bowls at that? Mariana realized something wasn't right. Kelvin must have done it while her mind was elsewhere earlier. What is that scoundrel doing? Does he treat this place like his home? Mariana's eyes flashed with cold light. Kelvin was always full of schemes, and she doubted this was just about the noodles. He must have some ulterior motive, but she couldn't figure out what it was. No matter what his scheme is, I need to keep Master away from him. Master is too easy to deceive. Mariana gritted her teeth and decided to keep a closer eye whenever Kelvin came around. She swept the empty bowls into the trash can with her arm. Tomorrow, she would buy a new set. Does he think I will wash dishes for him? Only if he becomes my husband. Kelvin had no idea what Mariana was thinking. If he knew, he might have added that becoming Dara's husband was also an option. Having obtained the elixirs, Kelvin planned to enter seclusion for cultivation. However, someone knocked on his door. I am Elliot, the heir of Duke Gustav Xiangting in the capital city. I come to greet you, Mirror Palace Master. A sturdy youth stood before him, bowing politely. Kelvin narrowed his eyes, recognizing Gustav clan as one of the 2 families Dara mentioned. He hadn't investigated which family colluded with the Cho sect, yet the Gustav clan had already found him. What is it? Kelvin asked Elliot. Elliot replied, My father sent me to invite you, Mirror Palace Master, to visit our Gustav residence. We sincerely hope you could grace us with your presence. Kelvin thought about the Cho sect matter and didn't refuse, nodding instead, lead the way. Elliot was surprised. He had expected the invitation to be difficult given that Kelvin was the Mirror Palace Master and backed by a true monarch. Since the Mirror Palace rarely associated with nobility, it was understandable that his invitation might be ignored. Very well. Please follow me, Mirror Palace Master. Elliot had prepared many reasons, but since they weren't needed, he immediately led the way. Kelvin followed behind, observing Elliot. His steps were steady, his breathing deep. Kelvin could sense a powerful aura from the 3 hidden flames on Elliot's shoulders. Kelvin had dealt with martial artists before, even killing a master martial artist in Jinling. However, Elliot obviously exuded far more potent blood chi than the previous master martial artist. Martial artists differ from chi cultivators. They cultivate their own bodies. Thus, martial artists lack the celestial realm and undergo a qualitative change in their chi after breaking through the 9th rank. This transformation has nothing to do with heavenly principles, but is a result of their own evolution. In that sense, the power controlled by martial artists truly belongs to them entirely. Elliot walked at a steady pace, and Kelvin had to resort to spiritual energy and Tao techniques to keep up. They walked in silence until they reached a mansion, where Elliot stopped. Mirror Palace Master, this is our Gustav residence. I'll take you to the living room, and I will inform my father immediately. Kelvin nodded and followed him inside. Inside, Kelvin saw several soldiers training in the courtyard with massive stone locks and axes. These are my father's personal guards, Elliot explained proudly. Each soldier had tiger-like blood chi, unmatched even by a master chi cultivator. Formed into an army, they were terrifying indeed. Indeed, fitting of a military family, all formidable warriors, Kelvin complimented. Entering the hall, Kelvin took a seat. A gentle maid brought tea, and Elliot excused himself before returning with a Clyde who strode in like a dragon. Even before entering, his booming voice echoed, I've long wished to meet the young hero who now leads the Mirror Palace. Today, I finally fulfill my wish. Tea lightly, don't try to scare me. If you have the guts, just kill me and be done with it. Zoltan naturally didn't dare to harm a Mirror Platform director. He glared at Kelvin angrily. I invited you as a guest out of goodwill, but you dare to slander me. Even if you were the Mirror Platform director, you owe me an explanation. An explanation? Kelvin chuckled mockingly. What kind of explanation do you need? The Mirror Platform should act according to rules and present evidence. Otherwise, even Jackson would demand an explanation, Zoltan snorted. Kelvin replied, the Mirror Platform always acts with a legitimate reason. Where is this legitimacy? Zoltan asked, if you can't provide it, don't blame me for keeping you here until Jackson comes to fetch you. Kelvin laughed, then stood up and smashed the teacup on the ground. The shattering sound startled even Elliot. At this moment, Kelvin's eyes were cold as ice, his voice thunderous. Are you threatening me? Startled by Kelvin's sudden outburst, Zoltan hesitated. Just as he was about to retort, Kelvin roared, you wanted to know where the legitimacy lies? I'll tell you. Do you think the Mirror Platform doesn't know about your family's demonic cultivation techniques? So, what's this about summoning me because of Heartblood? I just obtained Heartblood, and you come knocking right away. Considering all the information, do I not have the right to suspect you? You want to see Jackson? Fine. Let me go get him to bring you before Duncan to explain your family's demonic cultivation. Kelvin's words left Zoltan pale. The fact that the Gustav family practiced demonic techniques was a deeply hidden secret, known only to a few core members. But the mirror platform knew all along. How could they have uncovered such a thing? When Elliot heard Kelvin accusing their family, he was furious and ready to retaliate. But seeing his father's expression, he froze. Their Gustav family really did practice demonic techniques. Do you want to kill me and take the heart blood? Kelvin said sarcastically. Zoltan longed to silence Kelvin but dared not. Many had seen Kelvin enter the Gustav residence. Moreover, if killing Kelvin wouldn't hide the fact that the mirror platform knew about the Gustav family's practices, what good would it do? Zoltan's face turned from green to white. He had invited Kelvin precisely because of the heart blood. Elliot had reached a bottleneck in his cultivation, and Zoltan planned to pass down the demonic technique to break through using heart blood. As the successor, he had high hopes for Elliot. By practicing demonic techniques, you are half demonic yourself. It's justified for the mirror platform to label your family as demonic, Kelvin sneered. Zoltan scowled and argued. Our loyalty to Duncan is as clear as the sun and moon. Even the mirror platform cannot accuse us based on unfounded reasons. You know best increases my suspicion, Kelvin replied. Zoltan was furious. He coldly responded, those who are clean remain clean. I merely wish to purchase it. Regretting inviting Kelvin, Zoltan cursed his earlier decision. I don't believe you. Kelvin looked at Zoltan, saying it regardless of his true thoughts. With that, Kelvin stood and walked out. As he walked, he warned, watch yourselves. I'll have the mirror platform keep an eye on you. If I catch any clues, your family will cease to exist. Zoltan watched Kelvin leave, his expression worsening. Elliot couldn't help but ask, Father, you really practice demonic techniques? Zoltan nodded at his son. I plan to tell you later. Elliot's expression changed. If the mirror platform targets us, what will happen? Zoltan sighed. Even I didn't know the mirror platform knew. It's a major problem, but it might give us room to maneuver. Elliot was confused. Zoltan explained, we must cut off one arm. I will visit Duncan and confess about our family's demonic techniques. Father! Elliot exclaimed. What's wrong now? Zoltan shouted, today, I'll teach you a lesson. This world isn't black and white. What matters most is how the rulers perceive you. Seeing Elliot's puzzled look, he continued, if I voluntarily confess, though Duncan may punish me, the Gustav family will remain unharmed. Most importantly, informing Duncan serves two purposes. It shows our loyalty and establishes a record. Then, even the mirror platform can't use this against us. Elliot understood. Kelvin thinks he can manipulate me, He underestimates us. The elite of the capital aren't powerless just because someone has some leverage over them, Zoltan sneered. He is too young. Seeing Zoltan's calm demeanor, Elliot relaxed. Indeed, their esteemed family wouldn't fear a new mirror platform director. Today, letting him leave unscathed was merely being caught off guard. Chapter 268, Mouth Decay. Kelvin walked out of the Gustav residence to see Erek, waiting outside with a few mirror storms. Why are you here? Erek replied, we heard that Lord Gustav invited you, fearing they might not treat you kindly, so we hurried over. Kelvin smiled. You're afraid I might offend Lord Gustav and cause trouble, right? Indeed. If it were anyone else, we wouldn't worry. But since meeting you, there's never been a moment of peace. Likely, even Lord Gustav isn't someone you look up to. But you can't ignore him. The mirror platform is above all, but every action must have a justifiable reason. With a legitimate reason, we have nothing to fear, but without it, it's like giving our opponents a handle. But you're too late. I just offended Lord Gustav. He was threatening and lecturing me. If not for my status as the mirror holder, they might have wanted to kill me, Lawrence said to Erek. Erek was speechless, thinking his concerns were not unfounded. This mirror holder acts without any reservations. Later, send someone to spread the word that I suspect the Phelan family is behind the brothel case and had a conflict with them because of it, Kelvin instructed Erek. Erek looked at Kelvin in shock. Sir, are you sure? We can't joke about this. The public opinion on this case is huge, and there are forces behind it that dislike the mirror platform. Pushing such accusations against a marquis's household recklessly could lead to serious consequences. Just do as I say. Remember, don't let our own people spread the news. Find others who can do it without implicating us. Erek laughed bitterly. You may not know since you just arrived at the mirror platform. Although the mirror platform holds a high status, many court officials want to abolish it due to its elevated position. Especially the Ministry of Justice and the Grand Court, they claim the mirror platform's functions can be transferred to them. Thus, the mirror platform must act cautiously. With justification, we have the support of Jackson and need not fear any official. However, if caught by them, it will be troublesome for the mirror platform, especially when dealing with powerful nobles like the Marquis. Kelvin looked at Erek and said, on my first day at the mirror platform, I read through all the regulations. Everything I do is within those rules. Hearing this, Erek had no choice but to accept and comply. After agreeing, he then heard Kelvin add, have someone keep an eye on the Gustav family. Again, Erek thought of trying to dissuade Kelvin. Public opinion on the brothel case was growing. Without progress, it would become uncontrollable. But before he could speak, Kelvin added, also, send another group to watch the Liu family. Keep it discreet. Make sure they don't notice. Hearing Kelvin's arrangement, Erek's eyes lit up. Did you uncover something? Is it the Liu family? Kelvin shook his head. It's too soon to determine whether it's the Liu family or the Gustav family, but the likelihood is between these two. I've already set a trap at the Gustav residence. Whoever it is, I believe they will reveal some clues. Erek's expression grew complex. He initially thought Kelvin's conflict with the Gustav family was due to his personality, but it turned out he had a strategy, locking onto these two families so quickly from 8 possibilities. This person's methods were truly terrifying. It was laughable how he had worried that Kelvin didn't understand the situation and might act rashly. Is there a problem? Kelvin asked when Erek didn't respond. No problem. In fact, Erek lacked manpower, but he didn't want to mention this issue now. Kelvin alone had narrowed down the suspects from 8 to 2 and paved the way. Wasn't handling such trivial matters the responsibility of subordinates? Monitoring two powerful clans like these was indeed beyond the capability of a chief storm. Even asking other chiefs for help would be necessary. Do it then. Remember, keep a close watch. Inform me immediately if they behave unusually. Kelvin stared at Eric. You know the mirror platform is facing negative public opinion. Solving this case will turn the tide, allowing us to counterattack some troublemakers. Yes. Eric nodded. Public opinion surged like waves, both pressure and advantage. Nowadays, people all over Kyoto were fanning the flames against the mirror platform. He hoped to solve this case and witness the change in public sentiment. Kelvin waved a hand, signaling Eric to proceed with the tasks. Watching others wasn't something Kelvin would do. Instead of returning to family manor, he prepared to undergo mouth decay. The mirror platform was quieter and safer without disturbances. However, when Kelvin entered the mirror platform, there was a small incident. The victims' families from the brothel case rushed to him, crying out for vengeance and demanding answers. Some shouted angrily, questioning how long it would take to solve the case. Their heart-wrenching cries attracted many onlookers in Kyoto, some joining in their shouts. Kelvin naturally did not show any reaction. His celestial realm strength was not easily restrained. He bypassed them and entered the mirror platform directly. Kelvin's attitude caused some malicious people to accuse him of indifference and incompetence, expanding to criticizing the mirror platform. Some mirror storms frequently glanced at Kelvin. Ignoring everyone's gazes, Kelvin entered the courtyard as a mirror holder and found a spot to sit cross-legged. The Taichu decree fully operated, refining and absorbing essence to fuse with his body. Kelvin's strength rapidly increased. Soon, he truly entered the stage of mouth decay. He felt as though his taste buds were exploding. Even without eating anything, he sensed countless flavors bursting in his mouth. It was like dark cuisine, boiling dozens of items together, intertwining numerous flavors, dumped into his mouth all at once. A wave of nausea and revulsion washed over him. Stomach acid uncontrollably surged to his mouth. If the initial sensation was like the disgusting flavor of dark cuisine, then when the stomach acid reached his mouth, it felt like being bombarded with countless repulsive things. The feeling of nausea intensified exponentially. His mouth was filled with bizarre, revolting tastes. This was mouth decay. Like ear decay, the sense of taste became incredibly sensitive, even detecting the mineral and earthy flavors in water. Mouth decay constantly plagued you with nausea, tormenting you as if you were dying from vomiting. Successfully enduring it would achieve the extraordinary celestial taste, surpassing ordinary people. Failing meant losing half your life force, weakening spirit and power, making it one of the minor 5 decays. Hashtag Chapter 269, Overcoming Oral Decline. Kelvin used a medicinal pill designed to counteract oral decline. The effects of the medicine spread rapidly, instantly alleviating the intense nausea he felt in his mouth as if it had been sealed with wax. The overwhelming sensation that had earlier caused him so much distress was significantly diminished. Kelvin had read Dara's notes on overcoming the minor 5 declines, and he knew this particular pill worked by sealing off any taste from within his mouth, preventing an onslaught of flavors that would lead to constant nausea until he could no longer bear it. However, once the pill's effect wore off, the nausea disappeared but was replaced by an intense sensation of dryness and thirst. Kelvin understood this was a side effect of the medicine. The mouth being sealed like wax naturally caused dryness and dehydration. This feeling became increasingly severe, leading to agitation. Kelvin did not resist. Overcoming oral decline didn't mean completely cutting off external influences. Of course, most foods were too dangerous to try, so many people chose clear water instead. Not only did water help alleviate the side effects of the medicine, but it also had fewer inherent tastes. Driven by extreme thirst, Kelvin fetched some water to drink. But as soon as he took the first sip, he felt as though his entire body was about to explode. Various earthy scents filled his mouth, bringing back the suppressed nausea. The pill could only suppress the nausea caused by internal tastes, but it couldn't block the myriad flavors introduced by minerals and elements in the water. So to Kelvin, it felt as if he had ingested thousands of different types of soil, each carrying its own foul or rusty smell. This was the sensitivity caused by oral decline, impossibly acute. Before the water even went down, he spat it all out, and the nausea surged again, making him cough uncontrollably. After a long while, the nausea finally subsided slightly. Worst of all, the dryness from the pill made him increasingly irritable. He tried sitting cross-legged to meditate and focus on his cultivation to overcome oral decline, but it proved difficult. Kelvin knew this was part of the process for every cultivator undergoing the minor 5 declines, but he really didn't want to go through it. After all, he wasn't pregnant and didn't need to endure this incessant vomiting feeling amplified 100-fold. The dryness continued to assault him relentlessly, and although the nausea had lessened, the physical discomfort was still unbearable. However, Kelvin was prepared. He brought out a set of glass apparatuses he had prearranged for Cartesian to find someone to make based on his designs. Although the world lacked advanced technology, it had Taoist techniques, allowing everything to be manufactured according to his specifications. Kelvin quickly assembled the equipment using the glass-like materials to create a distillation apparatus. Since regular water was full of impurities and therefore various tastes, distilled water should lack those flavors entirely. Solving the dryness problem caused by the medicine would allow his body to absorb water, temporarily suppressing the discomfort. This way, he could calmly address the issue of oral decline without external interference, which would make it much easier. The distillation system began operating, and drops of water began to form in the glass cups. When one cup was filled, Kelvin quickly drank from it. The dryness in his mouth eased considerably, and there was no more nausea. It felt as refreshing as drinking cold water on a hot summer day. Immersed in his cultivation, Kelvin contemplated the principles of the universe and the changes within himself. Meanwhile, the Taichu decree operated intensely, refining and absorbing essence to boost his strength. He aimed to simultaneously familiarize himself with dealing with oral decline while forcefully enhancing his power, hoping to use increased strength to help overcome this phase, forcing them to endure excruciating pain to maintain their composure during oral decline. Now, why did Kelvin seem so calm? No one could explain it, but they noticed his aura growing stronger, adding to their confusion. Typically, when cultivating through oral decline, practitioners would prepare ample resources, such as sitting on spirit stones to harness their energy along with natural spiritual energy to enhance their power. But apart from relying on natural spiritual energy, Kelvin hadn't used any other resources, yet his improvement was faster than theirs. Is oral decline really that easy to overcome? They wondered, unable to understand. Regardless, Kelvin had entered his stride. The only drawback was the rapid depletion of the purple particles in his forehead. Despite feeling reluctant, Kelvin wouldn't stop now. He needed to push forward relentlessly to directly pass through oral decline. As Kelvin fully immersed himself in cultivation, the foggy atmosphere in his chi thickened, and more droplets formed. He knew he was just one step away from entering the second level. Once this rain came down, causing a surge in true essence in his chi, he would reach the second level. Finally, on the second day of his seclusion, the raindrops in the cloud mist fell steadily. Kelvin's chi pond expanded, accumulating an unimaginable amount of true essence, creating a vast surface area. Translation provided adheres strictly to the given guidelines, maintaining the original tone and structure while ensuring clarity and fluency in English. Chapter 270, Elliot's Scheme. Amidst the sea of chi, a torrential downpour began to pour. The rain collected within the sea of chi, continuously spreading outwards and forming an expansive surface. Though it was not comparable to a lake, it was several times larger than the previous pond. No one could witness Kelvin's sea of chi, or they would be stunned by this sight. Each drop of water was composed of dense true essence. The quantity he possessed vastly exceeded that of other cultivators at the second rank of Heavenly Realm. Some ordinary chi refinement practitioners might only achieve such true essence concentration at the fifth rank. The rain continued to fall as Kelvin sat cross-legged in meditation. Using the great origin scripture, he refined essence, continuously integrating it into himself. His taste buds, which had been chaotic, gradually returned to normal, even becoming more sensitive than before. Kelvin knew he had successfully overcome the mouth decline. However, he did not stop there. He kept refining true essence. He was in excellent condition, having absorbed plenty of young fire essence from others. So, he decided to stabilize his realm and advance straight to the peak of the second rank while attempting to undergo the third minor decline. Though he had earned a place on the mirror platform through cunning, his strength remained too weak. Therefore, Kelvin needed to make up for it. Since he couldn't instantly reach the cave spirit realm, he had to rely on his talent to intimidate them. If he could rapidly enhance his strength to the second rank, even if he were slightly weaker now, the people of the mirror platform wouldn't dare underestimate him. With this thought, Kelvin wildly circulated the great origin scripture, continuously refining essence and integrating it into his sea of chi. His aura steadily grew stronger. Many noticed Kelvin's aura increase through the windows, leaving them speechless. Administrator Phelan has overcome the mouth decline. How fast? He overcame the mouth decline all at once. Unbelievable. Thinking back to when we overcame our own mouth decline, it was torturous, repeating many times, taking half a year just to barely succeed. Administrator Phelan's talent is so strong. Even among the geniuses in the capital, I haven't heard of anyone overcoming the mouth decline this quickly. Right. What is this set of crystal tools for? Is this a legacy of the Xuanhuan family? Too terrifying. It looks amazing. No, wait. Did you notice Administrator Phelan's strength is still increasing? Yes. How is this happening? His strength has just broken through, but it's still rising. Is he about to fully stabilize his realm? He didn't even use spirit stones. Did Xuanhuan give him something? Probably. Given what Xuanhuan can provide, it's understandable. That's really strange. Why is his aura still increasing? Huh? Yes, it should have stabilized after the breakthrough, but it's still growing. He won't be directly advancing to enter the third minor decline and start the decline process again, right? Impossible. Absolutely impossible. Nonsense. How can he be so heavenly? Exactly. Having just overcome a minor decline, how can he immediately begin another? Haha, just imagining things. It sounds more legendary and interesting this way. Well, I still find the Spring Palace scroll with one dragon and multiple phoenixes more intriguing. Spit. Lewd. If it's one dragon and multiple phoenixes, why not have multiple dragons and phoenixes party together? While everyone's conversation veered off course, Kelvin's aura continued to rise. This caused people to sneak peeks at him while making jests. Kelvin remained in cultivation, aiming to break through and further enhance his strength. Regarding the nose decline, he had his own understanding. However, the arrival of the nose decline required reaching the peak of the second rank. Meanwhile, as Kelvin cultivated, Zoltan exited the palace. Seeing his father return, Elliot hurriedly asked, "Father, how did it go?" Zoltan smiled. "We were lucky today as Duncan was in a good mood. After apologizing and paying the fine, Duncan merely scolded me and required us to file the demon technique with the palace. Thus, this matter is closed with Duncan, and the mirror platform can no longer use it against us." Elliot rejoiced. "Does that mean our Gustav family can openly practice this technique?" Zoltan rebuked. "It's still a demon technique. Duncan's leniency doesn't mean we can act recklessly. If we cause unrest, it will still be a big problem. Also, by requiring filing, Duncan is keeping an eye on us. Even if we practice this method, we must not commit atrocities like demons and must follow the rules. But practicing this demon technique according to rules seems difficult. How can we adhere to rules?" Elliot said. Zoltan rebuked. "Don't let the technique cloud your judgment. We are a martial family, not demons. To maintain our identity, we must remain righteous." Elliot blushed in embarrassment. Zoltan added, "However, as long as we don't do demonic deeds, we shouldn't be blamed." Elliot's eyes lit up. "Father means the heart blood Kelvin obtained from Gaius?" Zoltan nodded. "Exactly. The heart blood is already prepared, and it wasn't caused by us. If we can use it for cultivation, no one can blame us. Pausing, Zoltan continued, your martial arts skills are comparable to a third-rank heavenly cultivator. With this heartblood, your strength will surge, eventually rivaling a fifth rank. Reaching this level would place you among the capital's outstanding youths. With luck, it could directly transform your blood chi, allowing you to vie for the title of one of the capital's 10 nobles. Elliot's eyes flared with desire but soon cooled. But father, obtaining the heart blood from Kelvin won't be easy. Zoltan sneered. Not necessarily. While the mirror platform is part of the government, it also claims to be from the martial world. Therefore, the Guardian has dual identities. Dealing with Kelvin as the administrator is troublesome, but as a martial artist, it's easier. What do you mean? Zoltan explained. Kelvin is only at the first rank. With your current strength, handling him is easy. By using some tactics, we can frame the issue as a conflict between you two. Then, naturally, we can obtain the heart blood from him. Elliot paused, then exclaimed in delight. Indeed, a Bruno's dispute is justified. Using this as an excuse to force Kelvin to hand over the heart blood would be effortless. Thinking of this, Elliot was eager, wishing to confront Kelvin immediately. He was determined to get the heart blood. As a youth, who wouldn't want to become a figure of renown could survive the decay of the nose. If he did, it would set a precedent. Who could endure 2 decays at once? They hoped Kelvin would create a miracle, yet new miracles weren't easy to come by. In this anxious state, everyone stared intently at Kelvin as snot streamed down his nose. At this moment, Kelvin felt like he had a terrible case of rhinitis, with nasal discharge flowing freely. He knew the cause. Decay of the nose worked this way. The external sense burst like a kaleidoscope in his nose, stimulating reactions and leading to constant nasal discharge. His sense of smell was thoroughly disrupted, causing extreme discomfort. This was the heavenly person stage. The 5 senses had to undergo transformation after experiencing hardship. Nasal discharge flowed freely, and Kelvin used a towel to wipe it clean, only for it to start again almost immediately. It flowed faster than during a cold, and at this rate, his nose might soon be soaked raw. Kelvin used medicinal pills specifically for the decay of the nose, which instantly intensified the sense in his nasal cavity, making him even more uncomfortable. However, this pill also helped Kelvin become closer to heaven and earth, slowing down the flow of nasal discharge to some extent. Sitting cross-legged, Kelvin wrapped a towel around his face, allowing the nasal discharge to flow onto it. He thought about how rhinitis was treated on Earth, realizing he didn't have those medicines from his past. Decay of the nose. Yet why did the nasal discharge stop? Many observers who had endured the decay of the nose before found it incomprehensible. They remembered wanting to die due to endless nasal discharge, with noses soaked raw, touching them causing excruciating pain. Because of the nasal discharge, they experienced various physical discomforts, even breathing became unbearable. This led to mental chaos, making it difficult to maintain tranquility during cultivation. If the issue of nasal discharge could be solved, they believed surviving the decay of the nose would be half as easy. Yet, this Bruno had solved the problem of excessive nasal discharge. This truly lives up to being under the protection of Aldo. Indeed, he possesses unimaginable inheritance. Oral decay, nasal decay, the Aldo has methods to counteract both. How enviable. With the nasal discharge issue resolved, he likely stands a good chance of surviving the decay of the nose. Not necessarily. He directly advanced 2 stages. His true essence might not be enough. Yes, whether it's spirit stones or medicinal pills, we don't see him using any. Relying solely on his own accumulation, he probably can't persist until breakthrough. He's a descendant of Aldo. Do you think he's like your hick self, needing spirit stones? Perhaps he has a divine elixir in his mouth that you don't know about. Spit. What divine elixir? Can he even use one? With insufficient strength, using a divine elixir is courting death. Unaware of the outside commotion, Kelvin remained immersed in cultivation. Using knowledge from his previous life brought advantages but also disadvantages, mainly dulling his perception of everything. However, choosing the lesser evil, Kelvin prioritized maintaining a stable mindset, which allowed better harmony with nature, sensing the Tao rhythms, and improving himself to endure the decay of the nose. Using the primordial incantation, Kelvin forcibly boosted his true essence while immersing himself in the Tao rhythms, constantly familiarizing and solving the issues related to nasal decay. Kelvin's talent was never inferior. Combining knowledge from 2 worlds gave him an advantage others lacked, allowing him to find innovative solutions to many problems others struggled with. In this situation, Kelvin slowly found ways to endure the decay of the nose. Though it took longer than oral decay, ultimately, the 3rd rain fell in his chi. This rainfall was much heavier than the previous ones, like a heavy downpour. As true essence water increased in his chi, the continuous rainfall gradually formed a small lake. True essence transformed into a lake. Reaching this level allowed him to nourish his initial true elixir. The Unity Realm meant merging with heaven and earth, forming a true elixir. And the realm others only achieved at peak heavenly person, Kelvin reached at the 3rd stage of heavenly person. Kelvin's ascending aura naturally caught the attention of the mirror Ebbets. They swallowed hard, parched-mouthed. He truly overcame the decay of the nose in one breath. How long has it been? 3 days? And he overcame 2 decays in one go? How is that possible? Even geniuses can't be that exceptional. Despite preparation, when witnessing this, they still found it unbelievable. This was incredibly extraordinary. To their knowledge, overcoming 1 decay in 3 days was already world-renowned. Kelvin overcoming 2 decays in 3 days would undoubtedly cause a sensation. Overcoming 1 decay versus 2 decays was not merely a quantitative difference but a qualitative leap. Silent, they felt this mirror master exceeded their imagination. Though only at the heavenly person stage, achieving cave spirit realm or even landscape realm, was it difficult? Hashtag chapter 272, the mastermind behind the scenes. In the sea of chi, the true essence had condensed into a small lake, rippling as if it were real water. The sword intention pill formed from endless sword intent floated within, resembling a golden core. This scene caused Kelvin's heart to stir. If Unity Realm was defined by the formation of a true core, then could this sword pill be considered a quasi-core? If he treated this as a unity, nodding, Kelvin felt hungry after days without food. Had he been an ordinary person, he would have collapsed from starvation long ago. Leaving the mirror platform, he found a small restaurant on the street and devoured several large bowls of wonton soup before finally feeling less famished. With heightened senses, Kelvin whispered under his breath after the last bite, "Damn, this is terrible." The shop owner, noticing the stack of empty bowls, stormed out of the kitchen with a cleaver in hand. "Terrible? Yet you ate several bowls?" By the time the owner emerged, Kelvin had already left. "Consider yourself lucky. Otherwise, I'd make you vomit it all up for daring to criticize my cooking. My culinary skills are unparalleled." Back at the mirror platform, Eric approached Kelvin eagerly. "Lord, we've discovered who's behind this. The Liu family bribed the Jiu clan to carry out the incident." Eric admired Kelvin for unearthing the culprit so swiftly. Kelvin also took interest, asking, "What evidence do we have?" "Last night, someone from the Liu family sneaked out to meet a man in a remote hut outside the capital. Initially, they got along well, but soon after, the Liu family member suddenly attacked and killed him," Eric said excitedly, turning to ask, "Do you know who the victim was, Lord?" "The person who contacted the Jiu clan?" "Lovely deduction, Lord." Eric replied, "Just as described by the Jiu clan Dane. The assailant even burned the corpse to destroy evidence. Had my eyesight not been sharp, this lead would have vanished." They learned that the victim was a guest scholar of the Liu family. Additionally, they collected heartblood not only in Willow Lane but also in villages around the capital. "Have they done this elsewhere too?" Eric nodded. "Indeed, villagers went unnoticed. Few cultivators resided there, making occasional deaths inconspicuous. Even among cultivators, it didn't cause ripples, which is why we missed the signs until now." Kelvin agreed. "Gather all evidence. Since it's the Liu family, demand an explanation from them." Eric hesitated, unsure whether to speak. "Say what you have in mind," Kelvin encouraged. "The Liu family has ties to the royal family. Its patriarch is the uncle of a concubine and the brother-in-law of Ibrahim of Rights. Prosecuting them won't be easy." Kelvin looked at Eric. "Does the Liu family have any true monarchs?" "No. Then what difficulty is there in questioning them? Without true monarchs, we can handle them. Mobilize personnel and head to the Liu family now." "But," before Eric could protest further, Kelvin interrupted. "If you have time, familiarize yourself more with the mirror platform regulations." "Huh?" Eric puzzled, wondering why this mattered. He recalled Kelvin spending days reviewing the regulations upon arrival at the platform. Without waiting for Eric's response, Kelvin walked to the platform and announced, "All present mirror storms, set aside your tasks and follow me. Dwayne, take my mirror lord token and invite a grotto spirit benefactor from the mirror academy." His sudden orders left the guardians stunned, especially hearing about inviting a grotto spirit benefactor. Grotto spirit benefactors held high status within the mirror platform, rarely disturbed during cultivation. This must be significant to warrant such action. Ignoring their reactions, Kelvin headed out. After exchanging glances, the guardians hesitated, questioning whether to obey. While Kelvin had the authority, his lack of reputation like Stuart meant they could find excuses to delay. However, remembering Kelvin's rapid advancements, they bowed, "Yes, Lord." Following Kelvin in orderly procession, Dwayne saw no reason to hesitate, heading straight for the Mirror Academy. Seeing this, Kelvin felt assured. With Dwayne inviting the benefactor, it would imply Stuart's support. Though Kelvin lacked prestige, Stuart certainly didn't. With two Mirror Lords supporting, the Mirror Academy wouldn't refuse. With the Grotto Spirit Cultivator backing him, Kelvin feared no confrontation with the Liu family. As the massive contingent marched, they learned from Eric about the investigation into Willow Lane's mastermind. Upon learning it was the Liu family, they gaped at the young leader in disbelief. Shouldn't such matters be discussed thoroughly? Was he really leading them to confront the Liu family? Though the mirror platform was once supreme, it had waned significantly since the old capital of Nanjing. Chapter 273, Unfair. Many of the mirror storms filed out one after another, naturally drawing quite a few gazes. Such a large-scale deployment by the mirror platform was rare, so people couldn't help but speculate about its intentions. Has some powerful demon appeared again? But this is the capital. What powerful demon would dare to show itself? Why have they mobilized like this? Do you think it's related to uncovering the mastermind behind the Phalanhang incident? That seems unlikely. Until now, Kelvin suspected the Gustav family and found no evidence. Instead, there were conflicts between the mirror storms and the Gustav family. I also think that's unlikely. Kelvin has been hiding in the mirror platform all along. How could he find anything out? What on earth is he doing bringing so many people? Many were curious and couldn't help following stealthily. However, soon their eyes widened with shock. It was hard to believe that the mirror platform would do something like this. The many mirror storms directly surrounded the Liu family estate. What is the mirror platform up to? How could the mirror platform suddenly move against the Liu family? Doesn't Kelvin know about the Liu family's background? They are almost royalty. What is Kelvin doing? Even if the Liu family harbors a powerful demon, one can't target them this way. Is the Liu family responsible for the Phalanhang incident? Even if they are, shouldn't the mirror platform be cautious before confronting such a family rather than just surrounding them like this? The onlookers felt it was quite bizarre. Those familiar with the capital understood well what authority meant. Though the mirror platform operated within the imperial court, it was not fully part of it. This was the first time anyone had seen it surround such a powerful family. The Liu family quickly realized they were being surrounded, and soon the head of the Liu family, Brogan, stormed out angrily. Seeing Kelvin leading the group, he did not spare any face, bellowing, "Where do you come from, brat, daring to act so arrogantly before my Liu family?" Kelvin looked at Brogan, the patriarch of the Liu family, and said, "The mirror platform has determined that the Liu family instigated Gaius to kill multiple people in Phalanhang, as well as numerous cultivators in villages around the capital. Please come with us to clear things up." Kelvin's words caused an uproar among the crowd. Kelvin had indeed uncovered the truth, and it turned out to be the Liu family. The Liu family, despite their power, had committed such acts, leaving everyone both surprised and furious. Sucking the life essence from others, it was simply monstrous. Brogan, exposed by Kelvin, showed fear on his face but quickly regained his composure, shouting sternly, "Brat, what nonsense are you spouting? Who do you think we, the Liu family, are, to let you slander us?" Kelvin glanced at him, mocking, "You cannot hide when your own actions reveal you. The shack outside the city. You sent someone to eliminate the middleman who connected with Gaius. Did you think you could cover it up? But unbeknownst to you, the mirror platform has been watching you all along. Everything the Liu family has done has been under our surveillance these past days." Brogan's face changed dramatically. How? How could your mirror platform uncover this? Brogan couldn't accept it. The Liu family's operations were discreet, conducted through intermediaries. Gaius wouldn't know it was the Liu family. Why would the mirror platform suspect and monitor the Liu family? Didn't you suspect the Gustav family? Brogan stared at Kelvin, uttering these words but stopping midway, his eyes filled with resentment. Just unsettling the snake from the grass. "I figured bad people like you would get paranoid once startled and reveal themselves," Kelvin said, staring at Brogan. Brogan, having his intentions exposed, looked increasingly grim but denied it vocally. "To charge me with crime is to seek grounds without reason. What grudge does the Liu family have with the mirror platform that would make you falsely accuse us?" Kelvin smiled, looking at Brogan. "No matter how much you try to evade, it won't work. Accusing the mirror platform is even more laughable. For centuries, the mirror platform has relied on what? Trust and credibility. Ask the people of the capital. Do they trust the mirror platform or the Liu family?" Kelvin's words were forceful yet laced with disdain, but none in the crowd doubted him when he spoke. They already believed him the moment he accused the Liu family, not because of anything else, but because of the mirror platform's long-standing credibility. In the capital, no one followed the rules more strictly than the mirror platform. Its independence stemmed from always adhering to its established principles. Hence, the mirror platform was fearsome but not entirely so. It was fearsome if you broke the law and got caught by it. It wasn't if you lived honorably, as even if you spat on its face, the mirror platform couldn't touch you. Brogan knew this well. His face was dark, but he still insisted, "We, the Liu family, haven't done what you claim. Don't try to defame us." Kelvin said nothing further, tossing a piece of paper onto Brogan's feet. "Shall I list each accusation and present the evidence, or will you come quietly?" Brogan only glanced at the document to realize the mirror platform had investigated thoroughly. "Funny, even if you're accusing us falsely, or even if it's true, you have no right to order me around. Go chase after demons and monsters," Brogan retorted sarcastically. As the emperor's uncle-in-law and brother-in-law to the Ministry of Rights Vice Ibrahim, killing a few commoners was troublesome, but would the mirror platform really settle matters this way with the Liu family? Kelvin looked at him. "If you don't cooperate, don't blame me for acting directly." "You dare." Brogan's eyes bulged. "Looks like you're used to privileges," Kelvin scoffed and ordered Eric and others. "Take them away, especially Prince Jace. Search for heartblood elixirs he might have." Eric and the others exchanged glances. They had never confronted such a powerful family before, but seeing Kelvin's unconcerned expression, they eventually stepped forward. They weren't scared. After all, Kelvin had Aldo's support. What was there to fear? So, empowered by Kelvin's identity, they moved forward, ready to storm the estate. "You dare." Brogan roared as many Liu family cultivators rushed out to confront the mirror storms. "Mirror platform, remember your place. We aren't within your jurisdiction. Regardless of whether we committed these crimes, dealing with criminals falls under the Grand Justice Temple and the Ministry of Punishments. This has nothing to do with you. Focus on combating demons and monsters." That sentence halted the mirror platform operatives. The mirror platform's duty was to deal with demonic cultists and malevolent spirits. Though the Liu family colluded with cultists, their status couldn't be ignored completely. The crowd watched, sighing. Authority was still authority. Even the mirror platform had its hands tied. Given their semi-royal status, if handed over to the Grand Justice Temple, it would probably end inconclusively. The deaths in Phalanhang would remain unresolved. Yet, they had expected this. Whenever involving authority, fairness seemed elusive. Chapter 274. The Ibrahim of Rights. To take a life and still be so audacious. Kelvin looked at Brogan, shaking his head. "I don't want to waste time talking with you. Since you've chosen to resist, I have no choice but to force my way through." After speaking, Kelvin ordered Eric and the others, "All responsibility rests on me. Bring back all related personnel of the Liu family." Although the mirror platform's guards were hesitant, they couldn't argue when Kelvin took full responsibility. "Yes." The mirror platform guards rushed forward as Brogan watched in anger, shouting to the cultivators of his family, "Stop them!" Many cultivators from the Liu family held weapons, confronting the mirror platform guards. Seeing this, Kelvin sneered and addressed Eric and the others. "Anyone who dares to obstruct the mirror platform will be sentenced to death, without pardon." Yes. The people of the mirror platform had their pride too. A creator entering the mirror academy. Many envied him for not dying, and instead breaking through into the spirit cavern realm. With a spirit cavern expert involved, the Liu family had no chance. Kelvin's group directly stormed into the Liu residence. Eric and the others quickly captured the murderer outside the city and found plenty of evidence within the Liu residence, including unused heart's blood. These pieces of evidence were irrefutable. Kelvin led the way, examining the discovered evidence. Suddenly, a sword aura shot towards him. The originally weak-looking heir of the Liu family, Jace, abruptly attacked. Being close to Kelvin, the sword aura reached him instantly. This sword aura carried a chilling, bloody intent that was unnerving. Eric and others hadn't anticipated Jace's hidden strength. He couldn't reach Kelvin in time, and could only watch helplessly as the sword aura approached. Jace's eyes were bloodshot, filled with bloodlust. This sword aura was his strongest move, born from maintaining his life with heart's blood. All believed him to be a weak invalid, Yet few knew he had long transcended 3 decays, reaching the 3rd stage of Heavenly Man. This strike was meant to severely injure Kelvin, taking him hostage and ensuring escape. Seeking refuge with his cousin, the Empress Dowager, who adored him, would make him untouchable. Jace moved along with the sword aura, awaiting fear in Kelvin's eyes. Instead, he saw ridicule. Confused about what ridicule a doomed opponent held for him, Jace's face suddenly changed as a sword aura burst from Kelvin. It contained the same bloody intent, but far more potent. A crimson-red blade clashed with his sword aura. His proud sword aura was instantly destroyed, while Kelvin's attack hit him. Spurt. Jace spat blood, slashed by Kelvin's sword aura, flying backward and crashing onto the ground. Take him away. Kelvin didn't glance at him, instructing a guard. As you wish. The guard hesitated briefly, nodding respectfully, gazing at Kelvin with fear. A 5th stage Heavenly Man squad leader, he feared that attack, knowing it would wound him. Yet Kelvin casually blocked and retaliated fiercely. Indeed, the chief couldn't be judged by ordinary standards. No. Impossible. Bound, Jace muttered repeatedly, confused why Kelvin could be stronger despite using heart's blood for strength. As Kelvin sealed the Lu residence, taking the criminals toward the mirror platform, they encountered an official riding a tall horse, surrounded by cultivators. The official released a powerful domain aura, unmistakably influential. Eric whispered to Kelvin, Ibrahim of Rights Orlando, a spirit cavern expert. Also Brogan's brother-in-law and father of Vera. Kelvin's eyes narrowed. Orlando represented the pinnacle of Kyoto's elite, clearly here to support Brogan. The mirror platform guards looked grave, wary of his presence. Only Roscoe had the stature to speak equally with such a powerful noble. The crowd, seeing this, pitted Kelvin, not expecting Orlando's rapid arrival. It seemed the mirror platform would struggle to bring Brogan and his associates to justice. Chapter 275, Shocking Revelation. As Orlando approached them at full speed, Eric whispered to Kelvin, Lord, what should we do? Kelvin glanced at Eric and replied, Ignore him. We'll take the others with us. While speaking, Kelvin walked ahead as if not seeing Orlando, heading towards the mirror platform. Eric and the others exchanged glances and suppressed Brogan, Jace, and the rest, following behind Kelvin. However, ignoring Orlando didn't mean they could avoid confrontation. Seeing the group from the mirror platform leave without acknowledging him, a look of anger crossed Orlando's face. He spurred his horse and blocked the path of Kelvin and company. He looked down at Kelvin and casually asked, You are Kelvin? Kelvin smiled mischievously in response. For you to ask that, I have to wonder if you're blind. After all, in this capital city, it's hard to find another dashing Bruno like me. Orlando did not expect such a reply. As a high-ranking official, when had he ever been mocked like this? His displeasure grew even more. Without any beating around the bush, he said directly, Release the people. Kelvin's smile widened. With what authority does Secretary General demand I release them? Are you trying to rescue them as a conspirator? If so, you'd better know that you might end up on the same trip to the mirror platform. Orlando looked at this young boy with an extremely grim expression. Losing patience, he snapped. The Lu family is neither part of the devil path nor the demon race. Even if they've committed crimes, it's not under your jurisdiction. The Department of Justice and the Ministry of Punishment should handle it, not you overstepping. Overstepping? Kelvin looked at Orlando in surprise, consorting with the devil path and using their methods to prolong life. This doesn't make them part of the devil path? Orlando snorted. They are influential figures in the capital, relatives of the Empress Dowager. It's not up to your mouth to label them as members of the devil path. Ask the court ministers. Would they agree to let you indefinitely classify who is or isn't a member of the devil path? Alright, if you don't acknowledge it, then so be it. Let's just assume they aren't members of the devil path, Kelvin said indifferently. Lord. Eric's face changed dramatically. Such words couldn't be spoken lightly. If the Lu family wasn't considered part of the devil path, then the mirror platform's actions wouldn't be justified and would cause significant trouble. Orlando was elated upon hearing Kelvin say this. Looking at the young face of Kelvin, he thought, indeed inexperienced, giving him an opportunity to exploit. They aren't part of the devil path, so you are overstepping. Release them immediately, or I will accuse you heavily. When the time comes, the crime of abuse of power is punishable by death. Orlando said sternly. Many of the mirror Ebon's expressions changed drastically as they looked at Kelvin, but he remained smiling. Overstepping? Ridiculous. Kelvin replied to Orlando, I advise you to leave now. Otherwise, we have reason to suspect you as a co-conspirator. Orlando raged, Kelvin, powerful families in the capital are not within the scope of the mirror